Chapter 131 I Lose. Nothing comes faster than bad news. The next day after lunch, Xianjin hadn't left the table yet when he saw Manager Dong hurriedly running in from the Chaos Ho Gallery. His face was normal, but his steps were obviously more hurried than before. Xianjin wiped the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Manager Dong glanced at Chen Fu, who was picking his teeth with his mouth wide open. These heavy news can't be told to this plague god all at once. If he hears them, he might overturn the ancestral hall. Then he prepared to whisper to Xianjin. Chen Fu raised his eyes. "What are you whispering about?" Xianjin smiled at Dong Guancher. "You tell me now." He glanced at Chen Fu. "Is it about the fifth master? Or someone came?" Dong Guancher was greatly surprised. How did you know?" Xianjin smiled. "The fifth master came the day before yesterday, and I knew that he was not here for good. I am the only one in Jing County. In addition to the transfer of half of the financial power to the upper level, I have almost been out of Xuanqin's control. The fifth master is in charge of 3 shops. Isn't he panicking?" Xianjin glanced at Chen Jianfang, who was drinking porridge coldly. "Even if he is not panicking, our baby Erlang is now ignorant and has caused trouble for himself. The old lady didn't come to kill him personally today, which can be considered as her good self-restraint." Chen Fu laughed. Chen Jianfang put down the bowl helplessly. "Jin Jie." Xianjin surrendered with both hands. Okay. I was wrong." He turned around and asked Manager Dong, "What's the matter?" Manager Dong cleared his throat. "Now there is an accountant named Lu at the door of the old house, claiming to be from Xuanqing. He is worried that we have too many shops in business, and the current staff is insufficient. So the old lady sent him here specially, and also brought a letter from the old lady." "As expected?" Xianjin nodded calmly. "Then please bring him in." Jin Jian raised his eyes expressionlessly. Manager Dong hadn't left yet, which meant that there was something else to say. Xianjin nodded and made a pleased gesture. He had to listen to the bad news all at once to feel comfortable. In addition, Xuanqing also sent 2 mule carts to pick up Erlang, saying that they had hired an excellent teacher for Erlang. Manager Dong simply closed his eyes and finished talking about the bad things. "And our Miss Chiao's daily expenses and monthly allowances were also taken from Xuanqing, and they were billed to Miss Chen. 5 taels of silver a month." Then he handed Chen Fu 4 more silver notes. "Xuanqing will not go back to his hometown for the new year this year. This is the New Year's money given to you by the old lady. I hope you can entertain the people in the store and have fun." Chen Fu took the silver note. His face was gloomy, and he smiled after a long time. 200 taels? Have fun? Old Dong, are you going back to Xuanqing for the new year?" Dong's throat was dry. "Of course I will go back. My old wife, 3 sons and young grandson are waiting for me to go back and pay Spring Festival couplets." Chen Fu unconsciously clenched the silver note and nodded gently. "Yes. Who doesn't go home for the new year? Li Sansheng wants to go back to the village. The Zheng brothers also want to go back to their hometown. Zhou Erge asked for leave early in the morning and said he wanted to go back to his hometown to meet and propose marriage. Who doesn't go home for the new year? Everyone has to go. Who can I have fun with these 200 taels?" At the end, Chen Fu's words were so light that they almost fell into dust. Xianjin took the banknote from Chen Fu's hand and handed it to Manager Dong with a smile. "Wait a minute. Please take these 200 taels to Xiaoqiao village to renew the next year's contract, which will just solve our urgent needs." Xianjin turned his head and looked at the Star of Hope again. Chen Jianfang's face turned cold, and the whole person exuded a cold breath that he had never had before. "That person. Xianjin, you deal with it yourself," Chen Jianfang said softly. "As for the 2 mule carts, let them go back home. And let the driver tell my grandmother that my article is still being revised by County Magistrate Chui. If nothing unexpected happens, this article will be used as a court report next year, with my name and County Magistrate Chui's name on it, and submitted to Nanzili. Meaning, the paper is still being written. Maybe it can be published in a top journal as the first author. So don't transfer to the laboratory at this time, so as not to shake the morale of the troops." Xianjin lowered his eyes and smiled, and when he raised his eyes again, he nodded to Manager Dong calmly. After a while, a short middle-aged man with sunken cheeks, hunched shoulders and shrugged shoulders came in, holding a big bundle in each hand, and it seemed that he was fully prepared to stay. When he saw Chen Fu sitting quietly at the top, he threw the bundle away and went to greet him. San Lang Jun. When you were a child, I held you in my arms. I am your fifth grandmother's third and family's youngest uncle. In terms of kinship, you have to call me uncle. Uncle. Uncle is outrageous. Chin Fu couldn't hide. Where did this country bumpkin come from? He even stained his pale blue coat. Chin Fu used his hands and feet to shrink back, and then looked at Xian Jin for help. Xian Jin smiled and greeted. Can you get off the third master first? In a calm tone. In our Chin store, when doing business, we only recognize job relationships, not kinship relationships. Look, it's me. Don't I call the third master daddy? The sunken middle-aged man turned around and saw that it was Xian Jin. TSK, he said sharply. You want to call me daddy? Do you? Are you worthy? Can you? Who knows where you came from? Qin Jianfang gritted his teeth and was about to speak, but heard Chin Fu's face flushed with anger. Shut up. If she admits to calling me daddy, I will immediately go to Chongqing Temple to burn the first incense. Uncle from nowhere. Get off me. Don't jump on me. Chin Fu swept the sunken middle-aged man down like a mouse. Xian Jin was not angry. A year has passed, and she has matured. Unlike then, she still had to use violence to solve problems. Now, she usually uses power to solve problems. Deduct 1 tael of silver. Xian Jin pointed at the sunken middle-aged man with a smile. You are sent by the master to be the accountant, and I am the person in charge of Jing County. You are disrespectful now. According to the rules of our store, if you say a dirty word, you will be deducted 1 tael of silver. Hey! You son of a bitch! The sunken middle-aged man pointed at Xian Jin. Xian Jin calmly stretched out 2 fingers. 2 taels. How dare you? I'm your 5th grandfather's uncle. 3 taels. Xian Jin smiled and shook his head. Are you still talking? Otherwise, you can pay me an annual fee, and I'll work for free for a year. I won't pay you a monthly salary. You can curse whenever you want. When you get tired of cursing, I'll serve you tea and water to soothe your throat. The sunken middle-aged man stared at Xian Jin in amazement. How come this is different from what he thought? Isn't he an imperial envoy? How can you deduct money for scolding someone? The sunken middle-aged man looked around and saw that the cheap nephew was cherishing the Masua cloth. The handsome boy was looking at him coldly. And even the old man who brought him in looked like he had nothing to do with it. Not to mention the fat maid standing behind the dead girl, and the high-cheekboned woman standing next to the fat maid. The eyes of these 2 women were as poisonous as swords. I will write a letter to the 5th master now. The sunken middle-aged man was making a fuss with his neck stiff. Xian Jin was still smiling. You write it. As long as you can deliver it. I lose. Chapter 132, Unparalleled Belief. The sunken middle-aged man, of course, also has a name. His name is Lu Badon. He has been living a rough life. His mother died when he opened his eyes. His father is unreliable. Under the banner of doing business, he never went home for years. He was raised by his capable and fierce sister, who was 10 years older than him. His sister's daughter worked hard and married into the Qin family, a wealthy family in the city. With this one person's success, the whole family will rise to heaven. As the youngest son of the family, he has a high generation. But he never dares to act like an elder in front of his smiling nephew-in-law. It was because his nephew's son-in-law was from the Qin family, a wealthy family in the city, and he controlled 3 or 4 shops and workshops. Therefore, his nephew's son-in-law, who was older than him, told him that he had recommended him a lucrative job with only one task, which was to find out what secrets the Jingxin shop was hiding, what its core business was, how much money it made, and which shops and trades it had business dealings with. To put it bluntly, he was a spy. The nephew's son-in-law also taught him. You have to use your status as an elder to pressure people. This is a good job. If you don't obey you are unfilial. Anyone who is unfilial can be killed. No matter who it is. Don't think about living. In this world today, filial piety is the most important thing. There are few things more useful than filial piety. But what if people don't buy it? He had questions, but he didn't dare to say them. The result of living under someone else's roof when he was young was that he was very good at judging the situation. And he also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong and go with the flow. Similarly, for example, now, Lu Badon stared at the current shopkeeper, who was not justified but also confident, and deeply realized what it meant that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. What it meant that a light boat had passed through thousands of mountains, and there was no cloud except Wushan. And what it meant that you have to listen to me in my territory. You, how dare you? Lubadan pointed at Xianjin with trembling fingers. I will sue. Lubadan realized belatedly that once his communication channels were cut off, he would be helpless. Does he have to send a pigeon to send a letter? He can make up a letter. Where is the pigeon? I quit. Let me go back first. Lubadan said with courage. Xianjin spread his hands. Jingxian. This is a tea house? Lubadan tried to straighten his chest. What do you mean? Xianjin smiled. Since it's not a tea house, how can you come and go as you please? Xianjin smiled like a pyramid scheme leader in later generations. Now that you are here, you have to work hard. You have to work if you can. And you have to work if you can't. Break a day into 16 hours. You are not allowed to rest until you go to bed. Lubadan trembled. Xianjin continued. Don't look at the old, weak, sick and disabled here. We have 6 or 7 thugs in our store. You run and fight. If you have any evil intentions, I will dig out your heart and feed it to the dogs. Lubadan felt the warmth in his trouser pocket. He was about to lose control of his bladder. He forced himself to shout. Is Jing County a lawless place? Xianjin laughed strangely. Without some special means. How do you think a little girl like me could survive in Jing County? Chen Jianfang. I'm sorry, my dear female gangster boss. Chen Fu bit his lower lip and tried to make his smile less obvious. Lubadan was shaking and almost shaking his head off. Xianjin raised his hand calmly. Lubadan saw the fat black maid and the thin old woman behind the female devil grinning and rolling up their sleeves, dragging him out of the yard, turning left after leaving the house, and dragging him into a shop. Snap. Let go! When he looked up, he saw 4 or 5 shirtless young men surrounding him. The accountant from Xuanqing. The fat black maid shouted. The shopkeeper asked you to take care of it. Lubadan hugged his shoulders, trembling like a newly married girl, waiting for the strong man to lift the veil. A sturdy black man stepped forward. Lubadan screamed and covered his face. Care? How? Put it in the hot water tank and scrub it clean? Zhou Ergu picked up Lubadan. Such a little chicken like accountant. If you wash it twice, I'm afraid even the skin and bones will fall off. Lubadan. In the end, no one washed him. Several clerks from the old store in Jingxian settled him in a small room in the inner courtyard, laid a bed and table for him, and even sent him dinner in the evening. Everything was harmonious. But at night, the sturdy man who picked him up looked at him fiercely for several times, and said meaningfully, We are going home. You live here. Don't think no one will take care of you. There are whistles on the trees and the roofs, and the beating dog in the outer yard hasn't eaten for 3 days. When you go out, you will be feeding it meat. Lubadan trembled. He seemed to have entered some extraordinary place. He must escape, write a letter, escape to the government. He didn't want this job anymore. He didn't want to do this. Zhou Ergu seemed to see through his thoughts, and gnashed his teeth and said, Don't even think about running away. If you come here, you are from Chenji. If Chenji wants you to die, you will die. And if it wants you to go blind, you will go blind. Zhou Ergu raised his palm as big as a palm leaf fan. Look, who is faster? You running faster, or I will slap your head off with one slap. Lubadan took a deep breath, holding his breath, and didn't even dare to breathe. Zhou Ergu pretended to raise his palm to slap him again. Lubadan's neck shrank back, and the tears in his eyes were all the water that entered his brain when he agreed to be his nephew's son-in-law. If he hadn't coveted the monthly allowance from the Chen family, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. It seemed like he had joined some unknown organization. If you don't obey, you'll be beaten. If you curse, you'll have your money deducted. He wanted to cry, but he didn't dare. He was afraid that these evil people wouldn't give him water or food. Lubadan curled up in the corner of the bed, as if he was being chased by evil spirits all night. Sometimes he dreamed that his head was slapped on the ground by the man named Zhou Ergu. Sometimes he dreamed that a big black and brown dog chased him and finally bit his shin bone. And sometimes he dreamed that he finally mustered up the courage to run. But he was brought back by a falcon in less than half an hour. He slept until he was almost dead tired. He ran and screamed all night. He trembled with fear when he got up. For 5 or 6 days, Lu Badon didn't dare to leave the store. He was so scared that he buried his head in work. Not knowing what to do, he just wandered around the store with his head shrunk. When he wandered in front of Zhou Ergu, he would be greeted by a palm as big as a palm fan, and put it on his forehead in a threatening manner. It was so scary. On the 10th day, Xianjin was drinking wolfberry and red date soup. Manager Dong told Xianjin about the dramas Zhou Ergu played in the past few days in the form of storytelling. There are still 10 days before the Chinese New Year. What do you think he will do? Xianjin gulps. After 2 gulps, he said without hesitation, give him the old store's account book and let him do the year-end summary. Manager Dong hesitated for a moment. We give him the real one or the fake one? Xianjin was shocked. We also have fake account books? Manager Dong said hurriedly. No. But if you are worried, I will work overtime tonight to make another set for him to get by. Xianjin, I'm scared. She is a law-abiding citizen. How could she do the Yin-Yang account book thing? Xianjin smiled, and his eyes looked at Manager Dong with a deeper look than usual. Give him the real deal. I'm not afraid. Manager Dong left in response, and was about to turn around when Xianjin called him. Old Dong, I know that your family has been in the Chen family for 3 generations. Don't worry. If I fight the Chen family, I will make sure you and your family escape unscathed. Manager Dong stood still, lowered his eyebrows, and looked like an impeccable assistant to the president. Yes, I have great confidence that you can do it. Chapter 133. I want to cry. What came earlier than the new year was the Yin-Yang's death anniversary. On the 13th day of the 12th lunar month, Chen Fu took Xianjin on a mule cart to a small village full of orange trees. The village was managed by an old couple. The layout of the village was simple. The old couple lived in the row house near the door. The main house and the west wing were empty. There were several cages of tender yellow chickens in front of the bungalow, and there were lush orange trees behind the row house. Chen Fu calmly told Xianjin to wait in the west wing, while he tucked his hair by his ears in the bronze mirror, straightened his clothes, and stepped towards the main house. Xianjin entered the west wing, which was full of furniture made of Wangwali wood. A complete set of tables, chairs, stools, desks, chests, desks with raised heads, and 6-legged incense tables. From the perspective of Xianjin, a second-generation nouveau riche, such a set of furniture would cost at least 7 figures in modern times. Especially the Dalbergia pearwood in the inner room, which was made with great care. Xianjin had mixed feelings. She was not a fool. So how could she not see that this was the dowry prepared for her by her cheap father? I don't know when the preparation started. Anyway, it's pretty complete. Xianjin wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. A woman like an eagle shed tears. Xianjin touched here and there, and waited for a long time, but Chen Fu didn't come out. So she tiptoed out to look. Walking to the main room, through the hazy window lattice, I vaguely saw Chen Fu sitting at the square table in a neat dress. There were 2 cups of tea on the table, one in front of him and one in front of a small tablet. Ai Nong. Xianjin has made a difference. He is so powerful. He knows how to make money, manages the store well, and manages the staff neatly. Chen Fu's voice was so calm. He kept talking about family matters, as if Yin-Yang was sitting next to him and had never left. The eagle-like woman leaned against the wall quietly. She is so capable. She must be different from me. Chen Fu laughed. Xianjin was standing at the foot of the wall, also laughing. Dad, heredity is based on blood relationship, not on who you eat with the most. Chen Fu laughed again. You are also stupid. Never clear about your accounts. Delicate. And wish you could sleep until noon. That girl must not be much like you either. Xianjin leaned against the gray wall with her back, her mouth curled up unconsciously. That girl might look like her father. Chen Fu's tone was full of jealousy. You said her father was very powerful, knowing half of the world and all of the world. Xianjin is so successful. Most likely he looks like him. Xianjin held her breath. She was really fucking curious about her biological father. In this world, she took her mother's surname, which was already amazing. Chen Fu snorted. You said he was powerful. But I think he was a coward no matter how powerful he was, leaving his wife and children to suffer outside. Anyway, Chen Fu, would never do such a thing. Xianjin pursed his lips. That's true. Nowadays, clan concepts are so strong. A woman brought her young daughter out, like a disaster victim, eating tree bark and sleeping in a cowshed. One can only say that the father's family may have fallen, or maybe something bad happened. So the woman and the family sneaked out with the child? If He Ainyang hadn't met Chen Fu, what would have happened? No one knows. A beautiful young woman, who walks alone and has no ability to support herself, usually has a bad ending. Chen Fu in the main hall seemed to be coaxing someone, and his tone softened. Okay. I won't say anything. Every time I talk about Xianjin's father, you always get angry. I won't say anything. After that, he continued to talk nonsense for a while. Chen Fu looked at the sky and stopped talking with a sense of unfulfilled desire. He walked out and took Xianjin to the hilltop behind the mountain to kowtow and burn incense to He Ainyang. Xianjin looked at the words wife of Chen Fu on the tombstone and kowtowed 3 times. When he returned to the mule cart, Chen Fu was obviously in a low mood, and he lowered his head to fiddle with a jade pendant outside his coat. Xianjin racked his brains to think of a topic. Your yard is really beautiful. Chen Fu was not interested. It was Ainyang's idea to have a yard full of orange trees, but she didn't see it. He was even more depressed. Xianjin, an eagle-like woman, is really incapable of such delicate work as comforting people. Xianjin thought about it. From what Chen Fu said just now, his cheap father wanted to say the words of his predecessor very much. So he comforted him and said nice things. My mother is lucky to meet you. She met the wrong person before, and I don't know what kind of person my real father is. Chen Fu raised his head in grief and anger. I am your father. How can there be a biological father? Is he also your father? You came to the Chen family when you were less than 5 years old. You were as thin as a kitten, and I raised you with my own hands. I have never paid so much attention to my 2 boys. Now that you are grown up, you call me your biological father. Xianjin, I'm sorry. Her skill point may not be lit in the area of emotional needs. She wanted to flatter the horse, but ended up flattering the horse's legs. Xianjin, who lost his qualification as a hexagonal warrior, could only bury his head and swallow his anger to deal with the heavy punch of his cheap father. On the way back to Jing County, Chen Fu sang praises of his own efforts and contributions by recalling the 4-year-old Xianjin's frail health, thinness and shortness, and comparing it to the current Xianjin, strong as an ox and cunning as a fox. In the end, the sadness was dissipated a lot. Well, although the process was not right, the ending was good. Xianjin would just take it as his merit +1. Back in Jing County, the 12th month rushed towards the new year. People in the store went back to their hometowns for the new year in 2s and 3s, leaving only Chen Fu and his daughter, the Star of Hope, the widow Zhang Ma, the homeless Yisua, the lonely Xiaohua, and Lu Badon, who had a home but could not go back and was forced to stay. After being tortured for nearly a month, Lu Badon felt that he was suffering from neurasthenia. When the leaves outside the window fluttered, he thought someone was going to hit him. When the water in Wuxi River gurgled, he thought someone was going to beat him. He lived in fear of personal disasters. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Xianjin quietly walked into the old store and saw Lu Badon lowering his head and using a small stick to settle accounts. Xianjin tapped the counter with his fingers. Lu Badon shuddered and threw the stick into the air as a reflex, and looked up like a screaming chicken. Ah! Xianjin frowned. When Lu Badon saw that it was Xianjin, he became even more frightened. Ah! Xianjin made a gesture to keep quiet with an expressionless face. The screaming chicken stopped abruptly. How is the account? Xianjin asked. Calculated, finished. Lu Badon packed up his counting sticks tremblingly. Every month's account is, all I need to do is add and subtract. Xianjin raised his eyebrows and tried to make himself look kind, but she is not cut out for this. Her eyebrows and eyes are a little cold, and she wears gray, brown and brown all year round. Her back is straight, like a dung beetle that tries to be friendly, but is scheming against others. It makes people even more scared. Lu Badon trembled. Please stop laughing. Be careful. Xianjin. She is quite likable. She gets along well with Hope Star, Wawa Wawa, and Xiao de Kongming. Since it is not her problem, it must be Screaming Chicken's problem. Xianjin spoke kindly. Accountant Lu, since you are here, you should make the best of it. You should take the initiative to integrate into our team. You should be enthusiastic, cheerful, positive and proactive. If you keep people away like this, It will be difficult for me to be the shopkeeper. Lubadan was about to cry. Zhou Erga's palm leaf fan-like slap was only a few millimeters away from his face every time. And Wonk Eye at the door looked at him, as if he was looking at a plate of meat. And who was the one who threatened him at the beginning to be obedient and break his legs if he didn't? It was the little girl in front of him. Now he was told to be proactive, positive and enthusiastic. Lubadan wanted to cry. But he didn't dare to cry. If he cried, he would be unhappy. And if he was unhappy, he might be beaten. Chapter 134. Congratulations to Madame Rome. Lubadan's eyes were filled with tears. He tried to force a smile, but he looked a little embarrassed. Xianjin, it's so ugly. You might as well not smile. Xianjin turned his face away, took out a small purse from his sleeve, pushed it in front of Lubadan, and said concisely, "Take it." Lubadan looked at Xianjin in horror, and then looked at the purse. The purse was not even as big as his palm, so it should not be able to hold a hammer. Right? Open it, Xianjin urged. Lubadan tremblingly opened the purse, only to find a small silver ingot and a gold the size of a small fingernail. Gold melon seeds. Gold. Lubadan looked up suddenly. Xianjin said happily, "Keep it. It's the beginning of the 12th lunar month. The New Year gifts for everyone can be exchanged for silver. Isn't this because everyone has never seen what gold looks like in their lives? These gold melon seeds are not big or heavy. They are for good luck and are not worth much." Lubadan's eyes and eyeballs seemed to be blinded by the gold. This is gold. Gold. He has lived for most of his life, and this is the first time he has seen gold. Lubadan touched the gold with his trembling hands. Ah! It's so cold. But it's so beautiful. Lubadan held the golden melon seeds with both hands in disbelief, and his sunken cheeks even had a look of excitement. Xianjin smiled. This makes her look much more beautiful. People are still the most beautiful in front of money. I have it too. Lubadan spoke quickly, with a Huizhou country accent. Xianjin was born in Sichuan in her previous life, and followed her nouveau riche father to Beijing to make a fortune. Sichuanese and Beijing dialect are her native languages. She can understand Huizhou dialect purely because her aunt was born in northern Anhui and has a good talent for languages. After understanding it, she can also speak a few words. In addition, the Chen family wanted to climb up the social ladder, so they hired teachers to teach the Mandarin language when the men and women were very young. Xianjin did not show any fear when she came. People come and go in Jingxian County. Almost all the scholars with some ambitions in the prefectures and states around Nanzili are here, and they naturally speak Mandarin when doing business. Now when Lubadan got excited and started speaking his hometown dialect, Xianjin would listen with his ears pricked up, and guessed, everyone in the store has it. You are from the store, so you naturally have it too. Lubadan's eyes and mind were full of golden melon seeds. He prepared to hide them in his sleeve pockets first, but after thinking about it, he felt it was not safe. So he hid them in his collar, but still felt it was not safe. So he took off his shoes and pressed the golden melon seeds under the insoles. Xianjin, don't let her see this golden melon seed again. This, full of flavor, golden melon seed. In Lubadan's ecstasy, Xianjin poured himself a cup of tea as if nothing had happened, and asked casually, "I'm not going home for the New Year this year, and my family won't urge me?" After Lubadan found that Xianjin didn't seem to speak the Huizhou dialect, he immediately changed his accent to poor Mandarin, and Jean was so timid that he shook his head like a rattle. No. 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 My wife at home loves to play cards. There are cards to play, and there is money to lose. How can she remember me? The two girls are married, and they go back on the second day of the new year to play cards with their mother. Is that so? Xianjin nodded and asked casually, "Is the card big?" Lubadan was immediately furious. Why not? That old woman gets 5 boards in one hand. That's 100 boards in one night. Xianjin laughed. This prodigal woman. Turning around, he asked, "Doesn't that mean she owes money?" Lubadan nodded hurriedly. "Yes. I owe 40 taels of foreign debt. I used to be a clerk in the county government, and I didn't get many boards a month. After work, I still had to fetch water and bricks to work. Sign and seal. I acknowledge the debt." Xianjin smiled with an ambiguous expression. "Who do you owe? The banker? The retail investor? Or did you borrow money from outside?" After a few conversations, Xianjin's accent had a hint of the flavor of the countryside of Huizhou. Lu Badon was heartbroken. All of them. Most of the money. He shook his head repeatedly. Not sure yet. Not sure yet. Xianjin made a surprise attack. So, Master Chen Wu, you owe the most debt? Lu Badon nodded naturally. Yes. I owe him a total of 34 taels. After Lu Badon finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head, and cracks appeared on his sunken face layer by layer. Xianjin smiled naturally, and his smile was full of understanding. Judging from Lu Badon's performance in the past 10 days, he is a timid person who looks at things superficially and is easily startled. Such a person is said to be an informant. Chen Lao either has no cards in his hand, or he is very confident in this card. As for kinship, it is one thing. Even close brothers may turn against each other because of a little land. Let alone this kinship that is thicker than a city wall. Lu Badon must have other evidence in Chen Lao's hand. Even if a simple and narrow-minded farmer has studied for 2 days and knows a few words, what evidence can he have? At most, he owes some money, or he wants some land. Isn't it clear as soon as you ask? Lu Badon is as timid as a chicken. The first line of defense was broken by Zhou Erga's palm leaf fan, and the second line of defense was broken by the golden melon seeds that weighed less than a penny. Once the 2 lines of defense were broken, the enemy army marched straight in and hit Huanglong. Xianjin asked again with a smile. Did the Chen family allow Master Chen Wu to lend money outside at high interest? You don't want the future of a Star of Hope anymore? Lu Badon pursed his lips tightly. His eyes dully turned to the other side of Xianjin that he couldn't see. Xianjin raised his eyebrows, lowered his head to drink a sip of tea, and whispered, Suor, our Master Go has returned to his hometown? Little Suor nodded. Master Go has returned to his hometown for a blind date. The gangsters also want blind dates? Lu Badon shuddered and mourned for the innocent girl. Xianjin nodded slightly. Is that so? I wish him success then. After thinking for a while, he said, then go to the yard to find a thick rope. Soak it in salt water. Call Zhang Mayan. Close the door, and shut all the windows. Xianjin said calmly. Wait. If they start shouting, it will be difficult to explain to the neighbors. Lu Badon swallowed hard. Shout? Shout? What? Xianjin saw that Lu Badon's face turned around. So he smiled and said, Don't worry. Although we are 3 women, we are all very strong. Women also have ways to deal with people. We can't be whipped by whips. But we have embroidery needles. Xianjin bent down, gently took Lu Badon's hand, and put it in front of him. Look. Insert the needle into the gap between your nails. The needle tip will go in gently, and you won't even have time to bleed. Oh! Your heart will be clenched into a ball, and it will hurt so much. Lu Badon felt the familiar warmth of his crotch again. Lu Badon trembled and shivered, his teeth chattering. You worry too much. You can also pull out the braid. Last time, that fat girl and the widow dragged him away. Easily. Like dragging a chicken. Chapter 135 Goodbye Gambler. Lu Badon's words seemed to be in his mouth, and he could not hear clearly. When he looked up, he saw the little girl holding his paw with both hands, carefully and gently observing the gap between his nails. As careful as a twisted pervert, Lu Badon mustered up his courage and rescued the paw from the predicament. He swallowed hard and said, Boss. Boss. Xianjin crossed his arms calmly. Lu Badon said with a sad face. I am just a pawn. These difficult questions you asked are difficult for me to answer whether I say them or not. Xianjin smiled. Those who can clearly recognize that they are pawns are no longer pawns. This person is smarter than she thought. Xianjin nodded casually. 34 taels. Right. I'll give you 50 taels. Lu Badon was dumbfounded. Xianjin said calmly. You used the excuse that our store counter management is chaotic, and you took the gap here to find Chen Laowu to settle the debt. Lu Badon's mouth moved again and again, and he was really confused. Really confused. Xianjin continued calmly. You are frank with me, and I won't beat around the bush with you. Although you are not capable. You are average. You can't use an abacus. You can't do mental arithmetic. You are short and have sunken cheeks. I think I will definitely not hire you if I hire someone myself. Lu Badon? Thank you so much for your honest feedback. The but that Lu Badon was waiting for. came. But if I try to get you away, Grandpa Chen will be restless and may even send 1, 2, or 3 more pawns to me. Xian Jin raised his eyebrows lightly. It's better to keep you here than to do business with someone you know. Lu Badon looked up in fear. It's better to do business with someone you know than to do business with someone you know. It sounds like if you don't obey, I'll get rid of you. Ah, Lu Badon stammered, and was about to speak, but saw Xian Jin made a calm-down gesture. I will help you settle the account. You write me an IOU. I won't charge you interest. But from the new year, I will only pay you half of your salary every month. And when you have worked for 2 years, I will give you all the monthly salary and tear up the IOU in front of you. Xian Jin spoke fluently, as if he had been thinking for a long time. Lu Badon was no longer stunned, but was shocked. Of course, the shock was good. What's the difference between this and giving it to him for free? Lu Badon's lips moved. His heart beat, and he wanted to agree, but he heard Xian Jin ask again. So, how did Master Chen Wu lend money at interest? Xian Jin thought while speaking, with a very obvious Huizhou accent. He will definitely not show up himself. If he shows up himself, he will be discovered sooner or later. How can Madame Chu allow him to tarnish the reputation of the Chen family? Lu Badon lowered his head, and his mind seemed to be in a struggle between heaven and man. Xian Jin did not urge him, and drank the tea in his hand in one breath, with his head raised, waiting leisurely. Today's tea is like iced American coffee in later times. It has a very good effect of refreshing. Xian Jin has a bad heart now, and caffeine makes people excited. She has always longed for the life of a social animal who can hold a cup of iced American coffee and stay up until 2 o'clock. Now that she is here, her heart is stronger than that of a cow. So she uses strong tea as iced American coffee, and drinks 2 cups a day, which really refreshes her mind. Xian Jin glanced at the clepsydra and reminded Lu Badon. If you are forced to go to Lianshan, you have to give a letter of surrender to the heroes of the Green Forest. I didn't ask you to cut off your little finger or dig out your one eye. If you hesitate again, I will turn around and send you to Qinlawu, and take 34 taels of silver with you. Xian Jin smiled. Just wait and see if Qinlawu wants to kill you. Su'er pursed her lips behind him. Learn to be a good person from a good person. Learn to dance from a witch. Zhou Ergu said that her temper has become worse recently. That's also for a reason. Lu Badon shuddered all over, raised his head, and opened his mouth. Qinlawu didn't do the job of lending money at high interest. His wife, my niece's cousin, is the Mingtai. His concubine's brother is the debt collector, and his concubine's brother is the debt swindler. Huh? Or the wife and concubine jointly manage the family business. Xian Jin nodded. It takes capital to lend money. Where does he get so much money? Lu Badon was depressed again. Xian Jin was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. Is this guy a toad? Why does he jump when you poke him? Every time she reveals some key information, it's like squeezing cat urine. Always asking her to change some new threats. She's not a full-time gangster. Where does she get so many new tricks to coerce people? Xian Jin stood up and walked out. Hey, Lu Badon said hurriedly. The mulberry paper workshop in the east of the city. That Yen accountant is also a gambler. Every time I go to redeem my wife, I see him inside. The rat with the stick? He can't even calculate the accounts. And he's still learning to gamble. The beautiful Xian Jin was speechless. In other words, Qinlawu used the gambling money as bait and colluded with the Yen accountant to empty the money in the mulberry paper workshop's account. Xian Jin smiled. The old lady is not a hands-off boss. How could she not know that there was no money in the account? Lu Badon was afraid that Xian Jin would not believe him, and his pledge of allegiance would go down the drain. So he hurriedly said, No. He lent money, paid back the principal, and made interest. He made 10 taels out of 100 taels. So there is still 100 taels in the account. Right? As long as he can get the principal back on time. Who knows? Oh, Mr. Chenwu does not produce silver. He is just a porter of interest. Xian Jin probably understood everything, thought about it and asked again. So, what else? Lu Badon was confused. What else? What else? What about Qinlao's dirty stuff? Xian Jin said. TSK? What else about Qinlaowu? You know. I don't know. Lu Badon frowned, thinking for a long time, and then said solemnly, Next year is his zodiac year. but he has always refused to wear a bright red undergarment. So my niece is very worried about his fortune in the new year. Xianjin. Go to hell. It's offensive to hear it. And offensive to think about it. Xianjin stood up and turned to leave. He stopped halfway, turned half sideways, and said in a low voice, Gambler. Once you gamble for the rest of your life. A dog will never change its eating habits. If your wife doesn't like you so much that you want to make her suffer for the rest of her life, you should divorce her as soon as possible. I can lend you money for the betrothal gift for your next wife. Lu Badon was obviously stunned. Everyone advised him. It's not a big deal for his wife to gamble. If she doesn't gamble, she will play big number cards. She is a real man. There is no reason to abandon her just because she gambles a little. He suffered for nearly 20 years. The house and land were sold. He stopped studying. Even his 2 daughters learned to gamble for fun. It seemed that if he didn't pay his wife's gambling debts, he would not be a real man. This little girl was the first one to advise him to leave as soon as possible. Lu Badon pursed his lips, not knowing what he felt. He lowered his head and took out a small piece of paper from the drawer. It contained the tasks assigned to him by Chen Lao. What is the profit of the store? What goods are the most profitable? What are the upstream and downstream relationships? Lu Badon looked up in confusion. He did not find out any of these questions clearly, but he explained Chen Lao's side business in detail. If this happened in the imperial court, he would be beheaded. Right? Chapter 136 Happy New Year. This year's New Year atmosphere is stronger than last year. Last year, Chen Fu was like a stray dog, lost his beloved concubine, and was driven out of the power center of the Chen family with a burden. No matter how thick-skinned he was not comfortable in his heart. This year, although he was not comfortable in his heart, he had more money in his hands, and he could use money to make up for the big hole in his heart. Chen Fu led Huahua and Zhang Ma to hang big red lanterns, write Spring Festival couplets, paste blessing characters, and pound rice cakes. Zhang Ma refused to pound rice cakes. Zhang Ma was rich, and this year she outsourced the rice cakes and contracted them to Suor at a high price of 50 cents per pound. Suor was very happy, like exercising at public expense, and he danced the wooden stick for pounding rice cakes vigorously. Zhang Ma was also very happy. Last year, she was bullied by the servants of the Chen family in Xuanqing, and had to pound rice cakes for half a month. This year, she could sit on a rocking chair and watch the performance of the little sister while cracking melon seeds. Zhang Ma couldn't help but sigh. With money, you can do anything. Xianjin passed by and laughed. With money, I can also find 2 18-year-old brothers at the street corner for you to help you pound rice cakes with their bare chests. And Zhang clenched the melon seeds tightly and said shyly, 18? Too young. Xianjin was relieved. In this house, at least there are still people who have a sense of honor and disgrace. And Zhang blushed. 20 years old is enough. If it's younger, it will be the same age as my son. Xianjin, goodbye. No one in this house is saved. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Jing County was bustling. Red ribbons and lanterns were hung on the 2 streets of Shuidong and Shuishi. The vendors and shops closed early. The doors and windows of each household were open wide to welcome the joy from the sky. Everywhere was brightly lit, and every family was reunited. Chen's only lit 1 lamp. The people in the 2 shops either left on the 20th of the 12th lunar month, or on the 25th or 26th of the 12th lunar month. In comparison, Chen's was a little deserted. Xianjin checked the accounts and locked the door with a copper lock, which was considered the end of a year's work. He put the key close to his body and walked towards the old house without haste. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw Chen Jianfang waiting at the door of the old house with a lantern. Xianjin walked a few steps quickly and asked with a smile, "Have the students gone back to celebrate the new year?" Chen Jianfang smiled and nodded slightly. "I gave them 3 days off, and they will be back on the 2nd day of the new year." Xianjin smacked his lips. 3 days? 3 days off during the Spring Festival. This is even better than adjusting the day off. Chen Jianfang raised the lantern a little, looking calm. 3 days without cooking will make you lose your skills. In my opinion, at most, you can go home for a reunion dinner on New Year's Eve, and then you should come back to study. Xianjin, you are really your grandmother's grandson. While the 2 were talking, they walked through the Chaoshu corridor and saw Zhang's mother, who was followed by Suor and Huahua, with 2 food boxes in each hand. like two chicks following an old hen. Qin Jiafang raised his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Ma. Xianjin's voice sounded indifferently behind him. Baozhu is willing to follow Zhang Ma. So you can go with her. The little girl has just recovered. Don't restrict her. After the new year, I plan to hire a female teacher for her. Or send her directly to your place to study. We won't talk nonsense behind the door. And no one will know. Qin Jiafang pondered for a moment. And then said softly, I see it as round. He sees it as square. Square and round are twists and turns. And everyone's words can melt gold. Xianjin lowered his head and made a secret signal to Hua Hua with his hand in his sleeve. Hua Hua pouted and handed the food box to Zhang Mama, holding Xianjin's clothes. When he entered the main hall, he saw a huge round table with more than 20 dishes on it. Cold dishes, hot dishes, white dishes, red dishes, pot stews, stir-fried dishes, steamed dishes, all 5 kinds of food. Chun Fu, the cheap father, was still jumping up and down to set up the dishes. Xianjin was dumbfounded. Why are there so many dishes? We have to eat until the 5th or 6th day of the first lunar month? And we have to heat up every meal to finish it. It was like a dream back to the past life. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, I finished a bowl of tiger skin elbow alone in the morning. Chen Fu had just stepped on the stool and finished hanging the ribbons, muttering, Who said it wasn't? I told Zhang Ma to be more restrained early in the morning. 8 cold and 8 hot are good. Zhang Ma laughed, but her eyes moved behind Xianjin. Xianjin turned his head to look. I saw Zhou Ergu holding one of the Zheng brothers in one arm, smiling with wrinkles on his face as he walked in. Behind Zhou Ergu was Dong Guancher, who was smiling with his family. Li Sanshun and his wife came in, with a few grandchildren in their arms. And then, there was Aunt Du holding Du Juning, and Aunt Zhong with her parents, and a 1 or 2-year-old child. Excuse me. Excuse me. Manager Dong held his grandson's hand, and bowed to Chen Fu, Xianjin, and Hope Star with a smile. Dong Wubo brought his old wife, son, daughter-in-law and grandson to bother you on New Year's Eve. Chen Fu almost hung the ribbon on his forehead, blinked his eyes fiercely, and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. You are not going back to celebrate the new year. Xianjin also looked at the servants and their families, who were gradually filling up the main hall in disbelief. Manager Dong smiled warmly. My own home is cold and lonely, and I have to chop wood and cook by myself. It's better to come here to beg for money and have a bright and lively meal. Zhou Ergu shouted. Anyway, I'm alone. And Zhang said there's roasted lamb legs today, so I have to come. Xianjin's nose was sour, and he laughed at Zhou Ergu. It's obvious that the blind date failed. If it worked out, why would he care about us? He would have been waiting by the girl's window since early morning. Zheng's eldest brother laughed. When he was dating, he talked to the girl about how he could carry 20 loads of stones, and asked her how many loads she could carry. Zhou Ergu stuck out his neck. The girl looked strong, and I asked her out of admiration. The eldest brother of the Zheng family laughed again. After that girl said she could carry 5 or 6 loads. Why did you encourage her to practice hard and catch up as soon as possible? Xianjin. All the lone wolves have their reasons. The main hall of the old house suddenly became lively. 4 or 5 children were playing hide-and-seek around the main hall, playing around a large table. The men were drinking. Aunt Du was urging them to drink, and Aunt Zhong was teaching the toddler, who couldn't even walk steadily. When you pass the imperial examination, I will open all 3 pots of good wine in the cellar. The child blinked, and immediately cried so hard that his eyebrows and beard were scratched. Xianjin laughed so hard that tears came out. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chen Fu toasted everyone 3 times with red eyes, and then lay on the rocking chair with red eyes and red face. Xianjin brought a stool to sit next to Chen Fu, handed a cup of warm water to his cheap father, smiled and whispered, Third master, let's go back to Xuanqing. Chen Fu raised his head suddenly. Xianjin looked up at the table, where people were either laughing or whispering with their arms around each other, and their tone was relaxed. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain, instead of passively being beaten. It's better to take the initiative to beat others. Chen Fu rested his hands on the handles of the chair, pursed his lips, and looked a little confused due to the alcohol. Xianjin pushed him back to the rocking chair. Don't worry. Take your time to think about it. We have something to do. Let's talk about it after the new year. Just outside the window, fireworks rose from the calm and clear water of Wuxi. Bang bang bang. Chun Fu, whose attention was worse than that of Aunt Zhong's son, was instantly attracted by the fireworks. Xian Jin turned his head and saw Chen Jianfeng, who was sitting upright on the opposite bank, holding a cup of tea, smiling, and greeting him from a distance. Happy New Year. Xian Jin also smiled, picked up the teacup, and gently knocked the bottom of the cup on the bowl and plate in front of him. Happy New Year. Chapter 137. The Gambler is here. The New Year is all about eating, drinking and playing mahjong. The name of the Chen family's mahjong is Xian Jin. The night of New Year's Eve is unforgettable. All the immortals gather together to stay up all night. There is no Spring Festival Gala this year, so Chen Fu carried 2 tables to play mahjong. Aunt Zhong, Aunt Du, Aunt Zhong and Manager Dong's wife are at one table. And Chen Fu, Manager Dong and Li Sanshun are at one table. Ask Zhou Ergu to come. But Zhou Ergu holds his purse tightly and will never fall into the trap. If Zhou Ergu doesn't come, the Zheng brothers will naturally refuse. Lu Badon hated playing cards, and he was confused about whether to divorce his wife, so he would never play. Manager Dong looked at Xian Jin cheerfully. Jin Jier? Xian Jin shook her head, saying that she was busy with infusions, injections, and surgery in her previous life, and had not systematically learned this advanced technology. If it was landlord, she would definitely take over. Seeing that Xian Jin did not know how to play, Manager Dong laughed even more excitedly. He pushed the 2 mahjong tiles and whispered, 4-door cards. 1 door is a dead end. 3 doors are complete pairs and connected pieces count. For cards form a gang, and the upper gang doubles. Jin Jier is good at math. No problem. After that, he smiled and winked at Li Sanshun. If you pay 5 or 6 taels of silver, you can do anything. Li Sanshun didn't understand at first, but then he saw that Manager Dong was smiling cunningly, and immediately agreed with a smile. Come on. Come on. Play mahjong during the new year, and the new year will bring you a prosperous year. Xian Jin smiled, and it was obvious that he was here for her year-end bonus. So he didn't hesitate, rolled up his sleeves, and sat in the Kuan position, which was smooth and easy. Chen Jianfeng leaned on the rocking chair, his face flushed after drinking, and sat under the lamp with squinting eyes. Hearing Xian Jin sitting down, Chen Jianfeng raised his eyes, pursed his lips and smiled, feeling infinite peace in his heart. Chen Jianfeng felt at peace, but Xian Jin was in a panic, as if he had entered a cave of silk. Wait, I won't hit the chicken. Right? Will I? I won't. Wait. Wait. I'll change one. Change one. Wait. Wait. Let me think about it. After 3 rounds, Xian Jin's wallet lost 2 coins of silver, and his mental burden increased by at least 1 pound. Manager Dong happily stuffed the silver into his pocket. Li Sanjuan's face, which had never smiled, revealed the sincerity of a big customer has come. Chen Fu did not smile. Chen Fu was very disappointed. It's fine if you lose money yourself, but how can you implicate me and prevent me from firing a cannon? Xian Jin, you were very clear about this time. Third master. Xian Jin was weak. Chen Fu was righteous. There is no father and daughter at the card table. If you implicate me again, go sit at the table with the children. Xian Jin was so angry. Jin Jier. Zhang Ma's voice sounded at the right time. Xian Jin thought someone came to save her. Zhang Ma smiled gently. How about you come to our table to play? Give us some money too? Xian Jin, angry to the point of going crazy. Chen Jianfeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. A new round began. Xian Jin hesitated with a card as usual. Suddenly, a bony hand appeared in front of her and helped her to play a card neatly, and then sorted out the cards in her hand. Hey! Li Sanshun scolded. Xian Jin turned his head and bumped into Chen Jianfeng's smiling eyes. Masterly. I didn't see Sanjia. Can I help? Chen Jianfeng smiled. Li Sanshun was about to say something, but his foot was kicked from the left. When he looked up, he saw Manager Dong winking at him. I can help. Why can't I help? Manager Dong laughed happily. Lang Yuan Erlang has come down to the mortal world to have fun with me. An old man? How happy. Chen Jianfeng raised the corner of his lips, brought a small stool, sat next to Xian Jin in a proper manner, and whispered to Xian Jin from time to time to explain why he played this card and why he kept that card. Xianjin's ears were burning. Following Chen Jianfang's rhythm, he played cards and played cards in a straight line. Finally, he won his first income tonight. Gang Shanghua. Double. 10 cents a family. Xianjin spread his hands and collected money one by one. After receiving the money, he handed dozens of boards to Chen Jianfang and said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance. This is the teacher's fee." Dozens of boards were spread in the palm of his hand. The palm was pink and cute. Chen Jianfang smiled and shook his head. "You can play with it yourself. If you win, it's all yours. And if you lose, it's mine." The heat in Xianjin's ears spread to his cheeks. Manager Dong narrowed his eyes, and his gaze fell lightly on Chen Fu's face. This mahjong master was concentrating on calculating which card he had played wrong, and didn't pay any attention to the verbal dispute between the two children. Then he fell on Li Sanchuan's face. "Very good. This stubborn guy is counting the money in his pocket. Well, even if this stubborn guy doesn't count the money, he will definitely not notice the gaze of Lei Sai next to him. Look at the card table next to him. They are chatting and farting enthusiastically." Manager Dong smacked his lips and pushed the cards on the table to the middle, making a crackling sound. "Come again. Come again." On the third day of the new year, Chen Jianfang started to study and attend classes. Xianjin got up early and practiced a set of Ba Duan Jin. When he saw Chen Fu at breakfast, Xianjin greeted him. "Third master." Chen Fu raised his paw, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Xianjin smiled, lowered his head to drink a mouthful of porridge, and ate a vegetable bun. "Well, the leek vermicelli stuffing is not bad." Chen Fu nodded randomly. "Yes, it's not bad." He took another bite of the braised pork bun in his hand. "It tastes like meat." Xianjin laughed. "Have you thought it through?" Chen Fu said then understood, nodded hesitantly. I don't know what to do." Xianjin solemnly put down the bowl and bun in his hand, supported his knees with his hands, and told Chen Fu very seriously. 3 hours later, the early spring sun was shining, and the willow buds on Wenzhong Street in Xuanqing Prefecture sprouted new branches like silk, green and flourishing. Behind 2 rows of willow trees, a row of bungalows with flying eaves and gray walls was built on the dark blue waterside. Occasionally, a small boat with a black shed passed by, and the boat poles cut through the water, leaving traces of varying depths. Chen Fu stood in front of the bungalow in amazement, watching the stream of people, and the men in groups of 3 or 2 hurriedly coming in and out of the bungalow. Chen Fu swallowed hard. "The reason we came to Xuanqing is to gamble?" The bungalow hung a gold-painted mahogany plaque with the words "Wealth from all directions," and a seal Fushun, Bao Shai engraved below. Bao Shai is just a compliment to the gambling house. The 4 or 5 bungalows here are all gambling houses. The gamblers who come and go in a hurry have black foreheads, black lips, unkempt hair and dirty faces, or shifty eyes. Xianjin stood beside Chen Fu with his hands behind his back, nodded with ease. "Yes, go gamble. I will give you 300 taels of silver. You gamble for 5 days in a row. We will go back on the 8th day of the first lunar month. When you lose all the 300 taels of silver, you can get 2,000 taels of silver." Chen Fu looked at Xianjin in disbelief. "You gave me 300 taels. You asked me to change 2,000 taels. How to make up for the remaining 1,700 taels? What's wrong with that?" Xianjin smiled and opened his lips slightly. "Go borrow. Find the one who lends money in the casino. The one named Hu to borrow." Chen Lao's extremely favored concubine, known as Hu Xianyang. Chapter 138. Never pay back the money. "What if I can't get out?" Chen Fu wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I heard that there are thugs in the gambling house, beating people randomly, and it's a mess. I'm a little scared. How can a playboy be afraid of a gambling house?" It turns out that he is a fake playboy with a rotten appearance and golden jade inside. Xianjin patted Chen Fu's shoulder as if to encourage him. "Go! Before you get beaten, tell others that you are the 3rd boss of the Chen family, a paper maker in the east of the city." Chen Fu cried. "Will you not be beaten if you tell them?" Xianjin said. "If you tell me, you might get beaten less." Chen Fu took a deep breath, holding 300 taels of silver in his arms, and walked in as if he was going to a battlefield. Halfway through, he turned around and asked Xianjin as if he remembered something. "Are you not coming with me?" Xianjin was puzzled. Think about it yourself. Is it reasonable for a father to take his daughter to gamble? Chin Fu, other girls are essentially two different types from girls like you. I'm afraid I can't do it well, Chin Fu said softly, shaking his head. I can't do anything. Eating is my top priority. Apart from eating and drinking, I have never done anything else in my life. Fifth Grandpa's business is too big. I'm afraid I will ruin it. And it will also affect our Jing County, Xianjin said softly. Who said you can't do anything? You wrote 2 booklets. Didn't they sell very well? And where were we a year ago? Where are we now? Think about it. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be eating cabbage and vegetables in a yuan. Chin Fu looked at Xianjin nervously. Do you really think I can do it? Xianjin nodded heavily. No problem. Just hold back and show half of your usual dandy style. Chen Fu couldn't help but smile. Still timid. What if I can't find the Ziqian family surnamed Hua? The Ziqian family is a loan shark. Xianjin smiled. As long as you say you are the 3rd master of the Chen family, he will come to find you. Chen Fu half opened his mouth, looked at Xianjin again, and thought about it again. Finally, he made up his mind and walked straight in. Like white silver, it was swallowed up by a bloody mouth in an instant. Xianjin crossed his arms and looked at the door. When he could no longer see Chen Fu's back, he turned around and walked out quickly. 5 days later, Chen Fu had not come out of the gambling house. He ate and drank in the gambling house. 3 days later, he stood in front of the table with a smelly body and unshaven beard, holding the only remaining 10 chips in his hand. Like a gambler, he gritted his teeth and smashed them all at the small banker. Hey! The 3rd young master bought small again. The banker behind the table stretched out a long pole to sort out the chips, and flattered with a smile. You bought 3 smalls in a row. How about we try our luck? Chin Fu looked at the dealer with red eyes, clenched his back teeth. Then bet big. The dealer smiled and pushed the chip card to the word big, then raised a shiny bamboo tube with his right hand, shook it, and it fell to the ground to reveal the secret 2, 3, 1, 4. The dealer hooked the chip card in front of him as expected, and smiled at Chin Fu with a playful face. TSK, you should bet on small. You see, don't trust anyone in the gambling house except yourself. My stinky mouth will block your fortune. Chin Fu was so angry that smoke came out of his head instantly, and he rushed to the table to grab the dealer's pole. Cheating. You are cheating. The dealer pulled back the rod and said with a smile. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We in Fushan Casino will never cheat. If you lose, you will accept the loss. If you want to get your money back, just keep betting. Things change over time, and it will eventually come to you. Right? Chin Fu's eyes widened, and he looked at the dealer breathlessly. The dealer understood. 3rd master. You have no money? Chin Fu said with his neck stiff. I didn't bring that much. Although my Chen family is not the richest family in Xuanqing Prefecture, we are not the poor family that comes out to play without money. The banker rolled his eyes, and the skinny monkeys hiding in the darkness on both sides moved. Yes. 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 The Chen family has always had a good reputation. We also have several businessmen in our gambling house, and they have good reputations. They have money. So why don't you borrow some from them? The banker smiled. You have the Chen family as a guarantor, and it's your first time to play. I'll tell you. I'll only charge you 5% interest. Do you think it's okay? Chin Fu looked at the banker with misty eyes. 5% interest? I might as well go back and get it. The banker smiled. Look at what you said. You are lucky now. And you are going in and out. What if your luck is gone? And if you go home to get the money? Will your family ask about it? Will they pursue you? I heard that your old lady Chu is quite accurate. Why don't we make a concerted effort and earn back the capital and interest together? The dealer rolled his eyes again. If you think 5% is too much, then I will bear 1% for you. 4%. Pay it back in 10 days. What do you think? Chin Fu moved his mouth, his face showing an expression of being persuaded. The dealer raised his hand, and 2 skinny monkeys came out from the dark, one on the left and one on the right, holding Chin Fu and walking inside. Chin Fu narrowed his eyes, looked around, and forced himself to be alert. Who are you? What's your name? One of the skinny monkeys grinned, showing his buck teeth. My surname is Hua, 3rd master. I have heard of your name for a long time. I have heard of your name for a long time. Chen Fu frowned. Which Hua? Yushio Hua? The skinny monkey's buck teeth were very bright. Brighter than the candle next to him. I am the biggest Xichinjia in this Fushan gambling house. You believe me. And I believe you too. Chen Fu secretly exhaled in his heart and nodded. I heard the dealer say that there is no one else with the surname Hua in our gambling house. Right? The skinny monkey shook his head quickly. No. 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 There is only one. Look for this tooth of mine. Chen Fu, your tooth is really hard to copy. Chen Fu confirmed the look in their eyes. When he met the right person, his feet softened, making it easier for the two skinny monkeys to carry him to the inner room to get the money and sign the signature. How much do you want? Huishouho smiled and took the copper key to open the box. Chen Fu looked up. There were stacks of silver bills and silver coins in the box. 2,000 taels. Chen Fu made a gesture. Huishouho's eyes suddenly lit up. Great. As expected of the third master of our Chen family. You can tell whether you have money or not with just one move. 2,000 taels. For % interest. Pay it back within 10 days. Do you think it's okay? Huishouho wrote quickly, and wrote a note in a short while. Chen Fu steadied his shaking hands and excited heart. Grabbed the pen and signed. Grabbed the 40 silver bills, totaling a loan of 2,000 taels, and put them in front of his chest. Then came out from the inner room trembling. He took the opportunity to find an excuse to go to the toilet, and ran out of the side door like he was escaping. When he saw the familiar mule cart, he jumped on it with his pants down, opened the curtain and rushed in with lingering fear. Scared. I was scared to death. Chen Fu patted his chest as if he had survived a disaster. Gambling is not something that humans do at all. Who has the energy to do it for 4 or 5 days in a row? Those people don't sleep. Don't eat. Xianjin laughed. According to her cheap father's lazy and idle dandyism, gambling is indeed a bit tiring. Have you got the banknotes? Xianjin asked softly. Chen Fu nodded vigorously, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, and said expectantly, What are we going to do now? When will we pay back the 2,000 taels of banknotes? The interest will increase after 10 days. Xianjin absent-mindedly lifted the curtain of the carriage, looked at the crowds outside the window, and uttered a few words. Pay back? We won't pay back this money. Chapter 139 The First Pot of Meat. Don't return. These 2 words, like Buddha's chants, lingered on Chen Fu's forehead. Chen Fu was even more scared. Those thugs in the gambling house are not vegetarians. I heard that if you don't return the money, your hands will be chopped off. You will also be stuffed headfirst into the well. Chen Fu was hesitant to speak, sitting on the mule cart with a complicated feeling of uneasiness, watching the calm and peaceful girl, and was sure that this girl was made of iron. No matter how difficult or dangerous it was, she would just stick to it and stick to the end. The mule cart swayed all the way back to Jing County. When Chen Fu woke up, he had long forgotten his fear. He yawned as he got off the carriage, stretched his body, and sighed. I want to sleep for 3 whole days. Mother Zhang saw Chen Fu's unshaven beard and dark circles under his eyes, and finally remembered who paid her a monthly salary. She told people to light a fire and boil water while feeling distressed. Xianjin turned around and went to the store, found Li Sanshun and Zhou Ergu, and explained the current situation. It's best to close the 2 stores now, and the New Year's holiday will be directly put on the 15th day of the new year. The families of Aunt Zhong and Aunt Du will set off to Huan Prefecture today to seek refuge with Boer and Xuanyang. I wrote a letter to Xuanyang in advance, and they can be temporarily settled in the tea house. Li Sanshun took a few deep breaths and cursed. You damn girl. You are too obsessed with gambling. Do you have to do this? Do you have to take 2,000 taels? They are gamblers. How dare you? After cursing, Li Sanshun slowed down and spit on the ground. Damn it! I've done it! I don't know others, but Chen Laowu and his brother are the same. One is bad on the outside, and the other is bad on the inside. Both are fucking bad guys. Tell me, what do you need us to do? Xianjin smiled. You, good and brother Zheng, take Lu Badan with you. It's best to live in the old house, so that you can take care of everything. Li Sanshun threw the rack with his veins bulging in his hands. Okay. At worst, we'll fight him to the death. I've disliked Chen Laowu for a long time. Remembering something. Where's old Dong? Xianjin smiled. Manager Dong is spending the new year with his wife, children and grandchildren in Xuanqing. No matter how big the fire is, it won't burn him. Li Sanshun buried his head in thought and nodded sullenly. Zhou Erge put the knife hidden in the corner into his belt with his backhand. Xianjin smiled. Not really. Jing County is our territory. Even if he is desperate, he can't afford to offend the local snake Chui Hung. Next year's tribute of 6 Zhang Xian must not be interrupted. Zhou Erge's face was as gloomy as a Shiba Inu. And he said in a muffled voice, Erlang taught me, be prepared. With your body, I'll chop one by one. And chop a pair by a pair. Xianjin smiled easily. Okay. Wait for the dog master to show his power. On the night Xianjin and Chen Fu returned to Jingxian, Master Chen Wu heard from his concubine that Chen Fu had gambled for 5 consecutive days in the gambling house, lost all his money, and found her brother to sign and pledge to borrow money at interest. Didn't you always want to drag Chen Sanner into the water? Look, he is so cowardly. After leaving his dear mother, who protected him like the apple of her eye, he started to eat, drink, gamble, and do everything. He doesn't need you to teach him at all. Mrs. Hu was already old, but she was still wearing the pink double-breasted jacket that Master Chen Wu liked the most. She leaned against Chen Laowu and used a skewer to pick up a piece of fruit and fed it to Chen Laowu's mouth. Chen Laowu opened his mouth to take it and put his arm around the middle-aged woman's fat waist and said happily, Really? How much did you lose? How much did you borrow? Mrs. Wu laughed. I lost 300 taels and borrowed 2,000 taels. The interest on the contract is 4%. And it must be paid back in 10 days. If it is not paid back in 10 days, it will be 4% interest per day. We can make hundreds of taels of silver just by reselling it. Chen Laowu frowned slightly. Have all the 2,000 taels been lent out? Mrs. will let the coat hanging on her shoulders fall down. Yes. The more we borrow, the more we earn. Mrs. Wu's face turned stern, and he pushed Mrs. Wu to the ground. Ridiculous. Mrs. Wu shrugged and knelt beside Chen Laowu's legs. The accountant took the store's money to gamble, and was just caught by Chen Kai. That day when he returned to Xuanqing from Jing County, he saw Chen Kai hurriedly walking out. Later, when he asked, he found out that the dead rat bypassed him and took the 20 taels of cash from the store to gamble, and was told to Chen Kai. Fortunately, it was Chen Kai. He quickly grabbed the accountant Nian and made him kneel in front of Chen Kai, slapping him a dozen times. And Chen Kai softened his heart and said, This is just once. Pay the money back and it'll be over. The accountant Nian almost exposed him. And now Chen Fu is involved. Chen Laowu's mask cracked open with a panic. 2,000 taels. The cash on our store account is only 2,000 taels. Such a large loan. Why didn't you tell me? Mrs. Wu shuddered, raised her eyes timidly, and pouted. He is someone I know. Not someone who showed up out of nowhere. Chen Laosan was suppressed by his mother like a docile mule. How dare he not pay back the money? Even if he lost everything, doesn't he have even 2,000 taels of private money? Chen Laowu pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing this, Mrs. Wu quickly pulled the coat down on her shoulders again, leaned over like a soft bone, and drew circles on Chen Laowu's legs from time to time. It's only 10 days. When Chen Laosan pays back the money, we will make up the money to the store's account. Could it be that in these 10 days, the store has to pay 1 or 2,000 taels of expenses? How can it be such a coincidence? The delicate fingertips circled around the thighs. Chen Laowu's anger rose from another place. Wu Xianyang couldn't help but hold it proudly. If Chen Laosan doesn't return, we will still follow the old rules. Call my brothers and bring a few men from our village to scare him. Cut off his hands. Dig out his eyes. This kind of playboy is afraid of his family knowing and afraid of suffering. So how can he not obey? Chen Laowu groaned, seeing the wind rising. Wu Xianyang leaned softly on Chen Laowu's crotch, her voice dripping. When Chen Laosan becomes our regular customer, you have to promote my brother to the head of the village. Madam, brother doesn't do this rough work of eating raw meat and drinking blood, fighting and killing. Chen Laowu pulled up Wu Xianyang, and the screens were stacked up, and the first pot of broth was stewed. Chen Laowu was indeed uneasy, but he thought again. How could it be so coincidental that he had just cleared the cash on the account of the mulberry paper workshop in the east of the city, and immediately had a large expenditure? The large expenditure was paid long before the new year. Buying fodder, buying sandalwood bark, buying labor. According to convention, the biggest expenditure after the new year should be after March, after the spring examination. Those who send love will send love. Those who send gifts will send gifts. And those who work hard will also buy paper to cheer themselves up. Thinking of this, Chen Lao felt a little relieved. Just after the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, snow fell all over the city. A mule cart left 2 scratches on the snow and stopped perfectly at the door of Chen's house in Xuanqing Prefecture. A fat man wearing a tattered fox fur coat knocked on the door of Chen's house. The doorman came to open it. The fat man showed a standard smile with 8 teeth and spoke in standard Jingxian dialect. Please help inform that Shang Chengchun, the printing workshop in Jingxian, has a big business to meet with Madame Chu. Chapter 140. Emptying the private house. The doorman stuck his head out, took the 2 copper coins from the businessman, said wait a minute, and ran inside quickly. No matter how big the Chen family's business is, they are just businessmen. Businessmen can only have 2 doors in their houses. Once they bypass the inner door, the main hall appears in front of them without any cover. After the little doorman reported the whole story, Mrs. Chu thought secretly and frowned. The printing workshop in Jing County? Shang Chengchun? I've never heard of him. Who is he? Chen Lao shrugged his shoulders respectfully and answered. I've never heard of it. I guess it must be a poor family who came here to beg for money. Mrs. Chu thought for a while. Jing County is our hometown. Most of the ancestors of the people in our hometown are relatives for 3 generations. Or distant relatives. Just give him 50 coins to have a warm meal in front of the hall. After the Chen family became rich, people from the hometown followed the smell of copper coins and loved to come during the New Year and other festivals. Regardless of whether they were relatives or not, the Chen family would give some money and would never let people go empty-handed. Therefore, in Jing County, especially in the rural suburbs of Jing County, the Chen family had a particularly good reputation. Chen Lao sighed, nodded, and raised his foot to prepare to be the bodhisattva. However, before he took a step, he heard the old dong who was pouring tea for Mrs. Chu hissed, as if he had just dug something out of the depths of his mind. I remember that the red copybooks that manager he sold very well before were all produced by this boss Shang's workshop. Chen Lao looked up at Manager Dong. Manager Dong held a teacup in one hand and smiled very measuredly. I heard that boss Shang's business stall is quite big. Everything in black and white in Jing County comes from him. Although doing business with our family is still under discussion, it is very useless to ask for money. Mrs. Chu drank a sip of tea. Then let him come in. She told Mrs. Chu Ernyang beside her. Change the pot of pre-rain Longjing tea and serve 4 cups in a box. This was to prepare for the guests. Chen Lao's heart suddenly jumped for no reason, and he was a little panicked. Now when he heard Jing County, Xianjin's thin and long mantis face appeared in front of him. Chen Lao shuddered involuntarily. Before he could speak, a middle-aged man in a fragmented fox fur coat stepped into the room, bowed to Mrs. Chu, and then smiled and nodded to Manager Dong. When his eyes swept to Chen Lao, the middle-aged man's eyes jumped, and he passed by directly. Chen Lao. Okay. The dust has settled. This is definitely a mantis-faced dog. Shang Chengchun carried 2 tightly wrapped brown paper bags and handed them to Madame Chu. Smiling sincerely, I didn't bring much for the new year. Fresh tangerines, dried longans, dried fish and turtles, dried fish glue and deer antlers, rose lard rice cakes, meat dumplings and juju cakes made by my wife. I wish you a happy new year. Longevity and health. The first one mentioned expensiveness, and the second one mentioned favors. Looking at this boss Shang, he is a burly man with kind and friendly eyes and big, drooping ears. He has a blessed appearance. Old Madame Chu was old and bright-eyed. She curled her lips and smiled. It's a win-win. She gestured for Mr. Shang to sit down. Which printing workshop in Jing County are you from? Old Madame Chu smiled. Our Chen family came from Jing County, and we are familiar with the east and west of the river. Which one? Mr. Shang smiled happily. All the printing workshops in Jing County are now mine. First, the Shangji at the east end of the river. Last year, thanks to your Jing County shop's care, all 3 printing workshops in Jing County were taken over by Shangji. Xianjin? Mrs. Chu asked. I heard that she made a copybook, which sold very well. Boss Shang nodded hurriedly. Yes. You taught a lot. Manager, he brought the Jingxian shop to eat meat and drink soup. When people in my hometown talk about the Chen family, everyone is like this. Boss Sham gave a thumbs up and laughed very honestly. Chen Laowu lowered his head and saw that Manager Dong had a smile on his face and looked proud of it. He secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Boss Sham changed the subject and frowned. It's just, alas, it's just that the Qincheng Mountain Courtyard is like this now. And Jingxin's copybook and printing business has collapsed by more than half. One cannot sit and wait for death. I will carry 5 printing machines and bring workers to learn from your desperate struggle. I will come to Xuanqing Mansion to try my luck. See if there is a better opportunity. Mrs. Chu pursed her lips and listened, then nodded. What does the big business you mentioned have to do with the Chen family? Boss Shang clenched his fists and said excitedly, I found a good place in Xuanqing with less than 1 acre of land a year ago. It can accommodate all my printing machines. Unfortunately, he rents it for 10 years. The annual rent is 80 taels. And 10 years will cost 800 taels. If I want to move, my cost will reach about 1,200 taels. I only have less than 300 taels of cash on hand. Madame Chu smiled. Are you here to borrow money? Boss Shang shook his head repeatedly. No. 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 Not borrowing money. I'm clearing out my stock. I still have more than 20,000 red copybooks in my warehouse. If Qincheng Mountain Court had not collapsed, I wouldn't have any trouble selling this amount. Now the future of Qincheng Mountain Court is uncertain. And Jing County can't sell so many. If you're willing, I'll sell it to you for 500 taels. Chen Laowu, silently relieved. 500 taels. Okay. Even if the mulberry paper workshop doesn't have that much cash, he can fill this hole himself. Old Lady Chu calculated in her mind that Xuanqing Prefecture governed 6 counties, and the population of Jing County was only over 10,000, while the population of Xuanqing Prefecture was over 100,000. So there was no need to worry about sales. She also calculated the money. She had seen the profit account sent by Yi Xianjin in early July. A copy of the red copybook was sold for 51. And there were over 20,000 copies. So the selling price was over 1,000 taels. Boss Shang sold it for 500 taels, which was like giving the money for free. Old Lady Chu smiled. Such a good business. Why don't you give it to Xianjin? Boss Shang waved his hand. That girl can't eat it. I'm in a hurry to get money to expand the store. That girl is too talkative. By the time she finishes painting the cake for me, I'll be starving to death. Old Lady Chu laughed. And she portrayed Xianjin very vividly. Old Lady Chu looked at Chen Laowu. Chen Laowu smiled warmly. One is in urgent need of money, and the other is kind and generous. You should support the old family. Old Lady Chu nodded and told Boss Shang casually. Then you can take Old Dong and drive 2 ox carts to the warehouse to count tomorrow. He pointed casually. Cash and cash. And the cash will be transferred from the account of the mulberry paper workshop. Chen Laowu and Manager Dong agreed together. Old Lady Chu turned around and smiled, and calculated with Boss Shang. You need 1,200 taels. Now you have only 800 taels of silver, including the 500 taels that have not been received yet. And there are still 400 taels left. Where are you going to raise it slowly? Boss Shang, where else can I get it from? From your pocket. Boss Shang looked embarrassed. To be honest, I have another business I want to do with you. Mrs. Chu smiled. You are expanding your store. And you are planning to ask Chen Ji to invest all the money? Angel investment is coming. Boss Shang waved his hands. No. No. It's a great thing for you. Boss Shang continued. As far as I know, Chen Ji's 2 shops in Jing County are rented from the government office. Chen Ji doesn't have a real shop under your name that belongs to you. We businessmen all know that it is best to have the shop under our own name. What if the owner doesn't want to rent it? Open it at home? Or open it on the street? Now the lease is signed quickly. But what about the future? Who can predict what will happen in the future? Mrs. Chu's face gradually became solemn. That's the truth. The shop in Jing County is not owned by the Chen family, which has always been a concern for her. As long as the shop's name is on the county government, they will be tenants for a day. Although the rent is not high, it is always controlled by others. But who can be the master of the county government? Mrs. Chu narrowed her eyes. Boss Shang. What do you mean? Boss Shang smiled confidently. I can buy the shop you are currently renting, and put it in your name or your son's name. As long as you give me money, I will do it for you. Mrs. Chu leaned back, a little unconvinced. You? Boss Sean smiled. Go and ask. Who has printed the examination papers of Jing County since 10 years ago? Who has printed the documents and files of the county government? Among the 9 towns around Jing County, what is the relationship between Qingfu, a Juren from Qinghe Town, and me? What is the relationship between the official school Shanzhan of Yabai Town and me? Why can my son become a 9th-rank clerk in the county government just because he passed the exam for a scholar? You have been in Xuanqing for a long time and don't understand the social customs of small places. Sometimes, even if you have money but no connections, it is all in vain. Boss Sean showed off his network of connections, took out a document from his pocket, and pushed it in front of Madame Chu. If you don't believe me, take a look. My shop and workshop are all under my name. If you believe me, I'll leave this document with you. When I get it done for you, you can return it to me. Madame Chu reached out to take the document, flipped it, and looked at the man in front of her, who was well-mannered and honest. She pursed her lips and frowned. How much silver do you want? Boss Sean gestured 500 taels. I won't make much money from you. Your shop itself is valuable, and the selling price is 300 taels. For the other 200 taels, you have to give me some sweets and interest. Right? It costs money to maintain relationships? It costs money to treat guests to wine. Right? It's not too much for me to take you 200 taels. If I can buy the shop under my name, what does it matter if I give an extra 200 taels? That's the root of the Chen family. Mrs. Chu held the document in her hand and didn't speak for a long time. Chen Laowu was sweating so much that he almost drowned. First it was 500 taels. Then 500 taels. 1,000 taels. He has to pay 1,000 taels himself. Robbery. What does that mean? He has to spit out all the money he took in. Chen Laowu nervously looked at Mrs. Chu secretly, holding his breath, and finally spoke. If you are being nice to me for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Sister-in-law. You, don't be fooled. Manager Dong immediately said with a smile. This boss Shang has a close relationship with the county government. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find so many schools to buy the red copybooks we have produced. Manager Dong said again. I heard that the court wants to fill the vacant position. If a new person is going to take the position of the magistrate of Jing County, it's no wonder that the current county magistrate is looking for an opportunity to make money. When someone really comes, it will be difficult for us to find a chance to buy back the shop. Chen Laowu smiled deeply and looked at Manager Dong with a fierce look in his eyes. Old Dong, you always say that you can't work and want to go home to recuperate. But now your mind is very sharp. Manager Dong raised his eyes respectfully. I dare not. I have followed the old lady for 24 years. Even if I really lie down, if the Chen family needs it, I can still squeeze some oil out of my bones. Okay. Old Lady Chu spoke, and the county government seal on the document in her hand was bright red. Her next words would determine whether this game could continue. Chapter 141. Old 5. Mrs. Chu's tone of voice always goes down. According to Chinese medicine, people whose last word goes down all year round have weak qi in blood, and damaged heart meridian, and need to be well taken care of. These 2 words down finally hit Chen Old 5 on the head. It hurt his liver. Don't say it. Chen Old 5 held his breath with difficulty. Old 5. Go back to Jing County with Manager Dong tomorrow to see if it's feasible. And take another 500 taels from the mulberry paper workshop. Madame Chu thought about it and said with a sad tone. No matter if it works or not, as long as there is a 30% chance, we will make great efforts. If your eldest brother knows about it, he will be pleased that the roots of the Chen family are getting deeper and deeper. Chen Laowu licked his lips. Yes. While agreeing, his mind was working quickly, and he bent over to ask tentatively, but it's not reasonable for the mulberry paper workshop to pay for this money. Xianjin has made a lot of money this year. It's the right way to pay for his own shop. Right? Manager Dong laughed and said. That's exactly the point. Chen Laowu, this old bastard must be hiding somewhere waiting for him. Manager Dong smiled. The cash in our Jingxian store plus the private money of the 3rd master should be enough. You don't even need to bother the 5th master to go all the way. The store can be directly transferred to the 3rd master's name, which is quite convenient. Mrs. Chu frowned. A store in Jingxian, under Chen Fu's name. Who are you trying to piss off? No, Mrs. Chu said solemnly. Let's go through the mulberry paper workshop. The shop. Mrs. Chu was silent. Let the shop be owned by the second son. And let him go with us. Chen Laowu laughed and gritted his teeth. Boss Shan found it interesting and deliberately raised his voice to say, I heard that the Chen family also rented a shop on Shuidong Street. Otherwise, we can run it together. I'll charge you 200 taels for running errands for one shop. And 300 taels for 2 shops. You? Shut up. Chen Laowu wanted to sew Boss Shan's mouth shut with a needle. There is so much money in the world. Is the money from the Chen family more attractive? Or what? Hey! Why can't you make enough money? Chen Laowu said hurriedly. Sister-in-law, wait until this order is done. Let's see the situation first. Don't take money out of his pocket again. Manager Dong looked over with a smile. Mrs. Chu nodded and made the final decision. Buy the old store first. Then talk about other things. Boss Shan laughed hee-hee, and bowed to Mrs. Chu to thank her. You are really a god of wealth. When the younger generation settles down in Xuanqing, we from Jingxian really have to live together as one. Chen Lao's teeth were about to break, haha. He is the treasure to be taken. Chu is a soft-hearted god. And you are the boss. You are the boss. I made 1,000 taels of silver for him. Mrs. Chu invited Mr. Shang to have lunch. And Chen Laowu ate without liking the food. As soon as Mr. Shang left, Chen Laowu and Manager Dong walked out of the main hall one after another. Chen Laowu hung his hands on his waist, smiled with narrowed eyes, and called Manager Dong. Old Dong. Manager Dong turned around and nodded. Master Wu, you called me? Chen Laowu glanced at him, with a gentle and kind smile on his face. How much silver did he Xianjin give you? Manager Dong looked calm and respectful. Look at what you said. Manager, he and I are the same person. My monthly salary of 20 taels is given by the Chen family. And her monthly salary of 25 taels is also given by the Chen family. Manager Dong's eyelids drooped slightly. And then he said, even your monthly salary, year-end dividends, and quarter-end average profits are all paid by the Chen family. Even the three of us, fundamentally speaking, are the same people. Manager Dong's eyes were deep, and he smiled meaningfully. He has always managed his emotions well. And his words were as plain as his name, Wu Bo. Chen Laowu glared at Manager Dong, and the corners of his mouth trembled. The same person? One is an orphan who lives on the Chen family, and the other is a slave of the Chen family. How can he be the same person as them? His last name is Chen. If the eldest house earns 100 taels, 30 taels should be his. Why is he the same person as them? He worked diligently for his eldest brother first, and then for his sister-in-law. Now he is holding back his arrogance and patiently working hard for that idiot Chen Kai. What did Chen Fu do? Keeping women, eating, drinking and playing, and getting epileptic when things don't go his way. But he can enjoy the Chen family's offerings with peace of mind. These people are sucking his blood. Sucking his and his brother's blood. Chen Laowu took a deep breath, stabilized the smile on his face, and sighed before leaving. Old Dong, you are so old. And you still play the game of standing in line. Manager Dong smiled and didn't answer. Chen Laowu turned around and left, leaving behind a light sentence. Stand if you want to, but once you stand in the wrong line, it's all over. When Manager Dong was in Xuanqing, he had a servant who followed him all year round. He couldn't stand his temper and said, Master, have we offended Master Wu? Manager Dong stood in the corridor, with his hands folded on his stomach, and watched Chen Laowu walk away. After a long time, he smiled and said, offend him if you want to. The worst thing to do is to go with the flow. This person can't beat Xianjin. To be precise, he even felt that the old lady couldn't beat Xianjin. I don't know why. Although this little girl hates gambling, she has a gambling nature. No matter what she does, she treats it as the last thing and leaves no way out for herself. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Many people are afraid of pain, and they are reluctant to take off their shoes even if they are worn out to the point where only a layer of leather is left. Just for this reason, Xianjin won. When the group arrived in Jingxian, it was already the evening of the second day. Boss Shang first took people to the warehouse to count the red copybooks, and then went to the county government office. When they returned to the old house, Chen Fu hosted a banquet. The second master Chen Kai was drunk and singing, and the third master Chen Fu pretended to sleep under the influence of alcohol, trying to avoid Chen Kai's invitation to co-star. Xianjin walked alone to the inner courtyard, but halfway through, He was stopped by a black shadow in the corridor. Jean Jier. The shadow came out from behind the red pillars of the corridor, with his hands behind his back. Master Chunwu smiled deeply. I underestimated you. Chen Fu worked hard to lose money in the gambling house. And Boss Shang worked hard to act. You set up such a trap just to get me involved? How much do you want? The 2,000 taels I borrowed? Or more? 3,000 taels? For 1,000 taels? Master Chunwu walked closer and closer, and his voice became softer and softer. You name a number. I admit it. And I will give you everything I can get. Xian Jin put his hand into his sleeve pocket, holding the wolf hair brush with the sharp tip facing outward, ready to make Chen Laowu bleed on the spot. 3 steps away from Xian Jin, Chen Laowu spread his hands and stopped. Everything can be discussed. You and I have no old hatred or new hatred. We are all for money. There is no need to get hurt and lose both sides, and finally let the fool take advantage of it. Master Chunwu is indeed a smart man. At least smarter than his brother. He saw through the situation and found the key to solving the problem at once. Xian Jin believed that he had enough savings to fill the hole of cash on the account of the mulberry paper workshop. It was not difficult for him to take out 2,000 taels. The trap she set for him could only make him bleed, but could not completely pull him down. Xian Jin raised his head and looked at Master Chen Wu with a cold gaze. After a while, he smiled. You are a smart man. There is no need to beat around the bush when talking to smart people. There are 3 Chinji stores and workshops in Xuancheng. I heard that you helped the second master manage Chinji's industries in Xuancheng. I only want one of the stores and 1 workshop. Qingcheng Mountain Courtyard has collapsed, and the business in Jing County has come to an end. I have to try to make money in big towns. Right? Chapter 142 Late Night Negotiation. Master Chen Wu did not expect Xian Jin to make this request. He knew that this girl did not like money, but he did not know what this girl liked, so he could only let her ask for it herself. He had thought it through early in the morning. If this girl asked for an exorbitant price, he would not let her get what she wanted even if he spent all his savings. Otherwise, he would have to bear the blame. Why did Lao Lu have to die? Because he was secretly in contact with Fu Rongji. He just embezzled public funds, took the interest, and then returned the money. If he really couldn't hide it, he would push his brother to the front. And that was it. Can his old sister-in-law really call for him to fight and kill? He, Chen Wu, is not a person who will be coerced by a yellow-haired girl. But, wait, what does this girl want? A shop in Xuancheng? What about the shop in Jingxian? Chen Laowu narrowed his eyes. Xian Jin smiled frankly. Of course, I will give it to the second master, since the name of the household registration is the second master's. As the daughter of the third master, there is no need for me to work hard for the second uncle. Right? Give it to Qingkai. That idiot. Isn't it the same as giving it to him? Lia Zhangxuan, the first good thing that flashed in my mind. Chen Laowu was surprised and couldn't help laughing. Your idea is right. Girls will eventually get married. Jingxian is a small place, and the circle is so small. It's hard to find a suitable one. Xuancheng has a large population and a large area, and there are more choices. The third brother raised you as his own daughter, and naturally he will find a good family for you in Xuancheng. Xian Jin rolled his eyes silently. These old daddies are really annoying. The concepts of these old daddies have been passed down for thousands of years, and will never change. As long as a woman has some tricks. These tricks are all for marriage. Even if you say you want to be independent and don't care about marriage, you have to say one thing and mean another. You put on lipstick today. Tell me, who are you trying to seduce? It seems that women have brains just to get married. When will these old dads of different ages understand that a woman who works hard for her career may just want to buy herself a box of beautiful rouge? A woman who puts on rouge may just want to look better today. It has nothing to do with men or marriage. Xian Jin rolled his eyes. Really? Master Chen Wu smiled and asked Xian Jin to go inside. To the dark. Xian Jin pretended not to understand, and did not move. Master Chen Wu pretended to be disappointed and said, no matter what, Grandpa Wu understands you. You are an orphan with no one to rely on. If you don't take advantage of the mourning period to please the old lady, make some money, and make a name for yourself in the Chen family, who will support you when you get married in the future? Your father can't even sort out his own affairs. Even if he wants to take care of you, he can't get around his mother after all. Xian Jin rolled his eyes again. You are right. Master Chen Wu smiled. not noticing that Xianjin did not follow him into the dark. Only his face was hidden in the dim night. As I said, there is no conflict between the two of us that must be resolved. In fact, to a certain extent, we can still cooperate. Xianjin smiled. Really? Please tell me in detail. Okay. To deal with old daddy. The 3 axes have been used up. Right? You are really amazing. Please tell me in detail. Then, the young girl can close her ears and have a moment of peace. Master Chenwu bowed his head. The only smart person in the Chen family now is the old lady. The second son Chen Kai is honest but dull. Your father Chen Fu is out of tune and doesn't care about anything. The second son of the next generation will pursue a career in politics. And the third and fourth sons can't do it. We can completely keep to ourselves. You run your business and I run mine. The Chen family is such a big pie that we can eat our fill even if we each take a bite. There is no need to tear our faces apart. In the end, the fisherman will benefit from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. She said it with great sincerity. If we were not all 1,000-year-old foxes, we would listen to you talk about Liao Shai. Xianjin blinked and sighed softly. Yes. At the beginning, you deliberately took a detour to drink with Master Li and others, and sent a capable person to Jingxian to work as an accountant. It was also your painstaking effort. It was not her who started the war first. Master Chenwu was silent for a moment, put away his preaching style, and changed the subject. There are 3 shops in Xuancheng. Which one do you want? Xianjin said without hesitation. The workshop in North Lane. Jishi. Xin Laowu almost laughed out loud. It is true that the Qin family has 3 shops and 3 workshops in Xuancheng. But there are differences between the shops. For example, the mulberry paper workshop in the east of the city has the best returns in recent years and produces the best paper. The net profit every month can almost exceed 100 taels. The paper-making skills of the clerks are almost all learned from the old man of the Qin family. That is, his father. And the skills are beyond doubt. In contrast, the workshop in North Lane, Jishi, is what they often call Shaoxan workshop. There are 3 assistants, doing the lowest level business of the Qin family. Dragon beard grass pulp paper, which almost all flows to the north, where the learning atmosphere is not prosperous. The profit is also low. 30 or 40 taels a month is good. Slightly better than the previous Jingxian workshop. And the Shaoxan workshop. Today's shopkeepers are not very courageous. And they seek stability in everything they do, which makes the assistants under them lazy and greedy. And they muddle through all day and deal with things. The Jishi workshop is the warm water to boil the frog. And Xianjin in front of him is the frog that jumped in. Why did he let the Jishi workshop do a perfunctory job? No reason. Because the shopkeeper is his sister-in-law, the only relative of Madame Chu. She said that she was just trying to make a living with a salary, and was not after power or money. Why did you force her to death? Xianjin still had a choice now. But he chose the worst one. Master Chenwu concealed his smile and said, Jishi workshop. The owner is the nephew of Madame Chu's family. If you go, I'm afraid. Xianjin readily made the second choice. Then I'll choose the mulberry paper workshop at the east end of the city. Chen Laowu? Then you should go eat Chu's cake. Chen Laowu nodded immediately, and changed the subject very naturally. Since you have made up your mind, then I, 5th Grandpa, am very sincere, and will definitely get it done for you. I am very sincere. The matter of the Jishi workshop will be settled after the new year. When the time comes, you will hand over the property, and people of the Jingxian workshop. Property, and people? Xianjin raised his eyebrows. What she treasures most is not property, nor property, but people. This group of companions around her. People? Xianjin smiled. The people in the workshop in Jingxian didn't sign a contract with the store, but with the third master. It was signed in December last year and has just expired. Xianjin paused. If you are confident, you can ask them to renew the contract. But I advise you not to do unnecessary things. My guys all have their own shortcomings. And the biggest shortcoming is that they are honest. Master Chen suddenly remembered the singing and vomiting in Jingxian in the middle of the night before the new year. Suddenly, it seems that there is no such urgent desire to need this group of guys. Chapter 143. Hold on tight. Master Chen was silent for a moment, hesitating whether to compromise and win over those guys who obviously looked like they had a problem with their brains for the sake of Lu Zhongxian. After a while, he raised his eyes slightly, his eyes flickering in the dim corner. That Lu Zhongxian. Xianjin smiled. Making paper is just a simple job, isn't it? Can it be more difficult than us working day and night to manage the store's income and expenditure, silver and raw materials, and various places? Xianjin said meaningfully. You find a dozen masters, pay them higher wages, lock them in the workshop, and don't let them come out for 2 or 3 months. When the time comes, Lu Zhongxian will be made naturally. Think about it yourself. Is Li Laozhong smart? Is Li Sanshun smart? Before I came to Jingxian, have you ever heard that Li Sanshun can make Lu Zhongxian? Xianjin put his hands behind his back and smiled. How the carriage runs, and how the driver drives it. Aren't you smarter than those masters? Master Chen Wu looked at Xianjin deeply. That's right. It's not uncommon to have a 6-foot-long Xian. But it's not uncommon to have a room full of idiots. He was really lacking in virtue in his previous life to serve such a room full of weirdos. Master Chen Wu made the final decision. Okay. You take all the people with you, and leave the rest of the workshop and the store to me. Xianjin spread his hands. Master Chen Wu didn't understand. Xianjin said with a smile. We have settled the payment. So should our third master's IOU be returned to dust? I will be angry if I mention this again. Master Chen Wu gritted his teeth, took out the IOU written by Chen Fu from his sleeve pocket, and threw it into Xianjin's hand. Xianjin smiled brightly. In this case, I look forward to a happy cooperation with Fifth Master. Happy? Happy your mother. For your so-called cooperation. I paid Chen Fu 2,000 taels for nothing. I also paid 1,000 taels for the shop in Jing County. I paid a total of 3,000 taels. And even promised this girl to sell the Jishi workshop to her. This account, after calculating, is equivalent to him spending 3,000 taels of silver and offending Mrs. Chu's family, but only getting a shop and workshop in Jing County. He has never suffered such a loss in his life. Mr. Chen Wu felt a little pain in his back teeth and raised his head with a mask on, smiling kindly. Jin Jier, why are you so good at calculating? Xianjin was respectful and humble. Look at what you said. I'm doing this all for getting married. You save so much money. You want to marry Erlangshen. Master Chen Wu pulled the corner of his mouth with a fake smile, turned around and walked inside. When he entered the Chao Show gallery, his long servant Lu Er asked in a low voice, Are we just going to reconcile with this damn girl? Master Chen Wu spat on the ground and sneered. Cooperation? Cooperation bullshit. Why should he share half of the cake that he could swallow by himself? What's more, it's just a mob. Su Er on the other side also asked the same question. Then we won't compete with Master Wu? Are we going to make a fortune together? Xianjin opened the lantern cover and put the IOU against the flame. The candle flame suddenly jumped up. Xianjin gently stroked Sua's head and taught the little sister hand in hand. There are no eternal enemies in the business world. And there are no eternal friends. We want to go back to Xuanqing. But we can't go back. We have to build a ladder. Master Chen Wu is stable and thick-skinned. He is the best ladder. Suar seemed to understand. Isn't he afraid of being crushed by us? Xianjin smiled and touched Suar's round, dark face. We are a group of women, a playboy, and a few brainless people. What is there for him to be afraid of? Suar understood, blinked, and followed Xianjin in laughing. A teachable child is a teachable child. Xianjin nodded with satisfaction. When Manager Dong retired, he would first put Suar in the workshop, and then get him to work in the store. He could also get in touch with Boss Shang in Xiaoqiao village. By then, this little coal miner would be a good hand. With Boss Shang's endorsement, and Chen Jianfang's relationship with Cui Heng, the store in Shuidong Lane was officially registered under Chen Kai's name. Xianjin passed by Zaidaoxiang and bought a roast goose, a suckling pig and 2 pots of wheat wine to comfort the sad Chen Fu. Chen Fu didn't care much. After eating and drinking, he picked his teeth and talked to Xianjin. When I married your mother, my mother told me that I would not give her any shop. My mother kept her promise, so I have to stand at attention. The suckling pig was stuck in Chen Fu's teeth. He picked the left and the right. Anyway, Ai Nan was gone, so he didn't need to worry about his image. Besides, how can I go hungry if I follow you? Chen Fu was very ashamed, and it was a matter of course. Xianjin, who told her a year ago that her father would definitely earn her a bright future, Once the account was settled, I don't know how Master Chen Wu persuaded old lady Chu. In the past 1 or 2 months, people from Xuanqing have come one after another, and several paper-making masters with some skills have been hired from the surrounding areas. Almost all the staff of the shops and workshops in Jingxian County have been replaced bit by bit, and the things in the warehouse have also been taken over by the staff sent by Master Chen Wu. After Xian Jin took away all the 6 zhongxian that he cheated from Chen Lu, he left all the 6 zhongxian made by Li Sanshun in the warehouse. With full sincerity, he left a full warehouse for Master Chen Wu. But Master Chen Wu felt that this move was fraudulent. He was afraid that a flower pot would fall from the sky when he walked on the road these days, urging him to conserve positive and negative energy. All the handovers were very smooth. Even Zhou Ergu and the Sheng brothers, who were not sure about the next specific direction, handed over the keys without hesitation under Xianjin's arrangement. Xianjin calculated everyone's reaction, but missed one person. Why are there 2 or 3 new faces in the store recently? In the middle of March, bamboo branches swayed gracefully. Qin Jianfang was holding a lantern in the alley, nodding and frowning to ask Xianjin. Xianjin glanced at Qin Jianfang's gentle and peaceful profile, raised his head, and cleared his throat. Master Chen Wu took over the Jingxian shop. We are going to Xuanqing. Qin Jianfang's hand trembled. The light of the lantern trembled twice on the ground. Why do you suddenly want to go to Xuanqing? Qin Jianfang's mouth was dry, and his eyes were slightly panicked. I thought you had dealt with Lubadan? Xianjin spread his hands casually. It's solved. But there are only thieves who have been thieves for 1,000 years. But no one who has been on guard against thieves for 1,000 years. Instead of passively being beaten, it is better to take the initiative. If he wants Jingxian, give it to him. When he takes it over, he will know that the valuable thing is not this store, but me. The little girl is as dazzling as, like the moon, not like the stars. Stars? A piece of sky. There are many, but there is only one moon. Qin Jianfang's eyes seemed to be burned, and his chest rose and fell unbearably. After a while, he whispered, I thought you liked the life in Jingxian very much. He liked it very much. This was the best year of his life. He lived quietly, studied without a destination, got up at sunrise and returned home at sunset. The place was small, and the people were few. Close friends were by his side. Simple food and no worries. There was no oppression that made him breathless, and there was no push that urged him to move forward without stopping. Xianjin was stunned for a moment, and shook his head subconsciously. I don't dislike it. Jingxian is very good, but other places may not be bad. In her previous life, she stayed in bed for more than 20 years, and her name was dropped from the school. But she actually studied at home. Her vigorous vitality did not match her weak body, and her fragile skin could not support her crazy growth. God knows how many things she wants to do. God knows how many places she wants to go. Xianjin added, It's just that you have to try other places to know whether you like them or not. Her eyes and footsteps are not only on the Qin family. The Qin family is square, and the world divided by walls and tiles is only this big. It seems that she has arrived as soon as she takes a step. Qin Jianfang lowered his eyes, and the emotions in his eyes were perfectly hidden in the darkness. He couldn't explain the sudden sadness, but he knew clearly that once they went to Xuanqing, his life would no longer be just Xianjin and him. There are many more. There are many more people and things that he fears, that he is wary of, that he has always thought would not exist if he did not mention them. Qin Jianfang moved his Adam's apple slightly, carefully adjusting his mood. Oh, then you go first, and I will find a chance to return to Xuanqing after I send my students to the spring examination. Xianjin smiled calmly. You don't have to come with us. You can stay wherever you study well. We are going to do business, and we won't delay you. Qin Jianfang said nothing. The two of them suddenly fell silent. The lantern swayed left and right. The light was like playing hide and seek. I can be with you. With you all. After an unknown period of time, Qin Jianfang whispered, his voice also playing hide and seek with the light of the lantern. These words, like dissecting the mind, suddenly came. Xianjin stopped, looked up at Qin Jianfang, blinked, and then felt that his eyes were stained with a layer of gauze. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Those unspoken words, like the light waves of clear water, swayed in the night of mid-spring in March. She was not a fool. She certainly understood Qin Jianfang's intentions. Well, of course, she was not sure where this intention had gone, and it was impossible for it to reach the end of not marrying anyone but him. She could only say that such immature and implicit emotions were beautiful, just like the beauty of the buds in the spring, all over the mountains and fields. Xianjin smiled and said, "Since you want to join us, you'd better hurry up. According to your fifth grandfather's efficiency, we will have to pack up and get out of Jing County within the next month. Since this moment is beautiful, why should we pursue the deadline for this beauty? When you see the flowers blooming in spring and marvel at their beauty and colorfulness, will you think about when the first petal will fall off?" Xianjin took a deep breath and gently grabbed the swaying lantern pole. The lantern light finally stopped playing hide-and-seek. Chen Jianfang's heartbeat was like a drum. For a moment, he didn't dare to look up at Xianjin. Xianjin's soft words rang in his ears. "Hold on tight. It's shaking, and you can't see the road clearly. I thought a mosquito was scratching the back of your hand." Chapter 144: Familiar People and Familiar Places. After March, it is the beginning of summer. Mother Zhang leads everyone to boil soapberry leaves in the morning to welcome the summer. The boiled soapberry leaves are pinned on the lapels of girls and women. Men are not so lucky. They line up in the old house and accept the beatings of Mother Zhang holding soapberry leaves. According to Xianjin, the muscular men's group headed by Zhou Ergu is still good. The head-to-shoulder ratio is very superior. The dark face is straight and rough, and they stand by the well in coarse cloth coats. Under the coats are thick chests and strong shoulders. Several men hunch their shoulders, waiting for Mother Zhang to use soapberry leaves to hit the towering biceps. From then on, the rough man one had a face. Xianjin leaned against the red lacquer pillar, smiling and watching the magical Jing County, but turned his head and saw 2 lines of red blood under Suer's nosebleed. "Xianjin, sister, be a little more promising. You are just getting started." The handover of Jing County was basically completed in mid-April, and the letter from Xuanqing arrived in late April. The handwritten letter from Mrs. Chu asked Xianjin to go back to Xuanqing, take the luggage with him, and work with the second master Chen Kai and the fifth master to complete the final handover of Jing County. The letter mentioned Li Sanshun, Manager Dong, and Zhang Mama. It also mentioned the mule cart that came to pick them up. The driver was from Chuzhou, and Shiba preferred Huaiyang cuisine when preparing meals. Chen Fu was the only one not mentioned. It seemed that no matter where Chen Fu was, it didn't matter to her. This mother was really cruel. The useful eldest son and the obedient second son were all sons, but the rebellious third son was dispensable. Unlike the store falling under Chen Kai's name, this incident was a big blow to Chen Fu. He didn't leave the room for several days, and even his daily food and drink were brought in by Zhang Mama. Facts have proved that psychology affects physiology, and emotions affect organs. On the eve of his departure, Chen Fu lived up to everyone's expectations and became lame. His leg disease relapsed, and was more painful than the first time. He cried and talked nonsense every time he moved. It must be that my mother heard that I was going back to Xuanqing, so she asked the Miaojiang wizard to cast a spell on me. I can neither live nor die. Xianjin looked at his toes that were swollen like carrots very calmly, and shook his head firmly. Impossible. Chen Fu fell silent and asked with sobs, "Why?" "It's expensive to put a curse on someone," Xianjin said sincerely. "The old lady may not be willing to spend this money." After Chen Fu was stunned for a moment, he raised his head and screamed, "Go! Get out of my powder blue satin cover." The trip was imminent. Even though Xuanqing was not far away, it was only a 4-hour drive. But they had to move out after all. It was really too challenging to drag Chen Fu, who screamed at the slightest movement, out. Xianjin specially asked Dr. Wang to see him. Dr. Wang glanced at him and smiled. "No solution. It's still the same way. Drink more water. Be like a cow or a sheep, and it will be fine naturally. Being like a cow or sheep, you can only eat grass." Xianjin glanced at the pitiful Chen Fu, and smiled at Dr. Wang. "I stopped eating meat, eggs and milk yesterday, but we are going back to Xuanqing soon, and there are so many things to do. It's really a pain for the third master to sit on a mule cart for 4 or 5 hours." Dr. Wang was stunned. "You are going back to Xuanqing? Is it because Jia Fang was imprisoned?" Xianjin shook his head hurriedly. "It has nothing to do with the headmaster. The shop is short of staff, but it's just a routine turnover." Dr. Wang Zhangfang nodded with relief and sighed. "It's not peaceful now. The Japanese pirates in Fujian have not been pacified. The Tatars in the northern border are taking advantage of the chaos to approach the 9 borders. The court is pure and rational. And a group of officials are promoted and demoted. The officials in Beijing are still in a panic. Let alone the local areas. In this world, if you can stay where you are, it's best to stay. Especially, don't go north. Xianjin was a little surprised. I'm afraid it would be difficult for Chen Jianfang to know these news. Dr. Wang Zhengfang has always been infinitely patient with Xianjin. He smiled and raised his goatee. After all, I have been in the palace. There are always some tricks in interpersonal relationships. Xianjin took note. Chen Fu hummed repeatedly. Dr. Wang turned his head and showed an extremely impatient and depressed face. What are you humming? Wait for me to give you a silver needle and stop the pain first. Chen Fu had heard of a kind of drama in Sichuan called face changing. Today, he was very lucky to finally see a real performance. Xianjin had also seen Chinese medicine and knew that a truly good Chinese medicine practitioner was not one of those quacks. A truly good doctor could relieve the disease by 70% or 80% with a few silver needles. Chen Fu cried with joy while holding his foot, which had relieved a lot of pain. After a while, he remembered and looked up and asked angrily, "Last time, my foot hurt. Why didn't you help me with acupuncture to relieve it?" He had been in pain for 7 or 8 days, and it hurt so much that he thought there were several sharp thorns on his feet. Dr. Wang twisted the needles and rubbed the acupoints as if it was natural. Last time was last time. Isn't Xianjin in a hurry to get on the road this time? Chen Fu? He wanted to scream like a groundhog. But he didn't dare, because there were still long needles stuck in his feet. Xianjin said Dr. Wang out. And Dr. Wang looked at the sky. If you are in trouble in Xuanqing, please write to me. If I don't come, I will definitely send my disciples. For so long, Dr. Wang has always treated her well. Xianjin nodded gratefully. Yes, I will definitely write to you to say hello during the holidays and the end of the year. Dr. Wang stroked his beard and waved his hand. No need. No need. Don't write to me if you have good news. There is nothing good in the letter. Dr. Wang walked toward Shuidong. Be well. If you are well, you will be worthy of the old friend who looks a bit like you. Xianjin stood at the porch and watched Dr. Wang walk away. On the 3rd day after acupuncture, although Chen Fu was still limping, the pain was much relieved. Seeing that the weather was good, Xianjin finally drove a mule cart to go out. Xuanqing sent a total of 4 mule carts, and Xianjin bought another one in Jingxian with his own money before he finished loading his belongings. Xianjin, Bao Zhu, Zhang Mama and Suer took 1 car. Zhou Ergu and the Zheng brothers took 1 car. Chen Fu, Li Sanshun and Lu Badan took 1 car. Let's see. The 2 sisters were still working in Zhang Wenba's tea house. They were waiting for the handover of the Jingxian shop to be settled and Xianjin to settle down in Xuanqing before considering bringing them over with their families. The 2 sisters had the same idea. And there was also Hope Star, who had not finished his work. They would come later. Baozhu leaned her head against the wall of the mule cart, listening to the clang 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 S voice, and after a while, he gently pulled the corner of Xianjin's clothes. Will we come back? Jing County is a passerby for Xianjin, but it is a hometown for Baozhu. Xianjin held Baozhu's hand with his backhand and said firmly, Yes, then Shanzhong and Baoyuan will come back together. Baozhu's eyes were slightly red, and she took a deep breath, trying not to let the tears fall, and buried her head in Zhang Mama's arms. Xianjin reached out and stroked the back of Baozhu's head. Sighing softly, the curtain of the car was blown by the wind, and the 2 characters Yuzo written by Shanzhong Qiao on the city wall still retained their style. According to Chen Jianfang, the county magistrate Cui Hung insisted on not taking down the city plaque, and the pressure on his head was no less than that of not being able to become a county magistrate. Xianjin raised her head. Goodbye, my dear passerby. The driving experience of the mule cart is not as good as that of the horse carriage, let alone the spacious bus of later generations. The stone-paved city road is not as good as the muddy official road. Xianjin went back and forth from Jingxian to Xuanqing many times. She felt that the road was steeper this time. Xianjin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the mountains outside, and 5 mule carts passing through the woods. Xianjin frowned and asked the driver, Which road is this? The driver shook the hemp rope in his hand and said in a hurry, We are taking the old road. I heard from the officers and soldiers guarding the city wall that it rained heavily last night, and the city road was blocked by several fallen trees. We can't get around it. We take the old road. It will take an extra hour. But we will definitely reach Shuanqing today. 1 more hour. Xianjin narrowed his eyes, thinking of the letter from Madame Chu, and asked the driver, "From your accent, you are from Chuzhou?" The driver smiled. "You can tell from that? I came to Shuanqing from Chuzhou to make a living. I was rented by the Chen family as soon as I entered the pawn shop." Chuzhou. So familiar. Xianjin seemed to have heard this place name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. Xianjin lowered the curtain with a gloomy face. Mother Zhang asked softly, "What's wrong?" Xianjin shook his head, frowned and said, "Nothing. Just my heartbeat is a little bit strong." Before Xianjin finished speaking, he felt a violent shaking. Xianjin subconsciously hugged Baozhu, holding his hands tightly against the inner wall of the carriage, half squatted, and shook the curtain open. When he saw the scene outside the window clearly, his pupils suddenly dilated. Bachenduo Temple. Bachenduo Temple. Bandit's Nest. Master Chen Lu. The driver took a detour to Bachenduo Temple. Now in the weeds outside, there were a dozen bald heads squatting and hiding. Chapter 145. Riding a horse at a fast pace. Mother Zhang also saw it. With fear in her eyes, she trembled and held Baoyu and Suer in her arms, one on each side. She lowered her voice and said to Xianjin calmly, "Hurry. We are almost at Bachenduo Temple." "Bao. Bachenduo Temple. Masterly Laozhong is here. We met the bandits." Xianjin slipped out a sharp-tipped reed pen from her sleeve, held it tightly in her hand, and was about to lift the curtain of the carriage. Unexpectedly, as soon as her hand touched the coarse linen, she heard a muffled sound coming from the first mule cart. "My dear fellows, I am Chen Fu, the third master of Qinji in Shuanqing." Xianjin leaned against the inner wall of the carriage and looked out through the gap in the curtain. Chen Fu, dressed in pink and blue, limped out of the mule cart, raised his hands above his head, palms facing outward, and loudly begged for mercy. "My family is rich. You can earn more by keeping us alive than by killing us. We also have valuables in the cart. Please don't hurt anyone." The lame dandy, holding the mule and begging for mercy, was too funny. The bald men laughed and stood out from the bushes one after another. The flat ground was very wide, and 12 or 13 people stood scattered inside and outside, surrounding the 5 mule carts. The bald man in the lead had a machete on his back, his hands on his hips, and laughed mockingly. "Chen's third master." "Third master? You? A fucking pretty boy. Can you call me master?" The big bald man took 2 steps forward, grinned and patted Chen Fu's left cheek. "You are worthy of being called master? I hate people like you who rely on your parents the most. You said you can call me master. But I said you are like a dog. Like a dead dog. Like a cheap dog." Chen Fu limped on his left leg, and his left face was slapped red. Every time the big bald man slapped him, he curled back a little, and in the end, he was almost kneeling down to the big bald man. "Brother 13. Brother 13. Look at this pretty boy. He peed? Oh my! It smells like urine." 7 or 8 bald guys nearby surrounded him excitedly. Chen Fu was like a monkey being fooled, surrounded by people. The bald guys poked Chen Fu's clothes with their hands, and sat on Chen Fu's back with a smile, forcing Chen Fu to learn to bark like a dog while crawling on all fours on the ground with people on his back. Chen Fu buried his head, his face flushed, his hands supported on the ground, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. The edge of the pink-blue clothes was instantly hidden in the uneven crowd. Xianjin pursed his lips with both hands, lowered his eyes, and glanced out through the narrow window. He could vaguely see Zhou Ergu holding a short dagger in his hand and reaching out from another mule cart not far away. Xianjin understood it all at once. In ancient times, mountain bandits, forests, and a procession of mule carts. There were no survivors. All of them were dead. They had no other way to go. She understood. Chen Fu understood. And the 3 or 4 strong men Zhou Ergu brought also understood. Xianjin gritted his teeth. Xianjin pressed his body tightly against the inner wall of the carriage, changing his angle to look out through the gap in the curtain blown by the wind. This was a large flat land, and the woods were far away. The site measured at least nearly 500 meters. There were no wooden houses or large rocks that could hide people. let alone the famous Bachanduo temple. This meant that only the 10 or so bald men they saw intercepted them. Moreover, within a certain period of time, the other side had no reinforcements. As long as they beat this group of people, no matter what the price, they can survive. Xianjin took a deep breath and squinted his eyes to look out. Zhou Ergu had already crawled out from the back of the mule cart and brought his brother and Zheng's brothers to the northeast corner of the flat ground. He raised his hand and cut off the 3 bald men on the periphery quietly. Just as Zhou Ergu half-crouched and prepared to deal with the 4th one, the little bald man who was playing around Shen Fu seemed to notice something, turned his head and looked not far away, and shouted, "Brother 13, why is Xiao Liuzi gone?" The bald man looked stern, and was about to turn his head to look at the northeast corner, but was attracted by a clear female voice. "Good man." Xianjin lifted the curtain and stood on the shaft of the mule cart, saying in a coquettish voice, "The life of our Zhu Guancher was also taken by you good men." The bald man looked up and squinted, and saw a girl with fair skin and clear eyebrows standing tall and slender. His eyes lit up. The man told him that there was a woman in this car team, and he didn't expect that this woman was so beautiful. If this woman enters their village, she will definitely be able to get into the rooms of the 4th and 5th brothers and become a new favorite. If he is sensible, he might be able to get a share and enjoy it once or twice. The big bald man smiled with his mouth tilted. "I killed him. That fat guy. I killed him. My knife is blunt." The big bald man gestured with his hands under his crotch in a lewd way, and said dirty words while smiling evilly. "What? Are you close to that fat pig head?" The bald men instantly forgot that Xiao Liuzi is missing. The matter was over, and the brain followed the crotch, and they laughed loudly as the big bald man said one thing after another. Xianjin pretended to be shy, hiding his face in the collar. "My king, why are you like this? Don't guess randomly. I am innocent. How can I have a head and tail with others?" The little girl's voice was soft and tender, and the bald men had never seen this before. "You bumped into me, and I bumped into you," with obscenity and lust written on their faces. Xianjin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air in his heart, and saw Zhou Ergu and the Zheng brothers squatting and circling in the corner of his eye. Gradually approaching the inner circle, Xianjinju stepped back. Half of his body retreated back into the carriage, and looked up to see Zhou Ergu had picked up the little six and chopped the big knife that fell on the ground at the bald man who was facing away from him. Ah! The bald man's back was chopped by the knife, and the spurting blood instantly splashed on Zhou Ergu's cheek. The remaining 7 or 8 people finally realized that their companions, who were standing apart, had been killed. 3 or 4 strong men picked up their big knives and started to slaughter from behind with a very powerful posture. There were even 2 skinny old men jumping off another mule cart, one holding a long wooden brush, the other holding a large stone lifted from the roadside, and running towards the bald man screaming, "Damn it! Bitch! You're playing with us?" The big bald man closest to Xianjin reacted, and quickly leaned over to grab Xianjin's feet. Xianjin's ankles were immediately grabbed by a huge force. Mother Zhang and Suor behind him grabbed Xianjin's waist from the left and right and pulled him in. Xianjin leaned back, and the big bald man's hideous and dark face instantly appeared in front of him. Xianjin did not hesitate at all, pulled out the reed pen from his sleeve, used all his strength, and without any hesitation, stabbed the tip of the pen into the bald man's left eye. "You son of a bitch!" The bald man felt a sharp pain in his eye socket, roared to the sky, and pulled the knife out of his back with one hand. Xianjin loosened his hand, and Yongzhou took advantage of the situation to pull the reed pen out of his ankle, quickly turned over and rolled off the mule cart, and ran in the opposite direction. Take this bald man as far away from Baozhu as possible. Xianjin ran very fast. The big bald man chased Xianjin with one bloody eye. "Run! Run!" Xianjin's chest was about to run out of air, thanks to a year of Ba Duanjin. She had a physique far superior to that of a woman in the boudoir. The sound of the big bald man's footsteps behind her was getting louder and louder. The sound of Zhou Ergu and the others swinging their knives was getting more and more hazy. "We're going to be caught." Xianjin felt a sweet and fishy taste in his throat, and his mind was filled with the third-person perspective of this year's cursory visit. He could no longer remember the white ward and bed in his previous life. "You bitch!" The furious voice of the big bald man was so close. "I'm afraid I'm going to die here. Damn it! I'm going to die." And I'm still being called a bitch. Xian Jin turned his anger into strength and ran as fast as he could. A blade whistled past. Xian Jin instinctively covered his head and squatted. Who knew? The next moment, he heard a loud bang. The chill of the blade was gone. The sound of the big bald man's footsteps on the ground was gone. Xian Jin raised his head from his arms. And through the blood on the ground, he saw 5 or 6 tall horses appearing in the woods not far away. The leader on horseback, holding a bow in one hand, shot the bald man's head with an arrow. Xian Jin took several deep breaths of hot air, as if oxygen was returning to her body. From such a distance, she seemed to have a pair of clairvoyants, and could clearly see the leader's eyes drooping, hair hanging high, lips red and teeth white. Wait! Lips red and teeth white? Xian Jin stared down in a daze. This is a woman. This is a woman wearing a plain shirt with narrow sleeves, riding a horse fast. Chapter 146. Crush the Ant Nest. The sunlight drew a circle of golden edges around the woman. Xian Jin thought that his eyes were blurry, so he half squatted on the ground and rubbed his eyes vigorously. That's right. This woman was indeed outlined by a circle of golden light. The woman lowered her eyes coldly and glanced at the dung beetle squatting on the ground. She raised her delicate jaw, and the 2 dark brown tall horses beside her neighed and raised their heads to jump up. They stepped on the sand and stones, and in just 2 or 3 moments they were beside Xian Jin. One of them, with a beard, bent down and said in an unrecognizable accent, "Excuse me." The 3 characters hit the ground, and Xian Jin's 2 arms were picked up by someone. His old eyes were blurred, and the world was spinning. A dung beetle flew into the air, and was transported by a tall horse to an open space far away from the swords and shadows. The dung beetle woke up as if from a dream, and shouted loudly, "Mule cart! There are 3 girls in the mule cart." The bearded man waved his hands back to show that he knew, and opened the mule cart to see that there were 3 women inside. But one of them couldn't be called a girl anyway. The bearded man settled the mule cart, turned over and joined the battle. To be precise, this was not a battle. It was a massacre. A one-sided massacre. The 4 men on the other side dispersed the remaining 7 or 8 bald men. After the dispersion, it was a hunt. The man on the horse acted very methodically, and his methods were also very cruel. He raised his knife and stabbed it at the throat of the person, killing almost all of them with one blow. The cold light of the knife harvested a stream of blood and a life that should have been killed long ago. The horse's hooves trampled back and forth on the open ground, focusing on finding the remaining survivors to finish off. A piece of powder blue silk, lying on the ground, hidden in the blood and horse hooves. Trembling, the horse hoof was about to step on him. Xian Jin gritted his teeth, rushed over with a few vigorous steps, and knocked Chen Fu away. But he bumped into the hand of the little bald man, who was still breathing, with a trace of blood on his face beside Chen Fu. The little bald man was half paralyzed on the ground, dying, and raised the knife in his hand to chop at Xian Jin like a conditioned reflex. Xian Jin's mind flashed white light, and he didn't have time to think. With the instinct of survival, he pulled out a dagger stuck in the body next to him, opened his eyes wide, and fiercely stabbed it into the left chest of the little bald man. Bang! The sound of the bald man's machete hitting the ground. The warm blood sprayed all over Xian Jin's face. Xian Jin licked the blood on his lips subconsciously. It smelled fishy. It was still warm. Chen Fu got up in a panic, limped and pulled Xian Jin up, trembling all over and hiding Xian Jin behind him. His voice as hoarse as a broken gong sieve. Don't look, close your eyes." Xian Jin was as dumb as a piece of wood. She just stabbed someone to death. Xian Jin swallowed hard, looked down at his hands, which were covered in blood, and blood splashed down along the lifeline of his palms. Chen Fu was so anxious that she almost cried. Don't look. Dirty! Jin Jier. Xian Jin's head was buzzing, as if there was a hood covering his head, ears and mouth tightly, leaving only his red eyes. Chen Fu's voice was dense, like a worm crawling on the edge of the ear hole, and it could never crawl into the isolation barrier. Well done. In an instant, it was like the sound of Buddha filling my ears. The chaos faded away, and everything in the world became clear. Xian Jin raised his head with difficulty. The woman turned over and dismounted, folded her arms across her chest, and stood in front of her with her head held high. Well done, the woman repeated, in a brief and sharp tone. The human heart is in the left chest. Instead of stabbing it a dozen or 20 times, it is better to pierce the heart with one knife. It is clean and convenient. She took the knife in her backhand and gestured to Xianjin. Or you can cut the throat. But you have to control the strength. If the strength is too shallow, the scalp is connected to the neck, and the head will drag for a long time. If the strength is too strong, the head will fly out, like a kuja going straight to the net, which is not good. Xianjin's eyes were sore. Sister, can you let me be quiet and slow down? Let's have one-on-one teaching on murder later. Okay. When the woman came closer, Xianjin could see the woman's appearance clearly. Very noble. Yes, noble. The forehead was full. The chin was square and round. And the slightly wheat-colored skin looked energetic. The eyes were slightly obtuse. The eyes were big and long. The nose was straight. The jaw was small and round. And the slightly angular cheeks helped her momentum, adding 5 meters to the ground. The age should be between 25 and 35. Forgive me for giving such a vague range. It is true because judging from the skin, the woman did not see the slightest wrinkle. But the determination and indifference in her eyes were definitely not the state of a young woman in her early 20s. I guess this is your first time killing someone. So you have good skills. The woman saw Xianjin's pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. So she smiled and said, "It's not considered killing. The dead monk was killed by a slash on the neck. And he will die eventually. Not at your hands." Xianjin opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. The extreme fear and discomfort of killing someone and seeing blood in his heart inexplicably dissipated. The woman glanced at the 2 bearded men beside her and turned to clean up the battlefield. Great military exploits. All 13 monks and bandits died. Zhou Ergu was slashed once on the waist and once on the leg. The eldest son of the Zheng family had his right arm chopped to the bone. The second son of the Zheng family was the narrowest and was the last one to be killed. So he didn't bleed. Lubadan was bleed. But a long scar was cut on his face. And his face was bloody and looked very scary. Li Sanshun was not stabbed, but he fell a few times when he jumped off the mule cart. He didn't care about his swollen head and turned around to hold the 2 knives and 6 Zhongxian in his arms. Chen Fu's psychological damage was greater than his physical damage. He was shaking all the time, and his lips were shaking so much that he couldn't speak. Bao Zhu. Su'er and Zhang's mother's eyes were red and swollen. Where is the nearest medical clinic? The woman glanced at the 6 Zhongxian held by Li Sanshun and said in a low voice, "Your friend needs medical treatment immediately." Chen Fu opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. Xianjin swallowed hard and said repeatedly, "In Jingxian. But there is a temple on the mountain, called Bachenduo Temple. It's called a temple, but it's the place where the bandits set up camp. This group of monks came from there. I heard that the bandits will not act alone. Once the brothers in the mountain lose contact, they will send people out to look for them. In other words, it was no problem for them to deal with the 12 or 13 monks. But once a large army attacked, even with horses and a skilled bearded man, it would be a drop in the bucket." Xianjin's mind gradually became clear. We have 2 options now. Go back to Jing County, or set off immediately and head straight to Xuancheng. No matter which route we choose, the journey will take more than 2 hours. I suggest going back to Jing County. We came from Jing County, and even though the way back to the city is unfamiliar, we can remember a little bit based on the journey just now. If we go to Xuancheng, it will be a way out, and we may get lost in the mountains and forests. The woman turned her head and looked behind her. The bearded man behind her nodded in greeting. "Are you a paper merchant in Jing County?" the woman asked in a low voice. Xianjin nodded and introduced himself. "We are the employees of Qinji Paper Mill in Xuancheng. This is Qinji's 3rd son. Thank you, sister. Thank you, lady, for saving my life." The woman raised her hand and pressed down her palm, seeing the little girl in front of her with blood spots all over her face. She was obviously panicking and scared, but still spoke clearly and had clear ideas. She smiled and said, "There is a 3rd way." Xianjin looked up and saw. "Kill the bandit camp. There must be medicine and doctors in the bandit camp. That is the nearest clinic to us." The woman tied her hair high, as if discussing how to crush an ant nest with 1 foot. Chapter 147. Don't be an eye bag. Xianjin's heart beat fast when he heard it. "This sister. How dare you think so? Just with the 4 of them." Xianjin's eyes moved stiffly to the 4 horses not far away, with their nostrils wide open, eating grass leisurely. Add these 4 horses? Xianjin's expression successfully amused the bearded man next to the woman. The broad-faced bearded man said hey, and turned his head to look at the woman with a smile. Miss, this little girl actually doubted our strength. Xianjin's mouth twitched. Unless your 4 horses immediately grow white fluffy wings and put on a golden armor. Otherwise, it is hard for me to believe that you have the fighting power of 4 people to take down a den of thieves. Xianjin glanced at the guys lying on the mule cart, who had only used ash to stop the bleeding, and then tied up their wounds with gauze to prevent excessive blood loss. The Zheng brothers were in good condition, but Zhou Ergu was in a very bad condition. The wounds on his legs and arms exposed to the air were shocking. He had gradually become silent and sluggish from the initial excitement and extreme fear. Now he was lying on the shaft of the mule cart with his eyes tightly closed. Suor and Zhang Mama wiped their bodies with clean silk handkerchiefs on the left and right. But it didn't help. Xianjin frowned and pursed his lips. They needed medicine, doctors, a quiet environment and clean water. Otherwise, in ancient times, if they were infected, they would die or lose a layer of skin. Go! Xianjin gritted his teeth and said. In ancient times, Zhuge Liang sang the empty city plan. And now there are 4 heroes who are ruthlessly prying the bandits' den. Maybe we can make a small effort to achieve a great result, such as a surprise attack at night and burn the village? Our Chen family is rich, and I have banknotes on me. Or we can bribe a few spies, work together inside and outside, break through from the inside, and catch them off guard. This killing and fire prevention is a skill beyond Xianjin's business ability. For the time being, he could only come up with these 2 immature suggestions. This time it was the woman who was amused. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly and she smiled. Where did these ideas come from? Xianjin said. From books? Of course. From many excellent literary and artistic works. The woman smiled and shook her head, facing the golden sunlight, squinting her eyes and looking down the mountain, and gently waved to Xianjin. Her voice was gentle and flat, and she whispered in Xianjin's ear, a good general will not fight an unprepared battle. Similarly, a good sister will not brag without confidence. Xianjin followed her gaze, and suddenly got goosebumps on his back. In the towering woods at the foot of the mountain, there was a horse team. There were hundreds of tall horses with uniform brown heads, and hundreds of men in dark suits and waists. Oh no! Not all of them were men. Xianjin clearly saw several women with their hair tied up high sitting on their horses with their chests and waists straightened. This group of horses. It looked like a military team. The solemn temperament among them even gave Xianjin a illusion of a Navy SEAL team. Dense hairs stood up from dense goosebumps. Who is this? Is she the daughter of a powerful general? Or, is she the general? Xianjin was dumbfounded. He looked at the waiting horse team at the foot of the mountain, then looked up at the beautiful sister in front of him. After a long while, he swallowed his saliva, lowered his eyes, and lowered his voice. I am grateful for your kindness. My name is Xianjin. He is the congratulatory. Xian is the show. And Jin is the gold. I am now living in the Chen family, as the head of the workshop. The middle-aged man in the powder blue coat is my stepfather, named Chen Fu, the 3rd son of Xuanqing Chenji. The rest are the shop assistants. Zhou Ergu, Zheng De, Zheng Er, Zhang Ma, Suor. Xianjin's eyes skipped over Bao Zhu, and he went through every detail of the personnel composition, where they came from and why they went, which street, which house, and which tile they lived in. The woman looked at Xianjin with interest. Why did you tell me so clearly? Xianjin swallowed again, his eyes serious. Please rest assured, when we return to the city, even if there are thousands of swords on our necks, we promise not to say a word. The woman's eyes were a little more surprised in the playfulness. This meant that she was asked to rest assured. To be honest with her identity meant that once the news of her traveling with troops was leaked, she could easily find the person who leaked the secret. She is a very smart girl. The woman looked at Xianjin's bloody hands and his stern eyebrows. She was also a very brave girl. The woman nodded lightly and patted Xianjin's shoulder calmly. Okay. There is no time to lose. It will be difficult to catch them all in one net after the birds are scattered. The woman looked back with a stern expression and ordered sternly. Lift up these 12 bodies. Lao Bing. The broad-faced bearded man responded. Send an order. Let the monkeys investigate on the ground and find out where the bandit camp is. Team Qian goes first. Find out the number of troops in the bandit camp. Team Jin and Team DUI will be the last. Cut off the entrances. Strictly control people passing through the forest. And be alert to bandits disguised as hunters, taking the opportunity to pass on information. See Li. See Qin. Find the temporary wooden house built by hunters in the mountains, and settle the injured and the girl from the Qin family. See Li. See Yuan. Find nearby farmers to find out about the bandit camp. It was a long paragraph of instructions. The woman gave calmly, and the subordinates received them in an orderly manner. After an order was issued, the corresponding personnel rode out on horseback, bowed and received the order and retreated. All the orders were received in no more than 20 breaths. Xianjin held his breath and concentrated. Monkey equals scout. Qian team equals vanguard. Gen team. DUI team equals collecting troops. Li. Qin equals logistics. Li Yuan equals spy. Thanks to his father, a nouveau riche middle-aged man who loved military channels in his previous life, Xianjin was very sure that this was clearly a well-trained, well-coordinated and experienced army. Xianjin lowered his eyebrows and lowered his eyes in silence. No matter who this woman is, she is not someone that the current Qin family and she can climb up to. In the storybook, the plot where the heroine hugs the golden thigh and rises to prominence from then on is not so realistic in reality. Think with your toes. More than 100 elites all wore plain clothes, walked around the small road, dusty, hurried, with a very standard Mandarin accent, came from the north and left quietly. What are they going to do? It must be a very important, but top secret that cannot be told to outsiders. The court, the army, secrets, no matter which word. Ordinary people are involved. One wrong thing is death. This is different from dealing with Prefect Xiong. Dealing with Prefect Xiong, the consequences are still controllable. This consequence, she doesn't even know the cause. What consequences can she expect? Xianjin shrank his neck back, trying to make himself non-existent. She is not the heroine. She can't be so brazen as to make connections, to be the center of attention. She is just a dung beetle trying to live a better life within the rules. After the woman finished her instructions, she saw the little girl in a dark brown coat curled up like a quail, and praised her in her heart. This is really a very perceptive little girl. Chapter 148. It's not easy to take a bath. The monkey deserved the title of monkey at first glance. He put his ears to the ground and sniffed fiercely. He jumped up and led the team to the southeast. The Liyuan group was not a pushover. In less than half an hour, they brought 5 mule carts to the wooden house, left by the hunter not far away. Several strongmen lifted up several strong men and were about to put them down. Xianjin hurriedly pulled out all the clothes in the bag and spread them on the ground, whispering, "Put the clothes on. It's cleaner." Zhang Ma and Su'er cut firewood in boiled water, wiped the sweat off the wounded, and served them water. The horse team had a doctor, also a strong and sturdy man, who sprinkled white flour medicine on the wounds and took out a few pills for the people to take. When he looked at Xianjin, he subconsciously lowered his head to avoid Xianjin's direct gaze. It's just an emergency. Many medicinal materials still need to be boiled and taken now. And there are also many local medicinal materials that need to be identified by local doctors. Xianjin nodded and looked at the beautiful elder sister. The beautiful elder sister was flipping through the letter and said in a deep voice, "It will be available tonight." After saying that, without even raising his head, he casually said, "There are many bandit dens here, and Jing County, Jingda, and Anyang don't care, so they just let him do whatever he wants. Come to the border of the 3 places." Xianjin bowed his head and said, "The person in charge of Jing County is a 9th-rank county magistrate. Our Qin family has done several paper products business in the county government. I heard that this county magistrate has organized several militias, but all ended in failure. The county magistrate does not have the power of violence in the local area." The beautiful elder sister nodded slightly, and did not ask about other places. She must have known that the Qin family was a small merchant, and could not know the situation in other places. "Can bandits enter the city?" the beautiful elder sister asked again. Xianjin knew that she was asking whether it was disturbing the people, and hurriedly shook his head. "I have never heard of such incidents in Jing County. 5 or 6 years ago, there was a disaster in Baochan Temple in Jing County. The county government bore the funeral expenses of the victims, and also called on the city to bypass Baochan Mountain Temple, and use the city roads as much as possible. It took a year or two to repair the city roads and reinforce all the small hills that are prone to collapse. This is if we can't fight. Can't we just run away? A classic case. The only accident in Jing County was the tragedy that happened to Li Sanchuan's father, Li Laozhang. As for last year's death of Zhu Ganglai in Bachenduo Temple, Xianjin deeply believed that the mountain bandits could not be blamed. The beautiful elder sister said him, closed the letter, and glanced at Xianjin. Then why did you take this road? Xianjin was speechless. The driver. There is something wrong with the driver. When they were ambushed, the driver ran away without a trace. The beautiful elder sister nodded in understanding. When the matter is done, I will leave a dark room for interrogation for you. Xianjin, thank you. Thank you. Sister. The beautiful elder sister glanced at the man in the blue coat who had been curled up in the corner behind Xianjin and smiled. The living environment of this little girl should be pretty good. Right? If this stepfather is not a good man, he can't raise such a generous and clear-minded girl. Well, stupid, cowardly, silly but really good person. In less than an hour, the sky gradually darkened. The dispatch dry team returned to report. Less than 10 miles to the southeast, they occupied a cliff corner, built on the mountain, with a relatively steep terrain. There are about 200 people in the bandit camp. The camp has a 3-meter-high fence and sentinels on all sides. According to farmers, this group of bandits has been stationed here for nearly 5 years. Many merchants in and out of Anyang Prefecture suffered because of them. The property they robbed was not worth tens of thousands of taels, but thousands of taels. Even the official salt and grain of Anyang Prefecture were robbed. The beautiful young lady said. So, Anyang is the poor guy who suffered the most? Really incompetent. The person who reported it lowered his head. Xianjin also lowered his head. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Sister, if you want to tell her such a secret, go out and tell her. Or, you can kick her out. If she tells her in front of her, once someone leaks the secret, it will be difficult for her to end it. The beautiful young lady lowered her head to look at the letter again, raised her hand. Attack. Leave 3 governors alive and the doctor, and kill everyone else. The candlelight flickered alternately. Xianjin's eyes were hidden behind the candlelight, observing the beautiful elder sister with flickering eyes. This was the first time she felt the pressure from the superiors, and felt timid involuntarily, since she came to this strange world. Magistrate Xiong was already a superior to her, but she could still think when facing Magistrate Xiong, and even occasionally be distracted when thinking. Facing this elder sister, her mind was almost constantly turning. This elder sister seemed to never say useless words. Every word she said was either a summary of the situation, or an arrangement for the next step, or a guess based on the current situation. There was a deep meaning behind every word. She needs to listen and think attentively to understand 1 or 2 of them. And this sister is so damn handsome. Abandoning her fair skin, the healthy wheat color is even fashionable in the future. The confidence and stability in her gestures are like a camera tied to a chicken's head. Even if the motorcycle is flying, it is still very stable. What are you looking at? The beautiful elder sister asked softly. Xianjin subconsciously straightened his back and said repeatedly, I'm not looking at anything. The beautiful elder sister did not ask further questions, but lowered her head and turned a new page. Xianjin pursed his lips, stretched his neck and said, You look beautiful. It's not the appearance that is beautiful. Of course, the appearance is beautiful. But what is more beautiful than the appearance is the temperament. The beautiful elder sister seemed to have heard something very funny, and casually placed the letter on her knees, raised her chin, and said half nostalgically and half sadly, It's been a long time since I heard someone evaluate me, using the word beautiful. Xianjin wanted to explain very much, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw the beautiful elder sister tilt her head through the swaying candlelight, and said to her lightly, You don't think I'm beautiful. It's the power in my hands that makes you feel beautiful. Xianjin was stunned. Power? Xianjin looked at the beautiful elder sister with a confused look. Power. 80% of the more than 100 horsemen were transferred to the bandit camp. Half an hour later, the leader of the Qian team came with a gust of night wind and the smell of blood. We have broken through. The so-called leader, second leader, accountant, and doctor of the camp were left behind. Bing. The leader glanced at Xianjin. We have taken them 3 miles away. The beautiful elder sister nodded. Let him interrogate first. Then asked Xianjin, "Where are you going?" Xianjin stood up and brushed his skirt. "I can go now," the beautiful sister told the leader. "Send Silly and Siyuan to follow Miss Chen." Xianjin wanted to say no, but then thought that she was good at deceiving businessmen, and she was still a child to deal with such a scumbag who was licking blood on the tip of a knife. So she said, "Can you lend me a dagger?" The beautiful sister raised her chin. The leader next to her was about to take action. "Forget it." The beautiful sister stopped the leader and took out a sapphire and ruby inlaid and exquisitely carved scimitar dagger from her sleeve and handed it to Xianjin. "I taught you that you should cut the throat with your backhand and use moderate force. It's hard to watch blood splattered all over the wilderness." Chapter 149, It is also rare. The Liyuan group is one of the few women Xianjin saw on the horse team. The two sisters with high ponytails are as thin as a piece of paper. Xianjin is already thin enough. But in front of the Liyuan group, it is a bit like the contrast between Yangxue Jiaxuan and Chani Thin Xian. And also a bit like a mobile phone with a mobile phone case. It is quite cruel. Xianjin walked in the front, and the Liyuan group followed Xianjin with their heads down. Seely stretched out his hand to push the door. Siyuan covered the door frame with the back of his hand, and Xianjin tilted his head to pass the door frame with a solemn face. The main point is a magical feeling of being surrounded by stars, which makes Xianjin feel that she is the CEO of a listed company who is looking for a rival to negotiate. The side room of the cabin was cramped and damp. Xianjin opened his hands and supported them on his knees, looking down at the person on the steps, who was tied up like a hairy crab. "Are you the second in command?" Xianjin looked relaxed and tilted his head to look at him. She clearly knew that she did not have the temperament of a beautiful young lady who looked down on the world and killed everyone with one knife. This kind of solemn and murderous aura could not be faked. It was better not to pretend than to show weakness. It was better to expose the naive and innocent completely. Maybe others would have to think about whether this person was pretending to be a pig to eat the elephant. He looked stupid and clear, but was actually unfathomable. The hairy crab suddenly raised his head, shrank back in fear, and then looked at the clean little girl in front of him. He really couldn't connect the sudden disaster he had just endured with the girl in dark brown clothes in front of him. This disaster was more sudden than the forest fire. Suddenly the door of their village was knocked open. Suddenly dozens of masked men in black rushed in with machetes. Suddenly his shoulder was slashed hard. Suddenly his head was covered with a black cloth and dragged to this broken place. "Don't kill me!" The hairy crab tried to move its claws, but it was useless. "Don't kill me! I'm just a worker. The real bad guy is next door." When he was dragged in, he heard a familiar voice cursing in the next room. "Our boss is next door. He is so mean. He comes up with all the ideas. We don't know anything. We don't understand anything. And we don't know anything." The hairy crab cried bitterly. "If you want to enforce justice, go find him. Killing him will accumulate more merits than killing us minions. Am I killing monsters? I killed one, and I still counted it as an achievement." Xianjin pursed his lips. "I don't know anything." He waved his hand impatiently. "Since you don't know anything, just kill him." Dehexi was stunned, and immediately changed his tone, like a ghost howling. "I know everything you want to know. Just ask. I will definitely tell you the truth." Xianjin raised his eyebrows and looked up at him. "Who told you to kill the Chen family?" As he spoke, he took out the red and blue sapphire scimitar dagger from his sleeve pocket and played with it. "From Li Laozhong and Li Ershun at the beginning, to Zhu Ganglai, and then to Chen Sen today. Did the Chen family dig up the ancestral graves of your village or something? Why are they so hard to get over?" The hairy crab trembled all over, looked at Xianjin, and trembled again. "Speak." Xianjin smashed the dagger on the small square table. The Liyuan team stepped on line. One grabbed the hairy crab's scalp and leaned back, and slapped it in the face with a big mouth, slapping it 77-49 times. The hairy crab was slapped so hard that it looked at Xianjin with stars in its eyes. "Speak. I promise I won't kill you." Xianjin put the dagger back into his sleeve pocket, stood up, turned around and walked away. "If you don't speak, I will cut you up immediately." "Yes," the Liyuan team answered loudly. The hairy crab trembled all over, and finally stopped trembling. He gritted his teeth, and his mouth was full of blood. He looked up again, but his narrow face could not contain his strong desire to survive. The former was ordered by Mr. Huang. the prefect of Anyang Prefecture. The latter, Chenwu or Chenlu. I can't remember. I only know that I received a letter from Chenwu before the new year, asking us to be ready and wait for Chen Lao San to pass, and then kill him all. The prefect of Anyang Prefecture. Is he the one behind the Bachanduo temple? There was a sense of separation. Like when Pleasant Goat asked Big Wolf, "Which do you think is better? Roasted whole lamb or mutton soup pot?" After thinking about it again, Xian Jin realized it. Although Baochan Duo Temple is located at the junction of three places, Jingda and Jingxian are both county level, and only Anyang is prefecture level. If the court takes action, the higher the level, the more certain it is. But Anyang Prefecture has been silent. I thought it was lazy politics, but now I think it's probably treacherous politics. Xian Jin spoke again. Killing Chen Laos and will only bring a few thousand taels of silver. What I'm curious about is why you obeyed Chen Lao's orders. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be short of business. The hairy crab gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. He didn't understand why Miss Yan Wang was so interested in the Chen family. But everything was for survival. No. Killing Chen Laosan as conditions. We kill Chen Laosan and his family. Man. The Chen family promised never to produce Lia Zhangxuan and Ba Zhangxuan. Chen Lao made this promise. And Anyang Mansion nodded. Xian Jin narrowed his eyes. Anyang Mansion. So familiar. Anyang Mansion. Furongji. Furongji secretly colluded with Chen Laolu. Dispute over tribute. Xian Jin pursed her lips tightly. This matter was more complicated than she thought, and even involved the government office. Are the letters and accounts exchanged with the Chen family preserved? Xian Jin asked again. Dechaxi proudly puffed out his chest. No. Although our village is a savage, it is credible. The letters, account, and lists are all burned after reading. If we hadn't done a good job and kept our mouths shut, how could our business have flourished in the past few years? Then you blame the ambition. Xian Jin pursed his lips. Really? Daxi shook his head. Really? Xian Jin asked again. How do you usually contact Chen Laowu? Daxi was getting better and better at explaining now, and basically answered every question. In the tea house at the post station outside Xuancheng. If you need to meet, we will send the night watchman to change the words. We will change the words at the time of the next day when we need to meet. For example, Z time corresponds to Wu time, and Yin time corresponds to Shin time. Xian Jin glanced at the hairy crab. What was he doing here? We have been doing business this way for so many years, and we have never failed. The hairy crab's sense of professional honor was aroused. Xian Jin supported his hands on his knees, lowered his head, and thought about it again. When he was sure that there was no problem, he stood up and walked out. Little girl. Big girl. Good girl. The hairy crab screamed in panic. I have confessed everything. Please let me go, or break my legs and chop off my hands. As long as you can let me live. You are happy. Xian Jin paused, tilted his head, and spread his hands, saying innocently, I just promised not to kill you. But others want to suppress bandits, and I am just a small follower. It is not my business. As Xian Jin said, Li Yuan gently locked the two doors. Through the gap in the door, you can see that the hairy crab went from panic to crying, to cursing, then begging, and finally crying silently. Xian Jin walked out without looking back. Li Yuan exchanged a subtle look. It is rare for a common girl to have such great courage. Chapter 150 The End of Science. When Xian Jin turned back to the wooden house, there were two people guarding each side, and the small door was closed. A broad-faced bearded man stopped Xian Jin with one hand outside the wooden house. Apologetically, Miss, it's inconvenient now. Xian Jin didn't ask any more questions. Turned around and stood in the corner to make sure he couldn't hear the conversation in the inner room. He only heard a few bang 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 sounds. And when he looked up, the raging fire in the southeast rose up like oil pouring into the sky. Flames. No. That's not flames. It's a fire tree. It's like the Chinese New Year. Fire trees and silver flowers. Crackling. Seeley has a great liking for this smart and restrained girl. He lowered his head in the dark and showed his bright eyes. Miss He, do you think our methods are cruel? Xian Jin? Then you don't know me at all. When these bandits took money to kill people, they never showed mercy. Xian Jin smiled. Repaying evil with kindness is not my principle. Repaying a drop of water with a spring of water is my logic of doing things. Seely smiled, revealing his white canine teeth, and turned to look at his sister Siyuan. I like her. Siyuan nodded without looking away, her hand still on the hilt of the knife at her waist. Seely seemed to be infinitely curious about Xianjin. Your father's surname is Chen. Why is your surname He? Xianjin felt that he should make a business card, engrave his first half of his life as a burden into an article, and send it to everyone he met, which would definitely save a lot of repeated words. Xianjin glanced at Siyuan, and seeing that she did not stop her companion from asking questions, he said succinctly, the third master is my stepfather. My mother is the third master's concubine, and my biological father is someone else. Seely, wow. This is a good story in our place. Xianjin said nothing, smiled, and turned to continue watching the fireworks made of the bandits' brains. Siyuan turned his eyes and looked at Xianjin with a little surprise. The fire burned for more than half an hour, and the wounded came out one after another after being bandaged and treated. As the doctor and the beautiful lady's horse team said, the doctor in the bandit camp trembled when he saw Jean Twike, and he turned over several local mountain herbs and mashed them to paste the affected area. The doctor and the horse team also boiled a pot of tranquilizing powder for the wounded to take. Zhou Ergu and Zhengde, who were seriously injured, finally fell asleep after drinking the medicine. The external injuries were dealt with, but there was still an internal injury. Qin Fu had a fever at night. His forehead was so hot that it could boil water, and his face was red. The horse team specially gave him a large tent to shelter from the wind. Xianjin squatted beside the stove to boil medicine. After a while, he heard Qin Fu scream, I kneel, or spare their lives. Xianjin pursed his lips and fanned his hand with more force. I really hope that the brain of Chen Lao is burning in this stove. His brain is fat and can withstand the burn. Early in the morning, the orderly footsteps woke Xianjin up. Xianjin jumped up from the wooden stake he was leaning against, and saw the beautiful lady from yesterday wearing a black long gown, with her hair tied up high, and walking towards her with a blank expression and a beard. The broad-faced bearded man smiled and bowed to Xianjin. Boss we are ready to set off. The snakes, insects, rats and ants around here have been cleaned up, and the firewood has been chopped for the wooden house. You can rest for 2 days before setting off. Xianjin followed suit and bowed. Thank you, Uncle Bing. The bearded man laughed again. Have you thought about how to explain when you go back? Xianjin pursed his lips. If you have something to say, say it. If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a favor, return it. The bearded man saw the tall girl saying harsh words seriously, and smiled happily. Then I wish you will get what you want. But while he was talking, the square formation of 100 people had gathered. The tall horses stood at the corner of the slope with their heads held high. The beautiful lady looked at Xianjin without saying anything, and turned around and left. Xianjin said loudly, Lady, stay. The beautiful lady turned her head. Xianjin took out the ruby and sapphire scimitar dagger from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Your dagger. The beautiful lady curled her lips. Here you go. I hope you don't need it. After that, she didn't bother too much, lifted her robe and got on the horse. The horse's hooves stepped on the dust and the wind, and the black color gradually left a dot in the vigorous green trees, until it disappeared. Xianjin clenched the dagger, and a sour feeling rose in his nose. He inexplicably felt a sense of sadness that the people on the other side of the world had dispersed and asked when they would meet again. He blinked and even felt a little wet in his eyes. Oh my God! She actually cried for the woman she had just met but might never see again. Xiao Dekongming risked his life and death, but she didn't cry. Now, she cried 2 lines of hot tears for a woman whose name she didn't even know. Xianjin wiped his eyes, unable to tell what he felt. Maybe he admired the strong. In her past and present lives, this beautiful lady was the most powerful, imposing, and strategic person she had ever seen. Like a tiger roaring in the mountains, an eagle soaring in the sky, and a whale roaring in the sea, with an unquestionable sense of power. Fascinating sense of power. When Xianjin's eyes were entangled, the people who were traveling far away also talked about her. Siyuan rode behind Lao Bing, and said in a low voice, Why don't we help the little girl with the housework? Lao Bing chuckled. You like her very much? Seely likes her very much. Siyuan immediately retorted, And after a moment of silence, "This little girl has never asked about our origins. Even if the words were handed to her, she never said a word. She is a very sensible and intelligent woman. Since the Chen family dared to collude with the bandits to take her life, no one knows what they will do next." Lao Bing held the reins and curled his lips without comment. How can a smart woman be tripped up by such a mediocre person? "Si Yuan, remember why we left the capital? We don't have much time left." Si Yuan lowered his head and caught a glimpse of the master who was leading the way. His back was thin and his posture was upright. He suddenly felt that the back of Miss He and their master were 3 points similar. As expected by the bearded Lao Bing, they rested in the same place for another 2 days. Zhou Ergu and Zheng Daocai were able to move gradually, but Qin Fu kept having a fever. Sometimes it was normal, and sometimes it was low fever during the day, and it returned to the peak temperature at night. Xian Jin was afraid that he was burned stupid. His intelligence was at the bottom. If it dropped further, this landform feature would be very concave. Mother Zhang used 3 stones to tell fortunes, and said confidently, "Let's go. If you leave here, San Ye's fever will go away." Xian Jin looked at the stones thrown randomly on the ground with a hard-to-describe expression. "No. You said you threw a tortoiseshell, told fortunes, and drew lots. I admit that you are superstitious with reason and evidence. In front of me, you picked up a handful of stones and threw them into the sky. Then you took a casual look and came to such a casual conclusion. This makes me very suspicious. You are superstitious without a license. How to say it? The end of science is indeed metaphysics." When the mule cart drove out of the valley, Qin Fu's fever really subsided slowly. When it drove to the door of the Qin family's house in Xuanqing Prefecture, Qin Fu's body temperature actually returned to normal for a long time, and he consciously opened his eyes to ask for water. Mother Zhang patted the back of Soar's hand excitedly. "I guessed it right. I guessed it right. Xian Jin, middle-aged women are really brave, and their ways are really wild." Qin Fu got much better, so Xian Jin was naturally relieved and whispered to Soar, "You go find Miss Little Bear first." Soar jumped out of the car and ran away. At the gate of Chen's house, Second Master Chen Kai led his men to wait at the gate. After waiting for a long time, when they saw this group of wounded soldiers, they couldn't help but smack their lips. What have you been doing? You said you would be back 2 days ago." "I waited outside the city gate for a day, and then sent people to Jing County to ask, and they said you set out early in the morning." "How come?" Chen Kai saw the pale face of the lying man and the frightened man sitting, and couldn't help but help his brother up in panic. "Were you robbed?" Xian Jin cried loudly with disheveled hair. "Who said it wasn't true? Those drivers drove the mule cart into the gutter. Ergu and Zheng were hit on the legs and hands by the cart. Sandy was hit on the head and hasn't woken up yet. The few of us who are left have to take care of the sick and disabled, and pull the cart out. We are so tired. It was so hard to pull the mule up and move the things up. But who knew we got lost again, wandering around in the mountains." Finally, a hunter asked for directions. "The cart overturned?" Shen Laowu behind Chen Kai squinted his eyes in disbelief and spoke. Xian Jin looked at him through his tears. "Yeah. Where can you find the driver? He ran away after the car overturned. We can't find him. So irresponsible. We should really deduct their wages." Chen Laowu's smile froze into an arc. "Just overturned." Xian Jin wiped his eyes and frowned at him. "Then, what else do you want?" Chapter 151. The beasts are behind. Master Chen Wu was speechless for a moment. What was he thinking? Of course you guys will die, hacked to death, burned to death, pushed off the cliff, hit against a tree, raped to death by more than 200 bandits in the village. You can die in any way, as long as you don't show up here alive. Master Chen's smile was sincere. What can Master Wu think of? He just wants you to have a smooth sailing. Why is the driver so useless? Master Chen turned his head and scolded. Go check who hired these drivers, and let our third brother suffer so much. Xian Jin glanced at Master Chen Wu, who looked normal, but forced himself to keep his lips together, his hands trembling slightly in his sleeves, and the little coal ball on her left was also panting and pale. Mother Zhang on the right was a seasoned veteran, having lived in the Chen family for 20 years, and dared to do anything crazy, and immediately shouted, Investigate. What's the point of investigating? Tell me. Kick them all out. Tell the car dealership. Pay compensation. Pay 10 times the money. Master Chen Wu was relieved when he saw this. Most likely, something went wrong in the middle, which allowed these vegetable bags to escape death. If they really meet the group of people from Bachanduo Temple, how can they come back alive with all of them? Old and young? Yes. 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 You are right. Master Chengwu smiled, stepped forward and helped Li Sanshun over with a smile. It's all because of the servants' incompetence. You have suffered. I will pay for 2 pots of luobai tonight to welcome everyone. He glanced at Chen Fu, whose legs were weak and his face was red from the fever, and said with concern, Afu can't drink. A sigh. Help drink up Afu's wine. Chen Kai arched his back honestly. Drink. 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 It's only natural to help my brother drink. Master Chengwu laughed and added, Don't let him sing after drinking too much. And then ask him to play the role of a matchmaker. His body is fragile and weak, so he needs to take good care of himself for a few days. The people who were welcoming him all laughed. Xian Jin, hee. It was as if we had entered the acting competition of Nanzili Holakeshuan. The group of people walked in, and Master Chengwu deliberately walked at the end, lowering his eyes and telling his longtime attendant Lu Er, Go and find out about the news of Bachanduo Temple. Lu Er, who thought he was about to be airdropped into a bandit's den, looked up in fear. Me? Like a small soldier who suddenly received the mission to assassinate Tang Monk. Lu Er revealed his stupidity in his grief and anger. I don't even know where that place is hiding. Who the hell knows where the bandit's lair is? Which stupid bandit would invite you? My door is always open. And I am waiting for you with open arms? I want you to go down the mountain and ask for money. Is there any movement on the mountain? For example, has the government sent troops to suppress the bandits? After all, it is a large village of more than 200 people. If there is any movement, it will definitely be reported down the mountain. Master Chengwu scolded him angrily, and raised his head quickly, and saw the straight back in the crowd at a glance. We have done many business with Bachanduo Temple, and we have never failed. This time we have sent the person to our mouths. But he actually flew away? I am afraid something will happen. He is capable of this. Lu Er nodded and ran out quickly. However, until the key was locked up, Lu Er did not come back. Master Chengwu lay on the bed anxiously, squinting his eyes, watching the white lanterns in the corridor swaying, and turned over to see the light of the white lantern swaying on the fine curtains. His wife, Mrs. Lu, closed her eyes and kicked him in the asshole. If you don't behave, go to Mrs. Wu's place and make meat soup. Mr. Chengwu half covered his buttocks, feeling helpless and angry. I don't know who I'm working so hard for. For whom? Mrs. Lu closed her eyes and sneered. For your and Mrs. Wu's child. I gave birth to a daughter, who married a long time ago. You took the money from the Qin family. Isn't it just to pave the way for that little woman's child? How old are we? Over 50. How many years can we live? You cheated and schemed to move money home, and you have to take it all to the grave. Master Chengwu's CPU failed, and he pulled out the quilt in front of his wife. His mask finally broke. I'm not doing this for money. Master Chengwu roared with a red face. After he finished shouting, he looked at the corridor like a thief. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor, his eyes were red and veins were bulging. I am indignant. Why should the whole Qin family support the eldest son? Why? Because he is the elder brother? After he died, Lao Lu and I have to continue to act crazy and stupid to support his son. Qin Fu can do whatever he wants if he doesn't get along with his elder brother. What about me? If I say anything bad about my elder brother, I am a rebellious son. A sinner. Rebellious. As the younger ones. Did we lack virtue in our previous life and reincarnate as younger brothers? Master Chengwu suppressed his roar several times. He didn't dare to let go of his voice. This was in the Qin family. He had no home. I just want to watch the Qin family fall into my hands step by step. I want to make the Qin family my Qin family. This sentence was stuck in his throat, and he didn't dare to say it after all. Lu's back was motionless, as if she was asleep. Master Chengwu was panting, took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed down. He didn't hold the quilt to go to his place, but laid down on the wooden board under the bed. It's best to sleep after venting. Master Chengwu closed his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been. Half asleep and half awake. He heard someone beating the night watch in the corner of the wall. Zishir Sangu, Ping and Chonglu. The night watchman's voice was too slow and one fast. Master Chengwu suddenly opened his eyes, and his old wife, on the bed, was awakened. she muttered. Peace is peace. Changlu. You are quibbling about words. Who can understand? She turned over and fell asleep again. At noon the next day, outside Shuanqing Prefecture, Lun Wine Shop was full of people and snakes. There were drunken men lying on the stairs, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Gamblers who were whipped and bloody. And prostitutes and musicians lying on the railings to solicit customers. This is a free place outside the city. Refugees without household registration. Fugitives who have committed crimes. And second-rate people who have been chased by the Qian family and have no home to return to. This is a place outside the city where they can enjoy a day of wine. Outside the shabby and smelly wine shop, a businessman who wrapped himself tightly hurriedly lifted his clothes and followed the waiter to the private room on the second floor. When he opened the door, he was stunned. Who are you? Mr. Chen Wu took off his mask. The man in front of him, should be called a child, was short and thin, and looked at him timidly. Where is the 13th master? Master Chen Wu was a little anxious. The little boy pointed to his throat and shook his head. Are you dumb? Master Chen Wu asked. The little boy nodded, took out a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Master Chen Wu. Chen Wu grabbed it urgently, opened it tremblingly, and read it quickly. The mountains and forests are burning. The camps are moving, and it is a pity to let them go. So I specially sent a dumb boy to report. Chen Wu was like a drowning man finally seeing the light of day. He let out a long breath and saw words on the back. He turned over decisively. You need to pay 3,000 taels for the cost of migration and reconstruction. Chen Wu froze in place. You got into a fire. And you ask me for money? Begging or robbing? Go rob. Wouldn't robbing come faster? The little mute took out another letter from his arms and handed it to Chen Wu. Chen Wu opened it quickly. There were 2 pieces of paper. One was the cover with only 1 line of words, which read Baochan Duo Temple Jiaoda 9 years December accounts. And the other one read, if you don't pay, tomorrow, this account will appear at the gate of Chen's house. Okay. They are robbing him. The 12th month of the 9th year of Jiaoda was the day when Li Laozhang died in vain. Master Chen Wu felt a surge of anger at the back of his head. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the mute behind the table with a dark look. Dare to rob him? Why not kill him now? The mute shrank back in fear and pointed at the wooden door in the southeast corner that was tightly closed. The sound of a teacup bang on the table was heard behind the wooden door. The anger at the back of Master Chen Wu's head quickly faded. In the forest, when you see a young animal, do not act rashly, because there must be a strong herd of animals behind it. Chapter 152 The Choice of 5 Part 1. Master Chen Wu tightly grasped the paper in his hand. After a while, he raised his head with a fake smile. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any silver. How about I send someone to deliver it to the king on the mountain? The boy stared at the ceiling and took another piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Chen Laowu. Write the IOU and deliver it here at the same time tomorrow. Chen Laowu wanted to crumple the note into a ball and stuff it into the boy's mouth. Chen Laowu glanced at the wooden door behind him and said softly with gritted teeth, my brother has already paid off the debt of Li Laozhang. I'll pay it back with my life. How can I pay a debt twice? Chen Laowu raised his voice slightly and said shamelessly, I don't have 3,000 taels. I have now recovered the interest from Fushan Baozhai and given up a shop. So I don't have that much money. The boy slapped his hand on the table and took out another piece of paper from his arms. Assassinating blood relatives and colluding with mountain bandits. Is this debt worth 3,000 taels? Chen Laowu stepped back and turned his head to look at the wooden door. You have no evidence. He did it very secretly this time. When he first connected with the bandits of Bachanduo Temple, he went to Anyang Prefecture and visited the head of Furongji. He persuaded the young master of Furongji to help him at the cost of the Chen family's voluntary surrender of Lai Zhengxuan. He did not show up directly during the whole process, and did not even leave a single page of writing. He is not the stupid Lao Lu. Anything that can convict him, he will never let it remain in the world. The boy thought about it. He continued to take out a 50 liang silver note from his arms and handed it to Chen Laowu, timidly pointing to the Chinese character secret seal below the silver note. Chen Laowu squinted his eyes and read, Rising Sun Private Bank Zaijiazi number 6535. Chen Laowu didn't know what he meant, but his palms were sweating. Then, the little boy took out a booklet from his arms and turned to this page, tapping one of the lines with his finger. It clearly read, Rising Sun Private Bank Zayajiazi number 6535 to number 6545. Chinji paper spread and Jiachong taken out on the 24th day of the 12th month of the 14th year of Zhaoda. Chen Laowu took a few quick breaths. He understood. In order not to attract attention, he avoided official banknotes. That is, official notes of the Ministry of Revenue, when exchanging silver, and kept it in private banknotes, so as to avoid the suspicion of the government that he had a large amount of silver, and to reduce the commission for exchanging cash for silver notes. Yes, he had heard that private banknotes would record the redemption of large silver notes one by one, but he thought that large expenditures meant more than 1,000 taels. Therefore, he deliberately controlled the deposit paid to the bandits to 500 taels. After Chen Laowu had read it, the boy quickly took the account book and the banknote into his arms, and then took out the 5th piece of paper from his arms, and put it in front of Chen Laowu. It was a written IOU. The names of the borrower and the lender were left blank. Chen Laowu looked at the boy. The boy handed him the 6th piece of paper. Lender. Right, Fushan Baozha. Fushan Baozha? The gambling house, where he lent money at high interest. The gambling house, where he lent money at high interest, was backed by bandits. Chen Laowu looked up in disbelief. The boy pushed the pen, ink and ink pad on the table to Chen Laowu's side, signaling him to hurry up. Chen Laowu did not move for a long time. From the inner room came the sound of a sharp blade coming out of its sheath. Chen Laowu shuddered. He forgot who he was fighting with. They were bandits. Bandits who killed people without leaving any blood. Even if he was dragged into the inner room and cut his neck with a knife, no one would stand up for him and redress his grievances in this place where all kinds of people are mixed together. After Chen Laowu finished writing, he trembled all over and pressed his thumb full of ink pad on the paper. When Chen Laowu came to his senses, he was standing at the gate of Anil Tavern, and the low-class people he looked down upon were talking to him in groups of 3 or 4, with their arms around each other and their backs. 3,000 taels. And the 2,000 taels that Xianjin had cheated him of before. The 500 taels given to the bandits. 5,500 taels. 5,500 taels. His entire fortune. His entire fortune. Chen Laowu leaned against the dirty wall dejectedly, and unconsciously lowered his head. With a splitting headache, the door of the private room on the 2nd floor was pushed open. Mute, twitched, handed the book and banknotes in his arms to the master behind the desk like offering treasures. And the voice was clearly that of a little girl. 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 Here you go. The little bear girl took the book with a smile, browsed the pages of the book like a fan, and threw the book on the table with a gentle smile. You are really brave. You only forged 3 pages. If he is more thoughtful and turn 2 more pages, our game will not continue. A slender, calloused hand stretched out from the side of the little bear girl, and took the book again. The owner of the hand, Xianjin, said with dissatisfaction, time is limited. I have to contact you. Find a strange boy. Write a secret book. Forge account books. And pretend to be a bandit to bribe the night watchman in advance. It's already very good to do this. I didn't sleep all night last night. Do you really think she has set up a plan and turned it into an industrial one-stop service? She is the screenwriter, director, and voice director. Xianjin carefully put away the ruby and sapphire scimitar dagger. This is an important guest appearance in this play, and a chicken leg must be rewarded when the filming is finished. The little bear girl pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyebrows and eyes were very happy. Why write the lender as Fushan Baozha? Aren't you afraid that he will rush to the door and break our game in a few words? Xianjin chuckled. Chen Laowu. This kind of Laowu might rush to the door to do this. Chen Laowu. Ha. He can't. 3 words. He dare not. He is afraid of death. 1,000-year-old fox. It is not easy to survive. And he cherishes his fur the most. If he could come up with the money, he would definitely rather lose money to avoid disaster. According to Xianjin's calculation of the profit of the mulberry paper workshop, after more than 10 years, Chen Laowu probably only had 5,000 to 6,000 taels of inventory. She has already earned 2,000 taels from him. So it would be better to let the remaining silver be reunited with her. I hope the money will last forever, and we can share the beauty of the moon together. The little bear girl laughed again. If he insists on not giving it, what should I do? Xianjin smiled and said, then hand the note to Fushan Baozha. Every profession has its own specialty. She didn't believe that a gambling house with a long history and excellent quality would let go of the 3,000 taels. The little bear girl smiled and shook her head. 3,000 taels. You are willing to give it up. Xianjin took a sip of tea and shook his head meaningfully. I love money. But I love Qinwu more for suffering the consequences of his own actions and getting what he deserves. Two flowers bloom, each with its own meaning. This game has played out to this point. And there are only two results. The first result is that Qin Laowu will send the silver bill tomorrow. Then he was almost emptied out. A man who worked diligently for half his life to make money. He was about to become successful at the age of 50. Hey! All his savings were gone. What do you think he would do? He must come back. And even make more money. We are not afraid of him moving. But we are afraid that he will not move. Once he moves, Xianjin and Xuanchen will grab the handle and pull him out. Are you afraid that you can't beat him? The second result is that he held on and resolutely refused to send silver notes. Then the thug Fushan Baozhai appeared. And Fushan Baozhai went to the Qin family. Mrs. Chu might help him clean up the mess. But it is easy to clean up the mess. But it is difficult to make a comeback. Once Qin Laowu loses Mrs. Chu's trust, the position left by Qin Laowu will naturally be hers. Xianjin lowered his head and drank another sip of tea. The little bear girl thought for a moment and smiled gently. If he wants to kill you, you can stab him 50 times with a knife. And it won't be too much. Xianjin gently pinched the teacup and shook his head slightly. I'm not a bandit. Nor am I a desperate Qin Laowu. She just wanted to do business peacefully. And in the grand cause of her career. She could clearly see her own ideas and values shining. If her thinking was assimilated by such people, wouldn't it be tragic? Chapter 153 Original Family. Qin Laowu felt dizzy when he reached the door of his house. But he didn't dare to show anything inside or outside the Qin family. So he could only hold his breath and go back to the second gate. As soon as he entered, he saw the long servant Lu Er coming up to him anxiously. It was burned. Qin Laowu slapped his head. What burned? Baochan Duo Temple was burned thoroughly. Lu Er danced with joy. The farmers at the foot of the mountain said that a forest fire suddenly broke out in the mountain a few nights ago. And it was not extinguished until midnight. They went up to investigate 2 days later. And only then did they see that even the Buddha statues in Baochan Duo Temple were burned. Where are the people? Where are the people inside? Where did the people inside go? Qin Laowu had a glimmer of hope. What if? What if the mute came to cheat him? What if all the bandits on the mountain were dead? What's there to be afraid of with a mute? Lu Er shook his head hurriedly. The valuables in the temple are gone. And the people are gone too. The temple is dark. With black ash everywhere. I didn't see a single person. Qin Laowu's shoulders slumped suddenly. The valuables were gone. And the person was gone. So it must be that the person took the valuables and moved away. What does this mean? It means that what the little mute said is true. Qin Laowu nodded dejectedly and waved his hands. He felt a suffocating breath in his chest and couldn't let it out. Pack up our cash and let brother was spit out the private money that he has used to exploit the farmers and steal money behind my back all these years. Then use the farms and fields in the suburbs to mortgage. Find another private bank to exchange bills. Find Dek Hang Xinghao. It is rumored that this bank was opened by the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. It has a strong background and high commissions. The good thing is that it is also tough and will never repeat the same mistakes. Lu Er was stunned. Then we have nothing left. Qin Laowu slapped Lu Er on the back of his head. You can still live. No one knows better than him how Lao Lu died. The ancestral hall was opened. And he directly soaked rice paper in water and smeared it on his face. Suffocating to death. He saw with his own eyes that his brother was like a fish caught on the shore. His outline and facial features were firmly printed on the paper. His mouth opened wide, like his cheeks moving. And his body was incontinent and messed up the ground. Family law is much crueler than the king's law. The family law opened the ancestral hall. If the elders and the clan leader agree, you can be killed. The Qin family gave you your life. And the Qin family has the right to take it back at any time. Qin Laowu squinted his eyes tightly, opened his eyes, and took 2 quick steps forward. Turned around and continued to explain. Report to the old lady about the situation of those drivers. Lu Er nodded quickly. Yes. 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 The drivers were all from Chuzhou. Sun Shun from Chuzhou hated He Xianjin very much when he was in Qincheng Mountain Courtyard. He just made a connection in secret. And Sun Shun thought he had sent several obedient drivers over without anyone noticing. I just hope that Xianjin will not die so easily. This is his cover-up. Once the truth is revealed, there will be a scapegoat to take the blame. Now, if he is both fighting and fighting, and he is handed over, at least he can be guaranteed to pay the money but not his life. It is no different from cutting off the tail to survive. The next day, after Chen Laowu handed the banknote to the mute, he tore the IOU into pieces in a few seconds and looked at the closed door. Now, I have spent all my wealth. If the king in the mountain is still short of 1 or 2, I really can't take out a single silver. We are all walking on the edge of a knife. You grab the handle and rob the thieves. Chen Laowu, admit it this time. If there is a second time, I will fight to the death. I don't want this rotten life. And I will lead the prefect Xiong to the mountain to suppress the bandits. When Chen Laowu left, he stumbled, tripped over his left foot, and nearly fell to the ground. Behind the wooden door, Xiong Yu covered her mouth and nose with her hands, smiling with curved eyebrows. While paying great attention to her manners, she struggled to maintain the level of a 5th-rank official lady. He also wants to take my uncle to fight bandits? My uncle is sitting at home, and bandits come from the sky. Xianjin stretched out his hand and threw the banknote to Suor, saying casually, "Take it back and lock it up. It will be of great use in the future." He turned around and asked Xiong Yu, "Still no news about Shan Ongqiao?" Xiong Yu sighed. "I haven't heard from my uncle." Comforting Xianjin. "No news is good news. At least he's still alive." "Right?" Xianjin nodded dejectedly. The two talked about the past again, and Fang put on the mask, went back to their own homes, and found their own guardians. The two little girls cheated the old fox of 3,000 tales while chatting and laughing. If this story was handed over to Master Qin to write, the hit of the next season of Xuanqing vernacular novels would definitely be called The Temptation of Going Home, when the 5th young master lost his fortune. After bidding farewell to Xiong Yu, Xianjin did not return to Qin's house after entering the city, but went to the Jishi workshop in the opposite direction. Yeah, it's outside the 3rd ring road. It takes an hour to commute to work every day. It's a typical job with little money and far from home, which is not cost-effective. Xianjin leaned against the willow tree on the street, crossed his arms, and quietly observed the comings and goings of Jishi shops and workshops for nearly an hour. No one came in or out. There was not even a fly that got lost. If the door was not open, and the sign on the door frame was blown by the wind, Xianjin would have thought that this place should be closed early and rented to the pancake stall next door, which might do better business. Gurgle. Suor's stomach was rumbling beside her. The little girl pointed at the pancake stall shyly. "It smells so good." Xianjin. "Look! The pancake stall has gained another coal briquette customer, while the Jishi workshop is still a nobody." Xianjin stood up and walked in. "Come on. I'll buy you a pancake." Suor followed with big strides, as if her Ren and Du meridians were opened. As soon as she entered the store, she felt very peaceful. Xianjin rarely used peaceful. This word is used to describe a shop. But the shopkeeper behind the counter raised one hand to support his chin, half closed his eyes, slightly opened his mouth, and there was a trace of suspicious liquid at the corner of his mouth. "Waiter." "Uh-huh. What kind of waiter is there?" "There is no business." "And there is still a waiter." Xianjin poked his head inside. The layout is similar to that of the Jingxian shop, with a shop outside and a workshop inside. The open space inside is quite large, and the undercurrent of Lonchuan Creek is not far away. The paper drying rack is empty, and a few pieces of sunshade cloth are placed on the rack. 3 or 4 masters hide their faces under the cloth, sleeping more blatantly than the shopkeeper in the previous shop. This group of people are not even willing to spread the cloth wider. If you spread it wider, your whole body can be hidden in it, so that half of it will not be exposed. You are basking in the sun. You are an ostrich. As long as your face is not exposed to the sun, it will be perfect. It is really a lazy woman sitting in a sedan chair, willing to get on but not get off. Xianjin stood there. At this point, she missed someone very much. Andy Wang Zong. Xianjin pursed his lips, turned around and left with Suor. I don't know whether it was the feudal superstition of Zhang's mother who fed her the magic water that worked, or the scientific experiment of the doctor who asked her to boil more than 40 kinds of medicinal materials that paid off. But after only 3 or 2 days, Chen Fu became energetic. Xianjin returned to Chen's house from Jishi. As soon as he entered the main hall, he heard a familiar tenor voice. You give me 200 taels. That's my life-saving money. You tell me to go back to Xuanqing. I'll go back to Xuanqing. You tell me to go to Jingxian. I'll go to Jingxian. Chen Fu was full of energy. I also told you that my second brother took over my Jingxian business for nothing. He can't do it. Just wait and see. In just one summer, he will have to return all the money in your account to you. Xian Jin lowered his head, held his feet, turned around and stood beside Manager Dong. Manager Dong folded his hands on his stomach and recounted the previous situation without looking away. When I woke up in the morning, Aunt Zhang went in at the right time and repeatedly reminded me to ask Third Master not to mention the bandits. Although Third Master has always been arrogant, he has a clear mind and understood it immediately. The heartbreaking voice of a love-brained man came from inside at the right time. You left the shop in the name of second brother. You actually put the shop in the name of second brother. Wake up! That shop was built with Xian Jin. The business of tracing red books, the cooperation with the academy, the notebooks, and even the blind bags, all followed us. You want second brother to pick up a peach that fell on the ground. Bah! Impossible. I ate the peach until the core was gone, and I didn't leave any for him. Old Madame Chu was not moved at all and sneered. You also know that it was Xian Jin who built it. Seeing your arrogant look, I thought it was our third master who worked day and night to build it. You are also a reaper of the fruits of others' labor. What qualifications do you have to blame your second brother? Besides, as long as I am alive, this shop will still be mine. Do I need to discuss with you which son I want to let it go? The most hurtful thing was the light-hearted sarcasm in old Madame Chu's words. When I die, it won't be too late for you to fight with your brother for it. Chen Fu stood there in a daze, as if something was stuck in his throat. He screamed and banged his head against the wooden frame in pain. Xian Jin was not the chief assistant, so he did not have such strong self-control. He turned his head and looked inside. So what is going on now? Manager Dong spread his hands expressionlessly. He ran away. She chased him. He couldn't get away even if he had wings. These two mother and son. Manager Dong shook his head gently. These two mother and son know very well how to make each other more painful. Chapter 154 A Good Destination. Chen Fu and his mother quarreled until the sky was dark and the sun and moon shone together. From the time Chen Fu stole chicken wings at the age of 3, it was known that this child will definitely steal chickens and dogs and do bad things in the future. When Chen Fu wet the bed at the age of 6 and was beaten up, he wet the bed for half a month. So it was known that this child disobeyed his elders and was unforgivable. Finally, when Chen Fu failed at the age of 12 and did not even get the qualification of a student, it was concluded that he had done a good job in writing articles. But he forgot his words at the end. So it was known that he would be mediocre all his life and would definitely have no future. Well, to be precise, it can't be called a quarrel. After all, quarreling is like playing table tennis. You go back and forth, and the current situation is more like one-sided verbal bullying. Chen Fu's mother, Mrs. Chu, sneered and talked endlessly. But Chen Fu leaned against the red lacquer pillar with a pale face, as if his neck was caught by an invisible hand. His eyes were full of panic and collapse. Xian Jin and Manager Dong were originally like two quails with their tongues pulled out, quietly curled up in the gap. When Xian Jin turned his head and looked through the crack in the door, he bumped into Chen Fu's helpless and panicked eyes. Xian Jin pursed his lips. Manager Dong quickly grabbed the corner of Xian Jin's clothes. A loving mother teaches her children, and the law of nature will change. If you go, it will be a serious crime of usurpation. Xian Jin took a deep breath and raised his head, but saw Chen Laowu walking inside with his head down. He immediately took a big step forward and shouted loudly, Master Wu, you are back. The room was silent for a moment. Chen Laowu paused and turned around. Xian Jin hurriedly stepped forward and whispered after approaching, the old lady is quarreling with the third master again. You are the only elder. Why don't you persuade them to go? Master Chen Wu's eyes moved. Make a fuss? What are you making a fuss about? Xian Jin smiled warmly. Master San is stubborn. The shop he worked so hard to build ended up being a wedding dress for others. So Master San said a few words. Master Chen Wu's throat loosened for no reason. Chen Fu was definitely not a person who could hide things. Now that he had just recovered from a serious illness, his first reaction was to make a fuss about this matter. The 3,000 taels were finally spent on the right things. Master Chen Wu breathed a sigh of relief. What's the fuss? What's the point of making a fuss? Aren't they all chins? For the research topic of acting as a friendly elder, Master Chen Wu can publish at least 5 top journals, all of which must be first-class works. Master Chen Wu brushed his sleeves behind him and stepped into this muddy water with a smile. Only 3 quarters later, Master Chen Wu put his arm around Chen Fu's shoulders and walked out with a smile. Xian Jin raised his foot to leave, but heard the low voice of Mrs. Chu from the inner room. Jin Jie, come in. Jin Jie refused to go in. Especially, she refused to go in when you unilaterally verbally bully your young son, and he was not completely released. Jin Jie. Mrs. Chu raised her voice. Xian Jin looked at Manager Dong, who looked away as if nothing had happened. Okay, Dong Wubwa. I'll remember you. You are the assistant who will run away when a disaster strikes. Xian Jin lowered his head and walked into the main hall under the square patio with frowns. Mrs. Chu leaned on her cane, put one hand on the back of the chair, raised her eyes as if very tired, and casually pointed to the left. Sit down. Xian Jin lowered his but 1/3 of the weight down. Mrs. Chu coughed lightly. The buttocks that were in close contact with the wooden bench instantly became 1/4. It's been more than a year. The last time I saw you was at the Chen family ancestral hall after the New Year last year. A year? For an old man? Leaves obvious marks. Especially this year. Mrs. Chu has not yet come out of the great grief of the death of her eldest son. Obviously. The Chuan. Character lines on the old lady's forehead deepened by 3 points. Xian Jin answered yes in a proper manner. This year, you have done a good job. Tracing red books, hand accounts, and opened a tea house. The profit is not lower than that of the paper shop. And even led Li Sanshun to make 6 zhongxian. Mrs. Chu's voice floated in her throat, and she seemed to be out of breath. You wrote long notes every season, and handed over all the account books and banknotes. I was very happy to see it. So I simply let you run the shop and workshop in Jing County. Go and see which merchant in the world dares to hand over the shop, manpower and money to a little girl with foreign blood? Xian Jin raised his head slightly and said softly, You hired me as the chief manager, and I will not take a penny except for the monthly salary. I can only do my best to repay your kindness. Madame Chu sighed and nodded. The word hire is used very accurately. Madame Chu continued. Since it is hired, whether the shop is under my name or the second son's name, it doesn't really matter to you. Xian Jin looked up at Madame Chu. This old lady thought that Chen Fu was making such a fuss because she was the one who instigated it. Xian Jin. This old lady looks down on people. Is she trying to sow discord between that person? Besides, do you need someone to stir up trouble between you and your son? How big of a misunderstanding do you have about your relationship? In Xian Jin's family, his nouveau riche father is not very reasonable, and his highly educated mother yearns for freedom. Although the couple's personalities do not get along, their love for their children is as heavy as Mount Tai. Therefore, although Xian Jin has been bedridden since childhood, he is a child who grew up in love. He does not have the insecurity of being timid and hesitant. But on the contrary, he has the courage to move forward bravely. So she couldn't understand why the mother-son relationship between Madame Chu and Chen Fu was so suffocating. What exactly did Madame Chu want to do? Want her son to reach the moon in the sky? Or to catch turtles in the 5 oceans? Let this love-brain man go. He just wanted to live a mediocre and calm life. Who said that being mediocre is unhappy? Sympathy for the cheap father overcame the fear of the menopausal boss. Xian Jin swallowed the tea soup in one gulp, pursed his lips, and raised his head to say word by word. You asked me to go to Jingxian. I will go to Jingxian. You asked me to go back to Xuanqing. I will go back to Xuanqing. I made achievements. You rewarded me with small gold bars. I am frankly happy. And I don't think that you are throwing money at me, ignoring me, or perfunctory me. Just because, as you said, I am an outsider without blood relationship. I don't have more expectations of you. But the third master is different. The third master is your son. A natural admirer. Your evaluation of him, even a single word, will affect his life. Xian Jin smiled. He stole chickens at the age of 3, wet the bed at the age of 6, and failed at the age of 12. Think about it yourself. In your memory, is there anything that the third master did that made you completely happy? Mrs. Chu looked at Xian Jin in disbelief, and subconsciously retorted, Why not? Xian Jin straightened his back and smiled to show that he was all ears. Old Madame Chu opened her mouth several times, but couldn't spit out the words. Second Aunt Chu looked at Aunt Zhang behind Xian Jin in amazement. Your sister Jean is crazy. She stood up for Chen Fu and contradicted the old lady. Mother Zhang rolled her eyes. What's wrong with standing up? We are in business. Performance speaks. People are the top sellers. Just relying on the account books of the Jingxin shop. You dare to speak loudly in the Chen family. What is confidence? This is confidence. Xian Jin took a deep breath. His voice gentle and soft. Third master is good in Jingxian. He goes to the workshop every day to take roll call. When he is busy, he also helps to move paper, clear inventory, and boil water. Don't you know? Third master also secretly wrote 2 volumes of storybooks and earned nearly 80 taels. He stuffed all the money into the shop's accounts. Madame Chu clenched her hands on the back of the chair and stared at Xian Jin in amazement. Xian Jin stood up and bowed to Madame Chu. The third master did not get something for nothing. He is my father. I feel bad when you say that about him. Madame Chu leaned on her cane with a gloomy face and turned her face away stiffly. After a while, she changed the subject and said, Shangzong Qiao's daughter. Settle her in a yuan. Give her your monthly salary. And give her 2 skillful maids. Why did it suddenly jump here? Xian Jin didn't know what it meant. But it was a good thing after all. So he nodded in agreement. Old Lady Chu said again. You should think carefully about Miss Chiao's matter. The Chen family can help. But you can't drag yourself into it. Miss Chiao is not old. And our Chen family can still raise her for a few years. But if Miss Chiao is married after she reaches the age of 15, it is not our Chen family's business to decide who will marry her. After a pause, she deliberately softened her tone. Think twice before doing anything in the future. Don't be reckless and self-centered. This is the real thing that Madame Chu wanted to talk about when she asked her to come in. Right? Xian Jin realized belatedly that it seemed that she had just brushed it off for Chen Fu. Xian Jin nodded and said, Day by day, year by year, there must be an explanation for the Chiao family's affairs. Madame Chu sighed. Otherwise, what can we do? People have entered the family. And we can only be monks for a day and ring the bell for a day. Waved her hand, rubbed the Tianling acupoint, and told Xian Jin to leave first. After Xian Jin left, Aunt Chu hurried forward to help rub his forehead and asked tentatively, Didn't you plan to call for punishment from the beginning? Questioning why Jean Jier took the initiative to take in the Chiao family girl. Old Madame Chu narrowed her eyes and said nothing. After a long while, she said, Jean Jier, just now she was so bold to defend her father. Aunt Chu didn't understand the cause and effect relationship. Old Madame Chu breathed a sigh of relief. The third son is a troublemaker. But Jean Jier is a rough diamond. She opened her eyes and thought about the children and nephews of her mother's family. The Chu family. I remember that Manger is 2 years younger than Xian Jin. Last year, he passed the examination to become a medical officer in Xuanqing Prefecture. Aunt Chu's eyes flickered. Manger. But he is the most powerful brother in the next generation of our Chu family. Old Lady Chu smiled happily. Who says not? The son inherits his father's business. But he does it better than his father. It is not impossible for him to become an imperial physician in the capital in the future. It is not unfair for Xian Jin to marry him. When the time comes, she will marry from our Chen family. We will give her 30% of the money she has saved for the Chen family as a dowry. Second Aunt Chu smiled. You really like Sister Jean. Old Lady Chu smiled. I gave you a boy who brought wealth. And I also defended your son righteously. Do you like it? Second Aunt Chu hurriedly refused. I don't have such a great blessing as you. The 2 aunts and nieces quarreled for a few words. And Old Lady Chu looked at Yuan with lingering feelings. There was something else she didn't say. Xian Jin could still be the chief steward of the Chen family after marrying back to the Chu family. Chapter 155 3 Ways to Eat Flies. Xian Jin certainly didn't know what Madame Chu was planning. After leaving the main hall, he took out 2 pieces of silver from his pocket and gave them to Madame Zhang, telling her, I don't know what the third master likes to eat in Xuanqing, so you can serve him something delicious. After thinking for a while, no meat oil, offal, seafood, or river fish. Mother Zhang hesitated and returned one of the pieces of silver to Xian Jin. Xian Jin thought again. No cheese, fermented rice, or overly sweet fruits. Mother Zhang was speechless and returned the other silver coin. I might as well go to the field and make some cabbage slaps for third master. One dish for 3 ways of eating. Xianjin. It's so hard to support a father. Chen Fu was like a paramecium. A single-celled organism. After a good night's sleep, it was like the system was automatically updated. The next morning, he happily followed Xianjin to the Jishi workshop to check out the store. Xuanqing was obviously much larger than Jingxian, with black sheds and green tiles, and 4 rivers flowing east. There were many schools around. The chaotic but orderly streets were mostly filled with children carrying school bags in one hand and kites in the other. Most of them were waiting for school to end early, and were busy flying kites in the east wind. In several streets and alleys, Xianjin also saw several shops with book signs hanging on them. Xianjin looked all the way and saw Li Ji, Hung Ji, Bai Ji, all of them were papermaking. Passing by the door of the shop, he could smell the distinct smell of plant ash. Qin Ji's house was in Qiuliu Lane in the west of the city. Beyond Qiuliu Lane was Xixing Avenue. The road was divided into square carriers by shops and houses, carrying the life events of 120,000 households and 250,000 people in the small Xuanqing prefecture of the Great Wei dynasty. Chen Fu walked in front with his head held high. All the neighbors knew him. A familiar restaurant owner deliberately stuck his head out. Hey, Lao San, are you back from your hometown? Chen Furo was back on his home turf, getting along with everyone. I'm back. I'm back. The shopkeeper asked again. Have you eaten? Chen Fu winked at Xianjin to hurry up. And he was so proud that his butt was raised to the sky. How did you know that my daughter took me to the Jishi workshop to work? What position? The manager? People just asked you if you had eaten. What are you so proud of? Xianjin, who thinks he is not a socially anxious person, met the senior person Chen Fu, and just wanted to find a gap to get in. It was just a short commute. But the whole Xixing Avenue knew that the third son of the Chen family was in charge of the shop. And he brought his family and friends with him. And brought a little girl. The 3 warriors of the family conquered Jishi. After walking for a while to a sparsely populated area, the government allowed the mule cart to go on the road. It was a bit like a restriction on motor vehicles. The mule cart took nearly half an hour to reach the Jishi workshop. Chen Fu was a little speechless. So far? Xianjin got off the mule cart quickly. The mules on the road didn't complain. So let's stop talking. Chen Fu touched the mule's mane. You've worked hard. Then he thought about himself. The mule on the road can now rest. But his day's work has just begun. The mule is just working hard. And he has a hard life. At the door of the shop, Dong Guancher, Li Sanshun, and the second son of the Zheng family, who did not suffer any skin injuries, Lu Badan, have already dressed and taken their positions, standing in the second row out of courtesy. The first row is the original team of the Jishi workshop. Chu De Mao, the distant nephew of Mrs. Chu, is now the accountant by Dong Tian. And there are 3Q named Churchio, Shuichio, and Muchio. Man, these 5 people droop their eyes weakly, standing shoulder to shoulder, close to each other. The contrast is obvious. The second row is like the elites from the world's top 500 companies. And the first row is like the monks who go south to work for 1 day and surf the internet for 3 days. Xianjin walked in front, followed by Chen Fu. Manager Dong stood out from the crowd, with one hand on the outlined horizontal line of the 3 stripes of his uniform, with a respectful attitude and a clear voice. Congratulations, big shopkeeper. Li Sanshun and Lu Badan stepped forward. Congratulations, big shopkeeper. Zheng Lauer shouted the loudest, with his nose turned up. He de Zhonggui. Chu Damao was so scared that he thought bandits had broken in. Xianjin stopped in front of Chu Damao. Chu Damao's neck shrank, and he looked up with his peripheral vision. Wow, this girl looks really sharp. Like a knife. With her raised eyebrows, like a knife handle ready to be unsheathed at any time. Chu Damao trembled. San. He. San. He. San. He. He was unsure who to call first. So he just started rapping. He's Xianjin. Xian for Xian. Jin for gold. Xianjin pursed his lips and smiled. You are Manager Chu, right? Chu Damao nodded repeatedly. His goatee shivered and he looked very timid. I am Chu Damao. I heard from my 5th uncle that manager, he will work in the Jishi workshop in the next few months. He reacted well to the parachuted in people. He was not happy to be in charge. What's wrong with taking a salary of 10 taels of silver every month and taking advantage of the situation? As long as someone comes to take charge, he will welcome them with applause. If the shop is successful and he gets some dividends and profits, he can call her big boss or big ancestor. But this shop is really hard to run. Chu Damao bowed and made way for Xianjin, leading him to walk inside, introducing the shop as he walked. The shop has been around for more than 10 years, relying on Longchuan Creek. We make a living every month. The mulberry paper workshop in the east of the city and the lantern workshop in the west of the city can't do the work, so they ask us to do it. Those two workshops have good business, and if they let some broth leak out through their fingers, we will be full. I came in a hurry that day and didn't look carefully. Now it's bright and clear, and I entered the shop. I saw the walls were mottled, the wood beams were peeling, and the bamboo frames were mottled. Xianjin walked in silently. The floor was warped and the tiles were falling off. I looked at the papermaking workshop. There was a large open space, but there were only 3 or 2 small pools, and the water in the pools was turbid. Even the bamboo curtains for scooping paper were cracked in 2 or 3 places. Li Sanshun stamped his feet in anger. Longchuan Creek is icy cold, with very few undercurrents and dry water. It is even more suitable for making paper than Wuxi and Jingxian. Waste it. Chu Damao frowned and looked at Li Sanshun. Master, I advise you not to talk nonsense. The paper we make in our workshop is probably just the cheapest rice paper. We are just 2 or 3 guys, and it's good enough if we can make it. Chu Damao waved his sleeves. People who paid for the paper didn't say anything. Why are you lying here? Looking at Xianjin again. Chen Laowu had told him the truth. This girl is now in favor with the old lady and cannot be offended. But she is just a latecomer and doesn't know how to make paper. I think she is just good at superficial work, he said respectfully. Boss, we really tried our best. If we really put in 100% of our strength to make rice paper for 50 cents per piece, we will be the ones who are tired. Right? Xianjin lowered his head, reached out to scoop up a handful of water soaked in paper wool, turned his palm upward, and handed it to Chu Damao's mouth. Eat it. Chu Damao thought he was hallucinating. Huh? In Xianjin's palm was a fly that had been dead for who knows how long, lying on its back, so dead that maggots were about to appear. Eat it, Xianjin said coldly. Chu Damao looked at Manager Dong at a loss. Manager Dong smiled and made a pleased gesture. Please have it. Xianjin turned his head. Zhou Ergu and Zheng De, the 2 strongest muscular men in the camp, were not there, and Zheng Lauer from the second echelon took over, arching his back and glaring forward, pinching Chu Damao's neck and leaning back, pinching Chu Damao's jaw with one hand. Xianjin stood on tiptoe and stabbed the fly into Chu Damao's mouth with the smelly water. Chu Damao's face was red and his eyes were full of tears. He coughed and coughed. Xianjin took out a silk handkerchief from his sleeve, wiped his hands, and said, "Excuse me," he said, in Jingxian. "The water in the pool must reach the level of the master's personal drinking before the paper can be made." Masterly, have you ever tasted the water in the pool of the Jingxian workshop? Li Sanshun said loudly. Of course. How can you know if the water quality is suitable if you don't taste it? Xianjin nodded. Shopkeeper Chu, do you know why? Among all the mountains and rivers on earth and the 9 states of Mai, only the paper from Xuanqing has not decayed for thousands of years, and is fine and smooth? Chu Damao felt as if a moth was about to fly out of his throat, because the Chinese sandalwood trees used to make Xian paper only grow in Xuanqing, and only the river water from the Wuxi River can produce stable, long-lasting paper. Xianjin's expression was very serious. Yuban, Lianxi, Bailu, these famous Xian papers. I don't ask you to make them, but ask yourself how long this pool of water has been there? Have you taken care of it? Have you cleaned it? Have you changed it? It's all smelly. Chu Damao looked at the 3 guys in panic. How did he know? This water is so hard to change. Such a big pool. How many trips do they have to carry water back and forth to fill it up? Before the new year? Or last summer? Or last New Year? No wonder many buyers said their paper had a watery smell. So this is the reason. Chu Damao's face flushed. There are really not enough people in the workshop, and we can't take care of it. As soon as he opened his mouth, his throat felt sticky, as if there were 300 fat white maggots jumping in his throat. We will change it right away. Change it right away. Xianjin glanced over and everyone he saw lowered their heads. A piece of paper is not cheap, Xianjin said loudly. Even if it is a medium-quality jade plate. It takes a clerk half a month's salary to buy a piece. Not to mention the poor scholars. They pay money and receive equivalent goods. The principle of payment and goods. I don't need to teach you. Li Sanshun looked at the pool of slightly smelly paper. And the old man was so angry that he wanted to jump up and curse. A bunch of trash. Li Sanshun couldn't hold it back. And slapped his palm-leaf fan-sized hands beside the pool. A clerk lowered his head and muttered. I only make 100 yuan a month. I deserve my wages. Xianjin had sharp ears. Who said that? A young clerk in a great coat obviously shrank back. Xianjin glanced at Chu Damao and pointed at him. Give him another month's wages. And he doesn't have to come tomorrow. Chu Damao hurriedly said. No. No. Shuiqiu is an old clerk. And he has worked in Shinji for 8 years. Why don't you want him? What do the neighbors think of us? He has elderly and young children at home. And he relies on this little money to live. We are not the evil people with a heart of stone. Damn it. Kill the Virgin Mary first in the end times. If you keep talking, I'll feed you 3 flies. Chapter 156 Management and Recommendation. Xianjin looked at Chu Damao with an indescribable expression. What? Do you think you are very stable? Do you even have the leisure to plead for others? Xianjin was silent for a moment. And many thoughts passed through her mind. This was the first time in her life that she knew how to be a senior executive. When she was in Jingxian County, instead of saying who led whom, it was better to say that everyone had their own expertise. Everyone shone in their own areas of expertise. Xianjin never worried about how to make paper. Li Sanshun never worried about how to sell paper. And Dong Guancher never worried about how to balance the accounts. Everyone performed their duties and filled in the positions in time, creating a very good atmosphere of moving bricks. Now, at first glance, Xianjin's entire store looks like a sieve. But it is hard to tell where it is leaking. After a closer look, it is found that it is leaking everywhere. To fill the leak, you need to use hard goods. Xianjin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Chu Damao. If he doesn't leave, you leave. The third master will talk to the old lady. Xianjin did not hesitate to raise the banner of Shenfu. In the competition between the distant and useless nephew and the biological and useless son, the answer can be obtained without weighing. Chu Damao turned his head and looked at the water ball. When you leave, remember to leave the key of the workshop. Xianjin, you are ill. Paroxysmal Madonna syndrome. And you need to take 3 taels of yin and yang. 2 qian of straight balls to hit the face. And 5 qian of if you listen in vain. Before you can cure it. Zheng Lao Air consciously took over the banner of Zhou Erga's force. Twisted and knocked. And strangled the water ball that was trying to make trouble in the cradle. And grabbed it in the armpit full of manly smell and dragged it out. 3Q. The brothers lost 1 person in the battle. And the remaining 2 balls looked at each other. And consciously straightened their chests. Making a posture of a black lotus that was untainted by mud. And even their spirits seemed to have been temporarily supplemented with 2 injections. Although the end of the road is near. At least you can see some signs of struggle. Xianjin pursed his lips. Put his hands behind his back. And glanced at the beam below. The spider webs hanging there were denser than her love history. Xianjin said nothing. And didn't even look through the store's account book. He turned around and took Chenfu back to Xuanqing. Chu Damao was very confused. At least stay for a meal. Chenfu paused. Chu Damao hurriedly said. Yesterday I especially asked someone to buy lamb. The leg meat was sliced for hot pot. The ribs were stewed in the oven and steamed. And the breast meat was steamed with flour. I also specially made 3 delicacies with water shield. Chenfu swallowed silently. And after a moment, he stood up like a warrior cutting off his arm. Jean Jier's grand plan should not be delayed by a little lamb with good color, fragrance and taste. Besides, if Jean Jier succeeds, even if he wants to fry dough sticks at Nanchunan, there will be heavenly soldiers and generals to set up a wok for him. At the beginning of the night, for tables of welcoming wine were set up in the main hall of the Chen family. Several generations of men of the Chen family sat at one table. The wives and daughters sat at another table. The managers and accountants of several shops sat at another table. And the master chefs with strong skills sat at another table. The rest of the apprentices and the young men took the silver and ate and drank outside. Xianjin was seated at the table of the Chen family's men. And the host was naturally Mrs. Chu. On the right was Chen Kai. On the left was Chen Laowu. On the left of Chen Laowu was Chen Fu. And on the left of Chen Fu were his biological son Xiling and several cousins from the next room who worked in the shop. In other words, Xianjin's current status in the Chen family is second only to Chen Kai. And even at this welcoming banquet, his status is higher than Chen Laowu. Chen Xiling covered his face and greeted Xianjin. Jin Jier. Oh no. He Zhang Have a good year. Xianjin nodded to him from a distance. That's right. You can speak clearly. Why do you need to pretend to be deep with a mouthful of phlegm in your throat? The third wife's son at the next table looked as if she had seen a ghost, lowered her head to drink a sip of tea, and anxiously avoided Xianjin's calm appearance. The second wife Su smiled like a hammer, and complimented son very intimately. Sister-in-law, your family is really prosperous. In addition to Xiling, even Jin Jier is also very favored at the main table. Son's facial features were about to wrinkle into a ball. Second sister-in-law, you don't know how to talk, so you don't have to say anything. Who cares about the stick is a dog. Son adhered to this principle and ignored Su's heartfelt congratulations. She turned to her widowed sister-in-law Duan and smiled. I don't know when Erlang will come home. As long as Erlang is here, that seat won't be Xianjin's turn to sit. Duan lowered her eyebrows and drank a sip of tea. Her eyebrows were clear, and her voice was calm. In terms of contribution to the Chen family, Miss, he deserves to sit above you. Son's throat stagnated. Su smiled naively. That won't work. When my sister-in-law was born, her head was probably pinched. The top of her head is too sharp. If Jinjia sits on it, her butt will be poked. Son was so angry that she slammed the teacup on the table. You are the one who got your head pinched. Your whole family got their heads pinched when they were born. Son was almost mad to death. Two sisters-in-law. One sister-in-law is like a crane among chickens, walking on stilts every day, looking down on this and that. And her words are more poisonous than the red on the top of the crane's head. A sister-in-law is like an earthworm in a flock of chickens. She has no brain at all, and her mouth is connected to her intestines. She has strong vitality. As long as she is not cut vertically, she can grow 80 mouths again even if she is cut into 80 pieces. 80 mouths speak stupid words at the same time. Son was attacked by two sisters-in-law and could only bury her head in tea. After Son drank almost 2 pots of tea and ran to the clean room 3 times. Mrs. Chu and Chen Lao came late. Finally, the banquet started. 8 cold and 8 hot dishes. 2 pots for steamed dishes and 2 white dishes, and a plate of seasonal fruits. Although they said they were welcoming Chen Fu, everyone always toasted to Xianjin. People who take care of their health don't drink alcohol. Xianjin drank wolfberry water. Everyone knew it, but no one dared to force Xianjin to change the wine. While the atmosphere was still good, Mrs. Chu smiled and used the public chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetarian chicken for Xianjin. Did you go to the Jishi workshop today? Xianjin took the bowl with both hands and replied with a smile yes. Mrs. Chu smiled and said, De Mao is from a farming family and has never seen the world. He has a lot to learn about how to behave. But he is kind-hearted. You are the old manager, so take care of him when you go. 30-year-old child. 16-year-old old steward. Xianjin agreed with a smile and said nothing. Chen Lao's words came at the right time. How about going to see it today? Jishi Workshop is the largest industry of our Chen family in Xuancheng. Although the location is a bit remote, there are great opportunities to show your strength. Old, broken and big. It can be summed up in one word. Xianjin still said nothing. Chen Lao smiled and curved his eyebrows, and continued. Look, our shopkeeper, he opened the shop after he went there. The old friend, who worked hard for the Chen family for 8 years, has shown his strength very well. Xianjin lowered his head and took a bite of the vegetarian chicken. Not bad. Very chewy, with a strong sauce flavor, like a sponge full of soup bursting out unknown potential under the pressure of the mouth. After swallowing it in one mouthful, Xianjin looked up and nodded. Firing people is nothing. Third master is going to overturn and rebuild the entire shop. Demolish what needs to be demolished. Repair what needs to be repaired. And repair what needs to be repaired. The chicken leg in Chen Fu's mouth was no longer fragrant. Is this my idea? Xianjin continued. We are going to use better pear wood for the front store. Build a temperature-controlled dry warehouse in the backyard. And demolish and rebuild the pool and water diversion channel. We also need to dig a well and build a few rows of bungalows for future use. It can basically be regarded as a wave of change. Dismantle the shop? Rebuild it? After a moment of stunned silence, Mr. Chu looked at Chen Laowu first, then at Xian Jin, and after careful consideration, he said, fixing a clerk is a small matter. But rebuilding the shop, wouldn't it be too, making a fuss? Capitalists, even township capitalists, try to do the biggest things with the least money. Removing the shop and rebuilding it is essentially consuming the owner's stored grain. Chen Laowu smiled. Young girl, it's a good thing for you to be motivated. Chen Laowu wiped his mouth and said in a tone of planning and commanding, little girl, let me teach you that you have to do business with accounts. This back and forth, in and out, according to your expectations. It will cost at least 300 or 400 taels. Renovating a house is a bottomless pit. In her heart, Madame Chu didn't want to approve the money. It's fine. Why move it? Trees can't be moved all the time. If you move them easily, the roots will die easily. Before Madame Chu could speak, Xian Jin took out a clean silk handkerchief from his sleeve pocket and wiped the corners of his mouth. He raised his eyes and smiled. Not only that, we are even considering rebuilding the canal to directly divert the water from Longchuan Creek to Jishi Workshop. This is a bigger job, so we are going to take out 700 taels to do this. Third Master is very generous. This money will not be paid from the public account, but directly from Third Master's private room. Chen Fu's hands trembled. His mysterious private room is simply the best breeding ground for money laundering. Xian Jin looked at Chen Laowu and smiled gratefully. You know, the Third Master recently got an unexpected fortune, which is a side fortune and needs to be used immediately. Chen Laowu certainly knew which money she was talking about. The 2,000 taels of gambling money that she cheated through Brother Hua. His money. Chen Laowu's heart was bleeding, but his face did not change. He squinted his eyes, as if he was lost in recollection. And after a while, he said, oh, the third son has always had good luck with money. Mrs. Chu's face brightened slightly, and she looked at her youngest son with a complicated look. After all, he has made some progress. Xian Jin put the chopsticks neatly in front of him, smiled and said to Mrs. Chu sincerely, however, I just returned to Xuanqing, and the Third Master doesn't have many friends. I don't know if there is a construction contractor in our family who can take over this job. Construction contractors are contractors who do decoration. Chen Lao's heart moved. Mrs. Chu narrowed her eyes and thought about it, but couldn't think of a candidate. So she turned around and asked Chen Laowu. The several shops in our Chen family were all repaired by someone 10 or 20 years ago. It's true that there has been no business in these years. You have always been busy outside. Do you have any recommendations? Chen Laowu glanced at Xian Jin. A little girl, with some means, some brains, and some courage. But can she understand the work of construction? Not to mention her. Even he himself can't tell the difference between lime that costs 30 coins per stone and lime that costs 60 coins per stone. Construction. This work. There is so much water in it. And the depth of the city. Only those in the industry can understand it. It just so happens that he is a humble man. But he has some connections. Chen Laowu smiled and said, I know a few people, but they are not familiar with each other. When I have time one day, I will introduce some people to Jean Jier and help her with the work. Chapter 157. Too lazy to pick my feet. After a welcoming dinner, Chen Laowu really kept his word and brought 2 people to see Xian Jin the next morning. Yuan is the inner house of the Chen family. So Xian Jin arranged the meeting place at the Jishi workshop. Xian Jin arrived at the shop at noon, checked it out thoroughly inside and outside, walked around, and had a rough idea in his mind. The area of the house was about 70 square meters. The area of the workshop was about 150 square meters. And there was another backyard estimated to be about 120 square meters. This was the specialty of my father, a nouveau riche in my previous life. And the data measured with a ruler was almost the same. Xian Jin buried his head and calculated the approximate expenses in his mind, including the waterproof tile surface coated with porcelain glaze, the new wooden beams, the blue brick floor, and the paper storage room that was made of pure bricks and porcelain, not wooden plants. The repair cost per square meter can be controlled at about 1 tael of silver to 1 tael and 3 cents. The 220 square meters of indoor room can basically be bought for 300 taels of silver, which is the hard decoration. And there are also the hardware of the papermaking workshop. such as the baking cage, the paper drying room, and the paper copying room. The expenses of the backyard are mainly for the construction of water diversion channels, and the reconstruction of the fermentation pool, and the shed for stacking materials. This is an ancient industrial construction. Even if the father of the previous life is here, he may not be able to come up with a plan immediately. Xianjin stood in the front store with his hands on his waist, stretched out his index finger, and poked the half-person high counter. This counter is like Chen Lao's life, shaky and crumbling. He sighed silently, and there was still a sum of money that was not calculated for furniture. Xianjin scratched his head and asked Manager Dong, "Old madam, don't you often come to the workshop to check?" Manager Dong was holding a small notebook in his hand, recording the uses of each place. When he heard Xianjin ask this, he said, "Since the middle of last autumn, after the master passed away, the old lady rarely left the house. The mulberry paper workshop and the lantern workshop are close, so she went there a few times. This place and Jingxian." Manager Dong shook his head. "Basically she doesn't go." Xianjin pursed his lips. It took more than a year for this place to become so rotten. Manager Dong understood Xianjin's eyes and smiled. Before that, when the old lady came, Chu Damao took the old lady for a stroll in the front yard. After strolling for less than a minute, he took the old lady to find a fishing boat on the nearby Longchuan River to eat freshwater fish, and then brought his young grandson over, calling her old ancestor all the time, making the old lady very happy. How to say it? The state stipulates a retirement age, which is not only to protect social animals, but also to protect the workplace ecology. When people get old, they will inevitably spend more time on relationships in the workplace. Of course, not all of them, but there must be some people who will become stubborn, perfunctory, and empirical as they grow older. And Mrs. Chu is a good example. The courage to fight a desperate battle when she was young gradually dulled with the passage of time, and her aspirations also changed accordingly. 30 years ago, Mrs. Chu's sense of happiness from earning 300 taels of silver must be better than the distant relatives who call her old ancestor. Much better. Until the third quarter of the morning, Chen Lao brought someone. The person called himself Hai Si Ge, short and thin. After walking around the Jishi workshop, he said TSK with a worried look, touched his chin and turned to look at Chen Lao. "Your shop is not easy to run. The place is large and remote. Just transporting raw materials is a big expense. Not to mention the roasting cages, paper drying workshops, and water diversion ditches mentioned by the shopkeeper." Mr. Chenwu smiled and served a cup of tea. "There is a lot of work and a lot of money. The back room of the government office is all done by Hai Si Ge. This little work is not a big deal." Fourth brother Hai looked down and glanced at Xianjin. "It's just your Chen family. Changing households. I won't do this kind of loss-making business." Xianjin squinted and smiled, as if he saw his father from his previous life reappear. As for the rhetoric of decoration, there are thousands of people saying different things, and the final conclusion is I will do it for you. But I won't make any money. I will charge you the cost price, as long as I don't lose money. Or I will do it for you at a low price this time. You have to remember me next time you have work. These people who do decoration are not businessmen. They are doing charity, doing a business that doesn't make money, and doing it for free. As a result, 3 to 5 years later, he bought a lot of Land Rover. Xianjin smiled, but didn't take the initiative to talk. Seeing that Xianjin ignored him, Hai Sigi turned around and talked to Xianjin face to face. "Manager you are a girl. Uncle will not lie to you. Your job is really for the sake of the fifth master. I came to see your face. I have 3 stores and 2 houses to do." Xianjin nodded and smiled. "Then please give me a price." Hai Sigi rolled his eyes and glanced at Chen Lao. 900 taels of silver. 300 taels are required for signing the contract. 300 taels are required for raw materials. And the remaining 300 taels will be paid after the work is completed. Xianjin asked Chen Lao with a smile. "Grandpa Wu, do you think this price is too high?" Mr. Chen Wu leaned back slightly, and his smile under his gray beard was very kind. "We are all businessmen. When doing business, we can't just look at money, but also quality. Brother Hai Si has been doing business in Xuanqing for so many years, and I have never heard of him destroying his reputation. You can rest assured about this." Xianjin smiled. "Okay, then sign it. Most construction business owners bring contracts with them when they visit. Xianjin didn't even read the contents of the contract, and signed his name with a soft brush. When he was about to close it, he thought for a moment, and smiled as he pushed the contract to Master Chen Wu. Since you are the guarantor, please sign it. Master Chen Wu looked at Brother Hai Si, lifted his sleeves and picked up the soft brush, smiled and pointed at Xianjin 3 times in the air. I just taught you how to do business, and now you want to take the teacher with you. It sounds very familiar. At least they are a good master and apprentice who have been taught by hand. The mushroom and 3 fresh dumplings that Xianjin ate in the morning are still fresh in my memory. I vomited until my throat was full of them. How could it not be fresh? After Master Chen Wu signed, Xianjin smiled and told Brother Hai Si, please give me a few detailed lists of materials, such as 10 loads of stones, 4,000 pieces of green tiles, 13 meters of fir wood, etc. Let's make a deal first and avoid confusion later, which is better than making a mess later. The depth of decoration lies in 2 places: materials and labor. The materials used vary greatly. Good fragrant fir can be sold for 1 tael of silver per meter. It is not only strong but also emits the fragrance of wood and can repel insects, rats and ants. Some poor fir with poor straightness has large knots and slight bends. It is very easy to be unstable when used as a beam, and each beam is worth only 1 tael of silver. This is where the contractor makes money. In addition, under the bricks, on the roof, in the soil, these places that customers can't see are also good places to save money. When Chen Laowu heard Xianjin's words, his smile was obviously frozen for a moment. And then he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Hai Sigi's eyes. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll give you the bill tomorrow. Manager He, what do you think? Hai Sigu smiled frankly. Xianjin smiled. Of course it's good. The sooner we start the work, the better. And the sooner we finish the work, the better. Hai Sigu took the tape measure and measured it carefully. His face was serious, and he looked very professional. Xianjin's eyes fell on the tape measure that was obviously not straight, and he smiled but didn't say anything. When Chen Laowu sent Hai Sigu out, Chen Laowu lowered his voice. If the size is set, won't it be difficult to have any discrepancies? Can you still save money from it? Hai Sigu was confident. There are plenty of places to save money. 250 taels. Not a single copper coin less for you. Chen Laowu felt aggrieved. When did he become a pimp for 200 taels of silver? Now he has no money. He has been squeezed dry. The account book was cleared yesterday, and now there is only 86 taels of cash on the books. 86 taels. It's shit. Chen Laowu patted Hai Sigu on the back. Do a good job. It will look good. It will be useful for a few years. If you do too well, it will be useful for decades. And you will not make any money. And neither will I. 4th Brother Hai chuckled. The next day, 4th Brother Hai sent over a list of fine materials. Xianjin flipped it open and saw that, as expected, 17 meters of top-quality fir wood was worth 25 taels of silver. Top quality? How do you define top quality? Who defines top quality? Why not just write fragrant fir wood? Xianjin smiled, closed the list of fine materials, and asked Sewer to take out a 300 tael silver note, send it to 4th Brother Hai, and ask him to come in the next day or the day after tomorrow. Manager Dong hesitated. Then our Jishi workshop will be closed the next day or the day after tomorrow. Xianjin nodded. What should we do? Guys? Manager Dong frowned. They were already lame, and now they have a long vacation. He is afraid that these lazy guys will die at home. Xianjin said expressionlessly. Pack them up. Pack them all. And send them back to Xiqing Avenue. Xianjin touched his upper lip to his lower lip. Give them training. Chapter 158 Winning the First Prize. Killing a chicken to warn Q. In the past, the Water Ball brothers were pushed back to their hometown by Xianjin. In the current employment situation, generally speaking, the clerks belong to the career system. After signing the contract, they have to work for the boss for life. As long as the boss does not fall, the clerks will always be there. As long as the boss does not go bankrupt, the clerks will not disperse. The clerks who change their minds every day are like job seekers who have used resumes. They will be highly questioned by the next HR whether their character is questionable. Therefore, in order to keep their jobs, the remaining 2 balls, although they cursed in their hearts, could only give a thumbs up to the training proposed by Manager Dong. When they turned around, The two balls' faces drooped instantly. Churchill had a heart of stone and was a bit clueless. Chicken. Soon? What is it? The two balls stood in front. Xianjin and Manager Dong walked behind, listening to Churchill's questions. Wooden Ball was unhappy. How do I know? Maybe it's catching chickens? Use catching chickens to train our hand strength? He shook his head very unhappily. Just train. No matter how tired you are. Can it be more tiring than working? Churchill nodded thoughtfully and leaned over intimately. You are really smart. New boss. I will follow you. Wooden Ball hurriedly pushed away the shoulder that was inexplicably approaching. Don't get close to me. Xianjin and Manager Dong looked at each other. Isn't this just stupid and unhappy? Xianjin was overwhelmed when he thought about the training. Not to mention that he had too many things to do. Xianjin rolled his eyes and took Aunt Zhong and Aunt Du to Xuanqing, directly appointing them as training class teachers and life teachers. Train. Train for 100 days. And if they are useful, everyone will get an extra bar. Xianjin boosted morale. Aunt Zhong didn't have time to say hello and went straight into battle mode. One more bar for training people. She smiled, showing the shyness and elegance of a scholar. But her words were unworthy of her virtue. Just watch. If I don't scold him to tears, I won't be surnamed Zhong. Aunt Du silently moved back, Amitabha. Guanyin Bodhisattva. She finally got her wish after all the hardships. And now she has finally found her way. What is the meaning of job-to-person matching? Putting Aunt Zhong in the job of scolding people is really a job-to-person matching. It couldn't be more suitable. Huayan Prefecture Tea Farm is a good place. The third daughter of the Chen family, Chen Zuanyang, who broke off the engagement with the county magistrate, married Zhang Wenbo, the young master of Huayan Prefecture Tea Farm. Zuanyang was gentle and generous, and was very much loved by the young master. In order to avoid disaster, they were sent to Huayan Prefecture to temporarily avoid the limelight. As a servant of the Chen family, she was also half of Chen Zuanyang's family, and was treated with great courtesy. She did light work such as accounting or management in the tea plantation. Aunt Zhong. No. Zhong Xiaowan. With her own efforts, she advanced the working time of everyone to the first quarter of the morning. After all, she was the one who went to the tea plantation to boil water for tea before the cocks crowed. The old boss of the Zhang family had a very good impression of Chen Ji and praised him very much. Chen Ji is a good servant. She told me yesterday that 4 hours a day is not enough. So she plans to work half an hour more in the morning and another half an hour more in the evening. I personally think this work and rest schedule is worth promoting and learning. Learn from your mother. She swore that one day when she was eating, she heard Zhang's servants secretly scolding them as mutes who hang carrots on themselves. This is too much. Can they only scold Aunt Zhong? After all, she is also a stupid mule who works when she can and lies down when she can't. Facts have proved that Aunt Zhong is indeed very suitable for the position of training instructor. On the third day, the unhappy Wooden Ball found Xianjin and cried, "Can you let me go back to work? I will make paper well, and I will never take a nap again. I will make $30 a month." "No, $50. Xianjin looked at the tan Muchio and swallowed the smile on his face with difficulty. "What's wrong? Is the training very tiring?" Muchio complained with tears in his eyes. "We got up at 1 a.m. and ran laps, running 15 times back and forth on Xiqing Avenue. If we missed one step, we wouldn't have breakfast. Breakfast was also a rip-off. There were only 2 bowls of clear soup noodles for the 4 of us, including Manager Chu. Whoever got the first bowl got it. In the morning, we were taken to stand at the foot of the city wall. Close to the wall, I was shaking from standing there. Manager Chu said that he saw shooting stars in front of his eyes while he was standing. When Muchio talked about the last straw that broke his back, tears silently flowed down his dark cheeks, like 2 lines of oil on his black skin. The worst thing is that tomorrow, that Zhong will take us to Jingting Mountain, and each of us will carry 2 large stones with marks on our backs. We will not be given silver or cakes, and we will be asked to go hunting in the mountains. After 5 days, we will see who is still there and whose stones are still there." Xianjin was about to laugh out loud. "I am a special for soldier survival in the wilderness?" Muchio felt that he was going to die soon. "You should take care of her. She is a woman, and she is too cruel." Xianjin's face turned. Muchio reacted and almost bit off his tongue. "Not all women are cruel. You can be a kind woman." Xianjin looked up at him kindly, patted his shoulder kindly, and said kindly, "In that case, then increase it to 10 days. If you are eaten by a tiger, I will send 100 taels of compensation to your parents." Muchio burst into tears immediately. Leaving the training to Aunt Joan is like a perfect match. But other things still need Xianjin to do it himself. Boss Shan came to Xuancheng and chose a site next to the Jishi workshop. He was responsible for the rear guard, while Xianjin was the vanguard to help smooth the relationship. In addition, Zhou Ergu was seriously injured and had a fever for several days. The wound on his calf was severe and red, and he needed a doctor to change the dressing and clean it every day. Xianjin first assigned Zheng Lao, who was also a man, to take care of Zhou Ergu. When he saw Zheng Lao trying to use the freshly boiled hot water to wipe Zhou Ergu's wound, Xianjin was like a god descending from heaven. He took action in time to save Zhou Ergu from danger, and was ready to entrust Zhou Ergu to Zhang Mama. However, Zhang Mama had to take care of the food and clothing of more than 10 people in the Jishi workshop. She was really busy, so she contracted it to Sur, who was relatively idle in the whole team. Xianjin was a little hesitant about this. Men and women should not touch each other. Zhou Ergu lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and sneered. "She is also called a woman?" Sur fought back. "If you want to fight, stand up first, Xianjin." He had to turn around and tell Zhou Ergu, "Don't mess with her for now. You are lame, and you can't beat her." He also reminded Sur, "He is illiterate, but we are not. We should reason." Xianjin looked at Sur expectantly, waiting for her to fill in the blanks. "Conquer people with force." Sur clenched his fists and spoke with determination. Xianjin, a little more helpless than before, since the two-way check and balance has failed. Xianjin had to separate the three powers and drag Lu Badon, who was hiding from Master Chen Wu, to form a three-way balance of power. Lu Accountant is responsible for Master Go's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Sur, you are responsible for supervising Lu Accountant to do a good job, and Master Go is responsible for taking good care of his illness. After 30 days, I want to see a stable Sur, an accountant who gets along well with Master Go. And Xianjin put forward the bottom line requirement, which was also the minimum requirement. There is still a dog master with healthy hands and feet. At least don't live with missing arms and legs. Lu Badon wanted to escape, but he couldn't, after all. Zhou Ergu was the first person to enter this pyramid scheme. Oh no! This loving family. And he was the first to be suppressed by force. Xianjin was very satisfied with this arrangement, and finally had time to do other things, such as finding collected dormitories for everyone, renting a 3-story small courtyard very close to Kaishika on Shiqing Avenue at a price of 58 taels a year, for example, running around to several places to see the current development direction of Xuanqing's paper industry, and staying up late for several nights to make a 20-page business plan. But at the moment the sun rose, the business plan was torn up. All roads have people walking on them. Xuanqing's paper industry has developed very maturely. Baiji is good at making cooked rice paper. Officials in Nanzili and even Yingtianfu all recommend Baiji for writing small regular script and fine brushwork. Hengji is good at making raw rice paper with good penetration effect. During the reign of Emperor Sun of the previous dynasty, a raw rice paper 12 meters long was even offered as tribute. Emperor Sun was obsessed with cursive script and made a spring song of Mountain Tour, which received great response from literati and poets. It is said that it is still hanging in the bedroom of the current emperor, who is also the fourth brother of Emperor Sun. Why is Xianjin so familiar with this history? Because the shameless Hengji carved this story into a plaque, sprinkled it with gold foil, and hung it high at the widest part of the store. The only thing missing was to compose a song and require employees to do exercises at the door every day. It was quite shameless. However, when Xianjin learned that Hengji's master craftsman, who made 12-meter-long rice paper, became blind due to internal fighting among brothers, he couldn't help but sigh with relief. Sure enough, every household has its own Chinlawu. Entrepreneurship encountered bottlenecks. Xianjin simply choked the neck. The imprisonment turned into a necklace. If she couldn't figure it out, she would just stop thinking about it for now and finish the task at hand. The most important thing these days is Chinlawu. If Chinlawu is not eliminated, no matter how much she thinks, it will only be for others. In the blink of an eye, it is almost Mid-Autumn Festival. Xuanqing is hot and humid in midsummer. Large white clouds are floating in the courtyards of the houses where water flows from all directions. The ancient Huizhou with tiled suspension bridges makes people unable to help but speak with a pinched throat to avoid disturbing the mist and rain that quietly enters the mountains and forests. The only bad thing is that you have to bring an umbrella when you go out. The sky was clear in the morning, but it rained heavily at noon, and the sunset was shining in the evening. The work in the Jishi workshop was almost done. It was said that Haisigu brought 4 or 5 people to camp there and work hard, working day and night. He really took this job as a big job. During this period, he invited Xianjin to inspect the site. But Xianjin always evaded the question by saying everyone has his own expertise, and I can only see the benefits if I go. At the same time, Haisigu said that it is difficult to transport wood and the water channel costs money. The guys want to increase the slide removal fee, and so on. Xianjin was asked to increase his wages by 50 taels. Xianjin satisfied all of them. On the last day of tile laying, Manager Dong bowed his head and asked again. They said they were going to finish work. Please go and have a look. Xianjin was busy writing something, and after a while, he looked up. Had the papers been put in the warehouse? Manager Dong nodded. Is Brother Zheng ready too? Manager Dong nodded again. Xianjin glanced sideways, across the window frames wrapped in oiled parchment paper, and saw the dark clouds floating over Jingting Mountain in the northeast. He stood up, stretched his wrists, and said calmly, Please ask Madame Chu to go with you. Manager Dong said in embarrassment. The old lady may not be willing to go. Xianjin's eyebrows were calm. When we were digging the canal, didn't we dig up a white jade paperweight with the inscription winning the Laurel Palace? The meaning is so good. The old lady will not refuse to go. Manager Dong? What winning the Laurel Palace? What white jade paperweight? What? He just went home to play 2 games of mahjong yesterday. Why can't he keep up with the leader's work pace today? Chapter 159. A loud bang. As Xianjin expected, when Mrs. Chu heard the white jade paperweight of winning the laurel in the Toad Palace, she agreed to go out on the spot. Chu Ernyang looked at the dark clouds floating in the southeast and advised. Clouds are twisting and rain is pouring. I'm afraid it will rain heavily in a while. Mrs. Chu asked Xianjin to help her change clothes. Xianjin stared at the waist under her jacket helplessly, and really didn't know where to start. She was just a dung beetle, and she usually wore a brown coat with a double-breasted opening, which was already very worthy of the audience. Such complicated clothes are far from her. Old Madame Chu opened her hands, giving up showing off her wealth, and motioned for Ernyang Chu to change. Change to that jacket with black borders. It looks auspicious. Put some dried lily of the valley in the sachet. I don't have time to bathe and burn incense, so I have to use a convenient method. Ernyang Chu said angrily. It's going to rain, and my mother is going to get married. The white jade paperweight won't run away. You have inconvenient legs and feet. Why do you have to walk so far? This is a good omen. The protruding cheekbones on old Madame Chu's thin face showed some liveliness. Next year, Erlang will take the spring exam. If there is a good omen, we will report it to the government in time, so that he can give more attention when he returns to school next year. Xianjin waited with his hands down. She could tell that Madame Chu was really happy. Even a woman like Madame Chu who dared to venture out on her own and made a name for herself among men would be blindly happy because of the omen that heralded the prosperity of the clan. Xianjin lowered his head and curled his lips. However, the rise of the clan in any era was built on the sacrifice and dedication of a group of people. For example, Madame Chu's leg was said to be broken when she fell off a cliff while traveling in her early years. For example, the father of the Star of Hope, who worked hard and studied hard but ruined his foundation, and finally died young. For example, Chun Fu, who lacked a sense of security and identity, spent his whole life seeking the most comfortable emotions for him. Living people, shackled by the clan, had their desires wiped out, their ideas dispelled, their edges blunted, and become the roles needed by the clan. So, what is a person? Why do we live? Are people people? Or are they NPCs that help the plot develop? Xianjin suddenly thought of the blue veins on the back of Hope's hand when he was struggling to hold the pen when he talked about the clan under the moonlight. I haven't seen him for a long time. When we arrived at the Jishi workshop, it was already drizzling. Chu Ernyang got off the carriage first, held up a huge oil paper umbrella, helped Mrs. Chu hold the crutches, and Xianjin helped Mrs. Chu get off the mule cart on the left and right. Boom boom boom. A flash of white light flashed across the top of Jingting Mountain in the southeast. Hai Sigo was waiting at the door with his carpenter. Seeing that Mrs. Chu had also arrived, he hurried forward and held an umbrella for her. "Just let me know if you're coming. Xiao Si will pick you up at the alley entrance." Mrs. Chu patted Hai Si's wrist and squinted at him in the light. "I remember you. Didn't you come to visit Lao Wu to celebrate the new year a few years ago?" Hai Sigo hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Yes. Yes. Yes. You have a good memory." Uncle Chen was the prefect of Chengdu Prefecture at the time. The courtyard at home needed to be repaired. Wu Laoyi asked me to do this job. It was Wu Laoyi who recommended me. Madame Chu smiled and said, "You've worked hard and done a lot for the Chen family." No. The fifth master is willing to help me." Hai Si's face was full of wrinkles when he smiled. The rain was getting heavier, and the big raindrops hit the muddy ground, forming puddles of soil. Hai Sigu bent over and held an umbrella, leading Madame Chu and Xian Jin and his party into the house from the main gate. He first introduced the high-hanging wooden plaque, which was thick and smooth with raw lacquer. The front store had 23 chests of drawers built in order according to Xian Jin's needs, and the bricks and tiles were relayed. The counter, corner cabinets, and high legs were all newly built. Everything was very neat and beautiful. The rain outside the window was pouring down, heavier than the rain that night when Yiping went to her father to ask for money. Madame Chu nodded with satisfaction and followed him inside. The yard was connected to the canal from Longchuan Creek according to Xianjin's request, and even 2 deep wells were dug. In the yard where the wooden shed was built, a pool of about 12 meters was built, a pool of about 8 meters, and other pools of about 4 or 5 meters. Everything looked well organized and orderly. Behind the yard was the warehouse. Brother Hai Si personally took 2 keys to open the 2 huge copper locks, and then respectfully handed the copper locks to Madame Chu, and said proudly, just as manager he thought, "The tiles in the paper storage warehouse are laid in 4 layers, and the flying corners under the eaves are specially made to be raised, so that rainwater will not accumulate and splash." Xian Jin touched the wall with one hand. It was a very thin layer. Turned around and interrupted Brother Hai Si's words. "How many layers are there on the walls of your warehouse?" Brother Hai Si was interrupted and was very unhappy. "I specially made 2 layers of bricks." He smiled at Madame Chu and said, "A single layer brick wall is prone to water infiltration, so we specially invested in making 2 layers. Xian Jin said, "The paper storage room should be made of 3 layers. The outer wall and the inner wall, and a layer of gravel and broken bricks in the middle, so as to prevent water from seeping into the wall and causing the ground to sink and cause the wall to crack." Fourth Brother Hai resisted the urge to raise his eyebrows. "Little girl, don't pretend to know something you don't know." He wanted to say something else, but didn't know where to start. So he had to say, "The wall is not so easy to seep water. The house we live in is only 2 layers of bricks. There is not so much rice paper in the house where I live, and rice paper is stingy and hates moisture the most. It happens that our Xuanqing has a lot of rain from May to October, and the warehouse for storing paper needs a lot of effort to build." Xian Jin lowered his head and took out the contract signed early in the morning from his sleeve, pointing it to Hai Sigi. "Look, it is written in the contract that all repair delivery standards are based on the suitable storage of rice paper." Hai Sigi certainly knows what is written in the contract. This sentence was suggested by Xian Jin. When he first heard it, he felt it was ambiguous, and then he thought, can this little girl know what is suitable for storing rice paper? Who would open the wall and the ground to look inside these hidden things? Hai Sigu stabilized his facial expression and laughed. "I think these 2 layers of bricks are quite suitable for storing rice paper." Mrs. Chu raised his eyebrows slightly. Xian Jin pursed his lips, walked quickly to the corner, pulled out a dry straw stalk from his arms, inserted it into the gap between the bricks and tiles in the corner, waited for a moment, and handed it to Mrs. Chu. "Please feel the tail." Mrs. Chu touched the root of the straw stalk and turned to look at Hai Sigu. "It's moist." Fourth Brother Hai opened his mouth to say something. Xian Jin interrupted him loudly. "The warehouse needs a base. The paper storage room should be 3 inches higher than the ground. No mud should be used under the bricks of the warehouse. Pure white lime or dry sand should be used, and it should be laid to the same height as the brick surface. The ground must be waterproof. There must be 7 layers of materials. The bottom layer is the yellow mud used for grooving, followed by haystacks, white lime, gravel, dry lime, and tarpaulin. Finally, It is not ordinary square bricks, but green bricks with appropriate thickness and hardness that are baked. Xianjin handed the straw stalk to Hai Sigi. If you do it, the tail of the stalk will not be wet. Hai Sigi stared at Xianjin in amazement. No. We agreed that this girl doesn't know how to build. What is this now? What? Improvisation. Hai Sigi's mind was in a mess. The wages are so little. How can it be done to the 7th floor? I paid you 950 taels of wages. Xianjin sneered. I can use this money to buy 2 well-repaired houses. Mrs. Chu leaned on her cane and looked at Hai Sigi. Hai Sigi was about to speak, but he heard a loud bang from the front store next door. Chapter 160. Come and see me immediately. Madame Chu immediately turned her head and looked at the front store. Hai Sigi looked at the carpenter with an inquiring look, and the carpenter shook his head in fear. Xianjin asked loudly, What happened? As he spoke, he lifted up his coat and ran quickly to the front store. He didn't have time to hold an umbrella, so he let the heavy rain wet his hair, which was tied into several strands and stuck to his temples. When he ran to the front store door, he was stunned. Madame Chu had difficulty walking, but she still followed closely with a cane. After seeing clearly, her nose flared, and she was very shocked. The front shop was in a mess. The beam collapsed. A 10-meter-long round log, which had been burned with fire to prevent rot and insects and coated with a layer of varnish, was hung on the beam at one end and smashed hard on the square brick floor at the other end. A big hole was smashed in the ground, and yellow sand filled the sky, filling the air of the spacious shop like flying dust. Aunt Chu coughed violently a few times because of the choking. After seeing the scene clearly, she felt lucky. She turned back and forth and patted her chest. Fortunately, there was no one here just now. If anyone stood here, I'm afraid they would be dead. While feeling relieved, Fong remembered to exclaim, It was just repaired. How could it collapse? Xianjin used his hand to shake off the dust, stepped over the horizontal bar, squatted down, and carefully studied the 2 ends of the wooden strip in the light of the patio. He raised his eyes and said in a deep voice, The crossbeam structure is mostly based on mortise and tenon joints. This piece of wood has a raised surface, also known as a mortise. The carpenter is not good enough, and the tenon surface is not balanced enough. In addition, the varnish has just been applied and has not been completely drained. The wooden strip itself is smooth and has just been shaken by thunder and lightning. Naturally, it is not solid. Hai Sigi hurriedly looked at the carpenter. The carpenter lowered his head guiltily. How dare you give this kind of beam building work to an apprentice like him? He only gets 10 cents a day. Isn't this a practical action to prove to the boss that you get what you pay for? Well, Hai Sigi took a few deep breaths and forced a smile. Let's rebuild it. Rebuild it. Xianjin turned his palm outward, signaling Hai Sigi not to speak, and pulled a piece of sawdust to Mrs. Chu. This is the fur wood that Master Hai offered 27 taels of silver for each piece. Mrs. Chu took a breath. Why don't you go and rob it? It's more expensive than my coffin. Mrs. Chu's expression showed no clues. She took the sawdust and sniffed it with a calm expression. If it is fragrant fur, 1 meter is 1 tael of silver. Of course it is worth the price. Hai Sigi's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously buried his head in searching for Chen Laowu. But to no avail. Suddenly he remembered that Chen Laowu did not come with him today. Mrs. Chu threw the sawdust on the ground. This is just an ordinary fur. 1.5 taels of silver for this piece is too much. How dare you ask the Chen family to pay a sky-high price of 27 taels? Hai Sigi opened his mouth. No. 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 Old lady. Please listen to my excuses. Oh no. Explain. Hai Sigi looked around, and finally locked the bull's eye of the pot on the temporary carpenter Shaoli. It's him. I asked him to buy fragrant for wood, but he sold inferior wood as good wood and made a profit. Temporary worker Shaoli opened his innocent eyes wide, inexplicably taking the blame. And the intern was fearless in rectifying the workplace, and shouted loudly, I don't believe you. I've only been in the industry for 12 days, and I can't even find where to buy wood. Madame Chu leaned on her cane, her expression gloomy. 950 taels of wages. The warehouse is flooded. The beams collapsed. The wood was stolen. And the workers were not veterans. Mr. Hai, you do business like this. Do you not want to continue in Xuancheng? Xianjin sneered, squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand and bricks from the pit. You bought the worst bricks. Right? So thin. As crisp as puff pastry. And sand. 3 parts white lime soil. 7 parts black clay. This is the 3:7 rule you created. Right? Look at it yourself. What is your yellow sand soil? The soil layer without black clay is like a marriage without equal status, which will fall apart at the touch of a gust of wind. Xianjin looked at Hai Sigi indignantly. The raw materials are fake. The workmanship is frivolous. The money is deducted. I won't compensate you for such an unlucky thing as the beam falling down. Just for your work, I will only recognize 50 silver coins. Now I have given you 600 taels. If you spit out 550 taels, I will not sue you in the government office, nor will I publicize your good deeds to the neighbors. What? Spit out 500 taels? He gave Chen Laowu nearly 300 taels of silver as a bribe. Before the deal was done, he called several prostitutes to the Tsuyu Tower to accompany him to drink and sing songs, which cost another 30 taels. After the deal was done, he invited Chen Laowu to drink to express his gratitude. In total, he spent more than 300 taels of silver just for this order. Isn't it right for him to make some money? Yes. He was ruthless and shameless in this business. He wanted to make 300 taels with 600 taels. No matter how badly he did, he still spent 200 or 300 taels of cost. Now he is asked to spit out 550 taels. What? He worked for nothing, gave for nothing, and invited Chen's fifth son to eat for free. How can this be justified in the world? Wait. Are the Chen family members in the same group? Cheating is capital. Damn it! The Chen family is really bullying, relying on their wealth and power. They are playing with little leeches here? Is he easy to bully? Hai Sigu was stunned by Xianjin's shameless 550 taels and immediately looked up and said, Then first ask your fifth grandfather to spit out the money I gave him as a gift. Spit out the wine he drank. Chop off the hands that hugged Kaiyuan and Jueyue and sang little songs. I will return the money. Hai Sigu was so angry that he spat out everything. Silence. Silence is the heavy rain tonight. Embarrassment. Embarrassment is the sequelae of Hai Sigi's quick mouth. After Hai Sigu was stunned for a moment, he looked at the temporary worker Shaoli as if waking up from a dream. Shaoli looked at him with burning eyes, exaggeratedly and silently, and swung his mouth and said, Wow. Hai Sigu suddenly felt dry in the mouth and lowered his head to take a breath. Just when he was about to speak, he heard Mrs. Chu's low voice asked, So, 2 years ago, before my eldest brother went to Chengdu, he renovated the courtyard. Did you also fool around like this? I remember that the Chen family paid nearly 300 taels. Lao Wu told me that the wood and bricks you used are similar to those in temples, and the wood of the beams was sent to Wanfo Temple for blessing, which can ensure that the eldest brother will have smooth sailing and everything will be safe. Xianjin looked at the fourth brother Hai. Madame Chu seemed to feel a little suffocated. During that renovation, the fifth brother personally worked from morning to night and worked overtime to complete it. Tell me, how much money did the fifth brother spend on that job? The fourth brother Hai did not dare to look up. Xianjin scolded, If you don't bite people, the dog will bite you. The fourth brother Hai simply lowered his head. 100 taels, plus the first night of the 13-year-old girl lead from Tiangxianglu. Sick. Really sick. Xianjin closed his eyes, and from then on he could not look directly at the pear blossoms overshadowing the crabapple tree. Old Madame Chu's eyes were deep. So, the bean in the eldest courtyard has never been blessed? Old Madame Chu's voice was very low, and there was even a tremor at the end. Xianjin lowered his head and took a step back. Fourth brother Hai raised his eyes quickly. It has been blessed, but it was not opened by the monks of Wanfo Temple. Old Madame Chu chased closely. Where was it opened? It was me. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I read 2 pages of scriptures to that piece of wood. Fourth brother Hai was embarrassed for no reason, and murmured to explain. Think about it yourself. How could such a big and heavy piece of wood be transported to Jingting Mountain and ask the monks of Wanfo Temple to chant scriptures to it? 300 taels of silver is not a lot, but it is not a small amount. What can you do? What's more, your fifth master also took so much money. I myself chanted some scriptures for that piece of wood, which is enough to repay your Chen family. Mrs. Chu's body shook. Her expression did not change, but Xianjin could feel the overflowing sadness. She had prayed for the safety of her eldest son, but she was fooled. His eldest son died suddenly in a foreign land after his trip. and his body was even unrecognizable when it was transported back. That beam, which had not been blessed, naturally could not bless the eldest son. Mrs. Chu gave fourth brother Hai a deep look and said, "Get lost." Fourth brother Hai was still thinking about the 300 taels of silver for the completion of the project, and he was dawdling in his original place. "Get out! Get out!" Mrs. Chu shouted angrily, and left in a huff. On the mule cart, the two of them said nothing until they reached West City Avenue. Mrs. Chu got off the mule cart and said with a sullen face, "Where is the fifth master?" The concierge shrugged. Just came back," Mrs. Chu said sternly. "Tell him, immediately, right now, to come to the small hall to see me." Chapter 161. Let's ask the doctor. The eaves are arranged at the same angle, with a kind of orderly and solemn beauty. Chen's house is a typical Four Waters returning to the hall. Huizhou architecture. The room width is odd. Each room is 3 or 4 meters wide. The rain is like a bead curtain, and it falls straight down from the eaves, like a waterfall of time. Xianjin sat on the railing of the veranda, looking up at the drizzling rain, and Zhang ran over with small steps, covered Xianjin's head with a large blanket, and asked in a low voice while rubbing Xianjin's wet hair, "What's wrong?" The doorman said that the old lady was so angry that her face was ashen. "Does it have anything to do with us?" Xianjin likes the word "we" quite a lot. It gives him a sense of relaxation, as if he is not alone even if he kills or burns people. Xianjin shook his head. "It doesn't matter." Zhang Ma continued to look sly and asked softly, "Is it because of Master Wu?" Xianjin pursed his lips. "Not entirely." After a moment of silence, Xianjin looked up at the rain curtain that had never weakened, and then whispered, "There is a saying in our hometown that a leper can't find a place to scratch his itch. It means that a person with leper can't find a place to scratch his itch. It is usually used to describe people who have been wronged or have grievances elsewhere, but can't find a place to vent. Old Madame Chu is in this state now. Someone must be responsible for the sudden death of Chen Qianfeng's father. Old Madame Chu doesn't think it's herself. Oh no. Maybe she has guessed it, but she refuses to admit it, and dares not admit it. This person can only be someone else." Xianjin glanced at the small hall. The paper that the Chen family makes and pastes their own windows is of course very good, thick and snow-white. Only through the warm yellow and stable oil lamp light in the inner room can a few shadows be seen. Xianjin turned his head and asked Zhang Ma softly, "Second brother Zhang, are you okay?" Mother Zhang hunched over, shook her head slightly, and whispered to Xianjin, "It's okay. I came back earlier than you, but I almost twisted my ankle when I jumped down from the beam. I didn't even tell Lu Badan. I just asked Masterly to borrow safflower wool from Zhou Er's dog room to help twist his ankle. And now it doesn't hurt anymore." Xianjin nodded. No matter how fake the beam was, it would be impossible for it to be knocked down by thunder on the first day of being installed. If thunder can't knock it down, Zhang Erge will do it. Ask manager Dong to give Lu Badan a holiday these days and send him out of Chen's house. After all, she was related to Chen Laowu, so it was a risk for her to accommodate him. There was no need to test Lu Badan's loyalty at this time. No one can withstand the test. When getting along with others, there is no need to set up puzzles and be mysterious. And Zhang nodded quickly and said, "Have you eaten? I'll make you a bowl of vegetarian 3 fresh noodles. Fill your stomach?" Xianjin shook his head. "I'm not hungry. You take Su'er and Zheng Erge to eat first. I'll wait." Waiting for what? And Zhang wanted to ask, but then she thought it was useless to ask. She was not as smart as Jean Jier. She only needed to take care of the group of people under Jean Jier's wings to make them white, fat and round, and she would be very capable. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that only the third master can meet this standard among this group of people. Even so, it is not her credit, but his own efforts. Mother Zhang reflects on herself 3 times a day. Do I not eat too much when I serve others? Do I not eat when I am with my colleagues? Do I not gain weight? After reflecting on herself, Mother Zhang knew shame and then became brave. She turned around and walked quickly to the kitchen, as if something was chasing her. Yes, the performance was chasing her. After Mother Zhang left, the corridor returned to silence, and no one in the whole house dared to be presumptuous at this time. Master Chen Wu in the small hall didn't dare to do it either. He knelt on the square bricks with his head lowered and looked at Aunt Chu from the corner of his eyes, but was met with a merciless roll of the eyes from Aunt Chu. He came back in a hurry, and was urged by the doorman to go to the small hall. As soon as he entered the small hall, he saw that Aunt Chu was furious and kept yelling at him to kneel down, and then asked for his eldest brother's tablet to come out. He was so old. How could he withstand such torment? In just 2 moments, his knees were painful and astringent. Sister-in-law, don't cut the innocent souls with a random knife. Whether to kill or cut. You want me to die with a clear mind. Right? Chen Lao smiled bitterly with a sad face. Your coming here is like the wrath of thunder. I have been your brother for so many years, but I still can't figure out which cloud your thunder came from. Mrs. Chu's left foot, which was not easy to move, was slightly cold. She could feel the colder moving up along her leg bone. So she asked Aunt Chu to bring a pot of hot tea, then turned her head and said indifferently, You have been my brother for so many years, and you have always been the backbone of the Chen family's harmony and hard work. You have made an indelible contribution to the Chen family's current family business. Chen Lao still maintained that bitter smile. His back hunched more and more, like a pitiful shrimp. Brother dare not take credit. If it weren't for sister-in-law leading the Chen family out of Jing County, perhaps our branch would have been bullied to death by the clan members at that time. You don't have to recall the ups and downs with me. Just look at you now. Forget your ancestors and betray your ancestors. Do you still have a trace of Chen family's unyielding? If I say so, you should have followed your 6th brother long ago. Except for your Chen family name. Go back to the village to farm and chop wood. Mrs. Chu's words were very angry, and her words and deeds all meant that she wanted to open the ancestral hall and kill the surname. Chen Lao hurriedly knelt to the feet of Madame Chu, and kowtowed 3 times, crying, Even if I go to hell, I have to be a clear ghost. Sister-in-law, you have to give me a clear way to die. Madame Chu looked at Chen Lao coldly, and finally spoke. Erlang's father's yard. Today's Jishi workshop. Do you know how much money you have taken from it? Chen Lao's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know how Chu found out, he immediately made a dong 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 sound towards his brother's tablet on the table. He kowtowed 3 times, and when he looked up again, there was a faint trace of blood on his forehead. Chen Lao held back his dizzy head, and when he opened his mouth, 2 lines of blood and tears came out. I'm confused. Sister-in-law, I'm confused. In recent years, the Chen family has become richer and better, and there are always some small merchants who come to flatter us. I just ate and drank with them at first, and then they offered silver and money. I accepted some, and I also rejected many. After Chen Lao finished speaking, he knelt down again and dong 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 3 times. A streak of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his forehead. I was wrong. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. After knocking his head 10 times, Chen Lao's head was buzzing, as if thousands of flies had entered. He bit his tongue hard to make his mind clearer. If it was just for the money, Chu sure would not be so angry. Why? Is the Jishi workshop ridiculously rotten? It is possible. What else? He always felt that he missed something. Just now, Chu sure mentioned the renovation of the eldest brother's courtyard again. Could it be related to this more? Could it be that he felt that he had damaged the feng shui when he was repairing with high C, which led to the boss's sudden death? Chen Lao quickly looked up at Chu's face, and immediately fell to the ground in a daze, crying bitterly. I didn't go to the Jishi workshop to guard it, but High C promised me to do a good job. If he doesn't do a good job, even if he sends some money to me, I will not forgive him, and I can't pay him the last money. As for the master's yard, Chen Lao clearly saw Chu's expression froze, and then he knew that his guess was right, and immediately cowed out again. I was the one who guarded the yard of my nephew. I did receive money. I received 100 taels. But when the yard of my nephew was completed, I gave him calligraphy and paintings and pens and inkstones to congratulate him on his new house and warm up his new house. All of which cost 120 taels. Whatever material High C said was good, I would definitely use it. I didn't reduce any work, and I didn't lower any requirements. Chu's face was ashen. Her eyes were as cold as snow, and she slapped the table. Beam, you said that the beams in the yard of my nephew were blessed by a monk. The problem has been found. When seeing a doctor, one is not afraid of taking medicine, but only afraid of not finding the symptom. Chen Lao breathed a sigh of relief. His head was buzzing, but he still cried. High C said that he asked a monk to bless it. He brought it here, and I, your brother, Have no way to verify it. Chen Lao shuddered. That beam has not been blessed. Chu's thin face finally revealed a deep sadness. Chen Lao stood up with a bang, wiped the blood from his forehead, turned around and was about to rush out. I will fight High C. Hold him. Mrs. Chu asked Aunt Chu to hold Chen Lao. Chen Lao couldn't break free, so he could only shrug his shoulders dejectedly, tears falling like rain. My nephew is going on a long journey, and I begged him to ask for a being to guard the house. But who would have thought that he would be deceived like this? Chen Lao woke up as if from a dream, raised his head with red eyes. Sister-in-law, I will pay for my nephew's life. As he said that, he took 3 steps to run, and ran headfirst into the painted pillar in the small hall. Aunt Chu was quick to grab Chen Lao. Chen Lao's forehead brushed past the lacquer pillar, and he could only see a big red bump on his forehead. Master Wu, what are you doing? Aunt Chu yelled in exasperation. If you want to die, go out and die. You can't call the old lady old and also be infamous for forcing her brother to death. The big bump hurt so much that Chen Lao's brain felt like it was filled with paste. He pinched his palm hard, forcing himself to wake up. Madame Chu closed her eyes gently, and 2 lines of tears slowly fell from her wrinkled cheeks. Have you ever eaten silver? Chen Lao cried. Never, never. The people we deal with are either honest farmers or reserved scholars. Where can we find someone like Hai Si who uses crooked ways? I am also obsessed with money. These few hundred taels can neither make me rich nor poor. I just like to hear Hai Si respectfully call me 5th master. Mrs. Chu held the back of the chair tightly, raised her head, and let out a long sigh. Your brother died because of his promotion. He came out with me, and now you are the only one left. Chen Lao did not deliberately suppress his crying. Have you really never eaten silver again? Have you ever done anything that is not good for the Chen family? Mrs. Chu said in a depressed voice. Eating silver is not a capital crime. Don't worry. For the sake of your brother, I will keep you alive, and won't make trouble in the clan ancestral hall. Chen Lao gritted his teeth. Whoever admits this kind of mess is a fool. No more. If there is anything else, I will be struck by thunder and lightning. Chen Lao raised his hand and swore to the sky. About an hour. About an hour and a half. Xian Jin didn't count, nor did he check the clock. It was not until the sky was completely dark that the door of the small hall was opened with a creak. The first person to come out was Chen Lao, who was shaky and had a bruise on his head, followed by Mrs. Chu, who was pale and leaning on a cane. Xian Jin went up to him and held Chen Lao with his hand. He did not give him a chance to speak, and said in a sobbing voice, Are you okay? That Hai Si bit you today. I was scared when I heard it. Xian Jin's hand rested lightly on Chen Lao's arm and clothes, as if it had no weight. Chen Lao felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. Now he lost the intention of playing coy with Xian Jin. He raised his hand and drove Xian Jin away. Xian Jin chased him relentlessly, crying even more clearly, and said loudly, You don't know. Hai Si is really too much. The beam was even knocked down. I thought he was a good man, and I brought the remaining silver notes with me. I thought if he did a good job, I would reward him with some more silver. Xian Jin took out a stack of brand new silver notes from his sleeve pocket, and handed them to Chen Lao, as if to prove what he said. Here. Look. I'm really ready. Chen Lao's urge to vomit became stronger and stronger. He impatiently opened Xian Jin's hand, but he caught a glimpse of the clear and large words on the banknote. Dek Hang Xinghao. Duh. Dek Hang Xinghao? Dek Hang Xinghao. Chen Lao's eyes were red with anger, and he grabbed Xian Jin's wrist. What is this? Xian Jin trembled. Silver. Silver banknotes. Chen Lao's whole body was shaking like a sieve. Xian Jin's voice was still trembling, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Such banknotes. Silver banknotes from Dek Hang Xinghao. We still have 3,000 taels. Chen Lao's blood rushed to the top of his head. The blood that had just accumulated in his brain rushed through the narrow and sticky space. Chen Lao's face flushed. His eyes were red, and he said heartbreakingly, It's you? You tricked me. It's not the bandits from Bachenduo Temple. Chen Lao grabbed Xian Jin's neck with both hands. You bitch. You tricked me. Xian Jin groaned, tilted his head back, and the banknotes in his hand fell to the ground. Aunt Chu screamed, and Xian Jin saw Mrs. Chu sliding down the door frame in his peripheral vision, amid the difficult feeling of suffocation. Aunt Chu didn't know whether to save Xianjin, whose neck was strangled, or to help the old lady with limp limbs. "I'll strangle you to death. I'll strangle you to death." Chen Lao's blood rushed to his head, and he had lost his mind. Xianjin fumbled in his sleeves to take out the red and blue sapphire dagger, raised his arm with difficulty, and hit Chen Lao's back of the head with the side of the scabbard. Chen Lao was like a taut string that was suddenly pulled apart. After freezing in the air for a while, he raised his head and fell backwards. Xianjin put the dagger back into his sleeve pocket, took a deep breath of fresh air, smoothed the messy hair around his ears, turned around, and saw that although Madame Chu's hands and feet were weak, she was not unconscious. He raised his delicate chin and told Aunt Chu in a light but unhurried voice, "The fifth master is crazy. You help the old lady in first, and then ask Aunt Zhang to call a doctor." Chapter 162. Try every possible means. The 17-year-old girl, wearing a short dress, stood alone in the corridor, looking back with a calm and confident look, and in a calm but firm tone. She instructed the servants, who finally dared to come to the corridor. "Take the hemp rope to tie the fifth master's wrists and ankles. Gag him. And please go to the flower hall. Boil 2 buckets of mugwort water in the water room and add some ginger. Prepare some sauerkraut noodles in the kitchen. Boil the soup hot, and roll the noodles freshly." The servants came in trembling in a line, and there was no time to think about who was giving the order. They only heard a series of steady orders. After having something to do, the fear in the servants' hearts finally dissipated by 8 points. After seeing Chen Wu tied up and thrown into the flower room, Xianjin stretched out his hand to push open the side door of the small hall and made a pleased gesture to Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu's lips trembled. She squatted down and supported Mrs. Chu's arm on her shoulders, trying to stand up several times, but failed because her legs were weak. Xianjin stretched out his hand to help, and saw the doctor rushing in, and apologized. "I'll go see Grandpa Wu first." Aunt Chu's upper and lower teeth knocked, and she couldn't stop being afraid. "Are you going to see him? Or to see him off?" Half an hour later, Xianjin pushed the door into the small hall. Second Aunt Chu was squatting to soak Mrs. Chu's feet. The smell of wormwood and ginger was pungent and refreshing. Mrs. Chu felt warmth on her feet, and the hot blood gradually began to flow regularly in her body. She looked at Xianjin with deep eyes. Xianjin stood beside Second Aunt Chu and handed her a square towel to wipe her feet. Second Aunt Chu raised her orchid finger and twisted the edge of the square towel with difficulty, trying her best to avoid any physical or eye contact with Xianjin. "The doctor has examined him and said that Grandpa Wu's blood and qi flowed back into his brain, and his 5 orifices were blocked. Even if he wakes up, he may not be able to speak or stand up. We should be mentally prepared." Xianjin's voice was faint. Madame Chu propped her feet on the edge of the wooden barrel, pushed Aunt Chu away, and said in a hoarse voice, "Please help me wipe it. Sister Jean." Xianjin squatted down without hesitation, took the square towel from Aunt Chu's hand, and gently wiped Madame Chu's feet. The old woman's feet were bulging with blue veins, and they were as old as chicken skin. The bones of her left ankle were misaligned, and a fist-sized bump was bulging. 23 years ago, I was escorting a truck to deliver straw to Dingzhuang. The truck overturned into a ditch, and the shaft of the truck pressed on my legs. This is how my foot became. Madame Chu's voice was as broken as paper torn by the wind. Later I found out that the other end of the shaft was on Lao Wu. If he hadn't held the wood tightly with both hands for 2 hours, my leg would definitely not be saved. Xianjin bent down and helped Madame Chu put on the soft-soled footwear. Madame Chu's voice was tense. "There is no white jade paperweight that can win the first prize in the imperial examination. Right?" Xianjin lowered his head, and after a while, he nodded gently. "You just want to trick me to see what Hi-Si has done to the Jishi workshop. Right?" Madame Chu asked again. Xianjin continued to nod. "Today's series of events are all under your control. Right?" Madame Chu asked 3 times in a row. Xianjin pursed his lips, raised his face, and looked at Madame Chu frankly. "Yes." Madame Chu looked at Xianjin's face carefully. Her eyes were long and big, and her eyelids were in a subtle and lingering fan-like shape. The upturned corners of her eyes successfully neutralized the gentleness of the eyelid shape. Her straight nose bridge matched her slightly upturned mouth. She was as beautiful as her mother. Her mother was like a small white flower on the shore that could be picked by anyone. But she exuded a temperament of "don't come to offend me." Those who come must be killed. Which was even more so after she came back from Jing County. Old Lady Chu looked at her, inexplicably frightened. After putting on her footwear, she put her legs on the footrest, avoided Xianjin's gaze, and whispered, "Tell me, why must Lao Wu die?" Xianjin stood up, took a silk handkerchief to wipe his hands, and said in a steady voice, "He wants me to die, and wants the third master, Master Li and Brother Go, the Zheng brothers, all those who came back from Jing County to die in Bachenduo Temple." Madame Chu frowned. "You mean, Zhou Ergu and Zheng Da's leg injuries were not accidents?" Xianjin smiled. "What kind of accident can cause flesh and blood to tear and bones to be clearly visible?" Madame Chu looked at Xianjin without blinking. Xianjin looked straight ahead without fear. 7 or 8 people. 7 or 8 mouths. You can find out the truth of what I said. You cannot believe me or the third master. But Master Li, Brother Go, and the Zheng brothers have no reason and no ability to make up stories. Madame Chu looked away. Authenticity? If it was fake, wouldn't Chen Lao's exclamation when he was crazy just now be groundless? Xianjin calmly told the story of how she took Chen Fu to defraud Chen Lao of the loan. Then she attributed the destruction of the bandits to a team of rangers who fell from the sky, and perfectly hid the cavalry led by the horse-riding sister from the story. Finally, she explained how she pretended to be a bandit to extort 3,000 taels of silver from Chen Lao. Xianjin put the 3,000 taels of silver notes neatly in front of Mrs. Chu. Fifth grandfather is meticulous and watertight. If you want to uncover his mask, you must use a series of tricks, one after another, to force him to make a mistake and explode. Xianjin said in a light voice. Colluding with mountain bandits, lending money at high interest rates in casinos, murdering blood relatives. Everything fifth grandfather did was like walking on a single plank bridge on a cliff. Once left alone, there will be endless harm. Mrs. Chu listened with a stiff expression on her face, took a few deep breaths, and then said, "He is indeed sorry for the Chen family. But the most important reason why you are determined to kill him is that he wants you to die." Xianjin frowned in doubt. "Yeah. Isn't this reason enough? If it weren't for this foreshadowing, she wouldn't have made up her mind to set up a dead end for Chen Lao. The fight in the workplace is just about power and money. Just play around. But now Chen Lao wants their lives first. Life. Life is too damn precious. In her previous life, she spent so many years in bed, had countless injections, had 7 incisions, had dense scars on her chest and back, and had escaped from gasping and suffocation countless times. She cherishes her life, cherishes all the lives in the world, cherishes her hair and flesh, cherishes every meal and every night of sleep. For those who try to hurt her, she fights back desperately. What's wrong? Xianjin frowned, and his words shot towards Mrs. Chu's heart like a fully drawn bow. He not only wants to kill me, but also wants to kill your son. And Chu glanced at Mrs. Chu secretly. Between the third master Chen Fu and the fifth master, she didn't think Mrs. Chu would resolutely abandon the fifth master and save the third master. Old Madame Chu shuddered, then smiled, and finally laughed out loud, holding the handle of the chair tightly, and took a few long breaths with slightly moist eyes. Good. 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 Our Chen family is not bad. Not only did we have a devil who harbored evil intentions, but we also had a young woman with deep scheming. Xianjin did not argue. If you argue, you are right. And the trivial verbal dispute is not worth her self-consumption. After a long time, old Madame Chu's voice sounded again. Second mother, have someone search Lao Wu's yard, and then separately interrogate Lao Wu's wife and his beloved concubine, called. Second Aunt Chu bent down and whispered, It's Miss Hua. Mrs. Chu nodded. It's her. Take them all to the woodshed for interrogation. Interrogate what Lao Wu has done and said over the years. Find out what's hidden in his yard. No one is allowed to leak the news, especially Lao Wu's son. Mrs. Chu turned to Xianjin again. You should go and rest first. Grandmother will take care of everything for you. Xianjin stood up, raised his head, and said meaningfully, Yes. If you encounter any problems that you are unable to solve, Xianjin is willing to help. When Xianjin's figure was over the copper pot in the flower room, Madame Chu swallowed hard. The ancients said that the disciple is better than the master. Her mother is white, but she is red. She insists on doing things with a white knife in and a red knife out, and she won't let go until she sees blood. Aunt Chu didn't understand. Madame Chu leaned on the back of the chair and said in a low voice, "The last sentence means that if I am unfair and try to protect Lao Wu, then she is also capable of dealing with Lao Wu on her own." Aunt Chu suddenly realized, in this family, probably only Madame Chu can understand this code. After hearing that sentence, she would only greatly praise Jean Jier for being considerate and useful. Madame Chu hurriedly looked up and ordered in a hurry, "Hurry up and call Menger home." Aunt Chu didn't understand what she meant. Madame Chu whispered, "If such a person can't be tied to the Chen family, then he can only be suppressed to death." Chapter 163. Interesting. The next morning, Xian Jin took Baozhu Huahua to practice Ba Duan Jin in a yuan. After practicing for a while, Xian Jin turned around and saw Baozhu Huahua wearing a brown top and a dark brown pleated skirt. She looked like a fat little dung beetle. Xian Jin put his hands behind his back and frowned. "Why are you wearing this color? It's gray and doesn't look good." Baoyu looked at the brown Xian Jin, then at her own brown self, and pouted. "Aren't you wearing this color too? I'm 16, and brown makes me look old." "How old are you now?" Xian Jin said. Baozu curled her lips. Xian Jin twisted his wrists. He had to sip warm water after exercise, and asked Zhang's mother casually, "Which cloth shop and tailor in the city is better?" Zhang's mother smiled and said, "The Yixiangfang in the north of the city has the most complete fabrics. Tailor who in the east quarter has become more skilled after losing his man." Xian Jin nodded. "Then invite them all today." Xian Jin turned around and looked at Bao Zhu again. "TSK. Why is this little girl without anything on her hands and head? She looks too bald." Then he asked, "What about the jewelry store?" Mother Zhang thought hard. According to her consumption level, she could only recommend the night market's Fanning Jiang, which probably couldn't meet her own sister Jin's standard of extravagant and dazzling jewelry. Xian Jin waved his hand. "Let the clothing shop find a match by itself, and match it with the clothes and materials it brought with a complete set of jewelry. You tell them. They will understand." Mother Zhang nodded and asked again, "Budget?" Xian Jin waved his hand. "No budget. Children grow up quickly. So make 3 or 4 sets of clothes for 4 seasons. And make them fit. Don't make them too big just to wear them for 2 more years. It looks lazy and ugly." Zhang's mother, "What qualifications do you have to say that others are ugly? You dress like a big mud ball every day. And you look very fertile. How about I make 2 sets for you?" Zhang's mother asked. Xian Jin waved his hand. "Why should I make them? There is no place to use them." Xian Jin never cared much about clothes. He believed that anyone who wore too many hospital gowns would be willing to run naked as long as they could wear a healthy skin. Bao Zhu muttered, "I have no place to use them." Xian Jin stretched out his hand and flicked Bao Zhu's head. "When I'm done, I'll slowly find a way. And you can go to the girls' school by yourself." Shan Dongqiao has not been convicted yet. Qiao Fangji is a man of great talent and learning, so he can't have an illiterate girl. Xian Jin reached out and rubbed Bao Zhu's head again. "Be good. Wait for your sister to come back. And wear new clothes to show your miracle flowers to your sister." Seeing the little girl dressed up beautifully is also a very fulfilling thing. Bao Zhu lowered her head and handed the top of her furry head to Xian Jin's hand obediently. She squinted her eyes, feeling the warmth of Xian Jin's palm, and felt very at ease. Such a big thing happened last night. In the morning, all the Chen family members gathered in the small hall. When Xian Jin arrived, everyone except Mrs. Chu was already there. Even Chen Kai rushed back from Jing County overnight. "What happened last night? How come I heard that Uncle Wu was sick and couldn't get up?" Chen Kai asked around but couldn't get the answer. He had to ask Xian Jin and said anxiously, "When I left, Uncle Wu was still fine." Third wife's son also looked up at Xian Jin with a side look, and seemed to be very concerned. Chen Fu frowned. "That should be because you left. The 5th master missed you so much that he got sick." Xian Jin. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether this was her stepfather's relaxed and frank stupidity or his weird happiness. Chen Kai thought seriously about Chen Fu's words. His wife, Su, stretched out her arm and bumped Chen Kai, her eyes wide open. "Don't muddy the water. It will bring disaster to yourself." Chen Kai didn't understand, and was about to speak, but heard the rustling of the bead curtain in the inner room. And Mrs. Chu came out from the inner room with a sullen face. Sun came up to support Madame Chu with a smile. Her expression exaggerated. "Why do you look so bad? My parents sent some fish ma. I'll ask someone to bring it to you later." Sun's eyes rolled. Did you not sleep well yesterday? There were several thunders yesterday evening. And I heard that the doctor came to our Chen family at night. Sun leaned out half of her body and looked back. Why didn't I see Grandpa Wu? Acting. The acting is too bad. Xianjin rolled his eyes silently. You have to act with the conviction of an actor. And perform well. So that you can find out the latest gossip. Madame Chu removed her hand from Sun's arm and reached out to Xianjin, motioning him to sit next to her. Xianjin then bowed and helped Madame Chu to sit down. The leader asked you to serve him. And this is to give you face. Madame Chu turned around and told Aunt Chu. Serve the meal. Make a bowl of mushroom and egg noodles for Sister Jean. It's a good day to eat wild mushrooms. The kitchen only picked a basket yesterday. And the noodles are very fresh. Xianjin continued in a respectful manner. Change it to salty soybean milk noodles. I'm a bit picky about food and don't like to eat wild things. Sometimes, you can also choose not to be treated with respect by the leader. Second Aunt Chu was in a dilemma. Old Madame Chu half closed her eyes for a moment. Then nodded slightly. Of course. The premise is that you have to be awesome. And awesome to the point of being irreplaceable. So that the leader can flatter and obey you. Old Madame Chu sat down. And everyone sat down consciously. Qin Fu sat down at the serving point, forming a sharp contrast with Xianjin, who sat firmly on the left-hand side of old Madame Chu. Old Madame Chu did not speak. And everyone was as silent as a goose with its vocal cords cut. After old Madame Chu slowly scooped a spoonful of preserved egg and mincemeat porridge. Ate it with stone seeds. Chewed it and swallowed it. She opened her mouth. Yesterday, the fifth master suffered a stroke and fell to the ground in the middle of the night. He was given soup medicine and silver needles. But it was ineffective. Chen Kai's eyes were filled with tears. Huh? Mrs. Chu glanced at the second son. Then lowered her head and drank a mouthful of mincemeat porridge. Since it doesn't work, I'm going to stop giving him medicine. Chen Kai's eyes widened. Huh? Chen Fu impatiently grabbed a piece of fried cake and glanced at his second brother. The goose with the echo of the vocal cords was really annoying. Mrs. Chu pursed her lips and scraped the edge of the bowl with a ceramic spoon. Not posting a promotion is my greatest mercy. Chen Kai put down his chopsticks and said anxiously, What's going on? Why is he posting a promotion again? Fifth Grandpa has worked hard for our Chen family for most of his life, and has always treated me and my third brother like his own sons. Even if he has committed an unforgivable crime, he has the right to plead. Why is he in a coma? And he is not allowed to take medicine. Chen Kai bumped into Chen Fu. Third brother. You said so? Chen Fu was eating a fried cake, and was bumped hard, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Yes. It's my own son. I wish I could kill my nephew's uncle with my own hands. Mrs. Chu put down the ceramic spoon, looked around, and said seriously, colluding with gambling houses to privately issue a seal. This is the first crime. Colluding with mountain bandits to communicate with foreign enemies. This is the second crime. Colluding with outsiders to eat money and embezzle silver. This is the third crime. Yesterday, the fifth master's yard was searched. And there were 4 house deeds alone. And 218 acres of land deeds. All of which were in the name of his concubines. Chen Kai was stunned. You can't tell a person's heart from his face. If we leave such a scum alone or treat him lightly, it will do more harm than good to our Chen family. It's not appropriate to report Chen family affairs to the authorities. The ancestral temple is in Jing County. And it's a waste of effort to go back and forth. Mrs. Chu's face was solemn. And it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Since medicine is ineffective, we will do our best and leave it to fate. We have done our best. Clang. With a sound, Chen Kai's chopsticks fell. He looked at his wife Sue helplessly. He didn't know why his uncle, who had always been close to him, took off his mask and turned out to be such a wicked villain. The third wife, son, suddenly raised her head and quickly glanced at Xianjin, who was sitting next to Mrs. Chu. Then she looked at her second uncle Chen Kai, who had not yet recovered. She bent her head and asked softly, Since fifth grandpa is useless, the mulberry paper workshop in the east of the city and the lantern paper workshop in the west of the city can't manage themselves, right? This is a question. Mrs. Chu did not answer for a long time. Chen Kai now took over Jing County by chance, so he naturally could not be easily transferred. If Chen Laowu is useless, who will manage it? Mrs. Chu's eyes moved back and forth between Xianjin and Chen Fu. and then shrugged dejectedly. Even if the shop was given to Chen Fu, the person in power in the end would only fall into Xianjin's hands. The third wife, Sun, straightened her back excitedly. Why don't we let Sanlang come back? Chen Fu's eldest son, Chen Sanlang. The one who harassed Xianjin was Chen Sailang. This Chen Sanlang, who has never appeared, was said to have been told by fortune tellers when he was a child that he had to live with his uncle until he was 20 years old. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the 20-year-old mark. After that, he was sent to the Sun family. Is he 20 now? Chen Jiafang is not even 20. How could his cousin be? Xianjin lowered his head and ate a mouthful of salty soybean milk noodle soup calmly. His cooking skills were not as good as Zhang Ma's, and it was obviously too salty. He's not yet 20, right? Mrs. Chu asked with narrowed eyes. Chen Fu stabbed Sun back. You keep talking nonsense all day. Don't you want Sanlang to live? Turning back to Mrs. Chu. He's not yet. He's 2 years old. Sun was not the kind of person who gave up halfway. She straightened her chest and returned to the power struggle stage. Let him not come back yet. Go back to his hometown first. And let his cousin go with him. Free up the second brother to come back and manage the mulberry paper workshop and the lantern workshop. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity now, when will you have another chance? The path arranged for Sailang is to study. Even if he can become a scholar, it is considered a success. What about her eldest son? When he returns at the age of 20, the 4 shops in the family will be divided up. And he will eat shit. If she doesn't take advantage of this time to shop more, she will not be surnamed Sun. Mrs. Chu also fell into deep thought. Everyone at the table put down their bowls and chopsticks. Only Xianjin was still eating noodles. Chen Fu felt a little distressed and said, This is unfair. Jing County was originally built by Jing Jier. It is already unfair for her to be in charge of the second brother. How big is Sanlang's face now? Why should he? Sun looked at Chen Fu in disbelief. Although I don't like you, Sanlang is still your son. Right? Mrs. Chu frowned more and more. Just when the couple were about to quarrel, Xianjin slowly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, stood up, and nodded to everyone. I'm done. Enjoy your meal. He pushed the chair behind him, walked out calmly, took 2 steps, suddenly remembered something, turned his head and looked at Aunt Chu. So, was it the 5th madam who confessed last night? Or was it Miss Wa who confessed? Second Aunt Chu was caught off guard and answered immediately. Mrs. Wa confessed as soon as she knelt down, saying that the disaster would not affect her children and her son was innocent. Xianjin nodded and said as if chatting and laughing with Second Aunt Chu. What did 5th madam say? Second Aunt Chu came back to her senses and turned to look at old Madam Chu's face. Seeing that she did not say anything to stop her, she stammered. 5th madam was just crying. Crying why 5th master did not wear red underwear honestly in his zodiac year. And this is the disaster. Xianjin laughed, lowered his eyebrows and tucked his hair, said it was interesting, and walked out. Chapter 164. Hiccups from Anger. The final result was that the fear of feudal superstitions overcame the fear of showing off. Chen Kai took over Jing County as usual, and the candidates for the heads of the mulberry paper workshop and the lantern workshop were very bizarre and beyond everyone's expectations. What did you say? Sun's cup of hot tea almost spilled on the back of her hand. What did you say? Tsue, the green-dressed maid next to Sun, repeated loudly and indignantly. The mulberry paper workshop and the lantern workshop are personally managed by the old lady, and the second wife assists. After asking for the second wave of impact, Sun smashed the teacup to the ground. The teacup broke into pieces, and the hot tea splashed onto Tsue's instep. The burning pain made Tsue hate this decision even more. Our Sanlang has been traveling around with his uncle. He is not a nobody, but 1 in 10. How can you look down on him? Tsue was about to cry. The San, whom she had never met, was 18 this year. Still young. And she was 19 this year. How many more years could she wait for San? Tsue said with deep feeling. It is said that the old lady of the Castor Hall is in charge. But the old lady is lame and blind. And the one who finally keeps her word is the second wife. Think about it. The second master is in charge of the old house. And the second wife is in charge of Xuancheng. With the cooperation here, our Chen family will eventually belong to the second wife. Sun looked at her confidant and beloved general as if she was looking at a fool, Everyone knows that the Chin family is definitely the second wife. Did Suetsue always hope that she could become the head of the family? Are you so confident in her? Sorry. She herself has no confidence. Sun ignored the somewhat offensive adjective chicken feathers and unicorn horns that her confidant and beloved general had used for her eldest son. It was rare that her brain was opened up, and her Ren and Du meridians were injected with a sense of acuity that did not belong to her. She sneered. If you are angry, there must be someone angrier than you. When the snipe and the clam fight, we will benefit from the buzzing. Suetsue was puzzled. What does buzzing benefit mean? Sun started the little sunflower nonsense class. It means that we make a fortune quietly. And the sound of silence is just buzzing. Suetsue was shocked and benefited a lot. She said that she was greatly influenced by Sun, who was born as a scholar, and she might even consider taking the exam for a scholar next year. In the evening, Sun specially prepared a table and 2 pots of good wine to invite Chin Fu to come. Chin Fu was very alert and nervous at the same time. Why did she invite me? Suetsue hurriedly said. To discuss the future of Sanlangjun and Salangjun with you. Seeing that Chin Fu was very defensive, she said, don't worry. After dinner, the third wife will go to Wanfo Temple at night to play mahjong. Oh no! To ask about the scriptures. Chin Fu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that she didn't have to fulfill her husband's obligations with Sun. Seeing Chin Fu heaved a sigh of relief, Suetsue also heaved a sigh of relief. The third wife was also afraid that Chin Fu would suddenly act. Sun said more than once that this year was the best time for her. Her husband, who was not ugly, was not at home. The concubine who had been annoying her for 10 years passed away. The monthly salary was delivered on time. And her parents-in-law only paid attention to the eldest daughter-in-law, whom they did not like but had to respect, and the second daughter-in-law, who was honest and thick-skinned. If her son had a little more success, Xianjin had some bad luck, and Chin Fu died earlier, it would be heaven on earth. At this point, Chin Fu still didn't want to go. Suetsue lowered her voice. I heard that the third wife prepared the flower snails that had just been shipped from Huan Prefecture tonight. Now is the time for them to be plump and tender. Chin Fu also lowered his voice. What else? There are 2 dragon-head fish. One is made into pepper and salt for you, and the other is made into tofu soup for you. Chin Fu nodded. She doesn't need to worry about Sanlang's future. But Sanlang has never made progress in his studies, so we need to discuss it carefully. At the table, Sun offered Chin Fu a glass of wine, which was considered to be all the past in the wine. She drank it first, holding the empty wine glass, and said to Chin Fu, we have been married for more than 20 years. I am competitive, and you are a broken jar. We are not worth anything. We have been quarreling and grudges for decades. Today I want to tell you the truth. Your mother's habit of mistreating you is in her bones. No matter how well you do, you can't change it. She would rather give the store to the second son and his wife than give you a penny. Chin Fu sipped his wine and said nothing. Sun said, after your mother dies, it's okay for us to live on the charity of our second brother. It's just a pity that Xianyang fought so hard and didn't abandon her little girl even when she was fleeing. Now she looks like she is in a hot situation. But once the old lady is gone, your second brother, although honest, can't hold her like the old lady did. Right? By then, she will suffer more than when she was fleeing. Chin Fu sipped his wine again. Seeing this, Sun said, take this matter for example. Even if Sanlang is not suitable, Xianjin is suitable. Right? She is capable. Everyone has seen it for more than a year. The old lady didn't mention her at all. She would rather put pressure on her shoulders and never let Xianjin get involved too much. This defensive heart. TSK. Sun was almost done talking. But Chin Fu didn't say a word. So she was furious. You coward. Your mother has hated you for half your life. And your son and daughter will follow in your footsteps and be guarded by others. Let me tell you the truth. Your precious daughter is just a servant in the eyes of the old lady. Use her when you want. And throw her away when you're done. When the time comes, match her with someone else. Just like matchmaking a maid in the room. And you can't disagree with it. Chin Fu drank the wine in the glass and left. Sun stood up and tried to flip the table. But the table was too heavy and didn't move at all. She could only poke Chin Fu's spine and curse. Coward. Coward. Eat shit. Suetsue wiped her forehead. Sometimes it was fate that 2 people got along well or not. They were obviously here to form an alliance. But in the end, the third wife started to talk as if they were fighting. And they quarreled with each other sincerely. It was really frustrating. She and Sanlang would definitely live a different life in the future. After the personnel transfer by Ma Tang, Xianjin was slightly surprised for the first 3 seconds that Madame Chu dragged her sick body to leave the battle to guard against her. In the second 3 seconds, he immediately figured it out. If Madame Chu handed over the mulberry paper and lantern workshop to her, it would be just a matter of time before the Chen family completely became her Chenji. When the cards of the Chen family are slowly washed away, can it still be called Chenji? Xianjin personally doesn't care, based on Chen Kai's ability. She can smash these fragmented defenses into pieces when she gets fierce. In the workplace, it doesn't matter whether you do this thing or not, but whether you have the ability to complete this thing. More important, Xianjin didn't care, but heard that Chen Fu cared a lot, and was so angry that he stayed in the Baima Hall of Old Lady Chu for 5 consecutive days, singing the injustice of Doi day and night. The Chen family's house was not big. Xianjin was also lucky enough to appreciate Chen Fu's voice at 4 in the morning. To be honest, it was not very nice, and he didn't think Doi was wronged. It even reached the point where the neighbors needed to raise funds to kill him. This year's student examination is scheduled for July, which is this month. Once the college examination is over, the county governments will recruit students again, and the peak season for the business of tracing books and paper will follow. Old Lady Chu held the long letter from Jing County in her hand. Her brows were tightly knitted, and she wanted to get angry, but she took a breath and held back her anger. Old Lady Chu threw the letter to her side, and her stomach was churning with anger. When she opened her mouth, she exhaled a foul breath in the form of burps. Chapter 165, I am very righteous. Madame Chu turned her hand and put the long letter beside her. After a while, she was very annoyed when she saw the letter paper. She opened the incense burner and threw the letter to Mars. Waste. Waste. The future of Xianjin was so bright, but it became difficult to move forward in Chen Kai's hands. The autumn examination is approaching, and the red copybook is a big seller, but he can't find a printing workshop to take the job. More importantly, after the contracts of the 9 towns and 24 villages, the township schools, the Mingguan, and the private schools that had signed contracts with Xianjin expired. They all refused to sign contracts with Chenji in Jing County again. Even if the contract was saved, he didn't have the ability to produce so much paper to make tracing books at once. It is said that Xianjin signed a long-term monopoly cooperation agreement with a secluded village to purchase middle and lower-grade Xian paper. The village named Xiaoqiao Village completely ignored Chen Kai's order and only held the contract sheet, shouting the penalty for breach of contract is 10,000 taels. If you help pay it, I will make paper for you. Fuck 10,000 taels. Cut off Chen Kai's head and see if it is worth 10,000 taels. Materials, channels, processing, all roads are blocked. If this deal fails, the profits of the Jingxian workshop will never reach the amount when Xianjin was in charge. Doing business is not about showmanship. There is only one criterion for judging whether the business is good or not: who makes money. Chen Kai's trip is a journey of cowardice. A journey of disastrous failure. In other words, in Jingxian, everything related to Xianjin will not bite Chen Kai's account. Are these merchants trying to extort money? How long has Xianjin been there? How could a bunch of people be so devoted to her? Doing business. Doing business. Whose money is not money? Whose money is not money? Madame Chu propped up her cane, rested her hands on the cane head, and solemnly told Aunt Chu, "Take out the turquoise jadeite necklace that the master gave me." Aunt Chu took it out and prepared to hang it around Madame Chu's neck. But Madame Chu stopped her. "It's a gift. Bring a golden laid box." Aunt Chu felt a little distressed. This was bought for you by the master when he went to Yunnan to look at materials. At that time, the price of jadeite had not yet soared. Now this string of beads is rare in the entire Xuanqing prefecture. Old Lady Chu took the golden laid Namu box wrapped in red velvet cloth, and half an hour later, she appeared at the Longtwangxi wharf, less than 3 miles away from the Jishi workshop. There was a large open space on the west bank of the wharf, with more than a dozen row houses built on the left and right, and the tile house in the middle was built smoothly and flat. There were 5 or 6 printing machines placed in order in the tile house, and several men were carrying half-person-high stacks of paper on their shoulders and walking towards the shed. Old Lady Chu and Aunt Chu got off the mule cart, and Old Lady Chu called one of them. "Where is your boss Shang?" The man looked at Madame Chu and said with a smile, "Follow me." After turning around the row house and the tile house, Madame Chu knocked on the door frame with one hand, and a loud and vigorous male voice came from the inner room. "Come in." Madame Chu lifted the straw curtain and went in. As far as she could see, the ground was sandy without tiles. The beams were unpolished and varnished wood, and even the chest of drawers seemed to have been picked up from somewhere, swaying like a ladybug with a broken leg. When Boss Shang saw Madame Chu, he went to greet her, with a sincere smile on his broad face. "What brings you here? Please sit down." After looking around the inner room for a long time, he brought a backless stool and asked Mrs. Chu to sit down. He rubbed his hands and smiled awkwardly. "The money has been used to survey the land, pay workers, and buy tools. Repairs and construction are the next step." Mrs. Chu didn't know that there was a bit of envy in her eyes. "Your Shang family has turned over in your hands, migrating from a small county town to Xuancheng Prefecture. He has accumulated such a large piece of land and so many employees. It seems that the business is also very good. What on earth did Mr. Shang's mother have the ability to give birth to and raise a capable son? She gave birth to 3 children, but none of them won the bid. Was it a matter of chance or quality?" Mr. Shang smiled and served a cup of tea. His figure was like a bear, but his movements were very delicate. "Look at what you said. If it weren't for your help, how could I get the money to move to this big place?" As soon as Mrs. Chu raised her eyes, Aunt Chu handed over the red velvet box. Mr. Shang jumped back as if he had stepped on a knife blade. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Chu smiled, her cheekbones raised high. "Congratulations on your new home. A small gift. Please keep it." Seeing that Boss Shang was determined not to accept it, Mrs. Chu said with a smile, "I know that you have a close relationship with our Jean Jier. You accepted my gift. Jean Jier only liked it and didn't blame you." Boss Shang laughed, took the red velvet box with one hand, and quickly put it back in Aunt Chu's hand, catching Aunt Chu off guard. "Don't say that." Boss Shang took a step back. "I won't accept gifts without merit. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the task you assigned me." Mrs. Chu's smile faded when she heard Boss Shang take the initiative to break the window paper. She took it slowly and said, "You and I are both merchants. Making money is the most important thing in business. Xianjin went to the Jishi workshop, and my son Chen Kai took over the Jingxian workshop. Logically speaking, no matter who you print for, you are helping the Chen family. There is not much difference. Why did you reject my son harshly?" Boss Shang lowered his head and listened. His expression did not change, and smiled as he poured hot water for Mrs. Chu. "The difference is huge." Mrs. Chu's smile was completely gone. Boss Shang smiled and brought the teacup to Mrs. Chu's side. "We don't recognize the Chen family. We recognize the Xianjin brand." Boss Shang saw that Mrs. Chu didn't take the teacup, but he didn't get angry. He brought a short stool for himself. The big bear statue squatted on the low tree stump, looking honest and aggressive. "We are all from Jing County. After all these years, you haven't thought about cooperating to make money, right?" Jean Jier strung together a bunch of people from Jing County and put the meat in a pot to stew soup. Whoever has the ability can eat the meat, and whoever doesn't can also drink the soup. In the past, it was not like this. In the past, even if the meat eaters vomited, they would not let others smell the meat. Mrs. Chu looked at Boss Shang with a cold look. "You are the only printing workshop in Jing County, but not in Xuancheng." Boss Shang made a pleased gesture. "Then please do as you please. Even if you spent a lot of money to print the red tracing book. The 9 towns, 24 villages, and 81 official schools in Jing County could not bypass Xianjin and sign the contract with Chen Kai." Mrs. Chu took a few deep breaths. Her voice stuck in her throat. "Jean Jier, where do you get such a big face?" Boss Shang laughed and said, "First, these 81 official schools were run by Jean Jier one by one. Second, Miss Jiao from Qingcheng Mountain Courtyard was rescued by Jean Jier on her own initiative. Yes, those who are righteous are butchers, and those who are unfaithful are scholars. But when the scholars in our 24 villages are really righteous, it's not just empty talk." Chapter 166 Mulberry Iced Tea. Old Madame Chu stared at Shang Chunchun with a sharp gaze. Boss Shang looked back with a half smile. Boss Shang traveled all over the country, fought wolves in the east, fired guns in the west, and most importantly, He secretly published many banned books that were not suitable for children. He was heroic and full of vigor. A man of 8 feet tall. Who had he ever been afraid of in his life? Except for the petty officials who came to the government office to search for banned books. He was not afraid of anything. Oh! He was also afraid that Master Qin would stop updating, end the book badly, or fill the word count with water writing. Oh! He was afraid that his silly wife would hit him on the head with chopsticks. Oh! He was also afraid of rats, cockroaches, ladybugs, grasshoppers, centipedes, long worms. Thinking of long worms, Boss Sham trembled involuntarily. But he insisted not to let Mrs. Chu see it. He couldn't lose to people, let alone the battle. Losing to either would be embarrassing for Xianjin. Mrs. Chu was the first to look away, lowered her eyes slightly, and smiled after a while. Really? It sounds like our Chen family has gold and jade hidden in the house. But no one knows about it. Old Madame Chu stood up, straightened her skirt, put the red velvet wooden box with turquoise jade beads on the table, and pushed it over with one hand. The deal may not be successful, but the friendship remains. Old Madame Chu looked indifferent, called Second Aunt Chu, took 2 steps, turned her eyes, and said, "Keep it. A friend who has made a fortune. Our Chen family should also treat him well." As soon as old Madame Chu finished speaking, she took Second Aunt Chu and left without looking back. As soon as she returned to the mansion, she saw a middle-aged man in a long gown, a mustache, and dressed like a scholar, registering at the gatehouse with gestures. "I am from Qinshui town. Qin. Hey. Hey. Right. Qin Shihuang's Qin. Yes. Qin Guangsheng. Guang. Guang means to travel thousands of miles to reach the vastness. And the living are the mountains and rivers. And the endless life is so." The concierge looked at the scholar as if he was mentally retarded, and pointed his index finger at his nose. "Young husband. Look. Do I look like someone who can understand your literary rhetoric?" Mrs. Chu got off the mule cart and took a step forward. "Qin." Master Qin turned his head and raised his mustache to suit the occasion. "I am the master of Yunlingmengguan in Qinghe town, a student of the 4th year of Zhaoda. Today, I went to Xuanqing Prefecture to participate in the autumn provincial examination, and I came to visit the shopkeeper." As he said this, he took out the name cards of this year's autumn examination and showed them to Mrs. Chu. "The students of the Imperial Academy are the top scholars. They are here to take the examination for the Jiren degree." Mrs. Chu did not dare to neglect them. She turned her head and looked at the doorman with a little anger on her face. "How dare you? The scholar. Stop me. What did I teach you all the time?" Master Qin stood behind Mrs. Chu with his hands down, waiting for her to come forward. Mrs. Chu paused and asked, "Where is Jean Jier? Why don't you ask her to come out to meet you?" The doorman hesitated. "Miss, he went to the Jishi workshop early in the morning, and will not be back until the evening." Old Madame Chu looked at Master Qin and smiled kindly. "How about you go in and wait?" Master Qin waved his hands repeatedly. His movements were clumsy, and he revealed the panic and avoidance of reading books and writing articles for many years, and not interacting with people. "No. No. Jean Jier is not here. Why should I go in?" "Who are you?" Old Madame Chu was calm. "I am the mother of Mr. Chen San." Master Qin seemed to think about who Mr. Chen San was, and after thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized and stammered. Oh. That's it. I still have to go back to review my studies, so I won't wait. I'll ask you to tell Jean Jier a message." Mrs. Chu pretended to listen attentively. "It seems that the contract for copying the Red Book has expired this year. Qinghe Town and 4 or 5 surrounding towns and villages are waiting for her to sign again. If she is free, she will go to each of them one by one. The children and the old scholar are running out of paper." Master Qin spoke like a string of cannonballs. Mrs. Chu was silent for a moment, pursed her lips, and nodded slightly. Master Qin was happy, turned around and took out 2 bags of linen from the corner and handed them to Mrs. Chu. "Melons, mountain products, wild mushrooms grown at home. My wife made 2 pairs of shoes and socks for Jean Jier and Miss Chiao. Please give them to them too." Madame Chu took it hesitantly. Second Aunt Chu hurried to take it, but was avoided by Madame Chu. Master Qin said a few more blunt words, and regardless of Madame Chu's request to stay, he rushed out. When he turned the corner, he heard his wife Wen Yang anxiously say, "Can you make Xianjin proud?" Master Chin's dull and blunt look had long disappeared. How could a master who could write the hit and bloody that scholar is really handsome be an unsympathetic fool? If I don't do this, it will make the Chin family suspect that Xianjin deliberately picked us up one by one. Master Chin rubbed his nose, then took his wife's arm and said sweetly, "Let's go. Let's go eat braised pork elbow. The day after tomorrow I will take the exam, and I will have to work hard again." The couple had a wonderful relationship, and the master and servant were whispering. Aunt Chu looked at Master Chin's windy back and grumbled unhappily. "What kind of person is he? He doesn't know any rules." Mrs. Chu disapproved and scolded. "A scholar who is selected as a student of the Imperial Academy can most likely become a jurin. He is only in his 30s. If he becomes a jurin and makes further progress, it will be a great fortune. Don't say he doesn't know the rules. Even if he ignores us, it's reasonable." Second Aunt Chu shrank her neck. Her old lady's respect for scholars was thicker than the city wall, more turbulent than the Longchuan River, and deeper than her obsession with Zhou Yuanan, the famous actor in the next-door opera troupe. When it was getting dark, the doorman came to report that Xianjin was back. Old Madame Chu sat in front of the round table with dishes on it, raised her eyes, and Second Aunt Chu responded to invite her. Xianjin didn't have time to wash his face and hands. As soon as he entered the door, he saw old Madame Chu sitting on the round table as steady as a mountain. There was a small pot on the table, and a dozen small plates were placed next to it. Madame Chu asked Xianjin to sit down. "The kitchen said your mother likes to cook. She loves to eat mutton hot pot. You are still in mourning, so I asked Madame Zong to make spicy black bean hot pot, and asked the kitchen to buy fresh bamboo fungus, bamboo shoots, mushrooms and water vegetables." Madame Chu remembered the bowl of salty bean milk noodles, and asked again, "If you want to eat anything else, ask the kitchen to prepare it now. It should be in time." Xianjin sat obediently beside Madame Chu, washed his hands with the hot dishes on the table, and then smiled, showing his pointed canine teeth. This is a magic weapon to neutralize her cold and slender temperament. It's so rich. Even if we invite the first and second wives, they can eat it all, Xianjin said with a smile. Old Madame Chu waved her hand. "The eldest daughter-in-law is painting recently, saying it's a picture of 100 birds. And she even asked manager Dong to bring a few 3-meter-long Xian paper. The second daughter-in-law is a dangerous topic." Old Madame Chu smiled lightly. "The second daughter-in-law has been busy with accounting, sorting goods, and training the clerks these days." Old Madame Chu shook her head. "She doesn't have the mind to have a good meal." Xianjin raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Aunt Chu served tea. Madame Chu introduced, "I heard that you like cold tea and don't like bitter tea. This is made by boiling mulberries and rock sugar into a paste, boiling Shurian Longjing tea 3 times, and then storing it in a well. It is taken out after it is completely frozen." Madame Chu took the teacup from Aunt Chu and poured a cup for Xianjin. "Try it." Xianjin immediately stood up and raised the teacup above his head with both hands. His attitude was very, abnormally, and extremely respectful. "Are you kidding? The leader is holding a banquet, either to fire you or to promote you. No matter which one. You are walking on thin ice and trembling with fear." Chapter 167. Dryness and heat hurt the liver. After Mrs. Chu poured a glass of iced tea, Xianjin drank it respectfully. It tasted really good. Mrs. Chu's taste for people was not very good, but her taste for making drinks was very good. She could open a bawang tea girl. Selling point: each cup of tea soup is the same color as the rice paper. For example, official green is Shurian green tea with a little mint. Changchun is black tea with a little mulberry juice or saffron juice. White marble. Isn't it just any tea with a little milk added to it to make the color? Wait. If rice paper has color. Xianjin narrowed his eyes and was about to think about it, but was interrupted by Mrs. Chu's words, "Sit down." Xianjin shook his head, hiding the idea of getting rich first, and then sat like a roasted quail with his eyes and nose. Jingxin shop. Mrs. Chu picked up the chopsticks first, put half a plate of bamboo fungus into the soup, and said casually to open the scene, "It should have been given to the third brother." Xianjin pursed his lips and refused to answer. "You can give the boss's family property to whoever you want. As a junior professional manager who has not yet climbed to the position of CEO, there is no need for her to answer such sensitive topics. The bamboo fungus has been soaked, and it will be cooked in a few seconds." Mrs. Chu picked it up and gave it to Xianjin with chopsticks. CNG nodded repeatedly, flattered, and waited for Mrs. Chu to eat first before picking up her own chopsticks. It's just that the third son doesn't think about it. Mrs. Chu spoke very casually, and it seemed that this was definitely not a conversation after careful consideration. The second son has no son. Even if I give him the family business, who can he pass it on to? Isn't it still Sanlang and Silang? The bamboo fungus took a bite, carrying the fragrance and spiciness of the spicy black bean soup, and slid smoothly into the throat. CNG nodded. Yes. Yes. Give it to Sanlang. Give it to Sanlang. Madame Chu glanced at the little girl, cooked half a plate of fried tofu skin, and while waiting for the fire to boil, she said, I know he blames me, blaming me for only having eyes for the second and the eldest. But he doesn't think about it. The eldest is an official. The second is rich. And he, as the younger brother, can't he just lie down and be a young master? CNG nodded again. Yes. Yes. Be a young master. Be a young master. The tone was respectful, and implied the ambition of if Madame Chu asked to send Chen Fu to KTV as a young master, she would immediately buy sequin small-legged pants and mousse for her cheap father. CNG never responded, which made Madame Chu depressed. She cooked half a plate of dry rice noodles with one hand, and then added 2 pieces of 9-hole lotus roots after a while. Finally, her emotions finally leaked out between the taro and bamboo shoots. Your second uncle is struggling in Jing County, and your second aunt is in a dilemma in the mulberry paper workshop. When we do business, the most feared thing is internal strife. Old Lady Chu's face was solemn, and she thought of Qiao Baowu at home and the scholars in Nanzili who regarded Qiao Fengji, the head of Qinsheng Mountain, as their teacher and father. She forced herself to soften her expression. Only when the Qin family is doing well will the third son do well, and you will do well. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope, and if one boat sinks, we all sink. Jin Jie, you are very smart. You are even smarter than the descendants of the Qin family. No. No. You are even smarter than many men. You should understand the principle that everyone prospers when one prospers, and everyone suffers when one suffers. Old Lady Chu spoke earnestly. What do you want? Money? I can let you share the profits, and you can take as much as Chen Lawu takes. Marriage? Don't worry. Grandmother won't treat you badly. Even if you are not a Jin Shi or Jiren, you will definitely be able to live a stable and happy life. Dowry? A few days ago, I was still telling Ern Yang that when you get married, I will add 1/3 of the money you have earned for the Qin family. Xianjin picked up a chopstick of tofu skin, and Chu thought Xianjin liked it, so she quickly gave Xianjin another half bowl of tofu skin. Looking at the mountain of tofu skin in front of him, Xianjin really felt the goodwill and weakness of Mrs. Chu. I don't want anything. Xianjin's expression was very indifferent. Lady Chu's next words were cut off. Xianjin shook his head. I just hope that the Qin family will be better. Make better paper. Sell farther. And go more steadily. To Yingtian Prefecture. To northern Jili. And even to the capital. As you said, the Qin family is better. And I will be better. All I want is a comfortable place. Lady Chu blurted out. Then why should I trip up the second uncle in the Jingxian shop? Xianjin laughed. Madam, how did I trip up the second uncle? Old Madame Chu was speechless. They are all spontaneous. Okay. Boss Shang would rather not do business with the Qin family than to cover for this little girl. The top students in the Imperial Academy came to the city to take the exam and even delivered farm products to the door. These are not driven by profit or fame, but all come down to the word love. Old Madame Chu opened her mouth. She wanted to say, in this case, let the printing workshop and the academy continue to cooperate with the second son. The words were stuck in her throat and could not be said. This was really shameless. Even she felt shameless. Xianjin looked at Mrs. Chu's expression, smiled again, and chose to poke the window paper himself. Old lady, ask yourself, am I making trouble for the Qin family? Or is the Qin family on guard against me? Mrs. Chu's face was gloomy and uncertain, and she took a deep breath, trying to make herself thinner, preferably blending into the wall. Xianjin picked up a piece of tofu skin and chewed it slowly. Mrs. Chu lowered her voice and said, the Qin family gave you a jishi workshop. Xianjin finished eating the tofu skin and drank a sip of mulberry iced tea. Feeling refreshed, I have paved a smooth road for the Qin family. Whether it is the long-term cooperation with private schools and Mingwan in the business of tracing red characters, or the friendly relationship with Xiaochao Village and Mr. Shang. Even more so, the six Zhongxian that Li Sanshun has been improving. She opened up the market for the Qin family, secured the upstream and downstream of raw materials and reprocessing, and paved a way for them to go to Beijing for the imperial examination. And what did Mrs. Chu give her? A second uncle who picked peaches and a lifeless shop. She doesn't care. Gold shines everywhere. Even if she is not given a shop, she can make a winning hand out of the bad cards in her hand. But what about Chen Fu? What is her stepfather's reason? In Bachenduo Temple, a person like Chen Fu, who is sensitive, self-respecting and self-abased, stood up for the group of people behind her and was trampled under the feet of the bandits. The bandits' knives were sharp and ready to chop at her neck at any time. And the group of guys behind her? Zhou Ergu and Zheng De, who fought for a way out for everyone in the flesh and blood, Li Sanshun, who buried the rice paper in a safe place and rushed out holding a stone, Zhang Mama and Suer, who stood in front of her. Once she loses power, will the honest but stubborn second uncle still use them? Will he still support them? Will he still lead them to a better future? Why should they? Xianjin raised his head and drank the mulberry iced tea in one gulp. If you are on guard against me, you can just not use me. After all, my last name is not Chen. And I am an outsider after all. You can also believe in blood ties. The sneaky and self-indulgent Chen Laowu. The ruthless and slowly encroaching Chen Laowu. These are all members of the Chen family. What have they brought to the Chen family? Mediocrity? Food and clothing? Or disaster? I am grateful for the opportunity you gave me. You dared to use a little girl brought by a concubine. Your heart is bigger than many family heads. Xianjin smiled, a little bitterly. But do you know when you feel the most lost? It is when you gave people hope. But you pinched this hope tightly, leaving only a small opening. The person's head drilled out, but the neck was stuck there. And finally, he died of exhaustion and suffocation. Xianjin stood up and knelt respectfully. The first kneeling in this life showed the iron will of modern people. This kneeling showed the desperate determination that has slowly merged with this era. Thank you for the pot. It's delicious. After saying that, Xianjin stood up and turned to leave. Wait. Mrs. Chu clenched her hands tightly. Wait. What if I ask you to help the second son? Mrs. Chu's eyes were bright. They are all Chen family members. To you, helping the third son and helping the second son makes no difference. Xianjin raised his eyes. His eyes were dark and deep. They are all sons. To you, it makes no difference whether you use the third master or the second uncle. Mrs. Chu stopped talking abruptly, her eyes fixed on the royal blue cotton tablecloth with an inlaid lace. As if she had made up her mind. I will transfer the shop in Jing County to the name of the third brother. And the looser work at home can also be given to him to try. Xianjin listened attentively. You will be the chief shopkeeper of the 3 shops in Xuanchen. But the accounts need to be supervised by the second brother. Mrs. Chu raised her head slowly. Your salary will remain at 10 taels per month. And you will get 10% of the profit as dividends at the end of the year. 3 shops. Chief shopkeeper. Xianjin laughed in his heart. But his face showed no sign of it. He said in a straightforward tone, I need the indentures of Manager Dong's family. And Zhang and her son. What difference does it make whether the indentures are given to her or not? They are already hers. Old Madame Chu nodded gently. Yes, Xianjin continued. For all the operations of Chen's shop, I need to take the initiative completely. Just like when I was in Jing County. I report to you every season. I will prepare documents in advance for your approval for daily expenses and layout. Old Madame Chu was stunned. She didn't expect Xianjin to take the initiative to return the power. Xianjin smiled and said, No matter how smart I am, how can I compare to your decades of hard work in Xuanqing? You have already achieved the Tao, and I have just started practicing. Even if I am arrogant, I can still see this truth clearly. Old Madame Chu looked at Xianjin with a complicated look. And after a moment, she said in a hoarse voice, Yes, Xianjin said again. I still need the discretion of all the shop assistants in the shop. Whether to leave or stay, to be promoted or demoted. All of these are up to me for reference and suggestion. The financial power has been given away, and the personnel power must be seized. Otherwise, she will really become a high-level bricklayer. Madame Chu thought for a moment and nodded decisively. Yes, Xian Jin continued. The centipede is rotten from the inside. And if it is rotten, it needs to be scraped to remove the poison, so as to get rid of the old and the disease. Many Qin family members, or relatives and distant relatives, who have inextricable ties with the Qin family, will inevitably bear the brunt. I hope that when you hear about this situation, you don't have to doubt that I am eliminating dissidents. Madame Chu looked at Xian Jin with a look of defense at the beginning. Then the astonishment of Xian Jin's initiative to break the window paper. And then to Xian Jin's thoughts of seeking power and advancement. And finally to the current resignation? You have taken away the job of the second uncle. How dare the distant nephew be so arrogant? Mrs. Chu smiled. Xian Jin took it as a compliment and smiled. The second uncle is the eternal root of the Qin family. Mrs. Chu held her forehead and rubbed her nose. Anything else? Xian Jin shook his head. No more. Mrs. Chu glanced at the pot. The soup in the pot was cascading and turning around, with red soup and white bottom on the boiling waves. And all kinds of vegetables were outstanding. Then go. Mrs. Chu raised her shoulders lightly, as if she was exhausted. I hope you will always remember what you said today. Everything is for the Qin family. Everything is for the Qin family. Xian Jin walked along the corridor, tiptoeing, feeling very excited. However, when he returned to Yuan, he saw Soar sitting among the flowers with red eyes and sobbing. Mrs. Zhang was so anxious that she went to meet Xian Jin as soon as she saw him. It's Ergu. Xian Jin's hair stood on end. What happened to Master Go? Soar cried. He was fine a few days ago. Uncle Lu took care of him, and I boiled medicine and ran around. He had a fever this morning. Uncle Lu just told me that Ergu was so hot that he was twitching all over when he was sleeping. I rushed in and touched the back of my hand. His forehead was so hot that it was like a fried egg. High fever and convulsions. Xian Jin said anxiously. Where's the doctor? There's a woman in the suburbs who's having a difficult delivery. The doctor's gone. Soar cried, her face pale. The doctors in the pharmacies also have patients. Will he die? He's only 20 years old. He hasn't even married yet. Shopkeeper. How? Xian Jin's mind was in a mess. I'll go to the prefecture to ask Lord Xiong. Send a doctor. Or lend us 2 horses. Rush back to Jing County overnight. And ask Dr. Wang to come out. Xian Jin said he would do it. And turned to walk out. Mother Zhang stamped her feet and quickly took Xian Jin's hand. Go back to Jing County. We've been going back and forth for so long that we've lost our minds. Mother Zhang's single-minded mind finally broke through the boundaries of the kitchen. In her memory, which was covered by a pile of red dates, barley, pork chops, and pickled cabbage, she finally found a vague piece of information. I heard from the second aunt's sister-in-law of Tsue's mother in the third wife's room that the old lady's nephew is a medical officer in the government office and is visiting the outer courtyard these 2 days. How about we invite him? Xian Jin was knocked unconscious by this blow. Ah? The doctor? Mother Zhang shouted. He treats 5th-rank officials. If you go to the government office, he might come too. We might as well keep the favor of Lord Xiong and go directly to the outer courtyard to ask for help. Xian Jin turned around and ran to the outer courtyard, and Soar followed behind him, asking all the way. Xian Jin knocked on the wooden door of an independent courtyard breathlessly, with his hands on his knees. Before he could say anything, he heard a thump, and Soar knelt on the stone ground neatly. Is it Dr. Chu? Please help. Please help. Xian Jin didn't have time to think about it. He looked up and saw a young man in a light cloud-colored gown walking out of the inner room. Xian Jin said loudly, Is it Dr. Chu? The man looked up. His eyes were calm and quiet. He walked over quickly and said in a deep voice, I am. Soar cried with joy. Xian Jin saluted hurriedly and said quickly, I am Xian Jin from Yuan. Chun Fu, the 3rd master of the Qin family, is my father. The shop assistant was injured and his condition is a bit serious now. Can you please come to check it out? Thinking it was too abrupt, Xian Jin added, The doctor I usually see has an emergency, so I can only turn to you for help. The man replied, Wait for me for a moment. Turned around, took the medicine box, and put it on his left shoulder. Let's go! After saying that, he walked out quickly. Xian Jin hurriedly followed. When they reached the archway, it was drizzling again. The man made way for a path inside. And while walking quickly, he said in a gentle voice, Midsummer rain. Dryness and heat hurt the liver. Miss, he had better use her sleeves to block it. Chapter 168 Sister. Be careful. Xianjin always takes the doctor's advice, no matter how big or small, as a guide. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Xianjin quickly raised his sleeves and covered his head in all directions. As the young man hurried on his way, he turned his head and took a look, and was immediately shocked. It shouldn't be wrapped so tightly. Right? The eyebrows were tightened by the scalp, and they were raised like Zhang Fei. All the way, Xianjin walked hurriedly. His feet flew up, as serious as bolts, and his eagerness brought a bit of speed that didn't care about the life and death of others. Just after passing the second gate, he left the young man behind. The young man was stunned for a moment. This girl is really strong and healthy. The young man chased after her. The courtyard rented by Xianjin for the people from Jingxian was in the west of the city. Xianjin waited outside the screen while the young man took the pulse in the inner room. About half an instant's stick of time. The young man wiped his hands while walking around the screen. The wound is red and hot, and the wind evil poison has invaded, and the high fever symptoms are showing. I first gave him acupuncture to reduce the fever, and then used moxa to fumigate the affected area. Maybe he feels better, and the patient has fallen asleep. Xianjin was puzzled. How could this happen? The wound had scabbed over before. How could it suddenly get infected? Exogenous wind evil? The young man asked. When did you get injured? Xianjin answered immediately. About 60 to 70 days ago. The young man frowned. How could this happen? Did you get medical treatment in time? Xianjin nodded quickly. I asked the doctor to seal the acupuncture points with silver needles, and I have been taking medicine. I was able to get out of bed and walk a few days ago. Today, I don't know why. Xianjin became a doctor after long-term illness, and immediately thought of the variable. Just a few days ago, the doctor changed his prescription. The young man made a prompt decision. Are there any medicine residues? Lubadon turned around and ran very fast, and soon disappeared. The young man clicked his tongue. Birds of a feather flocked together, and people in this yard run really fast. The medicine residue was black, and the young man picked up a handful of it, put it to his nose and sniffed it, frowned slightly, pinched it into his mouth and tasted it again, lowered his eyes, and cast his long eyelashes under his eyes, put the medicine residue back into the kiln pot, and whispered to Lubadon, take it away and pour it out. After saying that, he turned around and took a pen and paper from the medicine box. While writing the prescription, he frowned and asked casually, is this doctor the old doctor from the Biotang in the city? Xianjin nodded and asked with his head tilted, is there something wrong? The young man was silent for a moment, as if surprised by Xianjin's questioning, and shook his head gently. The old doctor's hands are tight, and the medicine he uses is relatively warm, so sometimes he can't suppress it. Xianjin looked at him, and after a while he smiled and said, then please prescribe a suitable prescription to suppress the severe symptoms first. The patient must be healthy before you can slowly adjust him. The young man looked at Xianjin again and nodded gently. That's the truth. The prescription was given to Suor, and Xianjin stopped Suor and asked her to go to another pharmacy to get the medicine. The young man packed the medicine box slowly, and glanced at Xianjin for the third time in his peripheral vision. Xianjin sent the young man out of the house, bowed and thanked him again and again. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chu. I will send someone to send Xie to you later. Call me Qiushi. The young man had a good posture, standing on the ground with his back naturally straight. We are all family. Xie is just transferring from left hand to right hand, which is both troublesome and unnecessary. Xianjin always felt familiar with Dr. Chu. Now that Zhou Ergu was no longer in danger, he carefully considered this familiar feeling. Well, it was the fear that patients had when they were hospitalized in a tertiary hospital, and they were silent and taciturn due to lack of sleep for a long time. I wanted to escape, but I had to bite the bullet and socialize. You are the grandnephew of the old lady. My zodiac sign is rat. You? Qiushi smiled. My zodiac sign is older. Tiger. When he learned that the attending doctor was his younger brother, Xianjin breathed a sigh of relief and continued to raise his foot, asking Qiushi to go out. Is that so? In terms of age, I am the elder sister. You can call me Sister Xianjin, or we can call each other. I call you Dr. Chu, and you call me shopkeeper he. Qiushi smiled and said nothing. Now that the rain had stopped, The corridor was slippery, and Xianjin was in a hurry to come out. He was wearing the red-soled shoes with pointed toes that he wore in the inner room. The soles were very hard and not slip-proof. Xianjin turned his foot, but in a flash, someone supported his shoulder and barely straightened him. The road is slippery in the rain. Be careful. Chu Qiusher's face stopped at the intersection of light and shadow of bricks and tiles and raindrops. His eyes were like green leaves and flower stamens washed by rain. Chu Qiusher's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he uttered two words like lips and teeth. Sister. After saying this, Chu Qiusher picked up the medicine box and walked out. Suor followed Xianjin and saw the boy's smile and eyes through the gap, and her heart skipped a beat. How to say it? If he is tall, handsome and bright, he is the eldest son of the Qiao family. If he is calm, gentle and reserved, he is the second son of the Chen family. And this grandnephew of Mrs. Chu has a beautiful appearance, which makes people feel like spring breeze, especially when he lowers his eyebrows and smiles. He is very beautiful. Suor's throat moved, and he glanced at his own shopkeeper again. He saw that he was holding the wall with his right hand, holding the hem of his skirt with his left hand, and his feet were on the door sill. He was carefully scraping the mud on the soles of his feet. Suor turned away. Very good. Her shopkeeper is very smart. But only one thing is not yet known. After scraping the mud off the soles of his feet, Xianjin looked at the lichen on the corner of the wall, frowned and said, "It's so smooth." He turned around and whispered to Suor. After listening, Suor was shocked and nodded repeatedly. Okay. 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 I will ask Brother Zheng to go to Jingxian immediately. Zhou Ergu's condition was not very good, and Dr. Chu had to come to his house for acupuncture every day. After 3 or 4 days, even the birds outside the house jumped over to ask for rice when they saw Chu Qiusher. Chu Qiusher would bring some small things to Suor and Zhang Ma, who were taking care of Zhou Ergu. From time to time, he handed Zhang Ma a kite with a picture of a beauty. When the weather gets cooler, let's go to Jingting Mountain together and fly a picture of a beauty. Isn't it fun? He also gave Suor a mirror-like rice noodle, saying that it was made of astragalus powder and lotus root silk, and it was very nourishing to apply it on the face. Zhang Ma was holding a 5-cent paper kite in her hand, and she was coaxed into laughing. Suor, however, was quite principled. She pushed the rice noodle back to Chu Qiusher and said righteously, "I am naturally beautiful, and I don't need these decorations." Chu Qiusher was not annoyed, and smiled like the full moon in the spring morning. Very tolerant. Even though Zhang's mother was well informed, she praised Chu Qiusher behind her back. Young, calm and stable. Very good. Chu Qiusher never used small toys to coax Xianjin. Occasionally, when she saw him in the west courtyard, she would bend over respectfully and call him Sister Xianjin, and then give Zhou Ergu acupuncture treatment. After a course of 10 days, Zhou Ergu's high fever subsided, and the affected area was no longer red and swollen. She said frankly that she must do 20 push-ups on the spot to thank her lifesaver. Xianjin, I don't know what benefits people can get from watching you do push-ups. Chapter 169 Pulse Check. Chu Qiusher gave up the venue and made a pleas. Xianjin was afraid that Zhou Ergu would show off his ability after recovering from a serious illness, so he intended to let Suor stop him. But he heard Chu Qiusher's voice was clear and gentle, but it was full of power. If I diagnose that the patient is cured, then the patient is cured. Sister Xianjin, please believe in my medical skills. Chu Qiusher lowered his eyes and eyebrows. His eyes were like a clear spring, straightforward and clear. If you don't believe in my medical skills, you can try it yourself? Xianjin was stunned. How to try? I cut my own leg, and asked him to cut it? Xianjin smiled and evaded. No. No. I believe it. Some of the hardships of working are unavoidable. This kind of inexplicable physical pain should be avoided if possible. If possible. Chu Qiusher understood what Xianjin meant and couldn't help laughing. You misunderstood. The smile was like spring raindrops sinking into the spring mud, and the voice was clear and gentle. I saw that Sister's eyes were dark blue. Her lips were slightly pale, and her lips were upturned but not smooth. So I guessed that Sister might have fallen asleep around midnight in the past 10 days? That's not true. 12 hours a day is not enough. Madame Chu finally nodded and handed over the 3 shops in Xuanqing to her. The third Master Chen Fu left for Jingxian 5 days ago to take over the workshops and look business in Jingxian. Xianjin sent out the super assistant Dong Wubua senior assistant, and the first secretary, first clerk, first finance, first personnel, and first logistics. Dong Wubwa, who was about to retire, wanted to curse, and adhering to the basic principle of a friend dies rather than a poor Taoist, vigorously promoted a fierce general to Xianjin, the Queen Zhong. Xianjin said quickly, although Chen Fu is difficult to kill, you said Aunt Zhong, which is really vicious. It is not easy to have a stepfather, and she is afraid that Aunt Zhong will kill Chen Fu, and Aunt Zhong is still very useful. In order to appease Manager Dong, Xianjin put Manager Dong and his two sons in a group, obviously letting Manager Dong train his successor well, and promised that if Chen Fu was brought out well, she would come forward to return all the indentures of the 7 members of the Dong family. Manager Dong was very moved, but Chen Fu did not dare to move. On the morning of the day of the trip, Chen Fu was pulling the mule cart, looking back every few steps, seeing Xianjin waving at him kindly, and he didn't dare to ask the soul-searching question, why do I have to go back to Jing County again? Although he didn't want to leave Xuanqing, his mentality was different when he returned to Jing County this time. Last time he was exiled. This time, he was ordered to save people from danger. The most important thing, the shop in Jing County was renamed after him. Although Chen Fu didn't know what his daughter had done, but he was sure that Xianjin had done something his mother didn't like to reverse the situation. In order to not embarrass his daughter, he had to work hard. And to work hard, he had to start by not crying. Chen Fu was crying in his heart as he traveled far away, leaving Xianjin alone to clean up the shop that had been damaged by Chen Laowu for more than a year. What's the saying? Good businesses are always similar, and bad businesses have their own loopholes. The biggest problem of the mulberry paper workshop is finance. The rat spirit, the accountant, has grasped the ties of the third wife's son and occupied the mulberry paper for several years. He carried 20 wooden sticks and performed magic everywhere, killing many ghosts. But not a single page of the account was cleared. It was a mess. Worse than Zhou Erga's peach blossom luck. Dengxian Workshop has the best location, opposite the office of Xuanqing Prefecture Educational Commissioner, with many scholars coming and going. The biggest problem is that the quality of paper products is not high. There are no suitable masters and good technology. A group of hardworking but limited ability old guys are like social animals, who work 10 hours a day, but only produce 3 lines of work plan for next week. If the positioning of Jishi Workshop is the low-end market, it is aimed at a small number of audiences who are temporarily in economic crisis. Then the Dengxian Workshop has not formed any differentiated competition at all. The whole workshop is mediocre. Like chicken ribs. It has what other shops have, but the quality may be similar to others. It also has what other shops don't have. And the main focus is on one sister and 2 good things. However, on the other hand, such a Chen family can still have a certain voice in Xuanqing, which is really inseparable from the contrast of its peers. Baiji and Hengji have also produced several troublemakers suitable for their physique in recent years. With 3 shops in hand, it is not possible to eat well for the whole family like in Jingxian. Nowadays, the Jishi Workshop has hired someone else to do the construction. The place is large. The terrain is flat, and the boundaries inside and outside the yard are clear. Xianjin had his own arrangements for the Jishi Workshop when he started planning, and he communicated with Hai Sigi, who was recommended by Chen Laowu, according to the plan. As for the Dengxian Workshop and the Mulberry Paper Workshop, I don't know how many nights I have to stay up before I can figure it out. Xianjin looked up at Chu Qiushi, pointed at his slightly dark-eyed bags and smiled. Dr. Chu has learned the observation. Smell, ask and palpation. The bags under her eyes are so big. Who can't understand that she has been staying up all night? Xianjin said something, and Zhou Ergu was so inspired that he immediately performed 20 push-ups in the air. He is indeed a weak and sickly Xiu'er. Chu Qiushi said a few more words, and then made a gesture, asking Xianjin to go to the flower room next door. Xianjin thought it was Zhou Ergu's illness, so he followed closely. There was no one in the flower room, and Chu Qiushi took out a small velvet pillow from the medicine box and put it on the table. People misunderstand medicine, and often judge the doctor's medical skills by age, beard color, and wrinkles. Little do they know that if you are proficient in this art, you should be able to make progress at the age of 15 or 16. If you are not proficient in this art, you will only be superficial at the age of 50 or 60. Xianjin agreed with this truth. To study medicine, especially Chinese medicine, talent, family inheritance, and luck are all indispensable. But this person, Xianjin's scrutiny successfully amused Chu Qiushi. Chu Qiushi made a gesture, signaling Xianjin to put it up, and placed 3 fingers on the wrist of Xianjin. After a while, Chu Qiushi let go, smiled and nodded, revealing the shallow lines on his lips. Your pulse is strong. The pulsation is steady and regular, and your body is very healthy. But remember that staying up late is harmful to your health. You need to go to bed and get up early, exercise appropriately, and eat and drink in a balanced manner to be healthier. Chu Qiushi added. You are busy, so remember not to get angry or anxious. You already have night vision deficiency. Staying up late and getting angry will hurt your liver. The liver produces blood and qi, which is the root of life. Remember? Remember. Can you really tell that she is night blind just by feeling her pulse? Xianjin saw Chu Qiushi laughing. I thought you became a medical officer at such a young age because the old lady helped you. I didn't expect that you were really good at it. Xianjin put away her hand. Xianjin's face is pretty, but her hands are prettier than her face. Slender and white, with small and delicate knuckles. Her nails were not dyed with cardamom, but because of her good health, they were shining with healthy and crystal light. Chu Qiushi's eyes flashed across Xianjin's hand. His eyes were restrained but hot, and he hurriedly lowered his head to collect the medicine box, and said casually, I heard that you have taken over all the shops of the Chen family in Xuanqing now. If you need my help, just tell me. Xianjin didn't think deeply, and smiled. You are a doctor, and the Chen family is a papermaker. Thank you for your kindness. Meaning? The profession is not suitable. There is nothing to help. Chu Qiushi smiled. I heard that there are many old guys in the shop, and my sister is in need of people. You can ask me to feel the pulse of all the guys. After all, everyone has worked hard these years. Chapter 170 Black Sesame Buns. Xianjin didn't understand what it meant for a moment, and was stunned for a moment. After a while, he woke up as if from a dream, and suddenly realized it. He looked at Chu Qiushi again, as if he was looking at a thin-skinned black sesame bun with a large filling. The outside was white and soft, and the inside was dark and pockmarked. Xianjin tilted his mouth corners and patted Chu Qiushi's shoulder. Young man, you are very smart and have a bright future. Chu Qiushi looked sideways and lowered his eyebrows, looking very timid and shy. I don't dare to take the praise from my sister, but in the Xuanqing Prefecture's medical clinic, although I am a newcomer, I have won the first place in the 2 monthly exams. On weekdays, patients who other doctors are helpless with are transferred to me, and I can cure their illnesses and pains. Chu Qiushi boasted about her professional skills and her affinity with the masses. Now, in addition to the pulse-taking duties of the Tongji and the judge of Xuanqing Prefecture, I have a lot of patients waiting for me when I see patients at Guangji Hall. Xianjin looked up and looked at Chu Qiushi's straight nose and fair skin, and asked, most of the patients waiting are unmarried or married girls. Grandmothers, right? Chu Qiushi smiled. Sister, you are not telling the truth. After a while, he added, there are still some aunts or aunts with gray hair. Xianjin, let's not talk about whether your medical skills are good or not. But what is certain is that my face must be good. Xianjin nodded with a smile and walked out. Chu Qiushi glanced at the sun. It was still very sunny in late July. Chu Qiushi took out an oil paper umbrella from the medicine box and opened it lightly. Xianjin felt that his eyes were gray and bright again. The lilac stamens flashing on the oil paper umbrella were lifelike. After a while, the oil paper umbrella was propped up above Xianjin's head. Chu Qiushi turned his eyes and smiled at Xianjin. Although he was a year younger than Xianjin, he was already taller than Xianjin. The 16-year-old boy was tall and slender, with a straight posture, a face as white as the spring morning, eyes as black as the starry night, and a delicate and pointed jaw that was a perfect match for this midsummer. Where are you going, sister? The boy had just passed the voice change period, and his voice was as crisp as a peach in a well. When someone is looking at you, the most respectful way is to look away. Xianjin looked at Chu Qiushi seriously. As serious as a Soviet commissar. Go to the mulberry paper workshop to check the materials. Chu Qiushi looked back at Xianjin seriously, and after a while, he gently looked away, with a smile on his face. Today is the last day of acupuncture for Master Go, so I specially asked for a day off. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. If you need me to check the pulse of the guys, why don't you take me with you? Chu Qiusher's voice softened. I have been learning medicine from my uncles in the next room since I was a child. Although I have heard that Xuanqing Prefecture has reached the pinnacle of papermaking, I have never seen it once. The young man's voice was dejected, like a dog begging on the roadside. I heard that the masters were very shocked when they fished out paper. Suer's heart softened when she heard it. Just agree. If she doesn't agree, she will get up in the middle of the night and slap herself. Xianjin stood there thinking. The accounts of the mulberry paper workshop need to be sorted out slowly. And the annual account office itself is still in her hands. People who like to gamble have lice all over their heads. On the contrary, the group of old guys in the Dangxian workshop, who love to work overtime and are inefficient, are difficult to deal with. She can't practice with the two autumns in the Jishi workshop together. Right? Then her fierce reputation will spread throughout Xuanqing. The most difficult thing about being a human being is to manage old guys. Although the method proposed by Dr. Chu is a bit damaging, it is very useful. Xianjin looked up and said decisively, Okay, then I'll trouble you. Chu Qiusher's smile widened. I remember there is a yellow croaker noodle shop next to the mulberry paper workshop that is very good. Xianjin didn't even raise his head. I'm in mourning. Chu Qiusher's smile faltered. The yellow croaker noodle shop also has Su-style red soup noodles. We can add egg skin, which is also delicious. Xianjin waved his hand casually. Turn around and told Suer. Take Chu Damao from the Jishi workshop with you. And notify Masterly Sanshun and Brother Zheng. And ask Mother Zhang if she wants to go. What's the name of the uncle in the kitchen who gets along well with Mother Zhang? Uncle Zhou Si. Well, ask Uncle Zhou Si if he wants to go. Rent a mule cart and take the guys from the mulberry paper workshop to the Dangxian workshop. Opposite the Dangxian workshop is the education office, where there are more people coming and going. So many people. Chu Qiusher was stunned. What about their yellow croaker noodles? Dinner together in the evening facing the sunset? After dinner, go to Longchuan Creek to swim, release lanterns, and eat candied haws? Chu Qiusher reminded softly. Sister, with so many people, we won't have time to eat in the evening. Xianjin was puzzled. Yes, there are mothers cooking in the mulberry paper workshop. When the time comes, each of us will be given a new basin. And Mother Zhang will help us go to the kitchen to get 2 dishes. And we can finish them with rice in 2 bites. Xianjin looked at the sky. It was just past noon. And we could still work for a long time. He clenched his fists and actively encouraged Chu Qiusher. Let's continue working after dinner. We are all in the city. And there is no curfew. We can still work for a while after dark. Xianjin remembered something again and made a series of comments. Oh. There are also the guys from Xiaoqiao village. It takes them a long time to come here. Even if they drive a mule cart, it will take 2 hours. Ask Brother Zheng to run a trip and ask them to prepare today and come to see the doctor tomorrow. In this era, is he a person of character who can't afford to see a doctor? With such a ready-made doctor, whoever doesn't try his best is a fool. Suer immediately ran out, but was stopped by Xianjin halfway. One more thing. Ask Huang Xiuzai from the east end of the city to write a big banner. Suer? What do you mean by a banner? Xianjin immediately changed the words. Horizontal banner. The content is to join Qinji paper and enjoy a healthy life. All the work has been done. Not doing publicity? Then the money spent and the favors owed will be wasted. Suer responded and ran out again. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by Xianjin again. There's more. Please ask the construction foreman to make 2 half-person high brackets immediately. And ask Mr. Huang to write a few more big words. Guangji Hall Tongpan Internal Medicine Specialist. Consultation fee and medicine fee. All covered by Qinji. After listening, Suer stood there and nodded. Xianjin said TSK. What are you doing? Go. Suer confirmed again. Anything else? Xianjin shook his head. No more. Go. Suer ran away. And halfway through, he heard Xianjin's voice again. Biotang. Invite the pharmacist of Biotang directly. Bring some commonly used medicinal materials. And we will directly grab and pack the medicine on the spot. Suer stamped his feet fiercely. What is it? Can you finish it all at once? Xianjin laughed. How can a leader do things at once? Isn't it just like constipation? 1 poop today. 1 poop tomorrow. Suer ran away with the wind. The atmosphere of ambiguous pulling was almost destroyed. Xianjin turned back with satisfaction and said to Chu Qiushi with a smile, "Thank you. Although the salary of the clerks in our store is not low, everyone has a big family to support. No matter how much money is divided into the monthly rice, oil and salt, it is not much. It is not easy to invite you to come for a consultation. It is better to see you all at once. If you have a disease, you should treat it. The sooner you treat it, the better it will be. You won't see it in vain. There are 40 or 50 of us in total. I will pay you according to your usual consultation fee at Guangjitang. Do you think it's okay?" Chapter 171 Finally Meeting. Chu Qiushi opened his mouth, not knowing where to start. A month ago, his great-aunt came to visit him at home and mentioned his marriage to his mother, saying that the Chen family had a very capable and beautiful girl, who was older, but her appearance, figure, and temperament were all top-notch. The most rare thing was that she was very smart and managed the Chen family's business in an orderly manner. His mother was a little moved and asked a lot of questions. When she heard that this girl was just the stepdaughter of the third master and was brought by the concubine's daughter, she was a little reluctant. The great-aunt scolded, "Your vision is as narrow as a needle tip. What does the Chu family have? The ancestors studied medicine, and my father and Manger's father followed suit. But they didn't even leave Baishui town. They were barefoot doctors all their lives. Manger is different. Manger went out and went to Xuanqing. My mother has always been in awe of this aunt who married into the mansion, and she shivered to deal with it." Seeing this, the great-aunt softened her tone. "Come, tell your aunt. What kind of daughter-in-law do you want?" My mother glanced at him and said expectantly, "Manger has now passed the examination to become a medical officer in Xuanqing Prefecture. He earns 3 taels of silver a month, and the medical clinic will also allocate a small room for him. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that with Manger's medical skills, even the prefect and the deputy prefect can see him. It will be convenient for him to do anything in the future." My great-aunt nodded and motioned for her to continue. "In that case, I want a daughter-in-law who is capable, dignified, well-educated, literate, able to do accounting, able to take care of her husband and children, and able to go out to the hall. Isn't it too much?" My mother looked at my great-aunt's face and said, "It's better. The girl must be beautiful and not too short. My mother is short. My son in Baishui town." There was a hint of pride in my mother's eyes. "Look at Manger. There is no man like him in the whole Baishui town." The great-aunt nodded. "I know Manger's strengths and weaknesses. If Manger wasn't the most outstanding son of my Chu family, I wouldn't dare to ask for this marriage." The mother's shoulders shrank back again. "The girl of the Chen family is of course good, even for Chen Erlang's sake. We are marrying up. But, my mother has been kind to others all her life, and she really can't say the 4 words young mother." The great-aunt patted the back of my mother's hand in understanding. "Come, let's meet your requirements. She must be educated, good-looking, and have a good temper. Based on these 3 points, do you have any girls you like in Baishui town?" Mother looked at me with embarrassment. "If there were, Manger wouldn't be 16 and still unmarried. That's it. The girls you want can be found in Xuanqing." A smile appeared on my great-aunt's thin face. "The niece of Prefect Xiong, the eldest daughter of Hengji Paper Shop, the youngest daughter of Shengchangxing Silver Shop, and the daughter of the Tongpan is 15 this year and has just come of age. The Chen family also sent 2 loads of coral. I have seen all these girls. You will definitely like them when you see them." My mother's eyes lit up, but were immediately extinguished by my great-aunt's words. "But think about it. Can we marry these girls? In Xuanqing, does Manger have a house? Does she have land? Does she have servants? Does she have a rank? How much dowry can she offer? How rich is her family?" In Baishui town, when discussing marriage, the family is also considered, but the character of the man is more important. Right? In Xuanqing, a big place, the family is more important than the character. My great-aunt took out her hand and calculated for my mother. "If you want to be able to study, you must have a family background. How can ordinary people afford to support a girl's education? If you want to be good-looking, you must have a girl who is not picky and not picky, so that she can have a willow waist and a white jade plate. If you want to have a good temper, you must have a girl with a smooth family and no disasters. Think about it yourself. Why would someone choose Mange?" He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and interrupted his mother's words, and asked directly, You said that Miss He is very capable? My great-aunt nodded confidently. At home and outside. Reading and writing. Accounting and revenue. I have never seen a girl more capable than her. What about her appearance? Chu Chiosher knew that this was not the time to play tricks. So he asked directly. My great-aunt smiled. If you are interested, come and meet her. I will not tell my family about bad talents. He came. He was very satisfied. Miss He had a beautiful appearance, tall stature, and slender limbs. The most rare thing was that even without makeup, she had pink cheeks, red lips, bright teeth, black hair, clear eyes, and smooth white skin. She was a very healthy and beautiful girl, especially her hands, with slender fingers. Even the nails were shining with the moonlight, and the joints were very small, straight, like green onions and reeds. A beautiful and capable person could touch his heart more than a secluded lady who only knew about love and romance. Those girls spoke softly, and their eyes were rolling. If you flirt with them, they would be very shy. But if you talk about business and arithmetic, they would be like brainless earthworms, boring and uninteresting. He was indeed very satisfied. What's more, marrying Miss He has additional value. She is in charge of the Chen family. In the past few days of being a guest, the second Master Chen was powerless. The third Master Chen was capable but not willing. The second son of the eldest branch of the Chen family was obviously pursuing a career in politics. And the third and fourth sons of the third branch of the Chen family have not yet emerged. If they get married, Miss He may be able to be the helmsman of the Chen family. This is much more cost-effective than marrying a girl from the Chen family directly. Chu Chiosher raised his eyes to look at Xianjin's busy appearance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Beautiful, capable, and valuable. He really likes her, and he will also try his best to make her satisfied with this marriage. Sister, please stop working. Chu Chiosher smiled warmly, and held up the lilac oil paper umbrella to shade Xianjin from the sun. I will take the next 2 months off, and sit in the clinic for 3 days, for Chen's family. All the shop assistants, even the mothers and sisters in the house, can come and see me. Xianjin naturally agreed. On the first day of the consultation, Xianjin accompanied him throughout the whole process, and recognized all the patients by looking at the book. The Dengxian workshop was bustling with people, and several shops nearby came to inquire. When they heard that the Chen family had invited the doctor who treated the Tompan of the government office to sit in, they all envied. What is a good boss? The Chen family is really a good boss. The waiter from Xiaoqiao village was anxious to go back, so he arranged to see the doctor on the first day. When he finished, it was half dark. Xianjin and Chu Chiosher walked under the gray wall, one on the left and one on the right, talking and laughing, talking about pumpkin flour wrapped in flour paste, which was delicious and refreshing. As soon as he stepped into the Chen family's house, he saw Chen Jianfang holding his wide sleeves with one hand, standing behind the screen wall, slightly bending over, listening to the teachings of Mrs. Chu. Second cousin. Chu Chiosher smiled and bowed. Chen Jianfang raised his head and fell on Xianjin's face, then on Xianjin's shoulder, then moved to Chu Chiosher's shoulder, and finally to Chu Chiosher's face. After seeing Chu Chiosher's appearance clearly, Chen Jianfang pursed his lips slightly. Who is this? Chapter 172, A Belated Festival. Mrs. Chu smiled affectionately, holding Chen Jianfang's hand and shaking it. This is Manger from your cousin's family. You met him when you were young. You heard his nickname, and said he was the shepherd's younger brother. Manger? Chen Jianfang smiled and shook his head, not going along with it. I can't remember clearly. Chu Chiosher was not annoyed, and bowed respectfully. Second cousin is busy. It's all my fault that I didn't pay a proper visit. After speaking, Chu Chiosher turned around and explained to Xianjin with a smile. My full name is Chiosher, and my nickname is Manger, both of which mean harvest inoculation. Manger is also the abbreviation of Mang God by the country people. Many shepherds who drive cattle are called Manger. The young man smiled gently and shyly, and glanced at Xianjin beside him with his eyes. The villagers are afraid of not being able to support their children, so they give them some rough names, which insults my sister. Star of Hope clenched his right hand. What is this? What does this shy look mean? Also, sister? Sister? You are so much taller than Jean Jier, and you have the nerve to call me sister? Chen Jianfang swore that he had studied the words of the saints for more than 10 years, and rarely, almost never said anything rude. But now, He really wanted to curse. Not only did he want to curse his mother, he even wanted to curse his father. Qin Jiafang put his right hand behind his back and saw a knowing smile on Mrs. Chu's thin face. Mrs. Chu pursed her thin lips tightly, and her eyes moved to Xianjin. This smile floating in the air seemed to be waiting for its destination. Xianjin didn't notice the glances of the people, and immediately smiled back. I know this. The nickname of the Tang Dynasty poet Du Fu was also called Manger. He took the nickname to go to a lowly place, fearing that the king of hell would pick the one with the better name first. This is the custom in Jiangnan. There was an inexplicable excitement of being picked in a blind test. Not to be outdone, he continued to ask questions around this knowledge point. There are even more amazing ones. Do you know what the nickname of Ouyang Xiu's eldest son, Ouyang Fa, is? And there is. The nickname of Lu Yu's uncle Lu Huan is also amazing. Chu Qiushi, who was inexplicably selected because of his competitive spirit. No one told him that there are additional questions for quick questions and answers? Qin Jianfang lowered his eyes and lowered his head, with a smile on his lips. Chu Qiushi looked at Mrs. Chu. Old Madame Chu smiled and tried to smooth things over. She took Chu Qiushi by one hand and Xianjin by the other, and led them inside. Her expectations for this pair of Mandarin ducks even surpassed her preference for her own Jean Lin Lang at this moment. Qin Jiafang was only allowed to walk in the second row. Who cares if Ouyang Xiu or Ouyang Buxiu? Let's welcome Erlang today and have a good meal. Old Madame Chu was in a rare happy mood and walked inside with a few juniors. The guests were naturally the same people, except for Chen Fu, who went to Jing County, Chen Kai, who was deeply troubled by the shop, and Chen Laowu, who was lying in a thatched hut in the suburbs with crooked eyes and a crooked nose. The rest of the people were basically unchanged. Fighting Buddha of 8 mouths, 7 of them are used to scold people. Qin Jianfang's mother, with her mouth corners raised high, was very rare, and she was happy and whispered to Qin Jianfang to serve food. The focus of the whole table was on Qin Jianfang. Listen to Qin Jianfang talk about what he did in Jingxian County for the past 6 months. After the teacher left, some scattered like birds and beasts, and some stayed to wait. There are more than 10 students who are taking the exam for the scholar this year, and there are also 7 or 8 scholars who are taking the autumn exam this year. Qin Jianfang took a sip of tea and told the story. For those who are taking the exam for the scholar, there are still a few teachers who stay to teach, and the other scholars have no one to take care of them. I had to rent a room by myself. When I was studying, I took them to study together. The exam was finally over at the end of last month. The list will be posted tomorrow. And I dared to come back from Jingxian County. Old Lady Chu listened attentively and asked, Did the scholars come to Xuanqing with you? Qin Jianfang nodded. We will stay in the inn in the west of the city and wait for the list to be announced tomorrow. Old Lady Chu blamed him. Why don't you bring them back to eat together? It's so rude to leave them alone in the inn. Then she glanced at Aunt Chu and told her, as early as possible, ask Baijian Pavilion to send a table of food. For cold and 4 hot dishes, a pot platter, and water and land poultry and fish. After thinking for a while, she continued to tell him, Go and find out where the Qin master who came to the house before lives, and send a table of food to him as well, just as a celebration in advance. Xianjin lowers his head to eat tofu, and raises his head to learn worldly wisdom. TSK. This investment. A small incision shakes the big picture. Although Mrs. Chu has many shortcomings, she is flexible in her work and has clear goals. I just want to build a good relationship with scholars. I build a good relationship with 100 scholars. And there will always be one who hits the target. The one who hits the target. The Qin family can't eat it all. It's not surprising that she can leave the Qin family out. Second Aunt Chu left in response. Qin Jianfang just smiled. Tomorrow's list will be announced. They are already nervous. Eat something good tonight, and drink some wine. I guess they can sleep well. Old Lady Chu nodded, and turned to ask about the wild couple in her mind. Where are Manger and Xianjin? I've seen you guys together these days. It was rare for her to laugh so happily in more than a year. She made eye contact with her second daughter-in-law and said with a smile, After all, they are of similar age. One is 17, and the other is 16. I heard that Jean Jier said that Manger was asked to diagnose the pulses of all the servants in our family. Some old servants, who have always been afraid of seeing a doctor, heard that Manger was treating the magistrate, and they lined up to wait. Qin Jianfang lowered his head and picked up a piece of tofu. About the same age? What? He's just older? This tofu is really unpalatable. Sour and smelly. Xianjin turned a deaf ear to the outside world, and only cared about eating old tofu. As long as she was not called, she would be ignored. What you fear will come true. After Mrs. Chu's eyes connected with the second wife, she immediately turned to Xianjin, and the smile on her cheekbones was about to fly to the sky. Jinjie, is Manger's medical skills good? Xianjin swallowed the tofu and smiled sincerely. Yes, it's good. Several mothers and masters praised him for his accuracy. But? Xianjin paused, and looked at Chu Qiushi hesitantly. Chu Qiushi's face turned red at the right time, and the delicate and pointed chin was covered with a layer of shyness and intimacy by the smile on his face. Sister, just say whatever you want. I am young, and I need opinions to make progress. Qin Jianfang took a deep breath, picked up the tofu heavily with chopsticks, and smashed it into pieces. Xianjin smiled at Chu Qiushi in a soothing manner. Chu Qiushi smiled back. But Dr. Chu usually sees nobles, so the prescriptions he prescribes are inevitably a bit expensive. Xianjin smiled harmlessly. Several old buddies were ready to get the medicine, but when they heard the price of each medicine, they refused to buy it. I was thinking, should we be good people and leave 3 taels of silver for each of the buddies who signed the contract with our Qin family as medicine subsidy every year? Every time the buddies see a doctor, we will apply for 1/6 of the money in installments. After seeing the patient and getting the medicine, the buddies will take the prescription and payment receipt to the accounting office for reimbursement. Chu Qiushi's smile froze. Listen to what he said later. Does it have nothing to do with him? Qin Jianfang lowered his head and pieced the broken tofu back together piece by piece. What Xianjin said is the medical insurance of the future. The only difference is that the medical insurance of the future is borne by the government, which cannot be realized here. So the employer who has purchased and enjoyed the laborer's half-life can only pay for it. This bill really needs to be paid. How many guys who have worked hard for their old employers for half their lives were abandoned when they got sick? Lying in bed, crying to the sky and the earth for help. You have to pamper your only Sanshun yourself. This idea has been lingering in Xianjin's mind for a long time. Now, it's the right time to say it. And it shouldn't be rejected. Madame Chu hopes that she and this shepherd brother will have a happy ending. Even if Xianjin is a romantic person, it's not difficult to see that she is the one who taps her feet with her feet. When the boss has a request for you, it's the best time to ask. Xianjin put down his chopsticks and saw that Madame Chu was thinking, and smiled. I've calculated that we have a total of 53 people, including the guys in Jing County, and each person gets 3 taels of silver a year, which is 159 taels. The third master is willing to take out 300 taels for a 2-year trial. After 2 years, you can see the results. If it works, we will continue. If not, you have the right to stop at any time. Chun Fu, who was far away in Jing County, Hu, my endless private money. Mrs. Chu glanced at Xianjin and smiled. A new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. One is to burn arrogance. The second is to burn corruption. And the third is to burn popularity. If this kind of thing is told to others, others will only praise the newly appointed Jean Jie for her courage and for the good of the guys. Take the Qin family's money and establish your own prestige. Mrs. Chu smiled, looked at the nephew-in-law with white face and red lips, and nodded gently. Do whatever you want. Inform your second uncle in advance. Hide the private money of the third brother, and the money will go from the account book. But the expenditure of more than 100 taels a year is all small money. Chu Qiushi's eyes moved, and he smiled at Xianjin. Her status in the Qin family was higher than he expected. Madame Chu waved her hand. Don't talk about business at a family dinner. She glanced at the table and looked up at Xianjin. Why hasn't the ginger broth been served yet? Jinjie, take Manga to find the way to the small kitchen and urge for the snacks. Xianjin, the small kitchen is Zhang Mama's battlefield. So it's better to let Zhang Mama take care of it. Even if you think so in your heart, you still have to return the favor in action. After all, the leader approved the proposal just now without any difficulty. Xianjin led Chu Qiushi all the way to the small kitchen. Just after leaving the corridor, Chu Qiushi stopped at the open space of the Four Waters Return Hall, tilted his head, and looked up at the sky. Xianjin turned around. Let's go! Chu Qiushi looked at the vast starry sky, and his voice was clear. and with the wind after the inner house was ruthlessly divided by the pillars. He seemed lonely and desolate. "Sister, what do you see in the sky?" It was a full moon. A beautiful moon like a jade plate. Xianjin squinted his eyes and looked. "It's dark clouds. Dark clouds coming from the east. It will rain tomorrow." Chu Qiusher's feet were a little shaky, and he smiled solemnly. "Sister, think about it. What day is today? It's the 15th. Every month. The day when the moon is the roundest. The day when people reunite and rejoice." Xianjin thought for a while and said sternly, "July 15th. The gates of hell are open." Chapter 173 Birds and Birds. Chu Qiusher's legs were not only shaking, but his lower body was also very unstable. In the dark night, he almost sat on the ground. Let the gate of hell open. He was a doctor, and he had dealt with human lives and flesh and blood. He was not afraid of whether the gate of hell opened or not. It was very strange that this sister said the 3 words "the gate of hell opened" in such a resounding tone. It was as if the gate of hell was opened at her command. Chu Qiusher's smile was very forced. It was the 15th full moon. I wanted to invite my sister to see the full moon together. I often feel that life is impermanent, just like the waxing and waning of the moon, and like the ebb and flow of the tide. Xianjin looked over in disbelief. "Moon watching? What moon watching? The Jiangrongsu is cold." Xianjin walked forward, and as he walked, he kindly taught his brother the principles of life. "Since the old lady asked us to rush the Jiangrongsu, we must follow her instructions and do it word for word. We are watching the moon while doing things. And what's the difference between working for 4 hours and going to the toilet for 2 hours?" Xianjin was indignant. "This is a scam. If it gets out, which employer will be willing to hire us in the future?" Chu Qiusher. He was helpless. As helpless as a child without an umbrella in a rainstorm. He didn't know how to roar to Xianjin in a calm and gentle tone. The old lady did it on purpose. Just to keep us alone in the middle of the night. In the watery night. The relationship will heat up quickly. It would be best if we get engaged tomorrow. Get married the day after tomorrow. Have a baby the day after tomorrow. He didn't understand. Is it that the girls in Xuanqing are different from those in Baishui town? Or is it simply that this beautiful and capable sister has a different brain than ordinary girls? In Baishui town, generally speaking, within 3 days at most, even the coldest girl will smile at him. This sister is a strange person. She is not cold. And sometimes she will smile brightly at him. But how can a beautiful and rosy mouth say such poor and pale words? He is like a battle-hardened courtesan who meets a man who has not taken medicine. He has no place to display his skills. Like a million fleas jumping and 1,000 swords tickling him. No matter how weak the man is, there will be a day when he will be heroic. Chu Qiusher cheered himself up in his heart. But when he looked up, he saw that Xianjin had disappeared. Chu Qiusher's face was a little distorted. He could probably reasonably guess that this sister ran so fast just to get the ginger paste earlier and show off in front of the old lady before him. A welcoming banquet ended with the ginger paste served by Xianjin, and the second core meeting of the Chen family began. Old Lady Chu called Chen Jianfang to the Castor Hall and asked him a lot of questions in detail. It was not until the night watch that Chen Jianfang was allowed to see his mother. The eldest son still lives in the most central courtyard of the Chen family. The main hall is brightly lit. Chen Jianfang pushed the door open and saw his own mother painting under the lamp. She was drawing the back hair of a budgie with a silver brush as thin as a hair. Chen Jianfang stood there quietly, afraid that his breath would disturb his mother's painting technique. After she finished drawing a fat parrot, Duan let out a long breath, looked up and saw her son. And finally there was a little bright smile in the depths of her eyes. "You are finally back?" Chen Jianfang handed his mother a silk handkerchief to wipe her hands, and said respectfully, "You are back." Duan smiled and arranged to pour tea and snacks for her son. "I said it was to welcome you. And I saw you staring at a piece of tofu all night, but you ate a lot of ginger paste in the end. I didn't think you liked ginger snacks before?" Chen Jianfang lowered his head and took a bite of the mung bean cake. It was crispy and numb, and the pastry melted in his mouth. It was still not as good as the ginger paste cake. "I like it now," Chen Jianfang whispered. "My son is unfilial. He did not go back to Xuanqing with his uncle. Nor did he inform his mother in advance. He made a decision without authorization." Duansher did not understand where this unfilial came from. The only son and the husband are very similar, but also different. The similarity is that they both carry cotton in the river. The further they go, the more water the cotton absorbs, and the more tired they become. The difference is that the husband is very tired. He wants to get rid of the cotton. But the cotton is like having arms and legs and tightly entangles his body, while the son voluntarily carries the cotton. When the cotton becomes heavier, he does not pursue the weight of the cotton, but instead reflects on his lack of strength. Her husband was dragged into the deep river by cotton and drowned. She was not sure whether her son would gain more strength or repeat the same mistakes. Duan was silent for a while, then said, "How can you be unfilial? You can do whatever you want, as long as you are worthy of the heaven above, the earth below, and yourself in retrospect. If you are happy, you can even not take the imperial examination, and be a farmer for the rest of your life. You are also the bravest son of your mother." Qin Jian smiled and said, "If I don't take the imperial examination, what should I do? My mother has always had a good dream. She did many things as she pleased without thinking. When my father was alive, she had support. Now if he doesn't make progress, how long can my mother live like this?" Qin Jiafang didn't know what to say to his mother, so he could only talk to her in a casual way. When it came to the picture of 100 birds that Duan was painting, Qin Jiafang smiled and said respectfully, "The brushwork is fine, and the colors are elegant. You still have your skills." Duan smiled. "In the middle of last month, Mrs. Zhang from the Silk family saw the fan painting I painted when I was young and said that she liked my flower and bird painting very much. She was willing to pay me 100 taels of silver to work for me to paint. I thought it was just a painting, so it didn't matter whether I took the money or not. The main thing was that I liked it. So I thought about painting a picture of 100 birds." Qin Jiafang couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Selling paintings? How could my mother sell paintings? But grandma withheld your monthly salary? Qin Jiafang asked with a frown. Duan smiled and waved her hand. If she withheld it, wouldn't I go to the treasury to get it myself? Qin Jiafang frowned even more. But Mrs. Zhang pestered me, threatened and lured me. And you had to do it out of affection? Duan didn't understand her son's thoughts, and waved her hands again. No, no, no. Mrs. Zhang is a very good person with a gentle temperament. She just mentioned it, but I remembered it in my heart. Wasn't the Qing and Jusher of the previous dynasty famous for his paintings? Although I am far from her, I really like flowers and birds. If someone is willing to pay for it, I will be flattered." Qin Jiafang was silent for a long time. Then he tried to smile. "Son, I don't understand." The smile on Duan's face also faded, and after a while he said, "Then do you support it?" Qin Jiafang supported his hands on his knees, as if thinking he really didn't understand. Although his mother was not a boudoir person, she was also a woman. He was not afraid that his mother's handiwork would be sold to the market. But he also didn't think it would be a good deal if it caused a big storm. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. So why should his mother take the risk? Qin Jiafang was silent for a moment, and said, "Your painting of 100 birds is halfway done. It's a pity to stop now." Chapter 174 Very Angry. Xianjin didn't care much whether the 100 birds painting could be completed on time. Although he heard that the mother of Hope Star was a ruthless Saint Seiya who would kill gods if gods stood in his way, kill the old lady if the old lady stood in his way, and kill the second wife if the second wife made a fool. He had never had the honor to watch the battle up close, so he had not yet discovered such a treasure in the Qin family. At present, Xianjin was more concerned about how to clear out the group of old guys in the Dangxian workshop. After Xianjin's indirect investigation and secretly sending Zhang Mama to ask questions, he found out the current situation of the Dangxian workshop. There are 4 or 5 of these old guys, all of whom were apprentices of the same batch as Fatherly Sanshun and Masterly Lao Zhang. They have been working diligently with the Qin family for more than 20 years. But it is true that their talent is limited and their efforts are not enough. The 3 iron rules of being a paper master: looking at the material, picking up the paper, and baking the paper. They are not specialized in any one of them. 4 or 5 people. 3 of them are almost 60 years old, and the other 2 are also in their 50s. But they still occupy the title of master of the Dangxian workshop and do not let go. What they say is, devote all my life to the Qin family, and never stop until my death. What was not said was, we just want to occupy the toilet and shit in a shapeless way. They work hard and have enough experience, but they really haven't made any contribution to the shop. Old employees of the company should be respected, understood and tolerated. After all, Everyone will get old. However, when the aging and unenterprising employees occupy most of the good positions in the company, the development of the company will inevitably be greatly affected. The first thing to be affected is the decadent technology and thinking. And the second is the loss of young and middle-aged talents. People work hard for 3 or 4 years. And when they look up, it turns out that you old guys are still in charge. And there is no possibility that you old guys will retreat to the second line. What should the young people do? Only leave. How to persuade old employees to quit. This is probably one of the most headache-inducing problems for all HR. The next day, Xianjin met Chu Qiushi early in the morning with a smile on his face, which revealed 3 parts of coldness, 3 parts of evil and madness, 3 parts of helplessness, and 1 part of never giving up. Sitting behind the consultation table, seeing Xianjin smiling and winking at him, he encouraged himself in his heart, the world is still uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Chu Qiushi smiled back, and was very responsible to be the step that Xianjin carefully built for the old friends. The old guys in the Dangxian workshop frowned and lined up one by one. The leader muttered, "Waste of time. I still have half a tank of paper in my pool." While saying this, he stood on tiptoe, eagerly looking around to find out the situation of the consultation. Xianjin, I'm obviously looking forward to it. In fact, there is no need for Chu Qiushi to lie. These old guys are all uncomfortable in their own ways. One of the masters, with a red face and white tongue, and eyebrows bursting, is mainly about an explosion. After feeling the pulse, Chu Qiushi smiled and said, "Master, you have a bad temper, don't you?" The master immediately raised his head and said loudly, "No. How could that be? Who said that? I have a good temper. I am a good person. I never get angry." Xianjin. Chu Qiushi wrote 3 prescriptions in a row and handed them to the master. "Uncle, you need to reduce your temper. You have liver stagnation and brain congestion. If you don't take medicine on time, rest and relax, and relieve your mood, the way Master Chenwu is now paralyzed in bed is your future life." The old master stayed at the scene, slapped the prescription on the table. "Nonsense. I'm fine. Do you usually have headaches and dizziness?" Chu Qiushi interrupted the old master. The old master was stunned. "Sometimes when I don't sleep well." Chu Qiushi nodded. "But do you often have trouble sleeping? Have difficulty falling asleep? Have many dreams when sleeping? Do you sometimes feel scared in your dreams?" The old master looked at Chu Qiushi blankly. Chu Qiushi's hand was still on his joints. "Also, when you go with your wife." "Yes. Yes. Yes." The old man hurriedly interrupted Chu Qiushi loudly. "If he continues to talk about this, wouldn't he reveal the fact that he only has sex once every 3 months? And each time lasts less than half a candle?" The old man looked back at the group of old acquaintances behind him. "Is there any way to cure it?" Chu Qiushi smiled. "I just said, there is nothing else to do. Just take medicine and rest. Don't work hard anymore." Chun Lao's appearance. The old man shuddered all over. "Master Wu also has this disease?" Chu Qiushi nodded confidently. "In fact, his pulse is even milder than yours. If he hadn't been stimulated, the 5th master wouldn't have been so ill." The old man said "Ah," and held the prescription in his hand. He looked dazed, and knew that he had taken the words to heart. Xianjin glanced at Chu Qiushi and smiled. "Don't say. This man is quite smart. He can understand it at a glance, or even without any instructions. If we can't be Mandarin ducks, at least we can be comrades fighting side by side." 4 or 5 old guys were diagnosed with different deficiencies. Either high blood pressure, high blood lipids, liver and kidney problems, or chronic gout plus high blood pressure. Xianjin listened and found that high blood pressure was still a must-have basic package for everyone. As long as the old man is sick, basically all of them have this problem. Is everyone's food so good? Xianjin thought. When several old guys heard that Xianjin had obtained 3 taels of silver for everyone's medicine, they all smiled and flattered Xianjin happily, saying that he was a practical man. Xianjin lowered his head and worked on the abacus, saying disapprovingly, "What kind of honest person am I? The 3rd master is the real honest person. You know that Manager Dong followed the 3rd master to Jing County again, right?" The old man in the lead glanced at the look of the people next to him and nodded. "Yes, I heard about it." Xianjin tsk. Squeaked, copied the data on the abacus with one hand, and quickly smoothed the abacus with the other hand. Manager Dong resigned after returning from Jing County. He said that he was old and didn't have the energy to work hard anymore. The old man in the lead shuddered. Don't get involved in this muddy water. If you get involved casually, you may lose your job, Xianjin said again. The third master promised him that if he quits next year, he will give him a full pension in one lump sum. What do you mean by pension? What do you mean by lump sum? What do you mean by quitting? The old guys asked in unison. Xianjin rolled his eyes silently in his heart. It's normal not to know the first two questions. But what's so good about the last question? Quitting. What more detailed explanations are needed? Xianjin felt that no matter how fast the locomotive ran, it would be useless if the carriages behind could not keep up. There might even be an accident. It means that if Manager Dong does not work with the shop next year, third master will take out the severance pay in one go. It will be calculated based on the number of years Manager Dong has worked since he was a child. 2 taels of silver per year. If Manager Dong has worked for 10 years, he will get 20 taels of silver. The old man's ears were trembling when he heard this. Xianjin smiled and looked up at the bosses of the Dengxian workshop. Don't say. Third master's method is quite good. Very humane. I am also going to do this. The next day, Xianjin received a petition from the very angry master. Chapter 175, posting a notice to recruit people. This petition came earlier than Xianjin imagined. Rather than calling it a petition, it's better to call it an autobiography. The whole article mainly describes his life of giving his youth to the Qin family. At the end, it emphasizes that he has been an apprentice in the Qin family since he was 14 years old. He has worked hard all his life without any merit. Now he is 54 years old. The past 40 years have passed like a flash. It is a blessing for Qinji, not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. The central idea is still very clear, mainly highlighting the 40 years. The key number is 40 in the poem. Twice 40 is 80. Xianjin ordered 80 taels of silver and presented it in front of everyone. He even cleared a hall in the workshop to let Zheng Er, the only student with healthy limbs, who would not do push-ups anywhere, present a bouquet of flowers to the old man with great temper. Great Temper burst into tears on the spot. And it was not known whether it was for the 80 taels of silver or for the small yellow flowers he had picked up from the corner. Xianjin said, those who have worked for the Qin family for 30 years can also enjoy 3 taels of silver a year for medicine after leaving the company. The old friends were immediately in an uproar. Very angry. After lying at home and taking medicine for 4 or 5 days, he said, now I feel much better. My voice is like a bell. I am old, and I still need to take medicine and rest when I have problems. It's like a babysitter hired by Xianjin. But who needs a babysitter? As long as you don't go to work. Who won't feel better? The next day, more petitions were sent to Xianjin, and in the blink of an eye, 5 positions for workshop masters were vacated in the Dengxian workshop. Xianjin opened the storeroom, took out a gold-sprinkled jade plate, and asked Qin Jianfang to write dozens of lines, and finally stamped it with Qin's big red seal. Qin Jianfang put down his pen, crossed his arms, looked at the increasingly harsh conditions on the paper, and smiled. I don't know if it's recruiting a clerk, or Foutai recruiting a son-in-law. Foutai recruiting a son-in-law is not auspicious. Qin Jianfang paused, trying to use the silence to refresh his previous slip of the tongue, then lowered his head to cover up, and read the notice he had just written one by one. The height must be 5 feet 5 inches. The age must not exceed 20 years old. And the legs must be long, and the waist must be narrow. Qin Jianfang looked at Xianjin meaningfully. Xianjin was confident, and his chest was already there before he arrived. Long legs and narrow waist are good for strength. Fishing paper is both a physical and technical job. Look at our Go Ge, Zheng De Ge and Zheng Er Ge. Who is not like this? Qin Jianfang smiled and raised his eyebrows, which was considered to be an approval at this point, and continued to read. Those who know more than 100 words are preferred, and those who can recite and write the 3-character classic will be directly employed. Being able to read can at least prove that there is nothing wrong with one's brain. This one is also reasonable. Qin Jianfang continued to read. The candidates must have more than 2 years of papermaking experience. Be healthy, hardworking, capable and willing to learn. There are 10 candidates to be recruited. Interested candidates should submit their registration information to Dengxian Workshop before August 4, Qinji will organize an examination at Dangxian Workshop on August 10th. The top 8 candidates will be recruited, and the top 16 candidates will be included in the supplementary list. They will all participate in the 3-month training organized by Qinji. Those who excel in the training will be supplemented. Chen Jianfang nodded, which was a bit like the imperial examination. But why would others come? It's just a paper-making workshop. Why do they have to spend so much effort to fight for these 10 places? Chen Jianfang continued to read. Those who are successfully recruited will be awarded a rank with a cuff, a monthly salary of 3 taels, 13 salaries a year, and an annual medicine subsidy of 3 taels. They will have the opportunity to participate in the production of tribute paper such as 6 zhangxian and 8 zhangxian. All treatment will be preferential, and the road to promotion will be broad. I hope that many ambitious talents in Xuanqin will go there. Chen Jianfang scratched his forehead and said, "Let me say this first. I really don't know how to do business. Xianjin, if you understand. Why do you need her?" Chen Jianfang pointed to the 10 on the paper and asked in confusion. "But we are only short of 5 people now. Why do we need to recruit 10 people?" The finger moved to the number 16. "Even. We have to include the top 16? Do we need so many people?" Xianjin shook his head. "Of course not." Chen Jianfang listened attentively, willing to hear more, his straight profile facing the light. The beam of light just hit the straight bridge of his nose. Xianjin blinked. "I've inquired about it. Hengji and Baiji have 20-year-olds who follow their respective masters, exactly 16 people." Chen Jianfang raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianjin again. "Okay. This girl has never concealed her foxy little fox from beginning to end." Chen Jianfang smiled. "Then our family has spent money in vain?" Xianjin smiled. "If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. People are the biggest tools for making paper. Once this group of people leave, Hengji and Baiji will immediately play the empty city plan. Only 3 or 4 masters are left. What can they accomplish? They can only look for apprentices in a hurry. Their panic time just gives the Chen family the opportunity to run ahead. Just like the campus recruitment season in the future. Why do Sun, Diaodong, and Dongdong offer annual salaries of 30 or 40 yuan to hundreds or thousands of freshly recruited students? Too rich? Well, of course there is this factor. Or do they really need so many people? Of course they don't need them. Otherwise, they wouldn't lay off people so frequently. These big companies don't care whether you are worth 30 or 40 yuan a year. They only care about catching people like fishing. Catching people in, and then slowly selecting the truly excellent ones. He would rather keep trying and making mistakes in recruiting people, and never leave a single useful talent for the opponent. This is his purpose of snatching people. Similarly, Xianjin followed this idea. "I can't pry open your loyal master chef. I pry open all your chores. You can't make paper? What? You said the trick is insidious? Is this called insidious? No. This is called business war. This is called Jiang Taigong fishing. And those who are willing to take the bait will be caught." She followed the business ethics and bottom line, and did not have any private contact with the people of the competitor. Chen Jianfang thought about it, nodded slightly, and smiled to pour cold water on him. "The key is, how can you guarantee that they will come?" Xianjin was confident. These 16 people now only have 400 coins per month. Some of them have been learning from the master for 4 or 5 years. They can be independent. Hengji and Baiji are not going out to teach, just to save money. And these 2 companies only signed a death contract with a few master chefs. And the rest of the employees almost did not sign a contract. So these 2 companies actually have no effective constraints on the employees. Xianjin said, "We paid 3 taels of silver per month. And in the past few days, Chen Ji invited doctors to see patients, paid old employees, and gave medicine to all employees. Do you think it's all for nothing? A person with a keen eye can find out anything. A boss who crushes you and makes you an apprentice for half your life. And a boss who pays you a high salary, takes care of your food and drink, and takes care of your old age and fading appearance, and takes care of your medical treatment and medicine. Who would you choose? As long as you are not mentally retarded, you will choose the latter." Xianjin calculated the accounts for Chen Jianfang. This time, our 5 masters retired, which saved 40 taels of silver per month. We recruited 10 assistants, each of whom paid 3 taels. And there are 6 assistants in trial training who need to pay monthly wages for 3 months. Which means that our expenses for the first 3 months are 48 taels. After 3 months of training, the expenses stabilized at 30 taels. Our expenses are basically the same before and after. Using basically the same, slightly loss-making expenses, we can exchange the competitor's window of at least half a year. This business war can be recorded in the history books. Okay. Xianjin raised his eyebrows and asked Chen Jianfang, "Do you understand?" Chen Jianfang thought for a while and shook his head honestly. "No." Xianjin said, "TSK, this is the worst class of candidates she has ever taught. Such a simple business principle is not understood?" Xianjin opened his mouth and prepared to explain it again. Chen Jianfang smiled and waved his hand, handing the written gold foil jade plate to Xianjin. "Anyway, I will do whatever you ask me to do. What does it matter whether I understand or not?" Chapter 176 More Respect. The notice was posted in 3 places. One was the wall of Xuanqing Prefecture. One was the wall of Xuejing Road, where the Dangxian workshop was located. And the other was very vicious. It was posted directly on the white wall between Hengji and Baiji. On the first day, the notice posted on the competitor's wall was immediately torn off by Hengji's chief steward himself, who knew that before dawn. A brand new notice was posted on the wall again. Hengji chief steward, I was very scared at the time and thought I was seeing a ghost. The chief steward of Hengji held the Buddha statue in one hand and took the notice off again in the dark with the other hand. He left with satisfaction and went to work the next day. Another brand new notice was still stuck on the wall. Hengji chief steward, no. Is this notice like a weed? Will it grow again in the spring breeze? Hengji chief steward puffed up his cheeks, stood on tiptoe to take off the notice, and watched in the corner for half an hour. When he found that there was no one or ghost, and there was no spring breeze, he finally left with confidence. At noon break, the manager of Hengji passed by the white wall and clenched his fists. Not only was the notice reposted, but an extra line was added at the end. If you tear it, you will not get soybean milk when eating fried dough sticks. And the meat you get from now on will be ginger. Vile. Too vicious. The manager of Hengji tore it off and waited at the foot of the wall for the whole afternoon. When it was time to get off work, he left with satisfaction. Who knew that just as he turned the corner, he found another notice posted neatly on the other white wall of the store. The corner of the paper blown by the wind seemed to be laughing at his overestimation. Ah! The face of Hengji's chief steward was distorted, and he was about to go crazy. On the big tree opposite Hengji, Zheng Er's legs were almost broken after squatting for a day and a night. Chen Jianfang, the rising star who wrote 5 notices in a row, was amazed. Pa pa pa, was the sound of his clapping. I thought the business war was unfathomable, but I didn't expect that the actual business war was. Chen Jianfang looked at Xianjin's face and answered cautiously. It's squatting on the tree waiting for the opportunity, with glue in your pocket. And when you see no one, you will post the notice on the wall with a bang bang. Xianjin took this as a compliment for her perseverance and strategic planning. Chen Jianfang was still curious. Could it be that many papermaking masters can read? Xianjin shook his head. Even at Chen's, they only know the more than 200 characters you taught them. Many other paper companies will not tell their employees to read. Then why post a notice? Chen Jianfang was puzzled. Xianjin smiled and said, only 1 out of 100 employees needs to be able to read. Unlike the masters, most employees live in the same dormitory in the owner's house, with feet next to each other and shoulders side by side, and stay together for 12 hours a day. Our notice requires household registration and name cards for registration. Those who want to register must prepare these things. It is impossible to hide them from others. If one person knows, then everyone will know. Bunk bed? Even everyone's living environment is calculated. Chen Jianfang lowered his head and smiled. Xianjin asked, what are you laughing at? Chen Jianfang shook his head. I just think that what you think about every day. Chen Jianfang considered the words. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Xianjin frowned subconsciously, instinctively feeling a little uncomfortable. But if she was asked to elaborate on what was wrong, she would always open her mouth, draw her sword and look around. Feeling lost? The power of perseverance is huge. On the appointed day, nearly 130 boys with narrow waists and long legs lined up to register, carrying cloth bags like a dark cloud over a city. The Ro Wang Dong, the lady, held a pen in her right hand and flipped through the household registration card with her left hand. She looked very serious and disqualified 2 people who were laughing and playing in the queue on the spot. One of them was not convinced and rushed to the inner room, took a look around, and stepped in front of Li Sanshun, who looked the oldest. Manager. The woman at the door didn't ask me to submit my household registration. I came from Qinghe town and took a mule cart all night. Li Sanshun took a half step back, indicating that Xianjin on his right was the real manager. The man glanced at Xianjin, didn't take it seriously, and continued to scold Li Sanshun. It's not easy for me to come here. How can you not even let me register? The woman at the door is the one you hired to take notes. Right? You think it's a big deal to recognize a few words? Who allowed her to disqualify people at will? Xianjin put his hands behind his back and looked down at the list without raising his eyebrows. I allowed it. What's wrong? Who are you? The visitor was puzzled. Why was a little girl pretending to be so powerful here? Xianjin closed the list and raised his eyes. I am the boss of Qingji Paper Industry. I will not change my name. My surname is He and my given name is Xianjin. I am honored to be called He. The shopkeeper. Do you have any questions? The visitor was slightly frightened by Xianjin's stare. He looked at the 3 or 4 big men behind the little girl and the old master, who looked very skilled in martial arts. He lowered his head and looked very respectful. He unconsciously took a half step back. Xianjin passed him by, looking at the queue at the door that suddenly fell silent, and then turned his eyes back, speaking with full energy. If you sign up well. The paper-making circle is so small, and all the masters are gathered together. It is inevitable that you will see your senior brothers when you look up and your junior brothers when you look down. There are acquaintances everywhere. When you pass the exam, take the silver salary issued by Qingji, and go to Baizhen Pavilion in 2s and 3s to have a good drink. Isn't it nice? Why bother to greet and make noise here and now? Everyone laughed. Someone who knows how to deal with things responded loudly. The elbows at Baizhen Pavilion are not good. Hongbinla is better. Xianjin pointed his finger. If you pass the exam, he's Xianjin, will pay for 3 months of braised pork elbows for you. The man laughed and stood on the stone pier, bowed, then wait for his pork elbows. The queue became quiet. After seeing Xianjin, most of the people wanted to join Qingji more firmly. A little girl from another family could become the boss of Qingji. How could they? A group of people with real abilities be buried in Qingji? A small number of people also left with a grumble. With a woman in charge, Qingji's business won't last long, can't last long. There were also some people who came from Jing County and heard of Xianjin's name. They were shocked. Shopkeeper, he is now in charge of the entire Qin family. Someone heard it and asked in a low voice. What's the inside story? The one from Jing County told the story of how the Jing County shop was revived, how it became bigger and bigger, and how it squeezed Songji Paper Industry out of the first echelon of Jing County. He pointed at Annie Zhong, who was checking the registration. See? She was the young lady of Songji Paper Industry. After Song Baishi disappeared, shopkeeper, he hired this widow. Don't look at her as a girl. She is so broad-minded that you can't compare to her. Everyone was amazed. When they really registered and checked, they had more respect for Xianjin and Annie Zhong, who checked the records. Chapter 177, The Aroma of Pork Elbow in Soy Sauce. After 3 days, the number of applicants finally settled at 247. The farthest one came from Huayan Prefecture, recommended by Zhang Wenba and his wife, and also brought a letter of recommendation from Chen Zunyang. This is an internal recommendation, the first stage of blind screening of resumes. The most outrageous thing is that a 19-year-old farm boy told Aunt Zhong that he had 16 years of papermaking experience. Aunt Zhong was shocked. A boy's skill? After asking again, hey! It turns out that he followed his father to the mountains to cut bamboo since he was 3 years old. The boy said confidently. After the bamboo was cut, I sat in the courtyard pond to peel the green skin, then tied it into bundles and threw it into the pond to soak, and then steamed it. If I didn't cut the bamboo, where would the subsequent processes come from? Xianjin thought what he said made sense, and with a wave of his hand, he approved his resume. Oh no! His name. After screening and reducing, there were only 180 people left from 247 people. 180 to 10. Comparable to the exam. And Zhong drew a circle and reported to Xianjin. 9 people from Hengji and Baiji came. Not bad. Xianjin nodded and whispered to Aunt Zhong. If they are not particularly useless, they will be directly guaranteed to the training camp. This is an SSP who jumped from other big companies. Just looking at his work experience and educational background, he is far ahead of other job seekers. Although it is a hammer, work experience and educational background are the basic criteria for personnel screening. And Jong responded loudly, and rolled up her sleeves, which had just been striped, looking very motivated. Just as she turned to leave, she was stopped by Xianjin. "Did you ask Dr. Chu to feel your pulse a few days ago?" Xianjin asked. Ed Jong smiled and nodded. "Yes. And Du took me there. Are you okay? How is your health?" Xianjin asked with concern. Ed Jong didn't know what he meant. "Nothing. I'm very strong. I can finish 2 bowls of rice in 1 meal." Xianjin looked at Aunt Zhong carefully. She was wearing a short top. Her hair was tied up high, and her eyebrows were trimmed thin and long. She looked like a royal sister of a workplace elite. Looking at Aunt Zhong carefully, she saw that her eyes were clear, and there were no dark circles under her eyes. "I heard from Aunt Du that you go to bed at midnight and get up at cockcrow." Xianjin laughed. "Don't work so hard. We are on the right track step by step. And things will only get better and better in the future. The old boss is going to retire, and you are my favorite candidate to succeed him. Don't die before you succeed. Only with a strong body can you fight and win." Aunt Zhong stroked a few strands of hair between her ears and smiled, revealing 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. No matter how serious and upright she is only a woman in her 20s at this time. If she were in the future, she might still be studying. "Don't worry about me. I've had a hard life in the first half of my life. You gave me a chance to change my fate. If I don't seize it, I'll slap myself twice when I'm old." And Zhong held the list in her hand, lowered her eyebrows and pursed her lips, as if she was struggling. After a while, she raised her head and said, "In June, Song Baishi came back from the capital. My neighbor on Shuishi Street in Jing County, who is on good terms with me, sent me a letter. It was said that he was disheveled, crazy, wearing a tattered coat, knocking on the door outside the look bar. After being thrown out by the Chen family, he went all over Jing County to look for me." Xianjin slowed down his movements and listened to what Aunt Zhong said with a serious look. Aunt Zhong forced a bitter smile. "First, he went to the town where my mother's family lived. When he found no one, he asked around and even reported it to County Magistrate Chui. Lord Chui was on good terms with you and Erlangjin. So he just took out the divorce letter I had left in the county office and forced him to sign it." Xianjin's expression eased. Putting aside the lawsuit with Xuanyang, Chui Hung was a very purposeful and opinionated man in some aspects. Later, he couldn't think straight, and somehow found out that I was at the Zhang family in Huan Prefecture. So he went to the Zhang family to look for me. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Aunt Zhong's eyes. I finally climbed out of the mud pit. How could I fall back again? Second Aunt Bo. It was our Xuanyang who sent people to beat him up and threw him into the woods. Later I heard that he ate dirt, raw mushrooms, and grass leaves in the woods. I don't know whether he is dead or alive." Xianjin lowered his head to sort out the list, and probably understood what Aunt Zhong meant. She finally climbed out of the mud pit, using her hands and feet, bloody and fleshy, with a crying baby on her back. For the future and her son, she would never slow down. Xianjin's persuasion came to an abrupt end, and he was replaced by another set of words. "Whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with you and Yuan Lang." Xianjin raised his head and stood up, gently lowering the rolled-up sleeves for Aunt Zhong, revealing 2 bright stripes. "You are mine, and Yuan Lang is the one I watched crawl, walk, and run from the cradle. Whatever he Xianjin, can do, you, Aunt Zhong, can do. If I have a piece of meat, you will have a piece of meat." Aunt Zhong looked at Xianjin with a burning gaze and asked directly, "Will we continue to work in the Chen family?" Xianjin paused while adjusting the sleeves of Aunt Zhong, raised his eyes and smiled. "We didn't stay in Jingxian forever." Aunt Zhong looked at Xianjin thoughtfully. Xianjin smiled and blinked at her. In the next few days, in order to facilitate the guys who came from far away to register and avoid running back and forth, the content of the preliminary and re-examination was compressed to be completed within 3 days. After the examination of the paper-collecting subjects, there were only 61 people left out of the 180. The last subject was culture. Each person was given a piece of paper and could write as many words as they could, regardless of what they were. Xianjin appeared in the examination room with Aunt Zhong and Li Sanshun. A dozen people sitting in the front row were writing furiously. Xianjin looked over and saw that they could write common characters, not to mention how well they wrote. Some people in the back row were scratching their heads and were very anxious. Some people could not write a few words, but they were frowning and thinking hard. Many people buried their heads and cursed. When Xianjin stopped in front of them, they symbolically stopped talking. And when Xianjin walked away, they cursed again. One of them stood on the threshold and said, "The elbows of Baizhen Pavilion are not as delicious as those of Hongbinla." That guy buried his head and kept writing, with a domineering look of "I have it all planned out. Wait, and see how I stir up the world today." Xianjin nodded and thought to himself, "Don't judge a person by his appearance. This Jiang Elbow has a high level of education." Who knew that after getting the test paper? Xianjin was stunned. Aunt Zhong tilted her head and smiled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500, 1,000, 10,000, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 200, 800, big, small, up, down, no, not big, not small, not up, not down. He filled up a whole test paper. Xianjin went to see the name of Jiang Elbow. Chi. Xianjin circled his name with a red pen. He also circled the names of several people who didn't write too many words, but were always calm in the examination room and never looked around anxiously. Chapter 178. Xianjin is very busy. Zhou Ergu's leg is healed, but he still limps. When he heard that Xianjin was taking the cultural exam, he was 1.7 meters, 1.8 meters tall. He walked over by himself, looked at the paper circled in red pen, and laughed arrogantly. "You only wrote 10 words. And there are 8 typos. You are worse than me. Xianjin, you know you are bad." Xianjin wanted to scold, but he looked at Wang Sansu, who was worried about Zhou Ergu's lame leg, and held back. The test is not about how many words you can really recognize and write, but your emotional state when facing crisis and difficulties. Xianjin handed over the test paper of Jiang Kuzi and said, "This one shows intelligence." He handed over another paper with only 20 or so words written on it, but the strokes were neither hurried nor slow, and he tried to write every word well. "This one shows peace." He handed over another paper with 10 or so words written on it, with an average appearance and average strokes. Zhou Ergu looked at it for a long time and was speechless. "This one shows that he is easygoing and real." Xianjin knocked on the name at the top of the paper with his knuckles. Zhang Wenxiang. Zhou Ergu didn't understand. Xianjin said calmly, "This is Boer's cousin from Huayan Prefecture, who was forced to learn a skill. He showed his skills of using backdoors." Zhou Ergu. Finally, the number of candidates who entered the training camp was controlled to 20, including the 9 people who jumped from Hengji and Baiji. Xianjin rented 3 mule carts and took all the 20 young men to the Jishi workshop. The Jishi workshop had been built and repaired a month ago. 2 rows of houses were built in the yard, and there were 8 pools of different sizes in the shed, and 5 walls. And Zhong glanced at Xianjin. She finally knew what the Jishi workshop was used for. Before, in the Jishi workshop, Xianjin wanted to build a row of houses, and everyone was puzzled. He wanted to build 7 or 8 pools, and everyone was puzzled. He wanted to build 2 kitchens and 4 toilets, and everyone thought Xianjin was crazy. Now, it seems that Xianjin is in the open and is also in the lead. The Jishi workshop is a training camp. A training camp dedicated to the Chen family. 20 big fat boys lived in the Jishi workshop. And Zhong was the undisputed leader of the training group. Zheng Er was the deputy leader of technical strength. Zhou Ergu was the deputy leader of indiscriminate attack and cursing. Zheng De was the deputy leader of mental attack. Li Sanshun was a visiting professor. And Zhang Mama was a life coach mainly guiding the 2 temporarily hired women on how to feed the 20 kids quickly and well. The 2 balls who graduated from the previous training camp. One was the squad leader, and the other was the deputy squad leader, responsible for the main training. 1 naughty kid is enough to make a fuss, and 20 teenagers together will really shorten your life. On the day of the training camp, Xianjin went to see it. He went there peacefully, but came back angry with breast hyperplasia. 20 boys were lazy and didn't want to take a shower. The smell was really unforgettable. Xianjin thought that it was difficult to manage people, and there were so many people, and Aunt Zhong might not be able to control it. But after waiting for a few days, he never heard Aunt Joan complain. During this period, Xianjin went there once. In the morning, just after dawn, Xianjin hid in the corner and watched 2 rows of people rush out of the row house in a twisted and slanted manner at the sound of a loud whistle. Aunt Joan was already standing on the steps in shorts, with her arms folded across her chest. She looked back at the clock and cursed. Numbers 11 and 20 are dawdling. What's wrong? Do they need to choose clothes or comb their hair and choose hairpins? They are the slowest. Add 2 more rounds. Xianjin turned around and whispered to Zhou Ergu. Add 2 more rounds. Isn't it okay? Zhou Ergu looked at Xianjin in disbelief. We are running around Longchuan Creek twice, almost reaching the eastern suburbs. We are not running around our workshop twice. Xianjin bent his waist even lower, extremely afraid of being discovered by Aunt Joan. Another whistle sounded, and 20 boys set out from the workshop door in unison, running towards the east facing the rising sun. Running in the front was Aunt Joan, who was wearing shorts and cotton shoes. After 2 rounds, Aunt Joan fell from the first place in the running team to the 3rd place. But she was still firmly in the first echelon. After 3 rounds, Aunt Joan was still in the first echelon. After 4 rounds, Aunt Joan was overtaken and fell to 5th place. But she also opened up a gap with the 2nd echelon. After running 10 rounds, it was already dawn. Aunt Joan was sweating and her face was red. She followed the first echelon back to the entrance of the Jishi workshop. With her left hand, she took a clean handkerchief from Zheng Er to wipe her sweat. And with her right hand, she took the whip from Zheng Da's hand and slapped it on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned around and started to scold the young man who was lagging behind. Coward! Women can't run faster than you. Who's the last one? Who's not allowed to eat breakfast? Run faster. If you drag your feet, I'll spank you hard. Xianjin was frightened and looked back at Zhou Ergu. Zhou Ergu turned his face away expressionlessly, swallowed his saliva, and said expressionlessly, Do you know what these guys call Sister Rong? Xianjin shook his head like a rattle. Zhong Kue. Zhou Ergu laughed strangely. Chi also painted a portrait of Sister Zhong and pasted it on the bedside, saying that it can drive away evil spirits. Don't tell me. Aunt Zhong and Zhong Kue might have been from the same family 500 years ago. Xianjin wanted to laugh, but was afraid that Aunt Zhong would find out and turn him into a wretched ghost who died tragically under the whip. Aunt Zhong relied on her own strong strength to suppress these energetic young men. The training camp came to an end, and Xianjin still had a lot of things to do. The first was a gift to Master Qin. The list of the autumn examination was posted, and Master Qin was on the list, successfully advancing to the Jiren. 2 of the scholars brought by Chen Jiafang were also on the list, and they came to thank Chen Jiafang with big bags and small bags. They came with 3 big bags when they came, and left with 5 big bags, all of which were sent by Madame Chu. Secondly, it was the account of the mulberry paper workshop. Whenever Xianjin was about to start working, Chu Qiushi would always pop up and ask Xianjin to climb Jingting Mountain today, ask Xianjin to visit Wanwu Temple tomorrow, and sometimes even invite Xianjin out for lunch at noon. It was actually good that the medical clinic had no business. But Xianjin didn't understand why Chu Qiushi could be so idle. Basically, Chu Qiushi asked Xianjin out 3 times, and Xianjin agreed once. This time he was late and left early. In the meantime, he would take a soft pen and a notebook to write something down, creating the impression that Xianjin is very busy. The truth, Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the atmosphere in Xuanqing is very good. Yellow lanterns and lantern towers are built one after another. Chu Qiushi asked Xianjin to release lanterns by the stream after the family dinner on August 15th. Xianjin didn't want to agree at first. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, It's good to take this opportunity to go out. After Mid-Autumn Festival, it will be Spring Festival. Chu Qiushi didn't quite understand, but when he heard that Xianjin was willing to go out, he excitedly started to prepare 3 or 4 days in advance. Chapter 179 Success or Failure of Heroes. The Mid-Autumn family dinner was just 1 month after Chen Jiafang returned from Jingxian. Xianjin was guarding the Jishi workshop to mark papers. He was legitimately absent, and was annoyed by the 20 pea shooters. There were 3 or 4 people who were introverted and hardworking. In the past 10 days, they were surrounded by a few strange flowers. And suddenly, they also had the beauty of brain stem deficiency. Jiang Elbow was the most annoying. the night before the 10-day exam. He smuggled 4 or 5 pots of green plum wine. He didn't drink it himself, but persuaded others to drink it. When others didn't drink it, he said that others were not men. In the final 10-day exam, he wrote the most. Several others who were still drunk were like ghosts drawing talismans, and they successfully stayed behind. Xianjin was found out in the first trial. It was not because of how good Xianjin's criminal investigation skills were. It was simply because when these brats opened their mouths, they smelled like fermented green plums. When Xianjin walked out of the Jishi workshop, she stood at the threshold and took a deep breath. She finally understood Master Qin's mental state. She was tortured to madness by these brats, but she could still write a series of literary works such as This Scholar is Really Handsome. Xianjin turned the corner with a rage that he had nowhere to vent, and heard a sweet and crisp voice. Sister. Xianjin was frightened and punched him subconsciously. Chu Qiushi said him, covered his nose with his right hand, and walked out of the dim corner, holding a sheephorn lantern in his left hand. The warm yellow oil lamplight just shone on his face as bright as the spring morning. Sister. It's me. Xianjin looked up at his nose first. Fortunately there was no blood, and then took the initiative to blame. How could Dr. Chu hide in the corner? I was so scared. Chu Qiushi loosened his right hand, confirmed that there was no nosebleed on his hand, and that his image was still very perfect. Then he lifted the lantern, and the dim light was just at the brow bone. This was the best angle when the light shone on his face, which could highlight his tall brow bone and bright eyes. Chu Qiushi smiled, and handed over an oilcloth paper bag from his sleeve pocket. Xianjin opened it, and saw 2 small and beautiful glutinous rice dumplings inside. You haven't eaten yet? Chu Qiushi smiled. Xianjin swallowed his saliva, put the glutinous rice dumplings back into the oilpaper bag, and said concisely, I have a cold body, and it's hard to digest glutinous rice at night, and I have to let out gas all night. To let out air is to fart in a more elegant way. Chu Qiushi smiled, and as if he had expected Xianjin to do so, he took out a small pot of coarse porcelain bottle from his sleeve pocket. Hawthorn 9-ingredient soup. I have seen that my sister eats quickly, so I specially prepared it for you. I am afraid that you will find it bitter, so I added rock sugar and brown sugar. Just drink it after 2 sips. Xianjin. The person who came tonight is not friendly, so I have made full preparations. Xianjin took the porcelain bottle, glanced at Chu Qiushi, and walked out with his head down. Chu Qiushi followed closely behind, speaking very slowly, as if he was afraid of disturbing the moonlight in Longchuan Creek. Second uncle asked me to drink a few glasses of wine, so I came a little late. I am not waiting for you. Right? Xianjin took a deep breath, stood still, and turned around. Chu Qiushi held the last word in his mouth, and saw Xianjin's face tightened. His eyebrows and eyes were straight, and his eyes were calmly and quietly extended outward, as if he was calmly waiting for him to end his twists and turns and get straight to the point. Chu Qiushi thought for a moment, and turned the unfinished words into a vague but appropriate helplessness. Sister, you think I'm annoying too, right? Clingy. Can't read your eyes. Overestimating your own abilities. Chu Qiushi's voice was faint, and the smile on his face was also restrained without a trace. The bright eyes and tall, delicate eyebrows just now, without the rendering of the dim oil lamp, only felt depressed and frustrated. Am I too obvious? Chu Qiushi lowered his head, with a faint smile on his lips. The old lady wanted us to be a pair. I am unmarried and my sister is unmarried. I don't like such a marriage, but I can't resist the old lady's invitation. I wanted to go through the motions, but on that rainy day, when I saw my sister for the first time, I completely fell in love. Xianjin crossed his arms, and gave Chu Qiushi the opportunity to continue. Later I thought that this marriage was really good. My sister is pretty incapable, and I have always been motivated and hardworking. Although our family background is not rich, we are willing to endure hardships and work hard. We can always live well if we work together. Chu Qiushi's voice is like a bean pod cut in the middle, with several beans growing in the pod. It is clear at a glance whether the beans are immature yellow or full and rich green. I personally think this is a very good marriage. For me, I have a wife I love and admire. For my sister, she can do her favorite business for a long time. For the Chen family, it is natural to keep my sister. For the Chu family, the relationship with the Chen family is getting closer and closer, and naturally it is getting more and more stable. Chu Qiushi tightly grasped the oxhorn oil lamp, After marriage, I will not take concubines or have a concubine. I will study medicine well and look forward to going to Beijing to become an imperial physician when I am 30. Similarly, I will not stop you from continuing to work after marriage. You can do whatever you want. If you are lucky enough to have a baby with me in the future, my mother can fully educate you. No one in the Chu family, from the elders to the nephews, will say anything to you or criticize you. Chu Qiushi raised his eyes and saw that Xianjin's eyebrows and eyes were still in a straight line. He spoke faster unconsciously. What I said today can be written in the marriage certificate. If there is any offense, the betrothal gift given to you by the Chu family will not be returned or exchanged. I will also give you 3,000 taels of silver as an apology fee. The moonlight of the Mid-Autumn Festival poured down, like water in poetry. Xianjin listened quietly. I have to say that Chu Qiushi made a good move. He showed his cards directly and revealed his trump card. Your in-laws can't control you. Your husband won't control you. Your career won't be restricted. And there are no concubines in the yard that Xianjin doesn't want to face. She doesn't even have to take care of the children. She just has to give birth to them. Looking at Chu Qiushi again. She is beautiful. If she goes to the talent show, she can at least get a debut position. And she also has the skills to support her family. Being a doctor is a profession that shines with itself. Xianjin lowered his eyes and pondered. Chu Qiushi seemed to see the door of hope slowly opening to him. So he took advantage of the victory and increased the stakes. Regarding childbirth, I am a doctor. I know that it is not easy for women to give birth. It is like walking through the gates of hell. I have seen many lives and deaths. And I have seen the cycle of life. If sister is unwilling and does not give birth, I can do it too. At most, I can adopt a boy that sister likes from the brothers in the clan. The penalty of 3,000 taels is probably Chu Qiushi's lifetime salary. There is also an agreement not to have children. Xianjin still folded his arms and pondered. Without commenting, Chu Qiushi had finished playing his cards. But his opponent had not even revealed which one was missing. Chu Qiushi bit his back teeth tightly to get this wife. He must have her. After a while, Xianjin's voice rang out clearly in the silent moonlit night. It is indeed a very tempting marriage. Xianjin looked up and smiled. The glutinous rice dumplings and hawthorn 9-ingredient soup in his hands had already cooled down. I really want to agree. But, will there be a but after it? Chu Qiushi looked at Xianjin with burning eyes. Xianjin casually tucked his hair, his expression calm. But, in my shallow and weak understanding, no matter what kind of cooperation, it seems that it should be based on fairness and directness. Cooperation that starts with lies and deception usually leads to destruction. Chu Qiushi's expression was stern. Xianjin also took out an oil paper cloth bag from his sleeve pocket and handed it to Chu Qiushi. If you don't understand what I mean, open it and take a look. No need to open it. With such a strong smell of pepper and white flour, there is no need to open it. The oil paper cloth bag contains the medicine residue left by Zhou Ergu that day. Chu Qiushi gently raised his head. Xianjin's eyes were calm. Doggy suddenly changed doctors. After drinking 5 doses of medicine, the leg injury that was almost completely healed suddenly recurred. And the wound was ulcerated and had a high fever. Dr. Chu asked me to dispose of the medicine residue as soon as possible. So I asked Wang Yizheng, who lived in seclusion in Jing County, to examine it. He said that there were several medicines left in the medicine residue that were too heavy and counteracted each other, which happened to cause the wound to not heal for a long time, and even aroused damp heat in the body. And pus appeared in the wound. Chu Qiushi didn't take the oil paper wrapping cloth from Xianjin's hand for a long time. Xianjin didn't get angry. He slowly took it back and said, Later I went to check. The doctor was the uncle of the accountant of the mulberry paper workshop. He was also the doctor who our old lady consulted all year round. He had a close relationship with the Qin family. Chu Qiushi opened his mouth to explain. Xianjin waved his hands repeatedly. Don't say anything. If the old lady set a trap to get us all involved, then please answer me. Dr. Chu, when you were investigating the medicine residue that day, did you find any abnormality in the medicine prescribed by Dr. Nian? Chu Qiushi opened his mouth and suddenly felt that even if he had 800 tongues, he would not be able to refute it. If he did not find any abnormalities, it means that his skills are not good. If a doctor is not good at skills, then he is really taking human life lightly. If he found any abnormalities, why didn't he say it at that time? He also asked Xianjin to clean up the medicine residue as soon as possible. Chu Qiushi felt a fishy sweetness in his throat. The investment of 1 or 2 months was wasted. He worked diligently and conscientiously to understand Xianjin, took advantage of every opportunity, and approached Xianjin more and more courageously, retreated again and again, and lured Xianjin with no way out. As a result, people told him that he was already in check when he made the first move. Chu Qiushi's face turned red, then white, and then white, and then red again. He didn't know where to start. Xianjin calmly put the oilcloth bag in his arms and walked towards the inner city. His voice was clear and frank. Dr. Chu, do you understand what I mean? Doggy is a very loyal and useful clerk in our store. He is also my right-hand man who has been inseparable for more than a year. And he is also my good friend. You used him as bait. Used his life as bait. And wove this beautiful marriage on lies and deception. Xianjin chuckled, lowered his eyebrows and shook his head. I'm timid. To be honest, I really don't dare to take the initiative from you guys. In the end, Zhou Ergu was fine. Wasn't he? Chu Qiushi spoke in a low voice. And his voice finally didn't sound like the melon just picked from the ground. It revealed some of its true appearance and sounded more like the multi-seeded August melon. Sticky and bland. In business, isn't it important to judge heroes by success or failure? Chapter 180 A Shadow. Xianjin listened with an unusually calm expression. The sudden change of the melon into August explosion did not bring her any emotional fluctuations. To be honest, the slick and beautiful brother has never been her type. In the past and present lives, she might have been moved by the veiny hands of the young attending doctor, or by the apple handed over by the patient in the next bed who was patient and restrained, or even by the young man who was carrying the family's glory and was standing by the stream with an umbrella. All the heartbeats are due to one truth. True love, sincerity, truthfulness, reality, truth. Especially after you have money. Beautiful appearances can be seen everywhere, but true and strong emotions are precious. Xianjin gently raised his chin. His eyes were cold and calm. He smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. If success or failure is the key to success, Dr. Chu, you are definitely not the best choice. Chu Qiushi's eyes dimmed, and he almost wanted to say something else. Xianjin slowly shook his head to signal Chu Qiushi not to say anything more, and to keep each other decent. Xianjin was very stable. Her words were like the blue waves. Even if there was wind, they could not cause any ripples. She said sincerely, Dr. Chu, I understand your considerations, but I am sorry that I can't do anything. If it is really a business, I will make the request, and you will make the treatment. We will settle the payment, and it will be mutually beneficial. However, this is a marriage. I naturally want what you said. But the premise is that you and I have a mutual understanding and emotional connection. Without this premise, your calculations and my defenses will only become more disgusting and exhausting. Living is not easy. You cannot choose your blood relatives, but you have some choice of the person you want to spend your life with. Or, it is not impossible to choose to be alone. In this era, she worked so hard to move forward, just to get the same right to refuse as men. Xianjin smiled again. You don't have to marry me if you want to be tied to the Chen family. I will sign a contract with you and ask you to take the pulse and diagnose the Chen family servants regularly every year. Do you believe it or not? In time, the bosses in Xuanqing Prefecture and even Nanzili will imitate you, and you will be very popular as medical officers. Chu Qiushi's eyebrows moved. Xianjin then smiled and said, If you want, I can also write a letter of recommendation for you to Wang Yizheng, who lives in seclusion in Jing County. On the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, you can go to sweep the floor and serve tea to him. If you tell others, you will have a better place to come. The Chu family is just a rural doctor. The medical clinic is a place that pays attention to origin. If Wang Yizheng, who came from the Imperial Hospital, is willing to give face to Chu Qiushi, the young man under the age of 20 will naturally have a bright future. But there is something strange about Mr. Go's medicine. I will naturally tell Mr. Go everything. If he forgives, that's good. If he doesn't forgive, then I will naturally not write this letter of recommendation to you. Whether you knew it at the beginning or judged the situation later and followed the trend, you have hurt Mr. Go in the end. Xianjin spoke very frankly, with a calm demeanor that he could tell anyone anything. Chu Qiushi finally raised his head slowly, looking at Xianjin with a dim gaze. For a moment, he seemed to be ashamed of himself in front of this girl. For another moment, he really wanted to approach and touch the person in front of him in the most authentic way. He regretted taking a shortcut when they first met. He was too young to realize that shortcuts are often detours. The girl from Baishui town was young and shy. Her biggest wish in life was to marry a handsome, kind and wealthy man. He had always been invincible in Baishui town and had never been defeated. And Xianjin, Chu Qiushi felt that fate was playing tricks on him when he finally showed some true intentions. The two of them had no chance to turn back because of their falsehood at the beginning. Chu Qiushi smiled. And unlike the previous deliberate display of exquisiteness, his expression was a bit decadent. I really didn't know about the changes in Brother Ergu's prescription, but I smelled that the medicine was not right. But Chu Qiushi didn't continue. I will explain to the old lady that it was because of me that the marriage was not concluded. Sister, don't need to worry. I will also find a chance to tell Brother Ergu about the strangeness in his medicine and apologize. Xianjin nodded slightly. The moon on August 15th is indeed very round. The moonlight shines on the bluestone road, turning the blue bricks into fluorescent jade. Xianjin smiled brightly. Then shall we go to see the lanterns? Chu Qiushi was like a defeated rooster, with his head down, forcing a smile. No need. Right? Xianjin nodded again and said frankly, well, I don't like meaningless burning. A lamp is a lamp. When the candle burns out, it should only illuminate the way ahead. The charming and colorful lantern festival always makes Xianjin feel that light is fleeting. Setting up a stall for girls to make handmade lanterns is not considered a business hobby, and it can also make a lot of money. Xianjin and Chu Qiushi walked side by side to the west of the city. Halfway through the walk in silence, a servant from the medical clinic came to ask Chu Qiushi to see a doctor. He said that the Tongpan had drunk too much at home and kept vomiting, so he wanted to ask the doctor to take a look. Chu Qiushi rolled up his sleeves and rushed out, feeling extremely grateful in his heart. The Tongpan was the Tongpan. He was so strategic even with vomiting, which helped him end this embarrassing and regretful night. The judge vomited well. The judge vomited wonderfully. The judge vomited quackly. Chu Qiushi had just left when a gust of wind blew past the row of houses on the left, like a dark shadow passing by. Su'er took a horse step and blocked Xianjin with one step, and said angrily, "Who?" There was no sound behind the row of houses, but the shadow behind Xianjin stretched gently. Xianjin. Xianjin turned his head. It was Chen Jianfang. The wind behind the row of houses stopped. Chen Jianfang took a few quick steps and looked back. I just saw Manga rushing to the west. Chen Jianfang's face revealed a bit of relief. What happened to him? Chen Jianfang asked this question boldly. What happened to the shepherd boy? Is there any need to say it? Anyway, he didn't get what he wanted. If Xianjin gave him a good face, would he run out with a dead look on his face like a wolf chasing a big tail? The judge drank too much and vomited. He went to see a doctor. Xianjin said naturally. He vomited really well. Chen Jianfang smiled. And for the first time, he reached a tacit consensus with Chu Qiushi in his heart. Xianjin raised her foot and walked forward. She felt that if she didn't move forward, she would not be able to go home tonight and sleep. Chen Jianfang followed, looking straight ahead, and said casually, Grandmother asked him to leave the family dinner in advance and come to pick you up, saying that it was inconvenient for a young girl to go out at night. But the rest of the people were left to drink 2 more cups. Xianjin nodded slightly, as if to accept his explanation. Chen Jianfang said again. Second uncle knelt on the ground and cried with grandmother when he drank too much, saying that he was ashamed of the ancestors of the Chen family, and that he did not manage the Chen family well, but asked you, a young girl, to work hard. Xianjin curled his lips without commenting. The real hard work is not in doing business, in internal fighting. After fighting with the 6th brother, she fought with the 5th brother. She had a lot of business to do, but she had to consider Chen Kai's face, and many things were not convenient to do immediately. Chen Jianfang was silent for a while, and whispered, Grandma told the 2nd uncle to listen to you, just like the 3rd uncle. There was a little consolation in her words, as if she was trying to repair her relationship with the Chen family. Xianjin heard it, glanced at Chen Jianfang, turned his head to look at a small boat moving slowly on the Longchuan River, and whispered, Going with the current, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Going against the current, You can get half the result with twice the effort. The worst thing to do when doing things is to have 8 ideas a day. 6 minds of fools. Two-faced. And fickle. Chapter 181. There is still time. A bitter smile flashed across Chen Jianfang's face. Well, how should I put it? It was like being scolded for 18 generations of ancestors. From your grandfather, who changed his mind every day, to your grandmother, who changed his mind every day. It felt like even the wooden tablets in the ancestral hall were scolded for having crippled patterns. Chen Jianfang glanced at Xianjin's expression and felt that at this moment, even if a dog passed by her feet, she would kick it. He really didn't dare to speak. But he couldn't help but speak. Xianjin's likes and dislikes for the Chen family directly determined how they would go down this path. Chen Jianfang whispered. Grandmother is old-fashioned. And second uncle is cowardly. Although they both have shortcomings, they are not evil people. As if to comfort him, he lowered his head and took out a dozen juicy, purple grapes from the bundle in his hand. The grapes must have been carefully treated. The white frost was washed away, revealing a small stem, but just covering the crystal flesh. Chen Jianfang held it in his hand and handed it to Xianjin, his eyes flickering, and the tip of his ears turned red like translucent jade. Don't be angry with the Chen family. Right? Didn't the cunning and hateful 6th master and 5th master all get rid of him? Grandmother pushed that Mangur out. And now he is left in disgrace? Although the Chen family is not a very blessed place, it is also a reasonable place. Xianjin looked down at the purple grapes in his white palm. They were like a bunch of purple minerals strung together by time and love, swaying in his white palm, more charming than the ripples under the moonlight. Xianjin clenched his fists, and his fists were pressed against the sides of his trousers. After a long while, his palm slowly and gently opened. The girl turned her hands and simply hid the fingerprints on her palms in her sleeves. Chen Jianfang keenly sensed the change in Xianjin's mood, and while the iron was hot, he pushed the grapes preciously in front of Xianjin. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be no more grapes. 2 bunches were sent over at noon, and I picked them all and washed them clean. In this world, cherries and grapes are rare. To be precise, all sweet things are rare. Xianjin lifted a grape from his palm with his fingers, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed it with the grape skin. Why don't you spit out the grape skin when you eat it? The young man laughed, and his sharp canine teeth finally came into view as the smile changed. Xianjin put his hands behind his head, smiling as he tasted the astringency of the grape skin and the sweetness of the grape juice in his mouth, and argued. Oh no, explained. We are in the middle of the road. There is no well water to clean our hands, and no silk handkerchief to wipe our hands. Peeling the grape skin will dirty our hands, and our fingers are sticky, and we are not happy. Chen Jianfang was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and carefully put the grapes into his pocket, leaving 1 grape in his hand. Under the weak oil lamp hanging in the corner and the round moonlight in the sky, he took the grape in his hand and peeled it out piece by piece, just like writing an article. After completely turning the grape into a crystal with purple veins, Chen Jianfang carefully picked up the small stem of the grape and handed it to Xianjin. Try it. This way, you won't get your hands dirty. The young man urged Xianjin to take it quickly. I still have a lot of grapes to peel. Xianjin took the peeled grapes as if waking up from a dream and put them in his mouth. The astringency of the grape skins had completely disappeared, leaving only the sweet impact of the flesh and the lightness of the juice. Xianjin opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was attacked by sweet bombs one after another. Su'er followed behind. Feeling a little helpless and angry, she shouldn't be here. She should be on the tree. She should be on the grapevine. She was picking grapes upside down. The handsome Chen Jia Erlang was peeling them below, and her shopkeeper had good teeth and kept eating. Only in this way can the link she participated in be complete. A dozen grapes formed this long road. Hope Star lowered her head to peel grapes for Xianjin. Her fingers were already stained with a light purple, but she always had a very light smile on her face. Occasionally, she looked up and saw the girls next to her either dancing and talking loudly, or lowering their heads to kick the small gravel on the street. The gravel was kicked to the corner of the house on the street, raising a thin cloud of dust. The girl was choked by the dust, covered her mouth and coughed twice, and then said it again with a smile on her face. Anyway, I just can't stay idle. My mouth, hands, and feet, one of them is always on the road. The vitality and spirit are so strong that she is like a fairy who can live on dew. Qin Jianfang's eyes are filled with a lingering smile. While gently wiping his hands, he slowly sighs with satisfaction in his chest. If this road could be longer, it would be better. But, even if it is to obtain scriptures in the West, it is still necessary to get there. When they returned to Xuanqing Mansion, it was already very late. The two went in through the side door on the west, and Qin Jianfang sent Xianjin to the second gate of the inner courtyard. Xianjin moved the door bolt lightly against the wall, took out the red and blue double treasure thin blade dagger from his pocket, and inserted it into the door with ease. Qin Jianfang put away his stunned eyes and sighed sincerely. If you don't do business anymore, you can still become a flying thief. What strange skills. Xianjin carefully moved the door bolt with a dagger through the thick wooden board. Very modestly. It's just a trivial skill. A trivial skill. As the saying goes, more skills are better. They are just fur. Fur. Qin Jianfang. Why are you being so modest? No one is praising you. Xianjin pried open the door bolt, held his breath and seized the right moment. Pushed the door open, turned around and grabbed the wooden plug in his hand to prevent the wooden board from hitting the ground and making a sound. Xianjin was very satisfied with this perfect show of skill. Turned around and waved to Qin Jianfang. Go back. After thinking for a while, he said, although it is upside down, fickle, and not good, but no one is perfect, and gold is not pure gold. Now, for me, the Qin family is perfect. So how can I be picky? It was a response to Qin Jianfang's dozen grapes. After saying that, Xianjin leaned forward and walked inside. Xianjin. Qin Jianfang suddenly spoke. Xianjin turned his head in confusion. Qin Jianfang's eyes were shining brightly, like fireflies in the mangroves, and like the hallucinogenic starlight under the sea. Qin Jianfang's throat moved slightly, and he swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, as if he wanted to get rid of all his cowardice and procrastination. No. It's okay. Sleep well. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather will turn cold, and your jacket from last year may not be wearable anymore. So you should make it as soon as possible. Xianjin was stunned for a moment, scratched his head with one hand, and said okay without understanding the meaning. He answered the question honestly. Zhang Ma bought me several pieces of cloth and several kilograms of cotton 2 days ago, waiting for the weather to cool down to wear them. Qin Jianfang forced a smile and motioned Xianjin to go in quickly. Looking at the tall and thin back of the girl, Qin Jianfang sighed silently in his heart. Still not resolved. The words were on the tip of his tongue. If you were by my side, the Qin family would not be hopeless. I like you. He Xianjin. Please believe me. How could he not say these 3 simple sentences? Perhaps it was because it was too shocking. How could he avoid the orders of his parents and the words of the matchmaker and settle down with a girl for life? Perhaps it was because he was too timid. He was afraid of being rejected by Xianjin, and even more afraid of causing trouble to Xianjin. Perhaps it was because he had too many concerns. How could he make peace with his grandmother? How could the family solve the problem? Although Xianjin's surname was not Qin, she was still the stepdaughter of his third uncle, and was still considered a member of the Qin family. This was a matter of ethics and morality. How should he deal with it? Why couldn't he say it? Qin Jianfang put his hands behind his back, raised his head gently in the dark alley, and sighed. But fortunately, Xianjin has always been here. Chu Mei, Zhang Mei, Li Ganyu are not to be feared. These people are not even worthy of carrying Xianjin's shoes, let alone marriage. Fortunately, he still has time. There is still a long time to grind, soak, and smooth, and his Xianjin is there. Chapter 182 Chinese Super League. Chu Qiushi kept his word. The next day, he packed up and left Qin's house on the pretext of going on a business trip with a judge to the 5 counties in the northeast. 3 days later, his mother came up from the town and entered the combing hall of Mrs. Chu. After more than 2 hours, his mother came out with red eyes and tightly pursed lips, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Xianjin heard the news early in the morning and deliberately did not go to work. He sat in a rocking chair in a yuan, waiting for the old Queen Mother Qin Chu to summon him. As expected, Xianjin had a bowl of crispy vegetarian noodles for lunch, and ate peaches while lying on a rocking chair. He had just taken a bite when second Aunt Chu came to invite him. In the Bai Ma Hall, Old Lady Chu served Xianjin a bowl of lotus seed and lily soup, saying that it would clear away heat and detoxify, and put the medicine for reducing fire in front, which started to flare up. You are smart. So you can see why I called Manger here. Old Lady Chu was obviously suppressing her anger, and she turned around and took several sips of tea to reduce her heat. And then she calmed down. He ran away, and his mother cried this morning and said that she didn't want a capable daughter-in-law like you. I am old and still being deceived by her? Why don't I want it? It's because your mother is a concubine. You don't have a proper family, so she doesn't want you. Xianjin lowered her head and drank a sip of lotus seed and lily soup, wondering if she should take the opportunity to cry and prove her identity as a victim, or pretend to be strong and let the old lady see her perseverance. Xianjin squinted her eyes. Her eyelids were about to cramp, and the tears had not fallen yet. Forget it. Change her acting style. She is destined to be an idol, Xianjin said. Really? Why is Dr. Chu's mother like this? The voice was sharp, and the last word was on the edge of breaking. It showed a very trace performance, without any sense of conviction of an actor. Well, she shut up and could only be a silent idol. Old Madame Chu was angry, and did not notice Xianjin's poor acting skills for the time being. She sneered. She hurriedly came to give me the girl's horoscope, saying that the Wanwu temple in Shuanqing Prefecture was effective, and hoped that I would help him find the abbot to put it aside and calculate it. Isn't it just to take the opportunity to finalize Manger's marriage? Does she really think that Manger can find a better marriage without me? Although you are raised by a young woman, you are married off from the Qin family. Even I will give you a dowry, not to mention the third child. Besides, I promised them that even if you get married, you can be the chief steward of the Qin family, and the monthly salary is higher than Manger's salary in the clinic, even if you are a person of low status. But with so many advantages, what are they not satisfied with? When people are angry, they tend to tell the truth. Xianjin pushed a whole bowl of lotus seed and lily soup to the side of Mrs. Chu. She thought that Madame Chu might need to cool down more. And Chu too silently rubbed Madame Chu's back. How could you accidentally say everything in your heart? Madame Chu coughed lightly, and after venting her anger, she felt much better. Looking at Xianjin, who was drinking sweet soup obediently, she felt that this girl was good at deceiving people. She always pretended to be good, but when she was forcing people, she was another face. She wanted to kill people on the spot. Now, Lao Wu is in a farm in the suburbs, unable to move half of his body. The people around him had already run away, leaving only his old wife. His daughter, who had married far away, sent him 300 coins every month. The doctor said that even if he was well taken care of, he might not live for 2 years. Moreover, the house is shabby, and the food is scarce. I am afraid that he will not live until the New Year's Eve next year. It is better to die now. Erlangen has to keep several layers of mourning together, so as not to delay his entry to Beijing for the imperial examination. Old Madame Chu cleared her throat and comforted Xianjin. It's okay. Apart from this one, there is still that one. There are many good boys in Shuanqing Prefecture, even in our Chu family's distant relatives. There are 2 young men who have become students and have a future. When the abbot of Wanwu Temple opens his fast, we will make an appointment to go there to see each other. Your mother was 7 periods short when she died. You can stop taking it after you have kept it for 27 months. It is not good for people to not eat meat for a long time. Your brain will become dizzy. Chu family, distant relatives, young man, just do this. She will find a time to go to Baishui town and call all the people with the surname Chu together. Don't bother. Count 3, 2, 1, and everyone will enter the bridal chamber together. How efficient. I really want to go crazy. Xianjin's forehead was covered with sweat. What's going on? Did he tell her fortune? If she doesn't marry a man with the surname Chu in this life, she will die suddenly or something? Xianjin raised his head, his expression calm. Madam, it's okay for a woman not to marry. The third master has opened a female household for me, and the government has also approved it. If the old lady agrees, I can work for the Qin family wholeheartedly even if I don't marry. If she doesn't agree, she can leave immediately. Now it's not a year ago. Anyone can make her decision. If you really force her, you don't need to pack your bags. Just leave this wee house with 4 waters returning to the hall. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Her surname is He. Your surname is Chen. No one will touch anyone. No one will care about anyone. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you can't force her to marry someone. Sometimes, it is not necessary to be a person. If there is a ghost named Chu, Mrs. Chu can take her out for a ghost marriage. Xianjin's tone was calm, but the threat was strong. Zhou Ergu is not a consumable product. How can he withstand their torture? Introduce Chu Qiushi. Take away half of Zhou Ergu's life. And introduce a few young men. How can Zhou Ergu still survive? Maybe Gogu will never understand until his death. She went on a blind date. Why did he suffer? This cause and effect relationship is really too vicious. Xianjin added. I heard that women can buy their own houses at any time. If they agree to the government, they will give all their property to the court after their death. And they can live in Guangji Hall when they are old. Now I am full, and the whole family is not hungry. I am a lonely person, so I don't care about the incense after my death. Old Madame Chu was stunned. Did the third son open a female household for this girl? When did you open it? Old Madame Chu leaned forward and asked urgently. When I was in Jing County. Xianjin said. Where is your household? Where did you put it? Old Madame Chu felt that the roast duck in front of her was about to grow feathers and fly to her face. Xianjin pursed his lips and didn't answer. The house that Chen Fu bought. It was originally bought for He Ainyang. Since Xianjin opened a female household, it became Xianjin's place of residence. How could old Madame Chu not guess? She felt dizzy. Other people's sons were born to fill the gap. But her son was very creative and unexpected, always hitting her in the corner. This girl is arrogant because of her talent. There are very few ways for the Chen family to control her. To be honest, the account is one. The marriage is one. When this girl is married to her family, can she still fly? Yes. She is smart, can do things, make money, and support the family. But if this intelligence is used to deal with the Chen family, use it to eat away at the Chen family. One by one. Can Chen Kai, who is so honest that he can't even fart after being beaten with 8 sticks, stand up? Or can Chen Fu, who is good at eating, drinking and having fun, but knows nothing about serious matters, stand up? These two stupid sons move in slow motion in front of this girl, just like a cat watching a mouse. As soon as your eyes turn, this girl knows whether you want to fight a ghost or have diarrhea. How dare the third brother? A surge of anger suddenly rose in Mrs. Chu's chest. She sacrificed most of her life for this family, worked hard, and always put the Chen family first. And always put the interests of the Chen family first. Now the god of wealth has descended from the sky to the Chen family. And the third brother doesn't think about how to tie up the god of wealth's legs, but instead helps the god of wealth to grow a pair of wings that can fly away at any time. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Chen Fu did not understand this principle at all. Mrs. Chu leaned on the handle and took a few short breaths. During the few breaths, Mrs. Chu thought a lot. Several workshops in Xuancheng were disrupted. This girl made many plans and invested a lot of money. Now if it is interrupted, it will be the Chen family that suffers. What's more, this girl is very capable. With just one notice, she brought most of the apprentices of Hung and Bai to the Chen family. I heard that Hengji has started cleaning up the warehouse these days and using the inventory to replace the sales. Mrs. Chu's fluctuating emotions calmed down after a few rounds. Your father loves you and thinks about you everywhere. The identity of a female household protects you. And the Chen family also protects you. I just hope you can always remember it. Xianjin looked at Mrs. Chu and nodded. Mrs. Chu said again, let's put your marriage on hold for now. Grandmother will not force you to find a husband. But not getting married for life is also nonsense. If this gets out, what kind of people will our Chen family become? A corrupt family that deprives girls? Let's talk about it when fate arrives. Xianjin still nodded, knowing that the shaky lever between her and Old Lady Chu was balanced again. Old Lady Chu pursed her gray hair. I heard that you have made drastic changes to the Jishi workshop and the Dengxian workshop. The lazy style of the Jishi workshop should have been changed. The old guys in the Dengxian workshop have not made much progress recently. It is also your ability to hand over the work in a decent manner. Only the mulberry paper workshop was left aside. Manager Zhao of the mulberry paper workshop was in a panic all day long, fearing that you would suddenly attack and catch him off guard. Xianjin wanted to launch a surprise attack, but there were no Italian guns now, except for some financial flaws. The mulberry paper workshop was very well managed. Whether it was the skills of the shop assistants, the output, or the rules of the shop, compared with other shops, It was like seeing Real Madrid in the Chinese Super League. There was a strange feeling of standing out from the crowd. Later, Xianjin found out that the mulberry paper workshop was managed by Hope Star's father for a long time before he officially entered the government. At least 2.5 years. During this period, the selection of shop assistants, the planning of the shop, and the control rules of raw materials and output were all determined by Hope Star's father. You are a top student. You are really a top student. Whatever you do, you always show your high quality. The only lack of annual accounting is that Sun sure squeezed it in with all his strength. For such a high-quality subsidiary, it is not the best choice to act rashly. In fact, there is no need to move easily. Xianjin needs to find a balance point. A balance point just like she and Mrs. Chu have been in love and want to kill each other for a long time. Every time they meet, they spend time in a pleasant atmosphere of mutual testing. Yin and yang. Sarcasm. And retreat when the enemy advances and fight when the enemy retreats. But the relationship never collapses. Xianjin smiled. Then I'll go to see Manager Zhao for dinner someday and ask for his advice. Mrs. Chu? I'm not asking you to come and kill him right away. Manager Zhao is a man who gets things done. He is good at both managing and making paper. He was personally selected by Erlang's father when he was alive. Mrs. Chu wanted to stop at the point, but she was afraid that Xianjin would get too angry. So she had to explain it in simple terms. He has done nothing wrong. You can ask for his advice, but don't let him fall into a trap. Right? Xianjin smiled. She really loved the balance between her and Old Lady Chu. A tacit understanding of mutual concession. I just don't know if Old Lady Chu has the same opinion as her. Old Lady Chu turned her head away with a look of despair. Was she responsible for digging up her ancestors' graves in her previous life? If she had done less evil, she would not be at this age in this life. And she would have to fight wits and courage with a concubine's daughter. Chapter 183 Cockroaches perform meritorious service. In the morning light, the tiles on the eaves of Pingjiwell Mill, the easternmost part of Xuanqing Prefecture, prominently highlight the halo of the warm sun. The mulberry paper workshop at the east end of the city is right next to Pingjiwell Mill. A middle-aged man with a beard on his face leaned on a bamboo pole in the mule stable, half asleep and half awake. In front of him stood a huge Chaotian kiln, with a bamboo-pointed lid like a bamboo hat covering the kiln mouth. The firewood burning in the kiln was very strong, and the misty white steam rushed straight up to the bamboo shed. It was blocked by the shed, and the steam fled around anxiously like birds in the same forest when a disaster came. The middle-aged man had a thick beard on his face, which completely covered his nose and jaw. The early sunlight in mid-autumn finally caught up with the pace of the bamboo shed, and projected directly on the man's drooping and loose eyelids. The man rubbed his eyes, was stunned for a moment, and immediately got on all fours to observe the fire. His nervous expression finally eased under the reflection of the strong fire. Manager! Manager! A servant rubbed his eyes and stumbled in. Someone is coming! The man's legs were stiff because he sat all night. Just as he was about to stand up, he was tripped by his stiff feet and almost fell flat on his face. Open as soon as someone comes. What are you yelling about? The man had no choice but to stand up with the help of a pillar. The servant became more and more anxious and confused, stamping his feet and yelling, No! No! Not buying paper. Chen family. He, woman. Oh! 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 Manager Xiao. Go to the front door to answer her. The manager Zhao mentioned by the servant was not anxious when he heard this. He smiled and lowered his head to adjust his clothes. The new manager come if you want. He manages 3 stores in Xuanqing. Old Chu of the Jishi workshop was forced to run around the city every day. Old Lin of the Dangxian workshop was even worse. He was forced to go home directly. Now, you want to touch us? The servant shook his head vigorously, his eyelids twitching. Manager Zhao slapped the servant on the back of his head. Are you possessed? The servant stammered. Don't say what? Zhao Deiji. Walk and sit upright. Neither like the lazy and greedy old Chu from Jishi, nor like the stupid and bold Chen Laolu from the workshop in Jingxian County. Zhao, have come this far with one step at a time, one footprint at a time, one spit at a time. What can't I say? Zhao Dejing, nicknamed Deiji, may have been a little irritable because he had been guarding the steamer all night and was sleep deprived. He raised his hands high, as if reciting a poem, Even if that witch Chun Lao San confronts me, I will still say it. Not only will I say it, I will also say it loudly. Say everything. The servant's smile was full of bitterness. The servant turned his head and smiled at the girl, who was getting closer and closer, and said loudly, "You are shopkeeper He." It was not because he knew shopkeeper He, but because of Li San Shun, who was following behind shopkeeper He. The name of Master Li San Shun was still very famous in the entire Qin family. After all, he was the son of the strongest master in the Qin family. Behind Li San Shun, there was also a square-faced master who was unfamiliar. The servant's mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head, and he continued to shout, "Shopkeeper He, you are here. We have missed you for a long time. I am Nan Xiaohua, the night shift clerk of the gatekeeper. I just came to the Qin family last month, and it was the first time to keep watch with manager Zhao." Suor behind Xian Jin had a blank expression. Your method of drawing a line is really simple and crude. Hello, Nan Xiaohua. Xian Jin felt that he became a little cute after saying this name. When the clear and gentle female voice came out, Zhao Dijing was like a goose with its neck strangled in the air. Zhao Di's mind was empty for 3 breaths. It's true that he is honest and his words offend people. But he said bad things about people behind their backs, and was heard by others. No matter how stubborn he was, he still felt a little embarrassed. It had nothing to do with his quality. He was just caught off guard. Xian Jin smiled and walked around the pillar. He leaned forward and nodded solemnly to Manager Zhao, performing a junior salute as a formal greeting. He then looked at the steamed sandalwood bark in the jingpi pot, turned around and said to Manager Zhao, "This is the first batch of Qintan trees before the leaves fall in late autumn. You have been steaming for a day and a night. Right? The branches are shrinking by half an inch. Turn off the fire and take out the sandalwood branches. If you steam them any longer, they will become old and the soaking time will have to be extended." Zhao Dijing came back to his senses, and his neck was stiff. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Xian Jin shrugged and said indifferently, "Then you can steam it. The longer the production period, the slower the shipment and the smaller the store. It doesn't matter if you lose money, and it doesn't matter to me either. I still have 2 other shops to make money for me." Zhao Dijing held his breath, and his nostrils flapped 4 or 5 times. After enough air entered his big nostrils, he let it out in one breath, turned his head and roared, "Don't let me turn off the fire. Pick up the branches." The servant smiled at Xian Jin flatteringly, and then ran quickly to the outer courtyard. After a while, 2 tall and strong masters came, one on the left and one on the right, lifting the round wooden barrel, and then took out all kinds of bundles of branches one by one. Zhao Dijing took out the sample and took a look. I have to say that this little girl made a very correct judgment. The blade of the sample branch shrank by almost half, and the sandalwood bark was separated from the bone, revealing the wooden pole of the branch. It was indeed time to turn off the fire. Zhao Dijing pursed his lips. A blind cat can still catch a few dead mice, but this one doesn't count. At the same time that Zhao Dijing was observing the branch, Xian Jin also picked up a branch that was steamed and hot, and seemed to be mumbling to himself. It's a 3-year-old Qintan wood, cut using the Yuanbaka method. Although this method is labor-intensive and time-consuming, it can ensure that it will continue to sprout and grow vigorously in the 2nd year. In today's world, only real papermakers will do this. Zhao Dijing was stunned, and turned his head to peek over with his chin lowered. This girl, about 17 or 18 years old, was indeed observing the cut of the branch carefully, and she was indeed sighing sincerely. Yes, he knew it shouldn't be, but at this moment, he did have a sense of mutual appreciation, as if it was hard to find a confidant or a friend at the end of the world or the corner of the sea. The girl raised her head, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes with slightly raised corners, like quiet stars, with a little bit of light. She was covered in a dark brown coat and a linen skirt without any embroidery, and she was so quiet that she seemed to sink into the soil. Zhao Dijing was stunned again. It seemed that he was a little different from those girls, who were 17 or 18 years old. If Xian Jin knew about this mental journey, he would definitely say, "I know that wearing dung beetle clothes every day will be rewarded. You also know the ingot mouth?" Zhao Dijing spoke for some reason. The little girl smiled and said, "When cutting down the Qintan wood, you need to cut 3 times to determine the mouth, and cut each one separately, forming 2 extremely inclined slopes. Such slopes cannot hold water. Jing County has plenty of rain. If the cutting is not done well, Water will easily accumulate at the cut joints of the Chintan wood, which will greatly affect the sprouting and growth of the wood strips next year. Zhao Dijing looked at Xian Jin blankly. Chapter 184 All or Not. How do you know? Zhao Dijing blurted out. But his eyes unconsciously moved to Li Sanshun behind the little bitch. Teach and sell now? Li Sanshun said pa in his heart, and moved away calmly. You can guess randomly. But please don't drag innocent people into the water. Xian Jin took out a steamed sandalwood strip and put it in a basin not far away. The well water in the basin was icy cold. While Xian Jin was talking, he put the sandalwood strip in. After the bark cooled, he picked up the sandalwood strip from the clear water and quickly peeled the bark of the branches and removed the branches and bones. He smiled and said to Zhao Dijing, I'm in the rice paper business. I know. Shouldn't I? As he said that, he threw the sandalwood bark into the bamboo basket and handed the clean branches to Zhao Dijing. Zhao Dijing looked at the straight and clean wooden strips in his hand and was shocked. If it is a theory, he can still learn it immediately. But making rice paper requires hands-on skills, and the truth is revealed in the details. Although peeling the bark is not difficult, being able to peel the sandalwood strips so beautifully requires some skills. Xian Jin raised his chin and motioned Zhao Dijing to go in. Manager Xiao, you have worked hard to guard the steamer all night. If you don't need to rest, please lead the way for me. Let's take a good look at the famous mulberry paper workshop. Zhao Dijing woke up from his dream and followed Xian Jin's footsteps to run inside. Xian Jin walked past the pool, paper baking, cellar, and warehouse, and took Zhao Dijing inside with a sense of ownership, giving some small suggestions from time to time. Some of the bamboo materials for making curtains are not good, so we should use bitter bamboo, which is more than a foot long and 2 feet long, suitable for making long bamboo threads without knots and filaments. The paper baking brush should be replaced with a new one. There are always dead branches that make our Chen family look shabby. I heard that Hengyi specially made pine brooms, which are fluffy and powerful. Very good. Let's make some too. From time to time, he would ask Manager Zhao, how do we check paper now? How do we check the number? How do we cut? Zhao Dijing, not only are you teaching me how to do things, but you are also finding faults with me? Who do you think you are? You are a grapevine. Zhao Dijing has always been soft-hearted, but not hard-hearted. Xian Jin asked directly, and the old man turned his head and pretended not to hear. Xian Jin acted as if he hadn't heard, and he didn't get angry or urge him. When he passed by the paper selection room, 2 yawning middle-aged women were in place, skillfully put on linen sleeves, and estimated and picked up 2 thick stacks of paper from the chopping board. Then, they started to count the paper in the most primitive way, manual counting. The 2 young ants were very dedicated, and they shouted out loud every time they counted a piece. One saying, 78. One saying, 67. Then the other one opened her mouth and continued, 68. In an instant, the 2 young ants interacted with each other and made the 11 pieces of paper disappear into ashes. Xian Jin looked at Zhao Dijing with a smile. Where is the 79 of that sister? Zhao Dijing's face turned red, and he pouted for a long time and couldn't speak. After a long time, he stammered, it's not a shortcoming to count badly. Count. Can making paper figures be considered a shortcoming? Then came the difficult words, such as kiwi vine juice and ink has 5 colors. Li Sanshun turned his head away silently. His heart was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Once he showed his weakness, Jin Jie from his family would take advantage of the victory. Xian Jin laughed, very gentle and smooth. It's okay if you are not good at counting, Xian Jin said. His tone was calm, and there was no hint of instruction. It was like a younger generation asking for advice and communicating with an elder. But we can be more convenient and do things more conveniently. I bought 3 scales in the workshop in Jingxian before. The clerk counted 100 sheets of paper first, weighed them, and calculated the rough weight of each sheet of paper. We can calculate the weight of dozens more sheets of paper, compare them, and take the middle value, and we can determine the weight of each sheet of paper. Once we determine the weight of 1 sheet of paper, we can naturally get the weight of 100 sheets of paper. We just use a scale to weigh it, add or subtract, and even if there is a discrepancy, it is only 3 or 2 sheets of paper. Manager Zhao just has a bad temper. He is not stupid. As soon as Xian Jin said it, he understood. Manager Zhao said, if there are too many sheets of paper, it is easy to explain. But if there are too few, once or twice, everyone can understand. But 3 or 4 times, people will scold you for doing business unfairly. Xianjin had naturally thought about this problem, and nodded naturally. That's the reason. That's why we usually put more weight. He smiled again. Of course, when checking and selecting, the clerk should not only remove the convex spots on the paper, fill in the small spots, and remove the ones that are not good enough and redo them, but also roughly check the amount of paper again, and do a 2-step proofreading. Manager Zhao nodded thoughtfully. Xianjin walked straight forward. He walked into the flowers without preparing tea. As expected, Xianjin picked up the teacup on the table and poured a cup for Li Sanshun first, then poured a cup for Master Gao behind Li Sanshun. Finally, after taking a big sip, he introduced Master Gao to the caretaker. Master Gao, the former head master of Songji paper industry in Jing County. The paper-making circle in Jing County is so small that Zhao Dijin certainly knows all the famous ones. Master Gao. He worked with Songji for decades, but Songji collapsed. He didn't expect that Qinji would come. Zhao Dijin bent his waist and bowed to Master Gao in a friendly manner. Master Gao stepped aside and said, I don't deserve it. You are the boss of the Mulberry Paper Workshop. He smiled and said to Xianjin, when I was in Jingxian before, I heard about the Mulberry Paper Workshop. I was wondering why a workshop that uses sandalwood bark to make rice paper is called a Mulberry Paper Workshop. Isn't this selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat? Xianjin saw that Master Gao had finished his tea, and he filled it up like a host, saying familiarly, that's because our manager Zhao is not from Xuanqing. He used to make mulberry paper. Now he married Lingzheng, who was born in Xuanqing Prefecture, and changed his ways to make rice paper. Don't say. This is the top craftsman. Xianjin gave a thumbs up. Zhao Dijing turned his head away, seemingly calm, but his red face betrayed him in every detail. In just 3 or 2 years, he mastered our rice paper thoroughly, and was chosen by our master at first sight, and became the manager and master chef of this workshop. The Qin family has always respected craftsmen, so they continued the original name of this shop. Xianjin told the story. Zhao Dijin coughed lightly, and turned around with a red face. The original intention must be adhered to. No matter how cunning the enemy is, we must fight stubbornly, and not be moved at all. You don't think that this shop will listen to you just by saying a few nice words. Zhao Dijin said you several times, and finally straightened his tongue. Think about what you did in Jingxian. Nothing good. What red copying books? What paper to make lanterns? What handbooks? The most outrageous thing is that you put paper in bags and sell it, and you get whatever you buy. You don't respect this business at all. This craft. Chapter 185. Accept the challenge. Xianjin quietly lowered his head and drank a sip of cold tea. The Mulberry Paper Workshop ranks among the top in the paper business of Xuanqing Prefecture. It is not the top one, but it is also considered double first class. It has made a name for itself in Xuanqing Prefecture with its beautiful colored paper, and has carved out a bloody path among Hengji Kut paper and Liji raw paper. The Gongyu, Maiguang, Baiwa, Bingi, Ningxuang, Wuz, Shies, Ingwang, etc., which have good sales, are actually made by manager Zhao. Nowadays, the color of Xian paper is very light, creating an atmosphere that is almost invisible. It is given a beautiful name, and is widely circulated among the literati in South Sealy. Adding light colors to the pure white rice paper to form Xian paper is also an innovation. On that day, Mrs. Chu's mulberry tea gave Xianjin inspiration. Xianjin later found Li Sanshun to discuss it carefully. Unexpectedly, Li Sanshun laughed and said, you are late. Isn't it just Xian paper? Our Mulberry Paper Workshop has produced it. It looks very good, and has caused a lot of pursuit in the whole Xuanqing. Li Sanshun added, it's the work of Manager Zhao of our Mulberry Paper Workshop. Xianjin disagreed. Manager Zhao? The manager of the largest workshop of the Qin family is surnamed Zhao? He smiled meaningfully. Why not Qin? Or Chu? Although old man Li Sanshun had a good impression of Madame Chu, he also acquiesced to Madame Chu's preference for blood relatives in staffing. The old man squatted on the ground and took a puff of water pipe. After exhaling a few circles of white mist, he put out the water pipe and said casually, you can imagine the weight of Manager Zhao. Those who can fight their way out of a family business full of connections have some real skills. Old man Li Sanshun followed up with the last sentence. pointed at himself with his index finger bent inward. Am I stubborn? Xianjin nodded. We don't have a donkey in our store. But it's better than having one. Li Sanshun slapped Xianjin on the back of his head. Hey, little girl. You find ways to slander your master Li. Xianjin laughed. Li Sanshun took another deep puff of the water pipe, squinted his eyes, and looked into the distance. As if thinking seriously, the old man squatted on the ground and smoked a hookah. It was a picture with a strong sense of story. Xianjin waited for his teachings, and his breathing became even. After a long time, Li Sanshun finally said, This hookah is indeed not as strong as dry tobacco. Xianjin, when evaluating such a harmful thing, don't show such a profound expression. Li Sanshun took a deep breath, and after it passed through his lungs, he patted Xianjin's head comfortably. Manager Zhao is more stubborn than me, has a bad temper, and is old-fashioned. It's very difficult to talk to. But? Li Sanshun made a turn inside. Zhao Dijing really loves to make paper. He first learned to make mulberry paper from a master, and later married a wife. Since he was an orphan, he naturally followed his wife back to his father-in-law's home, which is our Xuanqing. The local climate and soil nurture the local people. In Xuanqing, mulberry paper cannot be made or sold. So he learned the skills of making Xian paper from scratch. He is good at making paper, and has a quick mind. When the Chen family moved from Jingxian to Xuanqing, Hengji and Baiji were already attacking them. He made a name for himself by making Xian paper, and helped Qinji settle down in Xuanqing. People who are not stubborn cannot make paper. Paper made by those who just muddle through will be loose and soft. Paper quality is like a person's quality. If you have the chance to go to Xuanqing, you can meet him. Isn't the opportunity here? Xianjin deliberately put the mulberry paper workshop at the end. One is to show her importance, and the other is that she can't show her weakness. Xianjin took out several ancient books on papermaking given to her by Qiao Shanchang and read them again. The books are new every time you read them. Every time you reread them, you will always have a new understanding. After the Sui dynasty, the Wei dynasty was established. Xian paper was the most expensive paper. Sichuan paper, Jin paper, and Dongdu paper coexisted. From raw Xian paper to cooked Xian paper, there are tribute paper, cotton paper, white paper, gold sprinkled paper, 5-color powder paper, gold flower 5-color paper, etc. The development of Xian paper has been on the road. Since they are on the road, how can she say that she does not respect this craft? Xianjin lowered his eyes. Before you started making paper, it seems that Xian paper did not exist? You are an innovation. And I am also an innovation in making red tracing books, handbooks, and lanterns. Our goals are the same. In the short term, it is to sell paper. And in the long term, it is to let more people know about Xian paper in Xuanqing. Your comments are too much. Xianjin paused. Prejudice. Zhao Dijing was choked by Xianjin. Xianjin looked up. You have a problem with me. Is it because I play tricks in making and selling paper? Or is it just because I am a girl? Zhao Dijing didn't expect Xianjin to ask so clearly. To be honest, Zhao Dijing had a good impression of this young new shopkeeper who suddenly came to replace Chen Laowu when they first met today. Ahem. It's not because this girl always praises him. It's just because this girl has her own rhythm when she speaks and does things. And she won't change her tune easily for others. As a stubborn donkey who ranks among the top, he feels comfortable getting along with such people with similar temperaments. What's more, he actually believes in people who have been knotted and stamped by old Li. But this girl is a girl. She is a woman. She is a young woman. It is not that he is prejudiced. It is just that this woman is not good enough. Sweeping and cleaning. Women can do it. As for making and selling paper, Zhao Dijing immediately retorted. Prejudice? What prejudice? You are the owner of a paper shop. You can identify the raw materials, touch the paper products, and do the accounting. But can you make paper by hand? Can you make paper? No matter how well you talk, you can't stand up to this point. You are nothing. Zero. Zero shit. I'm really impressed. Xianjin's variety show face JPG. 0? She is 1. Iron 1. Can I carry a fire extinguisher to a gay bar and put out a fire? Xianjin scratched his face and asked helplessly. Can Master Chen Wu pick up paper? Zhao Dijing paused and shouted with a red face and thick neck. Don't compare yourself with the bad ones. Master Wu can also pick up a good white paper again, although at least half of the cuts were unqualified. The definition of unqualified Xian paper is very clear. Shine it in the sun, and see if the light that passes through each inch of the paper is consistent, and whether it feels tough and long. But, at least they know how to do it. Master Chen Wu grew up in a shed where people washed, steamed, and pounded skins. Even if he is not proficient, he knows how to do it. Xianjin nodded. What I mean is, as long as I can scoop out good white paper, I can do whatever I say here. What I say is what it is. You, Manager Xiao, follow the instructions. Is that right? Manager Zhao looked hesitantly at Li Sanshun behind Xianjin. Li Sanshun silently looked away. Manager Zhao looked desperately at Master Gao, who he was not very familiar with, but had heard of. Master Gao was holding the bamboo curtain pole specially made by Chenji, giggling as a cover, while his mind was working quickly to steal the skills from others. What does the struggle of your Chen family have to do with Xiaochao village downstream of his supply chain? You are kidding. The paper-making skills of each household are confidential. He was finally brought into Chenji's workshop. How could he return with an empty mind? Manager Zhao pursed his lips, not receiving any useful information, and could only follow Xianjin's words. Yes. If you want to be my boss, Zhao Dezheng, you must have ability. Otherwise, it is not difficult for me, Zhao Dezheng, to change my boss. Remembering something, he said hurriedly. But it has to be as soon as possible. If you go to learn for 3 to 5 years, and then come back to tell me, I don't have time to wait for you. Xianjin nodded in understanding. Not 3 to 5 years. 10 days later. Jishi workshop. You come. I go. I will be in charge of the curtain to make 4 feet of paper. Okay? Chapter 186 Training Together. Li Sanshun lowered his head and said nothing. Master Gao on the side secretly glanced at Xianjin, and happened to see the pair of thin and slender hands exposed from the cuffs of his clothes. This little girl is good at accounting and doing business. But making paper can't be done by just sharpening the knife before the battle. Making paper is the most tiring and difficult step in the 108 processes of making rice paper. 1 curtain of water is deep. 2 curtains of water are shallow. 1 curtain of water submerges the body. And 2 curtains of water break the heart. And you are still the curtain master. If you follow Li Sanshun and act as an assistant, you can still have a 4 or 5 chance of success. But once you are the curtain master, how to get the slot, get on the curtain bed, and clamp the curtain ruler is definitely not just talk. 10 days. Will it work? Zhao Dezheng looked at the calm but proud face of the little girl, and a trace of regret rose in his heart. If it doesn't work, won't the little girl be slapped in the face? Well, to be honest, this little girl is not bad. At least, from a sensory point of view, she is much more open-minded than Chen Laowu, who was always smiling, but took credit for the merits and shared the blame. Xianjin agreed, and Zhao Dezheng was embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. Zhao De was about to say something, but saw Xianjin had already walked out of the mulberry paper workshop with his men. As Xianjin left, Nan Xiaoguo's friend, who had just disappeared, poked his head out. Oh! Why did you leave? I just went to the alley to buy 2 pumpkin cakes. Turning around to see that his own manager Zhao was still there, Nan Xiaoguo immediately stuffed the 2 pumpkin cakes into his mouth, swallowed them whole, and widened his eyes. Oh! You are still here. I just finished eating. Manager Zhao. He knew that he had seen the tragedy with his own eyes. Nan Xiaoguo immediately lowered his head and was about to run. He hesitated for a moment. His good impression of the future female shopkeeper overcame his nominal fear of Manager Zhao. He opened his mouth and rectified the workplace. You really shouldn't look down on her because she is a girl. The powerful Princess Bayan in the opera is also a girl. How can she beat the Tatars and drive away the Japanese pirates? Manager Zhao lowered his head with his hands behind his back, took 2 steps, and spat on the ground. Little bastard. You know shit. Girl. What does it mean? It means that you have never seen the big market. Even if she has been to school. Even if she can read those expensive books. Even if she can write a few words of cliché. It does not mean that she understands paper. A boss who does not understand paper is an amateur. An amateur leading an expert is doomed to fail. The boss opens his mouth, and the subordinates work hard. And in the end, they are all defeated and have to start over. Chen Laowu is from a paper-making family after all. He knows that it is not easy to make rice paper. And he knows which of the 108 processes is important, and which is urgent. This girl is just trained by Li Sanshun, memorized 2 pages of common sense, and can work for 1 or 2 years. Everyone only sees the fire boiling oil, but not the void under the fire. If this girl is too imaginative in everything, it is the subordinates who suffer. It is the guys who can't make money and suffer from poverty and hunger. Why did the Mulberry Paper Workshop have 18 employees for 20 years? And none of them changed or left? Isn't it because, firstly, he was good at handwork and could control the place. Secondly, he climbed up from the bottom and knew how hard it was for the employees. In the middle of winter, the Mulberry Paper Workshop would spend a sum of money to buy charcoal, ginger, and lard for the employees, because when fishing for paper, the whole forearm had to be immersed in the pool. After fishing 3 or 2 pools a day, the hands would be covered with frostbite in a few days. In the dog days of summer, the employees would also be provided with fruits and green bean soup, warm water mixed with salt and sugar as drinks. Because the windows could not be opened in the baking room, the wind could not be seen when baking paper, and the baking board was hotter than the body temperature of a person with a high fever. These are all small things, but as a manager or shopkeeper, you have to do them. People, craftsmen, are the life of Xian paper. A little girl, who has never made paper, never suffered, and never completed the 108 processes. Can she really understand? Manager Zhao pursed his lips and put his hands behind his waist, because he always leaned on the brick concrete water tank and used his waist as a fulcrum to exert great strength. His waist was now very painful every rainy day. Manager Zhao did not sleep well all night. His eyes were black, and he reached out to hit Nan Xiuguo's forehead again. I don't look down on girls. It's just that most girls are unstable and delicate, Nan Xiuguo muttered. When it comes to being unstable and spoiled, Master Chen Wu is no less. Prejudice is prejudice. No matter how much you say, it's still prejudice. Manager Zhao slapped Nan Xiuguo on the shoulder. Don't go to the school to hide in the corner to listen to the class anymore. You use the words you learned randomly. What yellow soil? We are papermakers. What does it have to do with growing crops? Nan Xiuguo rolled his eyes silently. What if the boss is uneducated? Waiting online is urgent. After accepting the gold challenge, it is natural to spend time preparing. It happened that Wang Zhong's training camp had progressed to the practical stage, so Xianjin followed in the training. As soon as Xianjin started, Master Gao's face changed, and he approached Li Sanshun and asked softly, "Have you practiced before?" Li Sanshun watched Xianjin's hand movements intently. "It's almost there. You need to use more force. The whole arm is not going down. Are you afraid of snakes in the water? Or are you afraid that the water will eat people?" He casually answered Master Gao's question while distracting himself. "Do you know our third master?" Master Gao nodded repeatedly. I know. That second-generation idiot." Li Sanshun highly recognized this evaluation and nodded. Even the second-generation rich man was forced by this girl to work in the workshop at least 7 days every 10 days. Even her own father was like this. Our Jinjier has never been one who only allows officials to set fires and not allow the people to light lamps, except for the end-of-month accounting and clearing the warehouse. This girl is in the workshop and has done every process personally. Master Gao was speechless and stunned for a while. Can she do it? Li Sanshun looked at Master Gao strangely and asked inexplicably, "Are you smarter, or is our Jinjier smarter?" Master Gao was angry. Is this a heavyweight? Li Sanshun turned his head and continued to carefully examine Xianjin's movements. "You can do it. Jinjier is willing to learn. Why can't she do it?" Master Gao thought about it and accepted Li Sanshun's answer happily. Li Sanshun looked at Xianjin's movements, only pursed his lips, and didn't say the last sentence, however. The craftsman's time can make up for the brain's brilliance to a certain extent, and the time given to Xianjin was too short, which made the competition full of uncertainty. During the training, the 7 or 8 large brick concrete tanks built by Xianjin in the Jishi workshop came into play. 20 people were divided into 5 groups of 4, each with 2 people in each team. 2 teams were divided into a points-based PK competition to fish for paper. This was the first elimination stage set by Aunt Zhong. This competition system was set for 20 days. The points of the paper fished out by each team were accumulated. Li Sanshun, Zhou Ergu and Chu Damao, the manager of the Jishi workshop, served as judges. The score was scored in units of 1 cut. The uniformity, color, softness, and toughness of the rice paper. The color separation after the pen was put down. The expression of the brush strokes and layers. And the color and shape after the placement time were used as the basis. The 10-point accumulation system was used. Anyone who was willing to work overtime to earn more points could do so. But there was only one rule. Once there were more than 5 cuts of low-scoring rice paper, it could be eliminated without comment. Low-scoring rice paper is below the average. That is, 5 points. It is not easy to surpass 1 point above 5 points. Above 8 points is a high-scoring segment. If 2 cuts of rice paper are above 8 points in one day, 5 points will be automatically added. From the fundamental system, those players who are rough and score points are eliminated. A group of cubs immediately showed several camps. Some people score steadily, control the score of each cut to about 6 points. The effort invested in each cut is not much, but it is just enough. Focusing on quantity. Some people are meticulous, only make fine products. And the score of each cut is about 8 points. Although the hands and feet are a little slow, they can get 5 more points within the rules. Jiang Elbow. Chi is indeed smart. He has thoroughly understood the rules, and even vaguely used the quadratic equation to perform combined scoring. He guarantees 2 or more high-scoring rice paper every day, and sometimes even produces rice paper with 9 points beyond the standard. However, once this indicator is completed, he and his teammates control the score of rice paper to about 7 points. Relying on combined scoring, Jiang Elbow's team has been ranked first in the scoreboard for nearly 8 consecutive days. And when other teams that score steadily and meticulously are exhausted, Jiang Elbow can even find time to ask about the Scroll King. And Zhong. For example, how to sign a divorce. Where does the child grow up? Is the damn ex-husband dead? And so on. A series of questions that make people have ulterior motives as soon as they hear them. This man was smart to the point. He asked Tianjin instead of anyone else. It was late at night, and all the kids who were training had left. Jiang Elbow was chattering in his ear, and Tianjin was expressionless as he set up the curtain for Zhou Ergu. Yes, after careful selection, her paper-collecting partner was Ergu, who had just recovered from a serious illness. Go was in the underworld, and he said, he will protect his shopkeeper, and the rice paper must be made well. Let's test the lightness of the competition. Who dares to block the way? Is it that a single bet is also considered a bet? But Go was very confident about this quatrain, and even pasted it on the sink on the side of Xianjin. Xianjin, tutoring is annoying. And when I looked down at Go-Ji's scribbling, I felt even more annoyed. And then I heard Jiang Elbow's roundabout way of talking. Xianjin took a deep breath. If you ask one more question, all your points for today will be deducted. Jiang Elbow was shocked. We are all here for training. How can manager he use public resources for personal gain and use public resources for personal gain? Yes. We are all here for training. You are here to flirt with the class teacher. This pork elbow is like a smart but annoying boy in college. He doesn't seem to work hard, but his GPA is very high. He also likes to pester the beautiful teacher to ask questions. Xianjin rolled up his sleeves, held the bamboo curtain tightly with both hands, held his breath, and sank his forearms and elbows into the water tank full of paper pulp. As soon as he exerted force, Xianjin thought something was wrong. She was too slow. Her and Go-Ji's rhythm were not on the same channel. She was slow, and Go was fast. The curtain was unevenly stressed, so it was uneven. The paper pulp hanging on the bamboo curtain was uneven in thickness, and naturally it could not become a good piece of paper. Xianjin took down the bamboo curtain in frustration and washed it in the pulp tank. Then he looked at Jiang Huzi and put his hands on his hips and scolded. What's the point of you pestering me? If you like Aunt Zhong, then try your best to get into Qinji. Try harder and get promoted to the second level as soon as possible to be on par with Aunt Zhong. You are an intern. What are you asking now? What are you asking? Jiang Huzi cried. It's hard not to think that manager he is taking advantage of the situation. Xianjin vented all his anger about not being able to make paper, and turned around to see Chen Jiafang standing there in a daze. Chapter 187 God Kailuan. Xianjin shrank his neck, lowered his head, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. Jiang Elbow Chi followed Xianjin's gaze, and looked at the tall and straight young man with a light face outside the door. Jiang Elbow kicked Zhou Ergu and asked in a low voice, Who is this? Very gossipy. Like a dog seeing a cat seeing a mouse, and a mouse seeing oil. He gently kicked Joe Ergu and whispered in his ear, I heard that our shopkeeper he has no engagement. Now he is in mourning. I haven't heard that he is looking for someone. Jiang Elbow waited for a long time, but did not receive a passionate response. He stared at the gentle and handsome young man outside the door and moved his feet again. Brother go. Brother go. Say something. Joe Ergu gritted his teeth. If you kick me again, you will lose all your points tomorrow. Damn it. He only has one leg intact now. This guy can still kick with a good leg. Does he want to kick him to pieces and take over as the chief? Jiang Elbow imitated Xianjin's behavior, shrinking his neck and looking like a well-behaved quail. Before Zhou Erge could exchange what he had, Xianjin spoke in a slightly dejected tone. It's so late. What are you doing here? Qin Jianfang raised the cloth bag in his hand. There is a retired minister upstream of Lanchuan Creek. I came here to ask him for advice on writing. The old man is well-read and in high spirits. So I'm a little late. And I saw the lights on in the Jishi workshop. So I came to take a look. Looking at Xianjin in shorts. Although it was late autumn, he was sweating profusely. Looking down to see the pool full of paper pulp and several 4-foot bamboo curtains, he suddenly realized and recalled the bet with Zhao Guancher. And smiled. It's true. Grandmother said that you made a bet with Zhao Guancher. If you can fish out 4 feet of rice paper, the mulberry paper workshop will follow your lead. Xianjin nodded and wiped his hands with a dry rag. Qin Jianfang took out a silk scarf from his arms. The rag pricks your hands. Use this. The elbow excitedly hit Zhou Ergu's ribs crazily. The ribs were fine, but the kidneys below the ribs were innocently affected. As a man, Zhou Ergu wanted to drown this dead elbow in the pulp tank immediately. Xianjin took the silk scarf, which was quite soft, like wiping his hands on a kitten, but he felt more anxious. It's not that I follow the lead, but a girl working in a group of men. And she is new here, so she always has to show her skills to calm the situation, so that it will be convenient to do things. Jiang Elbow thought of Aunt Joan, who ran at the front of the training team with her hair sloppily tied into a thick bun every day, and nodded vigorously like a silly chicken pecking at rice. Qin Jianfang's eyes were attracted by the moving silly chicken. Is it a newcomer in the training camp? Jiang Elbow bowed and said loudly, I am Chi Chi Chi, from Qinshui town. My father used to work for the Qin family. Because my grandfather passed away, my father returned to the village to make a coffin and repair the grave for my grandfather. Qin Jianfang also bowed with a mild temper. I am Qin Jianfang, the second son of the eldest son of the Qin family. You are Qin Erlang. Jiang Elbow seemed to be struck by something. His facial features wrinkled by the light of a scholar. He rubbed his hands hard on the hem of his clothes, bowed respectfully, and said in a strange way, I have heard of you for a long time. Zhou Ergu rolled his eyes silently and muttered softly, You speak as if you really know. Ming Ming Li. His cultural level is the same as his. Jiang Elbow clapped his hands. His facial features came alive, and he said loudly, This is wrong. Children who study in our town, before the big and small exams, do you know what to do? What? The innocent and happy muscle man Zhou Ergu was finally interested. Pray to the gods. Jiang Elbow slapped his thigh with a pop sound. First, pray to Confucius, then to Qiao Shanzhan of Qincheng Mountain Courtyard, and finally to Qin Jia Erlang and Qiao Jia Daolang, the unique products of our Xuanqing prefecture. One passed the imperial examination at the age of 18, and the other passed the imperial examination at the age of 13. The god of learning will blow a breath of fairy air to ensure that they will pass the minor exams, pass the major exams, and pass even if they don't take any exams. Xianjin lowered his head to stir the paper pulp, and finally smiled. This funny guy is really good at dealing with things. It depends on whether he is being stubborn or Aunt Joan is being stubborn. Qin Jianfang heard the familiar name and subconsciously glanced at Xianjin. Seeing that Xianjin looked natural, he breathed a sigh of relief and bowed his hands to let him go. Thank you for the compliment. Xuanqing Prefecture is full of talented people. How dare I compare myself with Confucius, Mencius, and Master Qiao? Fearing that this lively Kikiki would say something flattering that would embarrass him, Qin Jianfang quickly moved his eyes to the pulp water tank. Seeing that there were no overlapping wet flocks next to the tank, he lowered his eyes and said lightly, You haven't got any yet? Xianjin nodded sullenly. Old Manly said that making paper requires both skills and character. Before, when she was very calm, she worked with Old Lee as a partner. She had made a few good 4-foot-long pieces of rice paper with the attitude of if she can make it, she can make it. If she can't make it, no one will deduct her performance. Now, on the one hand, she is wary of the rush of time, and on the other hand, she has to bear the pressure of Chen's 3 stores and a bunch of people watching from the sidelines to see if she can do it. To be honest, before reincarnation, Xianjin was just a sickly little girl studying in an ivory tower. The greatest achievement in her previous life was that she lived for more than 20 years with severe congenital heart disease, supported by the money of her nouveau riche father and the emotions of her weak mother. In Jing County, she was more of a hobby. She had a brain, a view that was 1,000 years ahead of the times, and had peeked into the experience and secrets of her predecessors in books that had never been kept private. She relied on brute force to do it. Even if she failed, her cheap father Chen Laosan's small treasury should be able to help fill the deficit. At worst, the 2 large gold bracelets left by her mother, whom she had never met, were also hard currency. It was originally a banishment. No one expected her and Chen Fu to succeed. The emperor is far away. She can do whatever she wants. Now, Xianjin pursed her lips gently. If she fails now, there is no way out. Unlike Jing County, under the watchful eyes of the public, people with good intentions, bad intentions, and people who are watching her laugh are watching her with naked, warm and urging eyes, to see if she can smoothly take over the management of the 3 shops of the Chen family after she has deliberately taken them, and whether she can suppress different voices. She has no second chance. Once Zhao Dijing is convinced and bows his head, even if it is old Lady Chu, she will have to weigh the chips in her hand when she wants to touch her. In such a situation, it is difficult for her to keep her composure. There are still 8 days. Only 8 days. At this moment, Li Sanshun was sent to Jing County to help Chen Fu solve the problem of a batch of rice paper being stored damp. She could have asked Master Gao to go, but old Lady Chu said that Master Gao was not a clerk who signed a contract with the Chen family. So she personally assigned Li Sanshun to go. Madame Chu might also want to see how good her hard-working skills are without Li Sanshun. Xianjin nodded slightly, and in a few moments, he suppressed all his timidity and anxiety, and looked no different from the past. Yes, I haven't made any yet. But the little girl smiled slightly. But I believe that the great god Kailun will stand on the side of the believers after all. Chapter 188 Break Your Legs. God Kailun and his followers. Chen Jianfang laughed unconsciously. No matter when and where, Xianjin could always speak a refreshing tune. Seeing Chen Erlang's bright and sincere smile, Jiang Elbow tried his best to cover his lips with his upper lips, trying to hide his brilliant ant smile. He bent his elbow outwards, trying to achieve a deep physical communication with Zhou Ergu. But who would have thought that his elbow would hit nothing? Jiang Elbow turned his head, and saw that Zhou Ergu had already moved 10 meters away with a vigilant look on his face. Zhou Ergu, I feel helpless. Jean Jier's marriage is going to be sacrificed with him. He doesn't want to hurt his fragile waist again. Jiang Elbow's eyes rolled around, and he smiled and said, Speaking of Master Kailun, I can't help but think of Luhuang paper. I heard that when the first Bazhang Xian was made in Jing County, an old man with silver hair and beard suddenly appeared in the trough, leaning on an ancient wooden cane, with a pair of eyes wide open, and disappeared after a while. The guys thought it was Master Kailun who appeared. Every time he was the Prince of Lu, he would pay tribute to him with agarwood, offerings and firecrackers. This was the first time that Xianjin had heard of this. Zhou Ergu nodded and said to Xianjin, Before, in front of Lao Luzhong Xian in Xiaoqiao village, Master Sanshun specially burned incense and kowtowed to the ancestor. This, Xianjin lowered his head and stirred the paper pulp again, then raised his head and solemnly instructed Zhou Ergu, Master Go, please go to the market tomorrow to buy 2 portraits of the ancestor for me, and buy some pomegranates, peaches, etc. The ancestor may not be very fond of fruits. Right? It's like a fasting meal. And I need some more carbohydrates. Shortbread, sesame cake, chicken fried cake from Lao Tong's house in the east of the city. 50 of each. Carbohydrates, fiber, protein are also important. Cut 2 pieces of braised shank meat. Also buy some braised ribs, pork cheeks and lamb legs. Xianjin arranged an indulgent and cheating meal for the ancestor. Zhou Ergu was anxious. Wine. Bumped into Xianjin. Wine. How can an old man not like to drink? The healthy meal was suddenly hyped up as a social meal. But Zhou Ergu's words made sense. Xianjin said generously. Then bring 2 more pots of green plum wine. I hope the ancestor will eat and drink well. And bless me to open the papers smoothly. Qin Jianfang lowered his eyebrows and glanced sideways, with a smile that seeped into his eye sockets and went straight to his heart. He was not a man who could easily feel at ease. After 20 years, his father's temperament finally became open-minded under the constant warmth of his mother. But he collapsed on the eve of the good days. He was very similar to his father in his bones. Sensitive, thoughtful, emotional but a little cowardly. When his emotions became more, he was like a reservoir without a dam. When waterlogging came and floods gushed out, if he could dig channels, divert ditches, moisten the soil, and melt the water in time, he could escape unscathed. But if he failed, he would almost be drowned by the pent-up emotions. Xianjin, however, could easily make him feel relaxed. Just a few words, a few smiles, as if everything in her hands was easy, and could be properly, completely, and smoothly resolved. His father had taken him to see a kind of flower on the border of Chengdu Prefecture. It was brought from the western regions, called Zhangju, with a huge flower disc facing the sun. Xianjin was like this flower, and he was like a weed under the shade of this flower. Greedily, bloatedly, and inseparable from Xianjin's powerful vitality, replenishing his peace of mind bit by bit. Qin Jianfang put the cloth bag he had been carrying on the chest of drawers next to the sink, quietly moved a well-burned oil lamp, took out the books and ink from the cloth bag, and said to Xianjin in a gentle voice, How long will you practice? Xianjin looked at Zhou Ergu, who didn't know why he subconsciously looked at Jiang Elbow. Jiang Elbow scratched his head. We are training. I won't leave. Zhou Ergu scratched his head. I can sleep from 7 to 7. Does that mean I can sleep all night? Xianjin, what kind of teacher is this? Why doesn't he even have a dedicated class schedule? And, would it be too much to stay up all night? What if the Grandmaster wants to practice her drinking capacity in a dream? Another hour. Xianjin glanced at the clock and saw that Hope Star had taken a small stool and sat down to read a book. He hesitated and said, There is a mule cart in the yard. You can go back first and ask Lu the accountant to come and pick me up. Qin Jianfang's eyes did not leave the book. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for the mule? Xianjin, how about giving you a peace prize for protecting 4-legged animals? Workers are all working overtime. Why can't working animals 996? Xianjin was depressed. The dim paper-making shed only had 3 or 4 oil lamps hanging on the wooden beams. In order to add materials to the water tank and stir the night tank, several lamps with strong oil were prepared for lighting. Even so, because the entire shed was too big and the night wind in mid-autumn and early winter was fast and strong, the oil lamps were blown all over the place, and the light and halo were like a drunk old man trying to walk in a straight line on the road. You'll hurt your eyes if you look too closely. Xianjin raised his chin. Why don't we go to the front store, where the light is better? Qin Jianfang smiled gently and waved his hand. Why bother lighting a lamp and burning oil? It's good enough here. Xianjin wanted to say something, but Qin Jianfang simply propped his hands on the small low table, raised his head, smiled peacefully and quietly, and his voice was as smooth and clear as the spring rain. Xianjin, you're wasting your own time. Xianjin stopped arguing about the avant-garde proposition of reading in light, turned back to the sink, and simply ignored Qin Jianfang beside him. He just wiped the bamboo curtain clean and held it under the lamp to study it by himself. Zhou Ergu is a self-cultivating academic tyrant who is very strong but has 0 teaching ability. He can't do the same as old Manly to find out the problem in a straight line. Asking him for his opinion will probably result in I think you're wrong. Such comments. If you ask him what's wrong, Zhou Ergu will smile like a fool. It feels wrong. Go, it feels wrong. What's the difference between this and Party A's request, I want colorful black and depressed and affectionate white? Instead of relying on Zhou Ergu, it's better to rely on your own IQ. Xianjin unilaterally deprived Zhou Ergu of the right to participate in teaching, and he had no choice but to choose to study on his own. Qin Jianfang raised his head slightly. His eyes fell on Xianjin's thin back leaning against the pillar, and then fell on the steaming teacup beside Xianjin. Hot tea. Qin Jianfang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. He said early in the morning that drinking cold tea would hurt the spleen and liver of the little girl. Now that the weather is getting colder, she is finally willing to listen to some advice. Chi, who was standing aside, was so tired that his teeth were almost unable to cover up. He rolled his eyes and decided to change his mind and asked Zhou Ergu. Since our shopkeeper he has no engagement, then our Erlang Jun is almost 19 years old. And he has no engagement? Zhou Ergu thought seriously for a moment and answered honestly. I don't know. Chi was speechless and choked. Zhou Ergu scratched his head. I don't like Erlang. So whether he gets engaged or not, what does it have to do with me? Zhou Ergu realized after a while that Chi might be paying too much attention to Erlang. Could it be that? Zhou Ergu made a tisk sound and reminded quietly. If you like Erlang, you should hide yourself carefully. If you are caught by the old lady, I will break your legs. Chapter 189. Let's try someone else. Chi looked at Zhou Ergu in silence. Let's just say, if you ask me whether I like manager he, wouldn't that be more reasonable? Chi neither died in silence nor exploded in silence, but instead proposed another solution in a stable manner. Zhou Ergu suddenly realized, and after a moment, he waved his hand. You and Jean Jier? Even more impossible. Chi, is this person insulting him? Or is he insulting manager he? You said that Jean Jier would support 3 or 5 tender young husbands. I believe it. If you said that Jean Jier married, she would mend clothes for a man, wash clothes, and then cry around the children, gossip about the family affairs. Zhou Ergu lowered his voice, as if thinking of that picture. He shook unconsciously. I would rather she didn't get married in this life, and lived alone. It would be more comfortable than that life. The shed is big, but it is ventilated. Words come out of the mouth and go with the wind. Xianjin was thinking very seriously, and he didn't hear anything outside the window. Qin Jianfang, who was only interested in reading the books of sages, could not help but fix his eyes on the preface of plant products for a long time. Getting married? Isn't it a good thing? 2 people support each other and go through life together. How come in the mouth of this strong guy, it has become a bad thing that is hated by heaven and people, and hated by both humans and gods? If he is lucky enough to marry Xianjin, he must be diligent and motivated, not to mention the highest position of the ministers, but also to the 6 ministries, which will surely make Xianjin proud and have something to rely on. He will hand over the household, fertile land, shops, and property to Xianjin without reservation, and give all the power of raising children to their mother. He will be loyal, tenacious, and strong, and give her the greatest protection and love. Isn't this also happiness? Qin Jianfang tilted his head slightly, as if the obscure preface disturbed his mood and disrupted his thinking. Xianjin expected to study for an hour, but actually studied for 2.5 hours. And it was almost midnight. Jiang Elbow and Zhou Ergu were snoring loudly on the left and right. When Xianjin left, he was ready to wake them up, but they turned over and continued to sleep on the narrow wooden board like old dogs. Well, let them achieve the achievement of sleeping on the floor of the company. Xianjin and Qin Jianfang got on the mule cart one after the other. Qin Jianfang held the fabric tightly at his knees, thinking for a long time and just about to speak. He turned around and saw Xianjin leaning against the pillar with his head tilted, sleeping unconscious with his mouth open. Qin Jianfang slowly loosened his grip on the fabric and couldn't help laughing. It seemed that every time he made up his mind to say something, it was always impossible. In the cold tea incident, he walked in the middle of the night with the pastries to apologize, hoping to talk to Xianjin face to face. But he was greeted by a closed shop and an empty inner courtyard, just last time. His words were at his lips, but they seemed to be sealed by paste and hooked by a hook, and he couldn't speak freely. This time, he wanted to ask Xianjin how he viewed marriage. Xianjin responded with steady breathing and saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Qin Jianfang seemed to accept his fate, took out another silk scarf from his arms, and gently wiped it clean. His eyes fell on Xianjin's open lips. The girl's lips were pink, elastic, and watery. Qin Jianfang looked at her for a long time, and finally looked away with difficulty. Xianjin's words were still in his ears. If you really like her, work hard to get into Qinji, and work hard to get 2 bars to be on par with her. He is now completely vulnerable. Any decision made by the grandmother could turn this beautiful love into a cage of fear. Qin Jianfang closed his eyes and raised his head. leaning his back gently against the inner wall. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. For 2 consecutive days, Xianjin's record of not getting any good paper has not been broken. Facts have proved that feudal superstition is useless. No matter how many Kailuan ancestors are worshipped, or a full table of Manchu and Han banquets are served, it can't move him. Xianjin was very anxious. Rather than being anxious, it's more like being irritated and depressed. Chen Jianfang came to accompany him every night. But Xianjin went to training later and later, and said less and less. Chen Jianfang's companionship in the shed and the journey on the mule cart were mostly spent in silence and thinking. Xianjin felt like he was being pressed down by a big rock. And he felt powerless like Sun Wukong who couldn't escape the Five-Finger Mountain. It's not that she didn't work hard enough. It's her. Really. I don't know how to solve it. The mentality can't be reconciled. Even if her assistant is Zhou Ergu, who is experienced and skilled, it is useless. There are only 2 ways to get the paper. If you can succeed, you can do it. If not, you can wash it off and start over. Every bit of force and every angle determine whether the paper retrieval this time is effective. Xianjin was getting more and more anxious. The newcomers in the training camp did not dare to approach her. Only An Zhong came to comfort her under pressure and brought her a large cup of peach tea and 4-color cakes. Xianjin hugged An Zhong with his backhand and buried his head in the little sister's shoulder. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "It's okay. It's okay." An Zhong felt distressed. How could she be fine? Her shoulder was wet. Even if it doesn't work, can't she be a shopkeeper? An Zhong was indignant. Can every pen maker write well? Can every embroiderer make a set of clothes? You know paper. Know how to calculate. Know how to do business. Isn't that enough? Xianjin shook his head. Not enough. Blame her. Using Li Sanshun as a crutch. He thought that if he ran fast enough with the crutch, he could reach the finish line before others. Now, the crutches were taken away, and she limped on the track. Even if her posture was standard and her equipment was complete, she could not finish the race, let alone win a prize. Day 5. Night. Xianjin and Zhou Ergu were getting more and more flustered. The bamboo curtain was tilted high, and the middle curtain was about to form a bridge. Xianjin stood in front of the sink with her head down, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and the broken hair on her forehead blocked her eyes. No one saw that her eyes were filled with big tears. If crying was useful, she would cry for 4 hours every day in front of the portrait of Kailuan, punching in and out of get-off work. But crying is useless. Not only is it useless, it may even damage the acidity and alkalinity of the sink. Chen Jianfang closed the book and walked to Xianjin's side quietly. Go back first and rest for a night. Xianjin nodded gently, entering a Yuan from the small door. Xianjin lowered his head and pushed open the door of the east wing. When he lowered his head, he saw a stone hidden on the window frame not far away, and a large brown paper bag was pressed under the stone. Xianjin looked around, took the paper bag into the inner room, and quickly opened it, only to see a thin piece of letter paper with a line of words written in a flamboyant style. Change someone to match. Zhou Ergu is strong. His elbow height is 3 inches higher than yours. And the force point is different. The oily young man is slightly shorter and weaker. And his shoulder and elbow height are similar to yours. You can try him instead. Chapter 190. Rolling my eyes. Xianjin narrowed his eyes, and quickly read the list again. From the east wing, the low voices of the old woman and the little maid talking and laughing together were heard, which made Xianjin startled. He quickly hid the cowhide bag and the list under the bed sheet and looked back vigilantly. No one. Xianjin exhaled a long breath and called out loudly. Sewer! Sewer! Wang Sansua's big friend immediately poked his black, fat head out from between the flowers, holding a large paper box of sugar popcorn, stuffing his mouth full. What? Did anyone come here just now? Xianjin asked anxiously. Sewer thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Aunt Zhong came to ask if you wanted to eat tofu fruit with fish herb for dinner? I thought the smell was too strong, so I didn't want it. Xianjin didn't have time to find out why Aunt Zhong arranged such a strong-tasting midnight snack for her, so he could only purse his lips tightly and nod randomly. After Suar left, Xianjin closed the doors and windows, and even covered the paper-pasted window frames with flower pots, and then took out the cowhide bag and the list. After thinking for a while, He dragged out a half-person high camphor wood box from under the bed, took out several small boxes, and finally revealed a long and narrow wooden box. The wooden box was also locked with a small copper lock. Xianjin took out a bunch of keys from the drawer, opened the wooden box, took out a long scroll that was well rolled up, and held his breath and unfolded it bit by bit. It was the Great Business Road signed by Bao Yuan, the article that Master Qiao showed her for the first time. Xianjin knelt in front of the bed, put the list and the scroll side by side, and nervously compared the pen strokes and text. After a long time, Xianjin raised his head with a sour nose, but couldn't stop smiling. It was Qiao Hui's handwriting. The pen tip was sharp. The strokes were long. The strokes were casual. And the strokes were neat. Bao Yuan, Qiao Hui, Qiao Dekongming, Qiao Jieyuan are still alive. Even now, they are in Xuanqing Prefecture. Xianjin's eyes were tearful, and he suddenly remembered something. He put the 2 scrolls in a wooden box and put them away carefully, then turned and ran to the west wing of Yuan. 3 or 4 candles in the west wing had been extinguished, and the whole room was misty. Bao Zhu, Xiaopeng, and Wawa sat in front of the bronze mirror with wet hair, yawning sullenly. Behind her, Xiaoyan and Dian were wiping her hair with fluffy and soft scarves on the left and right. When the fat little Wawa saw Xianjin, her eyes lit up. Sister! As soon as she finished speaking, she arched her head. Her wet hair rubbed against Xianjin's coat, with a light scent of gardenia. Xianjin smiled and took the scarf from Xiaoyan's hand, indicating that they could go to rest. He pulled a stool and sat behind Bao Zhu, and carefully helped the little girl wipe her hair. Why don't you use a basin of charcoal? It's so late. Dry it next to the charcoal fire. Your hair will dry quickly, and you can sleep well. Bao Zhu raised her face comfortably and squinted her eyes. Everyone hasn't used charcoal yet. Charcoal is not a rare commodity. It was only in late October and early November that the temperature in Xuanqing Prefecture gradually turned colder. The Qin family only opened the charcoal account in mid to late November last year. In the Qiao family, who cares when the family starts using charcoal? It's just a word. Use it when you want to. Xianjin felt a little depressed and said, The Qin family is the Qin family. You are you. Your charcoal money, hair oil money, soap, even bamboo salt, fabrics, tailoring, embroidery, are not from the Qin family. Use them when you want. My sister is so poor that she only has money left. Little fatty Huahua held a large scarf to cover her face. Chi-Chi. Laughing, Xianjin continued to wipe the little girl's hair gently, his mind turning over and over, since Qiao Hui chose to fly over the eaves and walls to enter the inner courtyard of the Qin family to see his sister. It seems that he is still carrying something on his mind, and does not want to make it public. Bao Zhu can't hide it in her heart. Most likely Qiao Hui has never shown his true form in front of Bao Zhu. Xianjin really wants to tell the little girl loudly, Your brother is still alive. Living well. But Xianjin took a deep breath, looking at the little girl's hair cascading down like a waterfall. Xianjin gently and lovingly touched the top of Bao Zhu's head. Are you happy in the Qin family? Bao Zhu hugged the big scarf, looked up at the oil lamp, and answered irrelevantly, The old lady is very good to me. She often asks me to come over to eat something good, and asks about my father, my brother, my uncle, and my mother who died young. It means that she never asked Bao how she was. Xianjin was speechless and choked. Old Lady Chu was peeking through the little fat girl to see the life and class that she had always longed for but had not yet achieved. Xianjin paused, took a comb and combed the little girl's hair from head to toe. One by one, the tip of her hair was still dripping with water. Xianjin turned around and told Suor, I still have to go to the kitchen. Light a pot of charcoal. Add 2 dried gardenia flowers, and dry it out before I can sleep. Suor replied quickly. The whole room was filled with a lingering fragrance that could not be grasped, but could not be ignored. Xianjin's mood slowly calmed down with the fragrance, warmth and mechanical repetition of combing his hair. On weekdays, do what makes you happy, and don't endure what makes you uncomfortable. You are in the Qin family, and you are more beneficial than harmful to the Qin family. Although we should not be arrogant, we must remember not to feel like we are living under someone else's roof. When your brother comes back and when Master Qiao is rehabilitated, there will be great benefits for the Qin family. Xiaopeng Wawawama was stunned for a long time, and hesitantly whispered, Can they really come back? Xianjin said firmly. Yes. Why not? Don't forget what kind of people your father and brother are. Xiaopang Wawawamu grabbed the corner of Xianjin's clothes with his claws, tilted his head back, and fell on Xianjin's thighs intimately, squinting his eyes and pulling Xianjin's clothes, like a young bird returning to the nest, with a nostalgic tone. Sister and my father and brother are equally beautiful and outstanding people. The dim warm light ripples in the room. Xianjin combed Baoju's hair intermittently, and from time to time, he talked about the lanterns and moon cakes of the Mid-Autumn Festival a few days ago. The October sky of Longchuan Creek. The stones on both sides of the river were covered with wet bark drying, and some of Zhang Ma's recent cooking skills have returned. And all dishes must be added with fish hautuinia cordita, etc. Baoju was sleepy, and Xianjin tiptoed back to the room. This sleep was very good, and she didn't even turn over. The next day, Xianjin called the braised elbow by name. 777. Chi jogged forward. You are my deputy, Xianjin said directly. Chi. Ah? Zhou Ergu. Ah? Then he propped up his upper body with great grief and indignation. You really think my left leg is injured? Xianjin frowned. It has nothing to do with your left leg. The simple and happy muscle man began to roar. Then do you think I rolled my eyes at you? Xianjin, you rolled my eyes at me? We will settle this account later. Xianjin shook his head patiently. Not really. Then you must think I am illiterate. Zhou Ergu was heartbroken. In order to encourage you, I also racked my brains to write a quatrain. Chapter 191 Everything. Xianjin looked down at the 4-line doggerel still posted in front of the sink. It would be fine if you didn't mention this. But when you mention this, she will. Her desire to change people will be even stronger. Really not. Xianjin waved his hand. I just want to change someone. Try at the body size. Zhou Ergo roared to the sky, like a husky with bloodshot eyes. You. You have been disliked for not being able to read from the beginning. You can't even write. How can you be like this? I worked hard to accompany you until late at night. Sleepless. Panting. In the blink of an eye. You used a newcomer who is younger than me. Whiter than me. Fresher than me. Tell me. What do you dislike about me? Xianjin. I think you are too tall. Too strong. Too wide in range of motion. To deal with a husky, you must first transform into a husky and defeat the magic with magic. Xianjin also roared loudly. Are these reasons enough? Zhou Ergu paused, and then froze. These reasons? It seems that he can accept them very happily. Zhou Ergu couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Elbow pointed at himself in anger. Then you just like me because I am short and thin, weak and narrow in range of motion. Xianjin, if you understand it this way, it's not impossible. Zhou Ergu left with satisfaction, and Chi accompanied the boss with a look of grievance. After 2 rounds, Xianjin was surprised to find that Chi-Chi's own strength was slightly inferior to Zhou Ergu, but slightly stronger than her, so it was less likely to be unbalanced when they were paired together. Moreover, this person was good at using clever strength and had a very strong observation ability. After the first curtain was underwater, Chi would very keenly cooperate with Xianjin's angle and strength according to the current status of the paper pulp hanging on the bamboo curtain, to ensure that the paper pulp was hung and tried to be as even as possible. Xianjin was overjoyed. He turned around and poured himself a cup of cold tea. After gulping it down, he patted his cheeks hard. His confidence gradually built up. When he returned to the brick concrete trough, his heart sank inexplicably. For 4 consecutive days, Xianjin stayed in the Jishi workshop and lived in the same room with Aunt Zhong. Almost every day, he returned to his room after midnight, leaving the paper shed to the clerks to row the night trough. In the morning, he got up with the new trainees and ran along Longchuan Creek with Aunt Zhong. Xianjin thought he would be the last one, but he was firmly in the last few of the second echelon. The positive ranking would at least squeeze into the top 15. Right? Chi was really rude. Our teacher Zhong not only runs in the morning, but also at night. You, with your thin arms and thin legs, can't outrun teacher Zhong. No. You are a big shot even in the East Asian fan circle. Xianjin dragged Chi and maintained a practice time of at least 6 hours a day. During this period, the Star of Hope came twice, silently and gently accompanying Xianjin, sometimes bringing siu mai, and sometimes carrying 3 bowls of red noodle soup that was delicious and popular at the alley. Because Xianjin simply did not return to Chen's house. Chen Jian waited until curfew to return alone. Chi finally couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Chen Erlangjian, who had a high nose bridge and a straight figure under the wallpaper lamp not far away, and asked Xianjin in a low voice, "Are you going to be our boss's wife?" Xianjin looked at Kikiki expressionlessly. "I'm your boss." On the 9th day, Xianjin and Kikiki's cooperation had reached the result of 8 good papers out of 20 curtains. Zhou Ergu was invited to watch the show. Zhou Ergu crossed his arms, and his biceps protruded. After pondering for a while, he slapped his forehead and said, "I know what's wrong. When the first curtain entered the water, my movements were big, and Jean Jier's movements were small. My elbows were high, and when I immersed in the water, I had 3 inches. Even if Jean Jier immersed in the same distance as me, she would be 3 inches shorter. How can we be synchronized like this?" Xianjin, "Thank you. You are about to poop, and your anus is open." Recalling the words on Xiao Hui's paper again, he is completely from the perspective of a martial artist. Starting from the movements, looking at the rhythm of the two people's resonance. She and Zhou Ergu are too different in size. Without long-term, continuous running in, it is impossible to enter and exit the water in the same line. Xiao Hui doesn't know how to make paper at all, but he hits the key point directly. Xianjin couldn't help but sigh, very smart. Worthy of being very smart. But Xianjin narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Ergu. She was confused by the situation and could not think of other things under pressure. What's wrong with this person? How did he become a special teacher and a substitute? How did he become a private tutor? Can't he see such a simple truth? Xianjin questioned Zhou Ergu. And Zhou Ergu was confident. When we entered the Tao, the master said that we should find people with similar body shapes to fish for paper. You took the initiative to choose me. So how can I reject you? Where can you put your face? Xianjin was so angry that he wanted to continue to transform into a husky. At this time, you are very proficient in the ways of the world. On the evening of the 9th day, it was night. Xianjin still stayed in the Jishi workshop, in order to help Xianjin sleep well before the battle tomorrow. And Zhong took the initiative to go home and left an empty room for Xianjin. The sound of the gurgling water of Longchuan Creek and the weak and stubborn calls of the few remaining cicadas in early winter intertwined, making this night seem particularly quiet. Xianjin lay on his back on the bed and heard a dong sound in a daze. It was the sound of a stone hitting the window. Xianjin blinked suddenly, and he didn't even have time to put on his shoes, and immediately pushed open the opposite window. There was no one outside the window. Xianjin looked down and saw a narrow scroll on the window edge, tied with a bundle of dry grass. Xianjin leaned over to take it back, but couldn't find the scissors. With a ferocious look on his face, he used both hands to pull the dry grass apart. Xianjin unfolded the scroll bit by bit, but was stunned. From left to right, the scroll reads on learning. The way of learning is the best of all. All living beings gather the roots of the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, and then they can open their wisdom, communicate their spirits, and be quick to act. It was she who first wrote an article titled On Learning by Qiao Shancheng. It was more than 3,000 words long. Xianjin opened the book to the end and saw 5 or 6 lines of dark green comments. The writer knows the great truth. Although he is not familiar with the past and present, he has a sincere and kind heart and inherits the Taoist style of inaction. His thoughts are far ahead of others. The whole article is plain, and the writing is smooth. The measures are effective, and the opinions are feasible. The last comment was signed, Autumn of the 14th year of Baoyuan Jiaoda. Last autumn. Xianjin didn't know why he suddenly felt a sour feeling of inspiration. Teacher Qiao liked to let her comment on Xiao Hui's papers. So naturally, Xiao Hui would comment on her papers as well. This was the first time she saw Xiao Hui's comments on her. Xianjin blinked gently, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, and looked up. Naturally, there was still no one around. Xianjin turned the scroll over, and saw a narrow, short note attached to it. As long as you want, you can do it. The text, the paper, and everything else. The ink was brand new, and the strokes were wild. Chapter 192. Did I win? Xuanqing in October was just like what Xianjin remembered, only existing on TV. It was foggy and rainy, and the horsehead wall was higher than the wall of the two gables, forming a unique scenery of Huizhou with ups and downs. Standing under the trough shed visited in Jishi, Xianjin gently closed his eyes. Old Madame Chu stood at the top with a cane, looking at the people surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. The few who followed Xianjin from Jingxian all stood in the front. And even Lu Badon, who was always timid, stuck his head in. The periphery was this year, and Xianjin was recruited in a big way for training. The newcomers, now 2 have been eliminated, and there are 18 people left, all as tall and strong as Zhou Ergu, standing there like 18 mountains. Madame Chu blinked. But in the past 2 years, the entire Chen family has been replaced by her Xianjin's people. They are either her confidants, who have always followed her, or the newcomers she recruited. The old people in the Chen family have either retired, been killed, or disabled. Until now, there is only one honest Chu de Mao who is still watching the fun in the corner. What a good method. Good scheming. And good scheming. Old Madame Chu's eyes moved to the water tank where the paper pulp was floating up and down. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Looking at it optimistically. At least Xianjin left her nephew for her? Old Madame Chu coughed lightly, and everyone fell silent. The scene instantly became quiet. Since the Chen family made the first piece of Xian paper, it has been more than 57 years. The capable have always been the top, and they have never been limited by seniority, closeness, or distance. Although manager, he is the stepdaughter of my 3rd son. She started from the account office of the workshop in Jingxian County of the old house, and walked back to Xuanqing step by step. Old Madame Chu pointed her cane at Xianjin, and said in a steady voice, "When you see her, you should know who she is. As long as she has the ability, she can make a name for herself in the Chen family." Xianjin still closed her eyes, but Soer behind her pursed her lips tightly. Who? What? She made it sound like the shopkeeper of their family was a despicable person, as if he was a lowly person. Old Madame Chu put her cane back and took her eyes back. Today, shopkeeper, he took the initiative to propose that he would fish out 30 curtains in half a night, and fish out at least 15 qualified 4-foot-long paper. I will show you that the woman who became the head shopkeeper of our Chen family is also good at fishing paper. The new kid exclaimed, wow. 30 curtains. To make 15 good sheets of paper. Only half the margin for error. The new kid's eyes all looked at the thin and lanky shopkeeper who looked like a beautiful bean sprout. Her? Standing next to the shopkeeper, he was the team leader Zhong, who left nothing behind. Team leader Zhong's eyes were narrow, and the new kid lowered his head in tacit understanding. Zhao Dijin from the mulberry paper workshop had his hands behind his back, his face thoughtful. Madame Chu raised her chin. Second brother, Lao Zhao. Zhao Dijin and Chen Iri Chen Kai came out one after another. You demonstrate it first. 1 curtain of water enters the body. 2 curtains of water break the heart. What does a qualified 4-foot Xian look like? Madame Chu looked indifferent. Suer rolled his eyes silently. Who can't see the old lady's little trick? Isn't this stepping on the head of their storekeeper and making a fool of the second master Chen Kai? How many years has this second master Chen practiced? How long has their storekeeper practiced? Once Chen Iri showed his skills, storekeeper he couldn't catch up. Isn't it obvious who is better? Zhao Dijing and Chen Kai responded, standing on the left and right of the water tank, shouting in unison. Chen Kai first put the paper medicine into the water tank, picked up a stick and raked to stir the single tank, then leaned over to clean the edge of the tank, and then clean the algae. The whole set of preparations was done smoothly, which made the newcomer wow again and again, but made Chen Kai blush. When it came to scooping out the paper, Chen Kai was naturally the curtain keeper. He picked up the edge of the paper press, and the 2 of them groaned and moved very quickly. The bamboo curtain was inserted into the tank with the inside high and the outside low. After shaking it for a while, the curtain was inserted into the water in the tank with the outside high and the inside low. It was instantly scooped out. The 4 hands of the 2 people were like 2 parallel planes, neat and clean. Chen Kai lifted the curtain from the curtain bed and turned it upside down on the paper press board next to it in a sail-dropping style. The 4 corners were visibly flat, without pulp overlap, no dripping, and the paper was neatly posted. One of the newcomers came from Hengji and took the lead in clapping, followed by thunderous applause. Chen Kai retreated behind Madame Chu with a red face, clasped his hands together, and said in shame, "It's just a trifle." "A trifle." Madame Chu nodded with satisfaction, lowered her eyes to look at the note made by Chen Kai, and then said, "Of course, Our shopkeeper, he is a latecomer, so he can't do it to this level. We won't make it difficult for shopkeeper he. Shopkeeper he's wet paper note only needs to be flat, even and neat. Suor deeply hated himself for being so smart. He was gifted in reading. How good it would be if he didn't understand the metaphors in every sentence of the old lady. She was very good at playing with others. It was obviously a challenge for the shopkeeper he. But it turned into a personal talent show for Chen Kai. At the command of the old lady Chu, the night watch turned over. Xianjin suddenly opened his eyes, took a horse stance, sank his qi into his dantian, prepared the materials, and although his movements of putting the paper medicine were not as smooth as Chen Kai's, he completed it step by step. When it came to the difficult part of scooping out the paper, Xianjin and Jiang Huzi jointly inserted another paper curtain placed behind the sink into the water in the sink, scooped up a part of the pulp, and then lifted the paper curtain and gently swung it very rhythmically, making the paper curtain in a posture of inside high outside so that the excess pulp flowed out from the end of the curtain, which was called head curtain water. Completed. Based on the first curtain of water, the direction was changed, and the inside was low, and the outside was high to fill in the gaps. At this point, a piece of wet paper was completed. The first curtain of water is to make the paper basically fixed, and the second curtain of water is to fill the slurry to make the rice paper completely formed. Xianjin did not slack off. He knew that the first effort would weaken the second and exhaust the third. He held his breath and finished the 30 curtains. The paper was placed and lifted. Whether the paper was good or not, it needed to be wiped slightly, and the board squeezed the water out of the wet paper, and then it was put in the drying room to see the real test. Li Sanshun was transferred back and personally completed the drying of Xianjin's 30 sheets of paper. The paper was placed on the wall of Beilong. Li Sanshun used a pine broom to brush it upwards twice, and then moved it left and right in a shape. The wet paper dried quickly after being placed on the wall of Beilong. When it dried quickly, all the newcomers shouted wow, and awe at the same time. And there was also the sound of two frogs quack mixed in. The apprentice from Hengji pointed at the paper on the wall of Beilong. There is a picture. The apprentice squinted his eyes, trying to see more clearly. It's bamboo. There is bamboo in the paper. There is bamboo. Old Madame Chu pushed everyone aside, leaned on her cane, stood in front of the roasting dragon wall, looked closely, and distinguished it very carefully. It was real. The paper was smooth, but there seemed to be two new bamboos hidden in the interior layer, which were lifelike and ready to go. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence caused by scooping paper? Old Madame Chu quickly ordered. Masterly. You continue to bake? Li Sanshun picked up the pine broom and drew the word very quickly. 1, 2, 3, 30. All the paper curtains were formed, and the bamboos could be seen faintly on each piece of paper. Those two identical bamboos. The direction, strength, and even veins of the bamboo leaves are exactly the same. This is not a coincidence. There is a skill in this. A big skill. Mrs. Chu looked at Xianjin with a sharp gaze. Everyone, except Xianjin and Chi. Jiang elbow flatteringly bent down to register his name. Except Xianjin and Chi, this Chi. Everyone else should leave the shed, Mrs. Chu said sternly. Xianjin raised his arm. Wait. Mrs. Chu looked at her. Did I win? Xianjin asked with a smile. Mrs. Chu put both hands on the crutches, smiling. It's not a competition. How can there be a win or a loss? Since my grandmother has handed over all 3 shops in Xuanqing Prefecture to you, you are the legitimate shopkeeper he of the Chen family. Chapter 193 8 Nodules. Xianjin looked at Madame Chu calmly. How to evaluate this old lady? She is quite similar to her grandmother in her previous life. She is a little clever and dares to do something new that others have not done. But all cognition and blood relationship are prioritized. All the cleverness is limited to her cognition. She is tolerant and even supports people, things that do not touch the bottom line of her thinking. For example, when Xianjin went to Jing County as an accountant, Madame Chu agreed and supported it. Even after Chen Lao died, Xianjin took over as the shopkeeper of Jing County. This was all within the control of the old lady. Congratulations to her. She has defeated 99% of the little old ladies in the country. But, as long as, once she feels that she is about to lose control of you, she will definitely suppress you, and even hinder you in a way that both sides will suffer. In her previous life, she was in poor health, and her grandmother strongly prevented her cheap father from spending money on her study tour, surgery, and hospitalization. After seeing her being pushed out of the ICU and into a VIP single room that cost 2,800 yuan a night, the little old lady screamed in fear. Why don't you live in a 6-person room? It's a waste of money. Anyway, she won't live past 30. Therefore, compared to her own grandmother, who cursed her to not live past 30 because of just 2,800 yuan, this hind milk, who has no feelings and no blood relationship with her, cannot hurt her at all. But she is a little confused. What exactly is Mrs. Chu guarding against? Why should shareholders guard against professional managers? No matter how well professional managers do, they can't swallow up the company. Right? What's more, everything she did was born out of the Chen family, formed by the Chen family, and all the benefits and profits she made were fed back to the Chen family. She is closely related to the Chen family. Without the Chen family, there would be no her. She has no need to do anything dirty to harm the Chen family. Even for Chen Fu, she couldn't short the Chen family. But Xian Jin couldn't tell these things to old lady Chu directly, and could only watch the old lady's crazy internal consumption. People left and scattered. And in the huge shed, there was only old lady Chu with a burning gaze, Chen Kai who didn't understand what he meant, and a group of judges and Xian Jin, talking nonsense. Old lady Chu waited for people to walk further away, and then she raised her palm tremblingly, not pointing at the bamboo-carved rice paper, but with her palm facing up and her 5 fingers together, as if introducing a relative. Why is there bamboo in this paper? How is it done? Bamboo curtain? The method of scooping paper? Or the ratio of paper pulp to paper medicine? Suer noticed the technique used by Mrs. Chu and could not help but roll her eyes secretly when she pointed at her shopkeeper just now. She pointed with a cane. Mrs. Chu just finished speaking and shook her head in thought, denying herself. No. 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 It can't be a technique to scoop up paper. It can't be so precise. The ratio of paper pulp and paper medicine is also impossible. It will only affect the thickness and softness. How can there be other patterns hidden in the paper? Xian Jin and Kikiki looked at each other and tacitly decided not to answer, leaving the stage for the boss to perform solo. Mrs. Chu muttered to herself, looking around, and suddenly saw the bamboo curtain that Xian Jin and Kikiki had placed next to the sink. She took a big step with her cane and picked it up. Mrs. Chu was instantly overjoyed. As expected? As expected? Too well made. Lifelike bamboo patterns were woven on the bamboo curtain. After the pulp passed through the curtain, it was crushed, hammered, and soaked. It was like fish on a chopping board, bean paste in a mold, and dough in a cone. Whatever the external force intended to shape it into, it would try its best to grow into whatever pattern it wanted. Before this, there were only 2 types of patterns on rice paper: vertical curtain patterns and carefully woven ribs. Mrs. Chu suddenly realized, and looked at Xian Jin with an incredible but inquiring look. Xian paper has been around for more than 100 years. The patterns of Xian paper are nothing more than pure skin, special skin, raw Xian paper, cooked Xian paper, sprinkled gold, colored Xian paper, raw materials, water quality, size, shape, production process, production method, production means. Almost all have been played with. But only no one has tried to use the texture of the paper curtain to change the pattern of Xian paper. After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Chu said the name of the braised pork elbow. Is it Master Chi's idea? It can't be Xian Jin, a little girl who never leaves the house, who had never been to a workshop when she was a child. If this idea came from this girl, she would fry fish with her palms. It's true that Xian Jin didn't come up with it either. It was the old man Qianlong, who had a very exaggerated aesthetic. The old man said, "It must be bright." I'm getting off topic. The old man said, "It must be auspicious, blessed, and high-end and classy." The Ministry of Internal Affairs hid the old man in the paper. When Qianlong opened it, he immediately found that there was a man in the tribute paper. When he looked at it against the light, the faint lines actually looked a bit like his old face. This is a flattery that hit the point. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is indeed a flattering department, and it has easily completed this year's flattering KPI. The old man Qianlong was very pleased and happily named the paper Longevity Translucent Xian paper. Why did Xian Jin know? Because this paper is hidden in the Palace Museum in later generations. When Xianjin visited it, he was dazzled by the golden filigree of the late Rui and the magnificent farmhouse aesthetics exhibited next to the paper. And by the way, he also remembered the birthday star of this farmhouse friend. In this competition, after Xianjin found the trick, he was sure to pass all 30 curtains. But you can't just take a 100-point test because the paper is only worth 100 points. Encouraged by the king of the Zhongzhuan, Xianjin worked hard and used his smart little brain to think again and again about where to get the extra points. Xian paper has been around for 100 years, and there is nothing left to do. The predecessors were just born early. Not stupid. Almost everything you can think of has been implemented. Maybe because he was dragged by Fatty Huahua to worship the Earth God Temple during the day. Xianjin looked at the Earth God in the temple, and suddenly remembered the Longevity God in the Palace Museum. Then he slapped his forehead, and remembered the Qin Qianlong Longevity translucent Xian paper. If there is a painting hidden in rice paper, Xianjin's blood is boiling. His forehead is burning. His butt can't sit still. He hasn't even had a good sleep. After 3 nights of hard work, he still can't find the secret. It was Boss Shang who heard that Xianjin was preparing for a big battle, and came to see him with 2 big-faced pig heads. After asking a few questions, he frowned and said, "I'm not familiar with you papermakers, but we're printers. If we want to have a pattern, can't we just press the mold on it?" Wet paper pressing the mold? Zhou Ergu was the first to shake his head, shaking his head like a rattle. No. No! Rice paper is shaped in 2 strokes. If you press something on it, the pulp will run around, and it will be useless after baking. It will be useless. Xianjin narrowed his eyes, and looked at Boss Shang stiffly. Boss Shang felt a sense of oppression. Anyone who was stared at thoughtfully by a white bean sprout with narrowed eyes would probably not have a good sense of perception. If pressing it doesn't work, then what about shaping it from below? Xianjin's mind turned quickly. He saw a row of paper curtains placed next to the sink, nodded thoughtfully, and muttered to himself. Bamboo curtains can be woven into different patterns. Paper pulp is liquid and becomes solid after drying. Just like baking bread. The bread will look like the mold. Under the shed, Kikiki spoke loudly and joyfully, finally breaking the unbearable silence. Such a good idea. Naturally it was our shopkeeper who came up with it. Xianjin, who was named, was not surprised by the honor or disgrace. And his mind was full of bread. Speaking of which, I really want to eat bread. Mrs. Chu glanced at Kikiki. There is no need to flatter the shopkeeper. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. What you think is right. This is a great contribution. Your shopkeeper he has been rewarded beyond measure. But you are a rookie, and you really need some recognition from the master. Kikiki's eyes rolled around, and her smile combined flattery and sincerity. Of course it is this truth. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. Black cannot be white, and white cannot be black. It is the idea of he. And no matter how much others say, it is useless. Mrs. Chu finally saw her eyes on Xianjin, with a complicated expression. Mrs. Chu has been in the rice paper business all her life. She clearly knows what this attempt means. It means that they have too much to do. She is already 62 years old. She has been living in a daze for 60 years. Although the Qin family's business is not bad, it has never been the best. If there is a chance to make it the best in Xuanqing Prefecture, it will be of great benefit to Erlang's imperial examination. But how to do it? Mrs. Chu turned her attention to Xianjin. More than 10 years ago, Chen Ji also had a shocking innovation. Zhao Dijing brought colored Xian paper, pink paper, orange paper, black paper, and black paper to Chen Ji. It was popular in Xuanqing Prefecture for a while, and even spread to Nanzili. There was a saying that a piece of peach red and pink cheek paper, a red wall and a gold ingot. It was so popular, but few people knew that the colored Xian paper was made by the Qin family. Zhao Dijing was the first to make the color brocade of the Qin family, and he made about the money at the end of the month. Then several color brocade companies emerged in the whole Xuanqing Prefecture, with more colors, lower prices, and larger volumes. The Qin family had no choice but to reduce prices to deal with it. For a while, the color brocade of the Qin family became the color brocade of Xuanqing. The Qin family worked in vain. This time, what should be done to spread this thing and keep the existing advantages of the Qin family? Madame Chu's eyes were circling around Xianjin. She couldn't speak. She couldn't speak and bowed her head to ask for help from this young girl. Although she didn't know what this girl could come up with, She just knew inexplicably that this girl could do it. Old Madame Chu glanced down and glanced at her second son Chen Kai. Chen Kai was stared at for no apparent reason. He looked around in fear, not really understanding whether his mother wanted him to steal chickens or touch dogs. Old Madame Chu cast another glance. Chen Kai became even more fearful. He shrank back and immediately admitted his mistake. Mother, you stared at me, but I couldn't think of such a novel method. Xian Jin is smart, and the one who came up with it is also from our Chen family. Isn't it? Old Madame Chu was so angry that she had a myocardial infarction. Of course she knew that this idiot couldn't come up with such a golden idea. She wanted this idiot to help Xian Jin and ask him how he planned to sell the paper later. If this idiot didn't go to the staking, did she have to go? Old Madame Chu glanced at him for the third time. Chen Kai knelt down with a thump sound, and knelt very neatly, crying and swearing to the sky. In the future, my son will definitely study hard. Come up with a better idea to make paper. Mother, please don't be angry. Old Madame Chu closed her eyes, and she almost felt the nodule on her left chest caused by anger. Get up. Old Madame Chu opened her eyes and said sternly, paused, and relaxed for a long time, and finally looked at Xian Jin with a calm expression. Since it is your idea, how to do it next? Do you have any plan? Xian Jin nodded calmly and said concisely, yes. Mrs. Chu nodded and waited for the next words. After a long time, there was nothing but awkward silence. You have? Then what? How to do it? You have to speak up. Mrs. Chu came to the Jishi workshop and counted them when she returned home. She found that she had 8 nodules on her chest. Chapter 194 Familiar Umbrella. Old Madame Chu asked again. And Xian Jin remained silent again. Old Madame Chu asked urgently. And Xian Jin turned her head to look at the sky outside the window. If she didn't really have this skill, she would even want to whistle twice. Old Madame Chu was so angry that her back teeth itched, as early as the beginning, when this girl tilted her neck and glared at people in the ancestral hall of the old house. She should have discovered that this girl was disobedient. Old Madame Chu had no tricks, and she said a few words in extreme frustration. Since you came up with this thing, then you can do it yourself. If you want to withdraw money, take the certificate to find your second uncle. If you want to hire someone. Madame Chu recalled the circle of white muscles, and then looked at the back of Xian Jin, whose hair revealed cunning energy, and then sneered. If you need someone, don't bother anyone. You have prepared yourself very well. Xian Jin frowned modestly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not praising you. Madame Chu took a deep breath. When doing things, you don't need to look ahead and behind. And don't be indecisive. But you must always put the Chen family first. Don't pursue small profits and lose the big things. And don't ruin your reputation for personal gain. Our Chen family is not only a merchant, but also a student who is going to take the imperial examination. Think about everything from Erlang's perspective. You have to make money, but you have to have a good reputation. Old Lady Chu was afraid that Xian Jin would resort to unscrupulous means to make money. So she emphasized, the most important thing is not to make enemies with the government. Xian Jin hum, like singing a lullaby. Old Lady Chu was furious when she saw her like this. And she got even angrier when she saw her second son Chen Kai timidly following behind her. You? Old Lady Chu called out the name. Chen Kai lowered his head and took a step forward resignedly, which was considered an answer. You lead Xian Jin to do a good job. Mrs. Chu spoke in a tough tone, revealing a hint of strength that if Xian Jin dared to say no, she would stop the project even if she didn't want the paper for the painting. To her surprise, Xian Jin nodded without hesitation. I also need the help of my second uncle. Chen Kai's expression was horrified. There was always a sense of two heroes fighting each other and sacrificing cannon fodder. Mrs. Chu breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at Xian Jin twice, wanting to say a few harsh words. But she was very afraid that these harsh words would come true. Facing Xian Jin, she had a little more fear for no reason. When the mouse escapes from the cat's five-finger mountain, what will the cat do? Will it bite the mouse to death? Or wait and see how far the mouse can run? Of course it is the latter. If it bites it to death, how can there be fun in hunting? Mrs. Chu convinced herself with this reason in a very ocu way. When she looked at Xian Jin, who was lowering his eyebrows and looking very docile, she felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Who is the mouse? Or the cat? Mrs. Chu shook her head secretly. She had eaten more salt in her life then this girl had eaten rice. Even if the wheel of heaven was blind, she could not be the mouse because she was an elder. After a moment of hesitation, Madame Chu finally walked out with a sullen face and threw away her sleeves. In late autumn, Xuanqing was foggy and rainy. It was sunny when she came and rainy when she left. As soon as Madame Chu left the Jishi workshop, she was hit by the crackling raindrops and was dizzy. What a rude thing. Madame Chu raised her head and cursed the sky fiercely. Aunt Chu hurriedly helped the old lady over, repeatedly apologizing to the sky, and then scolded. You are so angry. You can't curse. Bah, 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 she advised earnestly. Why do you have to be so angry with her? Didn't you spend a lot of effort to check her accounts? Compared with the 6th master and the 5th master, the account books were cleaner and there was more money in the accounts. Right? She is down to earth and helps the Chen family. What's wrong with that? Old Lady Chu hit her cane hard. She is disobedient. No matter how bad the 5th and 6th masters are. When have they ever glared at me? Their sister-in-law? Look at her. She negotiated with me for the 3rd master, and spoke coldly to me. When has she ever had a good face? Second Aunt Chu shrugged. Old 6 and old 5 are respectful to you, but they are secretly digging into the Chen family's wealth. Jean Jier didn't kowtow, but her account was clean. This is hard to judge. Old Lady Chu stood in the corridor with her cane on the ground, watching the rain pouring down, waiting for the little girl to return to get an umbrella, and sighed. And the marriage with Manger. If it can be done, it would be great. But now the two of them are in the south and the north. And Manger even got engaged in a hurry and hid in another town. What does this prove? Second Aunt Chu nodded. She knows the answer to this question, which proves that Manger and Jean Jier don't get along. Who knew that Old Lady Chu gave her an answer that jumped out of the 5 elements? Doesn't it prove that this girl has no fate with the Chen family? Second Aunt Chu felt that Old Lady Chu's love and hatred for Xianjin was very extraordinary. At the beginning, the two were far apart, communicating through letters, and seeing each other at most once every 6 months. But they complimented each other, and the host was happy, and the guest was respectful. As soon as Xianjin returned to Xuanqing, he put down a few signs and rejected the old lady several times in a row. The old lady had some prejudices. This time, when she heard that Xianjin was going to compete in paper fishing, she even deliberately transferred Li Sanshun away, leaving only Zhou Erge for her to make up the number. Today, the two of them arrived at the top of the mountain without getting along. The old lady of their family has never suffered such a humiliation in the past 10 years. Who dares to turn his neck to look at the birds outside the window when the old lady is talking? Aunt Chu advised timidly. Whether it is fate or not, it is still in the Chen family. The little girl is ignorant. Since her mother died, she seems to have opened her mind and is taking the Chen family's business to climb sesame poles. You say, why do you care about her so easily? She is not angry. But you are angry yourself to death. It can't be said to be half dead. Old ladies are getting old, and they care a lot about whether they live or die. Second Aunt Chu immediately changed her words. You are so angry that you can't even eat. Why bother? Old Lady Chu just felt aggrieved. She couldn't express this aggrieved feeling. If she didn't use this girl, she would be faced with the dilemma of having no one to use. Didn't she know that Chen Kai was not good enough? Didn't she know that Chu De Mao was not good enough? Didn't she know that the old people in the lantern workshop had limited qualifications, and they would only be able to do this level if they continued to work hard? If she doesn't push these people up, what else can she do? One is the only son who can take over the family business. One is the nephew she has always loved from her mother's side. And there is also the old man who has followed the Chen family to conquer the world for more than 20 years. If these are changed, the Chen family will no longer be the Chen family. Old Madame Chu sighed to the sky, as if talking to herself. Now we can only rely on Erlang to break the situation. Second Aunt Chu nodded in agreement. Yes. 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 When Erlang passes the imperial examination on a certain day, even if the Chen family doesn't want this business, you will still be the old lord with 5 pillars on the porch. The 5 pillars on the front door mean that the family has produced a frontier official, bringing honor to the family. While persuading, Aunt Chu Er looked at the sky blue wallpaper umbrella behind the corridor between the doors, with a straight and spreading Clydia carved on the umbrella handle. Aunt Chu Er scratched the back of her head and thought seriously, feeling that her brain was about to grow out. What a familiar pattern. Chapter 195 Convex Structure. The owner of the umbrella is now in the Jishi workshop. Qin Jianfang subconsciously avoided the traces of Mrs. Chu and went out from the back of the water tank shed. When he looked up, he saw 7 or 8 old friends from Jing County surrounding Xianjin, laughing and talking. Aunt Zhong ruffled Xianjin's hair like a messy chicken coop. Zhou Ergu screamed, and the Zheng brothers, the first and the second, tried to lift Xianjin up from the left and the right. Yes, literally lifted up. Xianjin was lifted halfway and stopped in midair. Zheng Er made a sharp noise. Come down! Come down! The shopkeeper looks thin, but he is actually fleshy. I can't lift him. Then he was hit by the dark-skinned fat girl Sur. You can't lift the shopkeeper. Please find your own reasons. It has nothing to do with the shopkeeper. Qin Jianfang leaned against the brick wall outside the shed lightly, with a smile on his lips, and his eyes were fixed on the face of the girl in the center of the crowd. Eyebrows like the indigo of distant mountains. Narrow and upturned eyes filled with a sincere and clear smile. Fair and delicate skin. Delicate jaw. Thin upper lip. But the lower lip is full of cherry-like mellow pink. Among the group of people who treated her sincerely, she was like a tall, straight, beautiful Clivia. His favorite Clivia. So beautiful. Qin Jianfang gently put down the basket in his hand and quietly turned away. After cheering, Zhou Ergu's eyes were sharp. There is a basket next to the shed. Jiang Elbow Kikiki trotted forward, picked it up with both hands, and showed it to Xianjin. The basket was covered with a layer of wet plain gauze. Xianjin gently lifted the gauze, and inside was a pot of Clivia standing alone with yellow stamens and white petals. This pot of flowers must have been well taken care of. Each narrow and curled leaf is as smooth as wax. 3 or 4 orchids bloom intricately among the grass leaves, like snow in the forest and clouds in the sky. Kikiki slapped Zhou Ergu's left leg excitedly. Ah, who sent it? Who sent it? Who sent it? It was like singing a folk song, and the last 3 words were even broken. Zhou Ergu even responded across the mountain. Ah, why are you slapping my left leg again? The singing voice was shrill, expressing the despair of the cripple. And Zhong laughed like a pig in Xianjin's ear. Xianjin gently reached out and touched the orchid in front of him. His fingertips were warm and fragrant, and he turned his head and said to Sur, You have to remind me to water it every day. Sur smiled and replied yes. Xianjin won. Zhao Dijing was convinced and handed over the keys to the mulberry paper workshop, the account book, the warehouse list, the name of the farmer who purchased the raw materials, and the bank deposit slip to Xianjin in a large wooden box. Keep your word and accept the loss. You will surely grow up here. I am also old, and this is a good opportunity to return home with glory and live a comfortable life with my old wife for a few years. Xianjin pushed the wooden box back and said calmly, You are still in charge. I trust you. Manager Zhao is a rare honest person in Shinji. Anyone who has worked for 20 years will go crazy if he is controlled by a 17 or 18-year-old girl who suddenly fell from the sky overnight. Xianjin took out a contract from his arms and pushed it in front of Manager Zhao. Take a look. It is exactly the same contract as Manager Dong and Master Sanshun. 3 bars. 8 days off per month. Flexible working system. Children and grandchildren can go to the official school for free. If you pass the examination, the master of the Jiren will come to teach you every month. You will get a bonus at the end of the year. You will eat grains. And if you have a minor illness, the store will pay 80% of the medical treatment costs. And you will pay 20% yourself. And Zhong stood behind Xianjin, looking at the contract, and wanted to drool. The remaining dignity stopped her in time. Manager Zhao was stunned and read the contract at a glance. No. Let's just say, Lao Dong and Lao Li. Do they usually eat so well? Xianjin continued to take out the soft brush, and his voice was very calm. I will take over the mulberry paper workshop, and you will continue to be the manager. You and Manager Dong will be in charge in the south and the north. What else can I worry about? Xianjin smiled again, and tried to comfort him earnestly. You have devoted yourself to managing this store for so many years, and you have poured all your energy into it. Don't worry. Even if I have some small ideas, I will only make some small changes. Manager Zhao took the pen blankly, and signed his name with a swish swish. After signing, he asked, What small changes do you want to make? Xianjin stood up neatly, put the contract close to his body, and then said, First, we need to change the name of the store. Second, the decoration of the store also needs to be changed. Third, the types of rice paper sold in our store also need to be adjusted. Manager Zhao was a little confused. Small changes? This is a small change? Whose small changes? Even the name of the shop has to be changed. Manager Zhao wanted to speak, but he opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. The soft brush stained with ink was still in his hand. The ancients were right. Xianjin did what he said. In the afternoon of the same day, he organized people to cover the mulberry paper workshop with oilcloth from the beginning. The original construction team of Jishi Workshop entered the mulberry paper workshop on the spot to knock and build. The 11 employees of the mulberry paper workshop, including manager Zhao, were all packed up and temporarily settled in the Jishi workshop. The 18 new students were taken back to Jing County by Aunt Joan to carry out education on recalling the bitter past and thinking about the sweet past. Most of the 18 students were apprentices from Hengji and Baiji, so they had to be on guard against others. Xianjin wanted to make a splash with his silk engraved and painted rice paper, so he naturally had to nip all risks of leaks in the bud. Li Sanshun smoked a water pipe seriously, squinting at the 2 rows of brand new houses next to the Jishi workshop shed and the 7 or 8 big pots set up in the kitchen, and sighed deeply. Jin Jier, tell me honestly, masterly, which of the Chen family shops should do what? Did you know it all along? Xianjin smiled but didn't answer. One move brings the whole game to life. Business starts with goods, then people, and finally resources. Whoever grabs more resources wins. Chen Ji started his business decades ago, and first made a small fortune in Jing County. Old Lady Chu fought a desperate battle, and took Chen Ji out of Jing County, and opened a branch in Xuanqing Prefecture. She made money, but the 3 shops were managed by each of them. There were overlaps and complements in the business, and the sources of raw materials were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own magical powers. The 3 shops were all surnamed Chen, but they fought alone and could not form a joint force. In the bad market period, the other 2 shops relied on the mulberry paper workshop for blood supply to survive. This kind of store opening model is the lame model. The one with longer legs walks thousands of miles, while the one with shorter legs enjoys the good life in the air. It is very unbalanced. After a long time, won't it become the same situation as before? The Jishi workshop lags behind. The Dengxian workshop is mediocre, and the mulberry paper workshop moves forward with heavy burdens. Doing business with the convex character structure will sooner or later collapse. 3 shops can obviously capture all paper industries and cover all the classes that use paper. It is not a dream for the Chen family to achieve the monopoly of Xian paper in Xuanqing Prefecture alone. Xianjin naturally won't tell Li Sanshun about these plans in detail, so let the old man have a good smoke of water pipe. She only let Master Li take Zhou Ergu and manager Zhao take Zhengde to work overtime in the Jishi workshop to make engraved and clipped Xian paper. The 2 teams occupied 4 water tanks and moved forward in parallel. Chapter 196 Punishment and Summons. 1 month flies by without noticing. The 2 workshops in the east of Qinji were closed for a whole month. Even the mulberry paper workshop, which had always been very effective, was covered with a large piece of oil paper. Only clang could be heard from inside. For a time, rumors were flying all over Xuanqing Prefecture. Some said that Qinji had a prodigal who did all kinds of evil in Jingxian. He gambled for 3 days and 3 nights and lost all the family property. Now his mother could only pay off the debts with assets. Qin Fu, you might as well just give me your household registration number. Thank you. Some said that the Qin family got a secret book of papermaking and is now practicing in seclusion. When the time comes, a peerless treasure that will blind everyone's eyes will appear. Then they will crush Hengji with 1 foot and kill Baiji with 2 fists. Sweep across all the peaks, and become the bravest store in Xuanqing Prefecture. The first half of this story is a martial arts style, and the second half is a style of conferring gods. The style is disordered, and Xianjin said he would not comment. Others are very theoretical and practical, saying that the Qin family is preparing to sell the ancestral property, half of which will be given to the eldest son of the eldest son to go to the capital to become a disciple, and the other half will be used to ask the eldest son of the eldest son to marry the daughter of a 4th-rank official in the capital in order to get good help from his father-in-law. Regarding this rumor, Madame Chu said that except for the part about selling the ancestral property, she was very satisfied with the rest. At the same time, she wanted to ask deeply, Where did the daughter of a fourth-rank official in Beijing come from? I will give him some more money. Please help me introduce one. The whole November was spent in the confusion of rumors. During this period, Xianjin unexpectedly received a letter from the domineering source from the Xiong mansion of Shuangqing Prefecture. Xiong Yu invited Xiao Baohu and Xianjin to the mansion to appreciate plum blossoms. After receiving this letter, Madame Chu almost cried with joy. Hugged Baohu and said, "Darling. Bao. Dear." Yelling in disarray. She knew very well that the Qin family was able to get this post because of Xiao Baohu. Madame Chu took out 100 taels of silver from her private vault and gave it to Xiao Baohu to buy some jewelry. She also specifically told Xianjin, "Dress brightly. Although you are still in mourning. It has been 2 years. Even if you can't wear red or green, at least wear something other than brown, gray, and indigo." Therefore, when Xianjin appeared in front of Madame Chu in a shit yellow outfit, the little old lady felt like she saw the mud deep in the forest, with a sense of joy and fragrance. In short, it was a bit earthy. The little old lady hesitated. "Your mother has never taught you how to dress? This shouldn't be the case. He Ainyang has a slender waist, and her dark patterned silver skirt makes the main wife's son look like a refugee." Xianjin looked down at the cuffs in confusion. "I think it's quite bright. Wait, when we come back from Xiong's house, we don't need to change clothes when we go uphill to spread hay. Just roll up our sleeves and blend in with the hay all over the mountains, which saves a lot of time." Old Lady Chu pursed her lips and glanced at the clock. She could only focus on checking Xiao Baohu. Seeing the light crimson skirt and pink and red gold jewelry that Xiao Bao wore, she nodded with satisfaction. This is right. This shows that the Qin family never mistreats the Qiao family's girls. Even if the mentor is guilty, the Qin family is trying their best to take care of the mentor's young daughter. Wait, the daughter of a fourth-rank official in Beijing? If Erlang marries the girl from the Qiao family. Old Madame Chu looked at Xiao Baohu again. The girl was fair and solid, but her eyes did not show any intelligence. It was said that she was not smart and not good at speaking. If her father was still alive, it would be a good marriage for the Qin family. Now that the Qiao family has fallen, this girl can maintain a good reputation. If she is really married, it would be a waste of Erlang's face. Go. Old Madame Chu retracted her gaze, avoiding the pile of shit yellow eyes. Xianjin Zhao. Take a look at Baozu. Baozu has more fun. As soon as they got on the mule cart, Baozu and Huahua leaned against Xianjin and pouted. Sister wants to have fun too. You've been working hard for a month. Baozu is grown up, so why would she need any care? Xianjin rubbed Huahua's little head. You just let her words go in one ear and out the other. There's no need to delve into it. Huahua nodded with a pout. Xianjin looked at Baozu softly. Xianjin and Baozu arrived very early, and Xiong Yu met them at the door. When she saw Xianjin, she tiptoed with a happy expression and waved to Xianjin. Is this Jiao's sister? Baozu blushed and called out. Sister Yu. Xiong Yu's eyes were smiling like crescent moons, and she handed over a beautifully decorated brocade bag. I've heard of your name for a long time. My uncle and your father are of the same year, and the same examiner is the Minister of Personnel Su Maoyuan. We are not in the same year, but we are in the same school. When talking about your father, my uncle always calls him junior brother. Baozu glanced at Xianjin. Xianjin took the brocade bag and said with a smile, What's the point of saying we are in the same year in the same school? It's better to give us a pot of sweet tea. Xiong Yu nodded with a smile, speaking in a gentle voice. Yes. 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 How could there be no? He led the two into the courtyard, took out a 4-color box to fill Baozu's stomach, and whispered to Xianjin when no one was around. I heard that the Qin family had robbed several stores, and my uncle asked me about it. Is there something wrong? Xianjin held a teacup in his hand. Xiong Yu knew that she didn't like hot tea, so she specially prepared a cold tea made of orange peel, rock sugar, hawthorn, and dried berries to entertain her. Nothing else. Just closed the door and made paper. Xianjin smiled and asked in a low voice, Are there any news about Shan Ongqiao? Xiong Yu shook her head. I haven't heard from my uncle. After a while, she said again, It was my idea to invite you, but it was my uncle's idea to invite Miss Qiao. I secretly think that the Qiao family's affairs will soon be clear. Xianjin guessed this. If the Qiao family's affairs are still unclear, even if Xiong Shifu is a person of psychology, Even if he sympathizes with the Qiao family's misfortune, he will not take the initiative to send a letter to Baozhu. In the whole year before this, Xuanqing Prefecture did not ask Baozhu about her recent situation. What about your marriage? Xianjin lowered his voice. Isn't it said that when a girl is getting married, she will invite her favorite girl to her home for tea and chat? Is this the purpose of today's plum blossom banquet? Xiong Yu smiled and said generously, It's settled. It was settled last month. And it's still the Cui family. Didn't Magistrate Xiong say that he would only marry his daughter if Lord Cui became the magistrate? Xianjin was surprised. He had never heard his chief father, who wrote a letter every month, talk about this. Xiong Yu's expression did not change. She smiled and poured tea for Xianjin. The appointment and dismissal order also came down last month. Lord Cui got what he wanted and finally entered the sequence of 7th-rank officials. Xianjin said, Oh? Xiong Yu said. Speaking of this matter, it is quite complicated. In the middle of spring this year, my uncle has received the appointment letter of the new magistrate of Jing County, and he is just waiting for the person to arrive. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't arrive, but received the document of revoking the appointment, and then received the appointment and dismissal decree of Lord Cui again. It is a coincidence that the appointment decree of Lord Cui was issued together with the decree of exile and punishment issued by the prefect of Anyang Prefecture next door. Chapter 197 Easily Giveaway. Xiong Yu's information channels are more flexible than those of many low-level officials. Moreover, Governor Xiong has never hesitated to let his only niece and his 2 sons sit together to listen to new policies, or read a recently widely circulated article. No matter what it is, whether it is political discussion, UFO, or poetry. I even read a new article written by Xiaofu Ai Rong a few months ago. This author who suddenly appeared has a brilliant pen. He writes about wind, flowers, and moon, as well as meat pies, mutton soup, and green onion shreds. He is a good writer, with a varied style and mature brushstrokes. Therefore, when Xiong Yu talked about these things with Xianjin, her expression was natural, and her eyebrows were calm. She didn't think there was anything wrong. It was just like other girls in the boudoir chatting with handkerchiefs about rouge, clothes, and the nonsense about the thorns in their eyes. Xianjin listened with his head down, and was stunned after listening. He always felt that something was wrong. The prefect of Anyang Prefecture was suddenly questioned. The prefect of Anyang Prefecture did have countless crimes. Wasn't the gang of bandits raised by him? Did someone file a complaint with the emperor? This person is really about Qitian, who is perceptive, understands the people's feelings, and understands the people's opinions. If the affairs of the officialdom were not so far away, Xianjin would even like to offer this Lord Bao a cup of cold tea. Can you explain the punishment? Xianjin asked in a low voice. Xiong Yu shook his head. This imperial edict came inexplicably, and it did not clearly state why the punishment was imposed. But the punishment was extremely severe. Prefect Su and the men in the prefecture were exiled 3,000 miles to southern Fujian, and all their property was confiscated into the official treasury. The Tompan and Shuejing in the prefectural yamen were all dismissed from their posts. The only thing was that the women and children in the family escaped, and they were just removed from the list and returned to their hometown. Xianjin scratched his head and listened to Xiong Yu. But I heard that a large number of people in the capital were suddenly replaced. The first to be affected was the prefect of Yingtian Prefecture, who was demoted to Fengyang as a county magistrate. The 2 schools of mind and reason. Either the east wind suppresses the west wind, or the west wind suppresses the east wind. Now the current situation is that the school of mind counterattacks, and the school of reason retreats. In this way, it will be soon for Master Qiao to see the light of day. Xianjin thought of the paper under the windowsill that night, and opened his mouth to ask, but was interrupted by the red orioles and green willows, who came in one after another in 2s and 3s. Xiong Yu smiled apologetically at Xianjin. Xianjin waved his hand nonchalantly. You are the host. You should treat them properly. Soon, there were more than 10 neatly dressed young girls sitting around the flower room. Some with long hair. Some of them were married, and most of them were between 14 and 15 years old. 1 or 2 of them, who knew Baozhu, came over to talk to Hua Hua. Xianjin looked at the 2 girls with clear and kind eyes, and helped Baozhu straighten her clothes, and whispered encouragingly, Go, chat with old acquaintances. Have fun. As soon as Baozhu left, Xianjin completely changed. To be honest, Xian was very unfamiliar with this kind of occasion. In her previous life, she was bedridden. She couldn't go to crowded places. Nor did she want to go. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't it cause trouble for the host family? In this life, she started to attract wealth as soon as she came here. The Qin family didn't have so many girls to hone their relationship with her. In Jing County, there were two sisters on the left and right who could be called close friends. But they were not close friends at all. Now that she has come to Xuanqing, Xiong Yu is one of them. But she is not an ordinary close friend. Right? These days, which girl starts talking about who is demoted and who is promoted as soon as they meet? And Zhong and Suor in the store also have strange brain circuits. One is a bookworm, and the other loves to read. They basically never gossip with each other. As for Bao Zhu, Xian raised her as a daughter. In summary, Xian really didn't know how to start a conversation with the little girl normally and naturally. In order to ease the embarrassment, Xian held a tea and admired the plum blossom seriously and carefully, adhering to the principle of getting closer to appreciate more comprehensively and specifically. Xian's big face was about to get close to the plum blossoms. To appreciate plum blossoms is to appreciate their aura, shape, taste, and color. A sweet but slightly arrogant voice appeared beside him. Xian looked up and saw a pretty girl with a pretty mouth wearing a brand new gold-plated satin jacket and 6 pleated skirts standing behind her with a slanting look. Behind her were 2 girls who were not as good-looking and dressed as her. They looked like a bullying group. If you look so close, the foul air you exhale will stain the fairy in the snow. The girl in the gold-plated satin jacket looked at Xian up and down with a slanting look. I thought you were a maid in my sister's house. But I think the maids in the prefectural government don't wear this yellowish-gray color. Who are you? Tell me your name. Xian scratched his head, raised his head, and drank the cold tea. Suddenly, as if he saw something, his face lit up, and he tiptoed to greet him warmly. You are here? Come over here. Gold-stamped satin jacket turned around reflexively to look. There was no one behind him. Gold-stamped satin jacket frowned and turned back. But Xian was no longer there. Where is he? Satin jacket was so angry that his eyes were straight. And he was stunned. Why is this person like this? Be serious. This is a house fight. How can you run away when you can't win the argument? What kind of person is this? Shouldn't he find out that she is a weak girl who only knows how to stir up trouble, but is not good at speaking after 2 or 3 rounds of verbal battles with her? Xian, who ran away, found another corner to drink tea, and looked at the whole scene with his eyes, thinking in his heart, are all the famous girls in Xuanqing Prefecture here? 20 girls, bringing 20 kinds of fragrance. Fragrances from all over the world mixed together. Xian was like a guide dog in a subway station, not knowing what to do with his nose. When all the people were present, they went to the outer hall under the guidance of Xiong Yu. Passing through the U-shaped corridor, the plum blossoms on the 4 banks appeared in front of everyone, like a slowly unfolding scroll. The banquet was also held here, with 2 people per table. The open corridor was covered with thick oil paper cloth to isolate the cold wind of early winter. Silver charcoal without smoke was lit in front of each table. The dishes and soups were served one after another, and the aroma came with the hot charcoal fire. In general, this was a high-level banquet that Xian had never attended before. Well, it can also be understood as an ancient bachelorette party. The girls drank fruit wine, and after 3 rounds of wine, they began to give gifts. Mostly gold and silver jewelry. Coral headpieces. The gilded satin jacket looked at Xian, who was eating at the bottom left, and curled her lips. She just found out that this is the girl of the Qin family. A paper seller in the city. No. A burden girl. Born by a woman and raised by a woman. I don't know how she managed things. And even got involved with the Qiao family in Qincheng Mountain Courtyard. So she has a place today. I hate this little girl the most. What's more, he's a burden. What's more, this burden just played with her. The gold-plated satin jacket touched the gap when everyone was silent and called Xian loudly. I heard that the Qin family has changed the shopkeeper. It's a little girl. And she's here today? Xian was still chewing vegetables and looked up blankly. What did she give? The gold-plated satin jacket covered her mouth and laughed. Could it be that she gave her mother, who married a second time as a concubine, the experience of how to seduce a man? Xian put down his chopsticks and frowned. The smile on Xiong Yu's face paused. Precious. Don't. Don't talk nonsense. Xianjin frowned. How can such a treasure book be given away easily? Chapter 198, Entrance Wooden Sign. Xiong Yu had a mouthful of sweet osmanthus wine stuck in her throat. What treasure book? Is there really such a thing in this world? The gilded satin jacket named Baowan was stunned, and then turned to Xiong Yu for help. Yes. Has the trick of the house fight been updated? Why is she a little bit unable to catch it? Just when Xiong Yu was thinking about how to get out of the siege, Xianjin took the lead and smiled at the gilded satin jacket Baowan. Give the treasure book to me next time. Together with the skills. I really didn't bring it today. Don't worry. I can't eat a hot man in a hurry. All the sisters covered their mouths and laughed. Bojuan's face instantly turned red. No. I didn't. I don't want a man. Don't want a man? Xianjin was surprised and turned to ask Xiong Yu. This sister. Did she become a nun? I remember that our Wanhua temple doesn't accept nuns. Or did she comb her hair by herself? Xianjin's main performance was exaggerated, with his facial features flying around. And he was very surprised. Could it be that this sister has a lot of ideas and wants to be gay? Baowan was about to cry. What do you mean by becoming a nun? What a gay! Her family is arranging a marriage for her with a rich husband. Don't let her foul mouth ruin the marriage at this critical moment. Baowan looked at her cousin crying. Big sister. Xiong Yu smiled at her little cousin's helpless and pleading eyes. It's no use calling me big sister. Your sister, he is asking you a question. After leaving the girl who asked for trouble alone, Xiong Yu finally spoke to smooth things over. I saw my aunt last month. But I didn't hear about her becoming a nun? Smiling, he asked Baowan seriously. Or did you awaken your Buddha nature in just this month? The other young ladies laughed even happier. Happiness was theirs. Baowan had nothing. And Baowan cried even harder. Xianjin happily took the ladder handed over by Xiong Yu, and said with a smile, We don't have the good things that Baowan's sister wants. Today, the Chen family was favored by Sister Yu, and got to meet you sisters, and brought some good things. Xianjin paused, giving everyone time to react. If you sisters don't mind, and Sister Yu also allows me to open it, I don't mind asking you sisters to review and correct it. Xiong Yu made an invitation. Xianjin took a 4-arm-long green silk brocade wooden box from sewer, opened the copper lock lightly, and took out a small scroll framed with light pink satin from it. But poetry, calligraphy and painting? It looks like it. This shopkeeper, he seems to have received long-term guidance from Master Chiao. Could it be that he has a good attainment in calligraphy and painting? I haven't heard of it. Maybe the Chen family bought famous calligraphy and paintings under the pretext of Sister Yu in order to please Lord Xiong? TSK. These merchants are really a bit of that. There are many different opinions. And the final conclusion is always that merchants are lowly. Can you be a little creative? Sewer pursed her lips and yawned in her heart. Xianjin stood up, solemnly picked up the scroll in his hand, and slowly opened it in the sunlight in front of everyone. It's blank. No calligraphy or painting. Not even calligraphy or painting by a famous artist. Just a piece of paper. Just an ordinary white paper. TSK. These merchants are really something. Getting something for nothing. Baowan straightened her back with tears in her eyes, wanting to say something to save face. Baowan was about to open her mouth, but she felt the sharp and straightforward warning from her cousin above her. So she pouted and shrugged her shoulders. This is cheap. Let others do it. The little girl sitting opposite Xianjin smiled with curved eyebrows, and pointed at the scroll in Xianjin's hand. It's just a piece of pure leather paper. Well framed. But it's far from being a fine product. Shopkeeper, he is too full of himself. Xiong Yu said with a smile. It's rare to hear Miss Hung Wu speak. Oh! The girl from Hengji. Hung Wunyang stood up and bowed to everyone. My father always said to be careful with words and actions, and to keep his word. Wunyang is short-sighted, and has always listened to the teachings of the sisters. How can I easily speak and make people laugh? Hung Wunyang smiled and pointed at the scroll in Xianjin's hand. It's just that making paper, recognizing paper, and knowing paper are family traditions. Now that I hear manager, he deceived the sisters. Wunyang can't sit still. Xianjin glanced at Hung Wunyang. The little girl was slender and delicate, which means she was short. And her face was even-skinned and gentle, which means she was average-looking. Well, the rhetoric is a very standard domestic intrigue story, with hidden ulterior motives. It seems that the Hung family's backyard is not a peaceful place. Xianjin nodded, stepped out of the line, stood between the two tables on the left and right, facing the warm sun of early winter, and facing the front of the paper to the sun. Xianjin raised his chin and asked Bao Wan, "What did you see?" "Bao Wan. She is not a slut. Why is there still a role for her?" Bao Wan looked at Xiong Yu for help. Xiong Yu blinked and gave an attitude of approval. Bao Wan stood up, squinted his eyes, looked for a moment, then turned his head with a very surprised expression. "What is it? What did you see? Tell me." Everyone's curiosity was successfully aroused. Bao Wan widened his eyes and shouted, "Plum blossoms. I saw plum blossoms." Hung Wenyang's mouth curled slightly, looking confident. "Waxed rice paper, gold foil, water. Use very fine soft hair to outline the plum blossom pattern on the wax paper." Shui Tao's powder paper extended to the later Tang dynasty. And this craft could be achieved. Meaning, it's ordinary, but a poor imitation. Bao Wan hurriedly shook her head. No. 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 Not the surface of the paper. It's inside the paper. There are many plum blossoms hidden inside. Some are in full bloom. Some are about to bloom. Some can even see the stamens. Hung Wenyang narrowed her eyes, stepped out of the line, and said to Xianjin confidently, "Manager He, can you lend it to me for a look? Watch your mother's watch. After watching, it's easy to copy." "Right." Xianjin acted as if he didn't hear it, lowered his head, and carefully rolled up the scroll bit by bit, and looked up after a long while to refuse. This paper was specially made by the Qin family for Sister Yuyu's plum blossom viewing banquet today. Hengji also makes paper. Are you willing to let everyone touch your top quality Xian paper? Of course I don't want to. Xian paper is precious. Anyone who uses it will have yellowed and frayed edges. Hung Wenyang looked at Xianjin with a gloomy look. Xianjin put the scroll back into the exquisite box, presented it to Xiong Yu, turned around and said to everyone with a smile, "It's not convenient to show you the plum paper today, but afternoon tomorrow, the Fubai paper shop in the east of the city will reopen the old shop. There will be not only plum paper, but also many silk engraved paper and painting paper on display at the Fubai paper shop." "Fubai? What a beautiful name!" Xiong Yu smiled and said. "Has the mulberry paper workshop been renamed Fubai?" Xianjin smiled and nodded. "One piece of Qin has 30,000 dots. And Xiaoshui has one Fubai after 1,000 times. I think it is very suitable for Xian paper." Xiong Yu smiled and nodded. "Then I will come to support you tomorrow." Xianjin smiled and presented a piece of wooden stick as thin as a cicada's wing with both hands. Xiong Yu looked down and saw a small and cute scroll and a Qin printed on it, and smiled and said, "What is this?" Xianjin smiled. "This is the entrance wooden stick. Those without this wooden stick are not allowed to enter." Turning his head to look at everyone. "Fubai is different from other paper mills. It is an invitation-only system. We do not entertain people with unclear identities. I hope everyone understands. People with unclear identities are just inferior people. They are not inferior people. They are the most wealthy and prestigious girls in the entire Xuanqing prefecture." The girls immediately became interested and waited for an order on pens and needles. They immediately found Xianjin to ask for the entry wooden sign. Chapter 199: The Scent of Plants and Trees. At all banquets, the end of eating and drinking is all about bragging. At the banquets with girls as the main guests, they also brag at the end. But the bragging method is a little more subtle. They express through poems and songs how empty life is to do nothing every day. No matter how much rouge you buy, how many naps you take, or how many songs you listen to, it will not help. It's all Versailles. It's just hard to comment. Xianjin, who can't drink, rolled his eyes when he heard this, and hated himself for being so educated that he could understand these sour words. Everyone was almost done drinking, so they asked for a ticket under the name of Xiong Yu. "Sister Yu, are you going to see Fubai tomorrow? Do you have a guest?" "I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I can accompany you to have fun." After saying that, the Tuertong looked at Xianjin with sharp eyes. Xianjin very tactfully presented a wooden sign for entry with both hands. At the end of the party, Xianjin gave out nearly 20 wooden signs, and almost every young lady present had one, except for the Wenyang from Hengji, who was sober while everyone else was drunk. Xianjin held the last wooden stick he brought today and nodded to her gently and generously. The guests left in groups of 2 or 3. Xianjin said hello to Xiong Yu and took the yawning Huahua Zaibezu out of Xiong's house, preparing to walk back slowly to digest the food. As soon as he turned the corner, he was stopped by a proud and self-sufficient voice. Manager he. Xianjin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a small figure walking out of the dark corner. Xianjin smiled. Miss Han Wu. You can call me Axie. Hung Wenyang smiled. Her small round face looked very friendly at this moment. Xian paper relies on water, so I was named Hengxi. Xianjin nodded. Do you have a sister named Hung Kiwi? Paper medicine is needed to make paper pulp, and the paper medicine is the juice of kiwi vines. Hung Wenyang was stunned. No, I only have a younger brother named Hengju. Oh, it's better to call it kiwi than to make paper bamboo curtains. Kiwi vine juice plays a much more important role in making paper than bamboo. Xianjin thought with his hair scattered, and walked forward with ease while thinking. Hung Wenyang stood still for a while, preparing to create an atmosphere for herself, lowered her head, and just raised her head with grace. She saw Xianjin had already walked a long way with his hands behind his back. Hung Wenyang? Why don't you wait for her? Hung Wenyang took a deep breath and finally caught up with him. Manager he. Tomorrow's Fubai will open. Do you welcome Hengji to visit the store and learn a thing or two? Hung Wenyang's voice was very steady, just like before, with a well-thought-out tone. Don't look down on your peers when doing business. We are all well-known paper companies in Xuanqing Prefecture, and we are also the leading paper companies in the entire South Jili. If we don't help each other, we will tear each other down. Xianjin nodded calmly. I agree with your words, that colleagues should not look down on each other. Hung Wenyang smiled and was about to continue talking, but was interrupted by Xianjin. Excuse me. Miss Wu was at the party just now. Why didn't you ask me for the entrance stick? Xianjin smiled casually and walked forward slowly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Hung Wenyang was stunned. Xianjin continued to walk away. Hung Wenyang was awakened by the evening breeze, came to her senses, and hurriedly chased after him. There were many people at the party, and all the sisters were asking for the entrance stick. So I wanted to wait for you to be free, and I would talk to you alone. Xianjin stopped. Hung Wenyang almost bumped into Xianjin's back. No. Xianjin shook his head calmly. Miss Wu felt that it was embarrassing to approach Qinji in front of everyone, so she hid until now, hiding behind the wall, and approached me when no one was around. Since you feel embarrassed, why should I bother to go after someone who doesn't like you? You are arrogant, and Qinji is not humble to the bone. People in the same industry should not look down on each other. This sentence is also appropriate to return to you. Xianjin said it very bluntly. Hung Wenyang's face suddenly turned pale, and she opened her mouth to explain, but she really didn't know where to start. Xianjin suddenly asked again. Fifth miss, you haven't taken over the family business yet, right? Otherwise, how could she be so naive that she not only failed to accomplish her mission, but also offended someone? Hung Wenyang raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Xianjin, lowered her head and whispered, the elders in the family are in their prime, so I just help with the accounts and clearing the goods, but I don't count as taking over. After a while, her voice became lower, as if whispering, the family is updating and iterating, and my younger brother wants to take over the business. So someone has to be the frontline soldier. Frontline soldier? Are you here to pave the way for your brother after losing her? It sounds like Miss Wu has also studied, and is not a spoiled young lady with an empty head. Xianjin said softly. Hung Wenyang nodded gently. Although my Hung family is a merchant family, we also give girls the opportunity to study. I have read the 4 books and 5 classics with my teacher. Xianjin stopped completely, turned around, crossed his arms, looked at Hung Wenyang calmly for a while, raised his chin, and asked in a questioning tone. But his tone was very firm. Do you want to be the head of the family? Hung Wenyang was startled and refused reflexively. No. No. How can a girl like me be the head of the family? There was no answer whether she wanted to or not. Xianjin nodded in understanding, and suddenly changed the subject. Why didn't Baiji come today? But there were no girls of the right age? Since the Qin family and Hengji came, why didn't Baiji, one of the 3 paper-making giants in Xuanqing Prefecture, show up? Hung Wenyang smiled. Hengji's girls can still study with their brothers, but Baiji's girls are good at embroidery. Most of them are second wives or concubines in the mansions of high officials in Nanzili. The girls in the boudoir are also strictly disciplined, and will not show up easily. The Qin family, because Madame Chu is in charge, can still give girls and daughters-in-law who are not related by blood a chance to make a name for themselves. The Hung family is relatively lenient with their daughters, allowing them to study, but not to touch the family property. But the Bai family is very strict with their daughters, and even throws out the women in the family as resources, as second wives or concubines, in exchange for support from the officialdom. Xianjin sighed softly. The early winter evening breeze is slightly cool. Xianjin is dressed thickly, with a shit yellow coat covering his shoulders and waist tightly, as thick as a shit yellow roadside tree that doesn't care much about its image. Hung Wunyang had dressed up carefully, although she was wearing a coat. It was surprisingly thin, trying to fully show her graceful figure. The cold wind blew, and Hung Wunyang's fingertips turned purple. Xianjin lowered his head and took off the shit yellow cloak, and calmly wrapped it around Hung Wunyang's neck. No matter how cold it is, you have to dress warmly, Xianjin said softly, and then he handed over the last wooden stick in his sleeve with both hands. You can come, Hengji and others can't come. In the alley, the lights were dim, and the unique gray eaves and corners of Huizhou were like a complex and quiet mountain scene. Hung Wunyang was slightly stunned, her eyes fixed on the wooden stick. The evening breeze blew, and the smell of fruit wine from the banquet fermented and blew to the noses of the two. Hung Wunyang found herself spinning. Xianjin stretched out the thin wooden stick. Do you want it or not? Hung Wunyang took it tentatively. Xianjin did not stay for too long, took Fatty Hua and turned away. Hung Wunyang was stunned and sniffed. The color of this cloak has a bad connotation, but it has a heavy, warm herbal fragrance. Chapter 200 Join IP. Xianjin walked back, and Suor muttered, My peers are jealous. Why do you give it to her? Hua was eating sugar popcorn. Her mouth was full, and she said inarticulately, One tree cannot make a forest. Xian paper is not Xuanqing Prefecture Xian paper, nor is it Nanzili Xian paper. It is everyone's Xian paper. It is Dawei Xian paper. Suor didn't quite understand, frowned and said, Huh? Hua swallowed the sugar popcorn and changed to a more popular statement. In other words, we can make money from the entire Dawei. Xianjin stopped, hugged Huatu in surprise and joy, and kissed her fiercely twice. Who taught you this? Although being kissed fiercely by Xianjin made people very happy. But Hua struggled to save Beitong popcorn from Xianjin's bare hug, and struggled to squeeze her head out of the gap, took a deep breath of the long-lost air, and then said weakly, Isn't this known to everyone? My goodness! Xianjin's eyes were filled with tears. Your mother's love for you is not in vain. When it comes to money, he becomes clever. The next day, the wind came from the northeast, and was blocked by the peak of Jingting Mountain, turning into 2 weak winter winds with the coldness of the mountains. After noon, in the east of Xuanqing, in front of the former mulberry paper workshop, there was a crackling sound of 9,981 firecrackers, and the red paper was blown up into the air. Suor and Zhang's mother, one on the left and the other on the right, were full of joy, carrying a basket to give candies to the children who were watching the fun. For a while, there were 3 layers of people inside and outside to watch. Old Madame Chu was wearing a crimson satin tweed coat, a slightly darker pleated skirt with a pattern of blessings, and a brighter crimson silk jacket. She looked like the wife of an official that she always dreamed of becoming. The maids and neighbors around her said auspicious words. Your family has received a god of wealth from heaven. The third son is not very capable, but his daughter is very capable. I heard that Mr. Xiong is coming today. Old Madame Chu smiled cheerfully like a chrysanthemum. Mr. Xiong is busy with all kinds of affairs. How can he have time to take care of our small business? His only niece came and said that she would marry back to Jing County in the future, and she would live a little less in Xuanqing Prefecture. The neighbors at the east entrance of the city exclaimed, Wow! You even know where Magistrate Xiong's niece is going to marry? Mrs. Chu laughed so hard that her eyes disappeared. How could you not know? She is marrying Mr. Cui, the magistrate of Jing County. Both engagement letters have been sent. Mr. Cui has also been very kind to our Chen family. At the end of last year, our Erlang even wrote an article with Mr. Cui. The neighbors were amazed and envious. Hey! Your Chen family has a shopkeeper and now you have Chen Erlang. It is really a blessing that cannot be escaped. Madame Chu's eyes moved to Xianjin, who was standing at the bottom of the steps with his hands behind his back, amid the flattery from all sides. This was the day she liked this girl the most in the past few months. The The clock fell at a steady speed, and Xianjin paid attention to the time. When the auspicious time came, Xianjin handed a corner of the red cloth covering the plaque to Madame Chu respectfully. Madame Chu nodded to Xianjin with satisfaction, and then pulled hard. The two words Fubai finally revealed their true appearance. The font was upright and straight, and the strokes were round and clumsy. Qin Jianfang also stood at the bottom of the steps, tilted his head slightly, and his eyes broke into the little girl's upturned chin, upturned nose and sparkling eyes. She was proudly, attentively, and intently looking at his calligraphy. Qin Jianfang's palms were sweating. He lowered his head and whispered, "Why did you choose this one in the end? This one was too straight, without any sharpness or edges." And he was actually not satisfied with it. He practiced the cursive writing of the two characters Fubai for more than a month, and finally wrote a font that suited his taste, which was completely different from his nature and had a bit of publicity. Unfortunately, Xianjin didn't seem to choose that one. Xianjin pursed his lips and smiled. Most of the people who come in and out of this store are older scholars, or merchants who like elegance, or women with stable property. Using more formal and majestic characters will please them more. Qin Jianfang thought for a moment and smiled. You make sense. Looking at the plaque again, in addition to the two words Fubai, there is also a small seal engraved with a cute scroll and a deformed form of the word Shin. Only then did he realize that this seal pattern can be found in many places in the store. Qin Jianfang asked in a low voice. This seal, did you carve it? Xianjin was slightly stunned. I don't know. The teacher didn't teach me. Okay, let's go play. Qin Jianfang smiled unconsciously, and found Xianjin's sudden confused look very interesting. Xianjin explained. I spent 31 taels of silver to ask Sun Xiaocai from the west of the city to carve it, which is considered the logo of the Qin family. The two were not far apart at the bottom of the steps, but the distance could not be called close. Second Aunt Chu behind Mrs. Chu, for no reason, saw some subtleties in the conversation between the two. Second Aunt Chu glanced at Mrs. Chu vigilantly. Fortunately, this little old lady is still immersed in the hypocritical flattery of others. Aunt Chu rubbed her eyes and cast her gaze downwards, but she felt that the two people were standing far apart, one on the left and the other on the right. How could there be any charm? Maybe it was because she read the love story book too late last night, so she saw everyone in love. Aunt Chu, with dark eyes, thought, besides, who dares to seduce Lang Jun under the little old lady's nose? Do you think your skin is too sticky? Or do you think your life is too hard to be included in the life and death book of King Yama? Aunt Chu shook her head. Tonight I'll find some husbands to chop the guests with their swords. We have to return to reality. As Mrs. Chu tore open the red cloth, the door of Fubai was slowly pushed open from the inside. Dozens of half-person high candles were burning in a row. The dancing flames were tightly surrounded by piles of colorful autumn flowers. The lobby was opened up, and the three halls were combined into one, which was spacious and deep. 20 orderly arranged glass boxes stood on the finely polished bluestone piers. Each glass box is as long and wide as a brick. 2 rows and 2 columns of candles are placed outside the glass box. Under the shining light, the papers placed in the glass box seem to be covered with a layer of dazzling golden light. The side of each paper is printed with the logo of Qin's small and cute scroll symbol. After checking the thin wooden sticks at the door, everyone entered one after another. Almost all the rich and powerful people in Xuanqing Prefecture have arrived. An old man with a goatee and a goatee dressed as a scholar came closer to take a look and exclaimed in surprise. There is a picture in the paper. It is an endless mountain range. There is a picture hidden in this paper. Xianjin's voice sounded at the right time. Today, for the first exhibition of Fubai, the Silk Mountain and Sea Classic. It's Kunlun. This mountain is Kunlun. The old man understood, and then quickly walked to another glass box, excitedly saying, This paper hides a deer fish. The deer fish is more than 2 feet long, has horns, and has feet like human feet under its belly. It comes from the 3 kingdoms. Shanhaijing, the world's largest IP. I'm sorry to the original author. I can't cooperate with you in business, so I'll give you a dividend. Xianjin smiled. Yes, it's a deer fish. The old man was very excited, and he leaned against the glass cover, as if he suddenly remembered something. How to sell? Is this paper for sale? Xianjin pursed his lips and smiled, with cunning eyes. Sell it. Of course you have to buy and sell when you open a business. How much do you want? The old man asked again. Xianjin's lips curled politely. Tomorrow at noon. There will be an auction at the Fubai Huajiantang. You will enter with a thin wooden stick. The 20 pieces of engraved Shanhaijingxian paper on display today will be sold in equal amounts. Auction. The old man was puzzled. Xianjin kindly explained. At the auction, the same exhibit will go to the highest bidder.